PG trying to get rid of the Cole. He'll do so. RTZ turns with the BKB, and Meta will kill off the Spirit Breaker. Now looking over towards Crystallize with the chaotic offering. It's dropped down. RTZ is silenced again. This drought. Oh, he's false promise though. Mid1 will live. He's almost certainly going to die at the end of it all, but he may be able to bring some people down with him. Jumps over towards Yaps or not. Could even get Yaps or he can. They're going to get the swap in on the Ember. He's got the Aegis though, so they're only going to be able to take him down the ones. Can they do it a second time? They've lost RMN. ILTW's back on.
Which is lucky.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
It took weeks of Dota to get to this point. Finally, we have our brackets, and first we're going to put our attention on the Divine Division. My name is Rich, and I'm joined by Slizzard.
Hi, Rich.
Slaxon.
Slizzard!
Slizzard! Let's get Slizz!
Yeah.
Let's jump right into the action and start to talk about everything that we're going to see. Before we can do that, we need to talk about what happened the days before we got here. We need to talk a little bit about the results from yesterday. Slizzard.
Slizzard!
Man, we should be a Pokemon. That'd be hype. Slizzard sounds like a legit
Slizzard?
Pokemon.
Slizzard! Do you know what a Slizz is?
No.
Yeah, it's an actual thing. From
Is this PG?
Is it
it's
PG?
it's for drinking. It's like a funnel type thing. It's actually
Funnel type thing? Like,
yeah. So
Like at a
it's
frat
a
party?
funnel, with like a very crazy straw with the purpose of not tasting like the type of liquor that you have. A Slizz.
Slizzard!
Yeah. It uses gravity to your advantage, and basically anything that you put in at the beginning, gravity pushes it down your fat throat so quickly once you put the chaser in that you can't taste it at all.
That's great. I'm sure
yeah,
they love
amazing.
those at frat parties and stuff. That's good. The youth overdose limit and increases every year, and I'm sure Slizzards are a big part of it.
Don't you wish that there were Slizzards for losses? Then you wouldn't have to ever taste your L's. And there have been plenty of L's here in the Omega League, but that's how we get our champions.
That's right. What a great transition. But
Great.
should be a fun series that we see here today. Omega Lil is one of the fan favorites, of course, because of the grand Lil drama, the great escape, if you will. And then Cyber is a fun team to watch as well.
No, they're not.
I like them. They're better than the main squad. I think they're hilarious.
I think that's so cool when the seed overtakes the tree.
I mean, yes, we see it so little in nature.
It never happens. Never happens, that's all.
You need like an actual disaster to happen for the seed to win the race. But
You were talking about the L's, and because of those L's, NIP is right here together with Navi.
Hi, guys.
Hellraisers. Hello.
that was kind of what my question was going to be, as we actually do get to take a look at this bracket, at this Divine bracket, and you start to see where everybody is placed. Do you think that some of the teams that drop down from Immortal are just going to wreak absolute havoc on this bracket?
You'd be pretty depressed if you dropped down from Immortal, honestly. I think that, they should, but will they is a completely different story.
I don't think you're nearly as motivated as people that started in the Divine League. You know, like when when you're playing in Immortal and then you drop down, you're like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to play with these plebs. Can someone? Can I buy?
Play.
Can I buy an immortal slot somehow?
And
Can someone switch, please?
The first team that we're going to actually see undertake that is going to be NIP in the third series of the day. If you guys want to see what their mental state actually looks like when they're playing
there. We've been here for such a long time that people have already dropped down. Like,
Yeah.
divine.
This is the real stuff, right?
It's going by so fast, dude.
I talk about it all the time. Like, I just don't have the mathematical brain like you to fully understand the impact of every single matchup in groups, especially when groups are a little bit longer. Like, I just can't figure it out. My brain's not glowing enough. But now the stakes are right in front of us every single step of the way.
Yeah.
This is when it gets fun, right?
This is the
Straight
good
up
stuff.
bracket. Everyone knows who's going to be facing off with the semifinals and finals. This is what we're excited for. And I love this tournament because of these two separate brackets. We get to support two different kinds of scenes, right?
Yep.
And it's a blast. I will happily say I love watching games like this a lot more than I do Secret OG because especially in this league, they've been like 2-0, 20-minute stomps.
I think they match your brain, your brain waves a little bit better in these games.
Because I'm dumb or because I like chaos?
No, you just like chaos. That's
Yeah.
why. Because these games are like you can't analyze them. It's just brawling for 60 minutes. You have 120 kills. That's how I imagine.
Yeah, that's how it was. It was. I mean, they're incredible. So I think that this will be a great brawler, and these two guys have been playing a lot against each other in their own kind of level. So we're gonna see the best of the best. And if you're gonna learn something for your pubs, these are the shits to watch. Okay?
Yeah.
You're not gonna be playing fucking top tier Wind Ranger like the App Store. Go watch these dudes. They'll teach you.
This is a very good point. Like just watch which hero pops off in series such as this one, and you can actually take that and use it in your pubs, and we can actually talk about our pubs because these games they don't look any different most of the time.
Sure.
I feel like it's actually really cool when you look at the breakdown as well, how different it really is. Like Siberium Siege just spamming Troll, for example. Like, and so it's exciting to see some of those different picks actually come out as well.
It's something about the players as well. Like if one team has a carry that doesn't play too many heroes, you just give him what he plays a lot, you go into your comfort zone, you go into something that he likes to do. I think Omega Lil are a little bit more versatile when it comes to that. They do have some players that...
True.
Like, if you look at Omega Lil, they're not truly your pub stack.
It's right.
Like
I mean, they have
like
a
you
lot of
said-
big names.
Like you said, they have Lil, they have Sunlight, Arc Dota has been around, or Kellen now, whatever he calls himself. So... You can see,
Yep,
you can
that's
see
a
the
lot of green.
drafts.
It's a lot of cheddar. Yeah.
69% win rate.
That's
what I was
great.
trying to point out.
Very nice.
Nice.
But, I mean, obviously, I think Omega Lil probably are the
I just wanted to make sure you got the stats up.
Yeah,
for the people.
69% win
Yes,
rate
thank
is
you.
really high when you think about it. Like,
Yeah,
like
it's
pretty high.
nice.
Have you ever watched the stats of StarCraft games or any RTSs? Like a professional player has usually a little bit over 50%,
Yeah.
right? It's so 69 is really high.
Great.
But it is a MOBA though. It's a little bit different.
Well, it's not that different. I mean, Valve does actively encourage a 50% win rate. I don't know if you've ever been on like a 4-game win streak. And
Dude,
then you,
that's my life.
you
My-
enter a game.
My life is green page followed by red page,
Yeah.
followed by green page. Like you get players that want to play with you, and then you just get these. How do you call them?
You win too many games in a row. Let's call it a high behavior score variance.
All right, but yeah, it is. But I'll say this though, like, it puts you on a test. This game, like, how do you break out of your bracket? People ask. Like, you actually have to win those games that are
Yes.
hard.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's all about. Like you have to go with a positive mental attitude, positive mindset in those games, and you have to convert those plebs that are dragging you down.
It's true.
You have to carry them.
Use to make them better.
You have to. That's the only way you actually improve in Dota when it comes to MMR.
When you're trying to rank up, you must understand that in order for you to rank up, everyone else on your team is shit, and you are their leader. Because traditionally, if they're at your rank, if you hope to go higher, they're not going with. They are here.
Yeah.
So you must approach every game as a leader. You know, and they'll try to fuck you. You win 4 games in a row, they will put you with the saltiest and most insane people in Dota to try to stop you.
Yes.
If I can give you any advice on how to raise your MMR, read a psychology book about how to communicate with children.
I
was
just about to say, you don't have to be a leader, you have to be a baby.
Yeah.
That's what you
That
literally
is
have
literally
to be.
it.
It's in life, though. It's actually like the most valuable skill that you get from gaming.
It is true. And I disagree. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
I disagree with PMA, personally. I say do whatever needs to happen to win. There's some players out there that will respond very nicely to PMA, but there's some players that are so stupid and bad, it must be punished. You must say...
I agree.
You have to make them angry. You have to say, this Animage doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's never going to come to the team fight. He's an idiot. Then all of a sudden he comes the idiot.
Look, Slacks, the problem is not everyone has a psychology degree or knowledge how to do that, like some of us do here.
That's right.
So that's the problem. Like, how do you identify who to flame and who not to flame? Please tell us more.
All right. Now, everyone knows that watches anything that I do that I go for First Blood and Rune every time. This does not matter. First Blood gives no experience. The Rune hardly gives anything. It's a 5-man psychology test. I can tell you within the first 10 seconds of a game who is going to follow me blindly no matter what, who's going to ignore me, who's already muted me, who's going to dive a tower, overextend. That test to invade the enemy jungle gives you all the information you know if you are smart enough to gather it.
All right, so the problem is it becomes a little bit more intricate as the ranks go higher and higher, because they're subtle at fucking you over. They've
learned.
They learn, they improve. It's not as much as following you to the bounty room. It's about following you a little bit.
And then pretending.
And going back for the... Sorry, man, they were circling around for our bounty. I had to leave you. We were both going to die.
But it's good to know who that guy is.
Yeah,
the guy the betrayer, the great betrayer. Now, I will say one of the most important things also about MMR is realizing when you're the worst person on the team. That's very important.
That is the most important. I actually think that's the most important skill you can have as a human being. Like when I play Dota, for example, everybody here, anybody tuning in right now, it could be a random mom tuning in right now, looks at me and goes, "That one sucks." Like, that is fine. But you know the thing? I know that I suck, so I listen to everyone. Like if I hear a call, like if I'm playing with Blitz, the second that Blitz says something, I'm doing it as the words come out of his mouth. That makes you slightly better. And then you learn from that person. You just do what you're told and you don't hesitate. You just do it.
Yep.
It's super important. Kyle's
You're just saying
doing that.
You shouldn't have a lot of an ego or any ego at all.
No, yeah.
That's true.
But yeah,
that
it's just like, also, it's in any team game. Somebody needs to make the call.
Yep.
And if you hesitate, it's just going to make every single call worse. If you follow calls, even if you follow a couple of bad calls, but you follow the good calls as well, you're in a much better situation.
Especially if you're in a team and you have a leader that you actually follow through, everything. If he makes a bad call, you should still follow it because he's going to learn. He's your leader.
Yeah.
And next time he won't make that call. But if you deny him this opportunity to actually make calls, if you don't follow him, you won't grow as a team as well.
Well, let's say that the leader, in this case, is somebody that you're playing with more than just one time, makes a bad call. You don't listen to the call. Now all of a sudden he goes, my team is a bunch of idiots, not I made a bad call. If you make the bad call, you learn that not to make that decision again, and you get better. But that's also if you're playing with the same people, right? Yeah. Which is going to be a situation
doesn't apply in pubs.
Teams are going to be in as well. Yeah, but obviously in pubs it's going to be a little bit different. Just listen to people. Listen to the people that yell the most.
I mean, sometimes you'll be surprised in uncoordinated teams. I mean, coordination is another thing. Yeah. So all the time, if 5 men are going under a tower, maybe they have 0 chance of winning, but their coordination, the other team doesn't know they have no chance of winning. Yeah. It's chaos. Always follow the craziest person.
And never give up.
Nenever give up.
Never give up.
We don't
Slizzer.
Slizzer. Never give up. In 1 year, I'll be more jacked than Lizard. Never give up.
I actually I looked at Lizard the other day and I was like, the years that it must have taken to harvest such muscles.
I don't know.
Taken years. Yeah.
It's incredible. Imagine if your entire life was spent doing non-physical activities, yet you were this swole. Like, how could you possibly do it?
Balance.
And
sacrifice.
My God.
It's actually really funny. He's probably going to be pissed if he sees this clip, but there's no way he's going to watch it. There's a professional Call of Duty player named Scump. I probably shouldn't just say, but every time he gets jacked, he's terrible at the game. And then when he's not jacked, best player in the world.
Because
Like,
you have
all
to
the
put
time.
in the time.
I swear, anytime I saw him coming to the tournament and he was ripped, I was like, he's gonna lose today. But when he came in, it's like, man, I feel like Seth hasn't left his house in a little while. I was like, he's gonna destroy absolutely.
Yeah, but it's
everybody.
not really hard to make the correlation. If you want to get
Oh.
jacked, you need to put in the time, right?
Oh my God, are we leaving?
Yeah.
Where?
We're heading straight
Hey.
on over to the beautiful.
Slizzard.
Slizzard life.
It's time for the draft panel. Let's see who's doing the draft. I bet they're going to be so handsome, smart, intelligent.
I wonder who it is.
I cannot wait to see. Let's throw it on over to them.
Slizzard.
Who is it? Oh?
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
It's
to the
on!
draft. Io Gyro right off the rip.
Hey-oh. Hell
And
yeah.
We've seen Siberium's been an IO team throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah,
and then
we're-
on the other side, we're going to see that Tiny and the Grimstrike. How do you feel about that, Lizard?
All right, so we have Io Gyro on one side. It's good. It's your normal combo, right? Your Io Gyro. Gyro is probably giving away that the Wisp shouldn't be a core, even though some teams do play it. Like, let's say they pick Abba now, and then you can't really say for sure. Maybe it's a dual lane mid, carry Wisp, Gyro mid. It can happen. But what I like from Omega Lil already is this Wisp gets a little bit countered by the Grimstroke Tiny. You have a hero that blows up the Wisp instantly, plus you have Soulbind versus him, which will make that tether a little bit problematic because you're not only tethered, your souls are binded together, right? So you can bring any burst into the game now that will deal damage not only to the Wisp, but to the target that he's tethered to.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Your old traditional Wisp counters, like your Disruptor and stuff like that, have kind of fallen off, and it's more about killing everyone instead of like trying to separate the two, which is pretty fun.
Yep.
I mean, back in the day, the CIS, you go in with a Wisp, teleport on someone, Disruptor sends the carry home, and then they see what they can do. Now it's like, we don't have time for that. We have to like kill these guys and move, because that's the pace of the game.
Yeah, actually, I haven't seen Disruptor as a counter to Wisp in a really long time.
Yeah, it's
That's
been a long
really good
time.
point.
So Doom comes out, the old double Doom with Grimstroke, very fun. Why aren't people picking Gyro counter? Is he just too squishy of a carry early game, and you can shut him down?
Yeah, there have been some changes to him that made him a bit worse. He's a little bit squishier, as you said. The item progression isn't the same as before, and I think it benefits some other cores right now.
Right,
your
right.
Svens, your Spectres work way better. Let me see what they banned. They banned out the Morphling, obviously one of the counters to the Gyrocopter. I would like them to actually ban out something like a Sven, any sort of a hero that completely farms on the same level like Wisp Gyro.
Right.
There's a couple of heroes that do the same that Wisp and Gyro do, but on their own. You make a couple of stacks for them, and that's it. Your Sven, your Lunas, they're gonna outfarm this combo on their own, and they will match them in the mid to late game.
Yeah. That is kind of the weak point of Gyro. You're outputting a lot of damage, you're farming quickly, but if they can get a carry that has that kind of like Sven, like insta-burst and can take you down, or a Morphling that can just two-shot your Gyro or whatever.
Or turn into Gyro and be a better Gyro,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Because
true.
of the flat cannon.
Great hero design. Love it. Love this one. Fucking Morphling. Anyway. I just don't understand who designed that hero. They're like, what if we made a hero where he copies all the other heroes, but he's better? Oh, what's his weakness?
None.
Oh, that's it. That's the hero design. Oh, okay. When he gets stunned, he can just multiply his health times 8. That sounds balanced. What is Morphling's weakness? I don't get it.
I just want to say that I'm in a happier place because Morphling isn't as popular as he was 2 months ago or 3 even. Like, he would literally solo every single game if he has a decent lane.
Hey, look at that. Pulling it out. Pulling it out.
Slizzard, baby.
Slizzard. So
Get
this
slizzed.
actually, I did bring this up because
Sliz that Disruptor.
this is an old CIS classic and an answer to the IO, and of course it works pretty well with the Ember Spirit too. If you can manage to get an ult off or even get him with Vision. I would like to see a lot more Vision coming out for Omega Lil though.
This also tells us that the Tiny will be a core.
Right.
Because you have your 2 supports, Grimstroke plus Disruptor. Now the question is, will Tiny be mid or will Doom be mid? I assume it's going to be Tiny. Like, it's a better lane.
Yeah, we've seen Doom mid a few times. I believe even Banana Slamma Jamma won 6 games as Doom mid at one time.
If Banana Slamma Jamma won 6 games.
I'm sure he'll tell us about that. I'm still just impressed that you were able to glimpse into the future.
Hey! You want to know something else from the future? Check this out. Gyrocopter will get a Paladin sword. Insane. But literally every game that I see a Gyrocopter and he is doing well, he gets a Paladin sword.
It's an amazing item for him as well. It's literally exactly what
I'm going to reward you with a glizzy.
Thank you.
During the break.
One glizzy of your favorite treat.
All right, so
I know you love them glizzies, brother.
A glizzy of your... please.
Siberian Seed. They go with a Slardar. All right, this is...
A special treat goes down the glizzy. Slardar! So yes, what were you going to say about Slardar?
I love Slardar. I actually, I feel like, why haven't we seen more Slardar?
I think we will. Like, he fell out of favor to some other offlaners right now, but we're making this circle in which he's coming back. Like,
I think his main problem is that he has an insane power spike after he gets the Ags, but getting Ags on Slardar means that he's already doing well. So he's one of those, like, winning more heroes, which is not something anybody wants to really rely on.
Like, he's pretty solid right now. He's really good versus most cores that are picked on the safe lane. He's also pretty good in this game because it's one of those heroes that does not care at all about Doom and makes his life terrible because of the minus armor as well. Do they have any big combos with the Slardar here? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
You don't have anything that benefits too much from that minus armor like a PA or some single target core with gyro usually isn't considered. But it's still a decent game.
Is he kind of just a threat on his own, though? He's like one of those heroes where I just look at him. He's just like,
in the laning phase, I mean, he just kills you. It's like 2 hits, you're dead. But I have a problem with Cyber's draft. I feel like it is extremely go get him. High magical damage dealers, high physical damage dealers, but it is very much a run-at-you team. And if they get a very defensive anything here on Omega, it might be a real problem. Like, when the momentum goes down from Cyber, if they lose 2 fights in a row, their game is screwed right now.
When you do see the Slardar already on the side of Siberian Seed, you are thinking about those heroes. You are thinking about your range heroes who can stay on that lane with Disruptor. Versus Slardar, like, he could have a lot of problems. Like, is Drow banned out? Drow is still in the pool. It's a hero that would be pretty sick in the laning stage versus him. And overall, has a bunch of these frontliners that would protect her. Ember can be a little bit problematic, so can relocate, but you would play around that with the Disruptor ulti and glimpse back. So basically, you're thinking about Drow, you're thinking about Troll, you're thinking about these ranged heroes that can stand their ground and deal with the Slardar, because, like you said, we don't see him a lot. He is strong, but not necessarily in every lane. And if you crush him in the laning stage, he doesn't do nearly as much as, let's say, Doom, who just goes, eats a creep, comes back 13 minutes in with a Blink Dagger, no matter how the laning stage went.
Well, so you're basically offering a completely different option than Slacks was mentioning. So you can either go toe-to-toe with the Slardar and dance the dance of death, or you could go for a more defensive route.
Wow, okay. So we get even more aggressive here. But,
The defensive route is... The aggressive route that I'm mentioning is only aggressive in the laning stage.
And then you kind of chill, take a step back.
Yeah, strategically it's still defensive, like Slack said. It's still the correct way to play the game overall.
Yeah, I would love something here that would be like a come-at-me hero and I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm not a smart guy, but something like we've seen Viper in that role before, which has been a lot of fun to see people
I think they need a win condition overall.
That's true.
On the side of Omega Lil. They don't have this one true carry that will win you the game eventually. I think Drow fits that really well.
Of course. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Drow. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a traditional gigantic carry here. But...
I'm hearing Cap saying Faceless Void as well.
I
The
mean,
lane might be a bit problematic, and they have catch for him too. They have Wisp as well.
It's a hard decision here.
Yeah,
the decision here is like, do we pick somebody like Drow, who's... This team is designed around running at us. Do we pick a hero that suffers from that and hope that our other boys can do it? Or do we pick somebody that's more of a tanky, can stand toe-to-toe with this team?
Wow!
They're going to go with Monkey. Okay, interesting. Any thoughts, Lizard?
So you can switch up your lanes completely now with this Monkey. You can put him on the safe lane, but you can just as well put him mid versus Ember. You should be winning any of those lanes. So overall, Monkey is weird.
Monkey is going to get shit on until he gets a BKB
Monkey
this game.
Weird,
he is going to get
like,
beat down.
What we saw OG pick it it didn't work for them. If it didn't work for them, I don't know if a lesser team can play this hero because he's shit.
You know how sometimes when you're watching the draft and you see the last pick and all of the analysts are like, wait, what the heck? But you can just tell on the other side the team's just like, got him!
Yeah, we got him!
We got him, boys! It's like the most five-headed moment ever.
Yeah,
I'm excited to
is
see
very
whether it
five-headed.
bears fruit or not. I mean, if you do look at EGB.com, the odds are going to be in favor of this team. See if the Monkey King sways this at all.
It's just that Omega Lil, they have the names. Does the draft reflect their, skill level? I'm not sure. I would actually favor Siberian Seeds draft quite.
Yeah, I think this one, like so many in this league, depends on the Tiny. If Tiny has a great game, if his rotations are good, their go-in team is all squishy. If the early game sucks and Tiny does his job, then yeah, they can succeed. But Monkey King's just going to have a hard time until he gets items, so I'm interested to see how it turns out.
All right. So it's all about first impressions in this one. It's going to be about the early game. Let's see who's going to be able to take it. I'm going to throw it over to two people that make terrible first impressions.
Oh,
They don't.
keep the shot on him.
Siberian Sea. Omega Lil. Let the battle begin.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to Omega League. I'm here with my co-host,
co-caster, but
analyst.
you're good. You're good.
My analyst, Capitalist Dota.
Yep.
I am Dota Jenkins, bringing you this game between Siberian Seed and I forgot.
Omega Lil.
Oh, Omega Lil. No.
So when you come to that, just leave it open and hope your co-caster fills in for you. You know that it's a partnership, Jenkins.
Well, it was. I was just setting you up, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we got here? During the draft, I heard.
Wait, real quickly. Can I just point out that was very rude of Rich to just shit on the two teams like that? I know it's the Divine League, but you don't need to talk about their horrible first impressions that they make. Jesus Christ, Rich. Have a little response for the competition.
Anyway. Speaking of competition,
yes.
In front of us we have this wonderful game between Omega Lil and Siberian Seed, much better than the main Siberian squad. You said you don't like the Snapfire. What is it about this hero that you don't like?
I actually am. I quite like Siberian Seed's lineup as a whole. The Snapfire, it didn't quite fit for me. I appreciate the fact that they have a support that is a little bit tankier. And
level 1 rune fight, 3 heroes. Doom, he can possibly take a lot of damage here, but it is just a Grimstroke and a Doom at level 1. He does skill the Scorched Earth though, so he's got the damage.
That's gonna feel really bad if they don't get this kill.
It's too far. There's no way he can hit that snipe. I mean, this means Doom starts with Scorched Earth. That's a bit of a problem here. Not going to have that Devour for the extra gold and regen in the laning phase.
Yeah, at the same time, they are shutting out the Sharkcopter. I was a little bit surprised he didn't TP out to lane yet, but guess there he goes. Doesn't want to miss a single CS, and now our Doom is going to be behind in economy-wise just because of not having that Devour and also not benefiting from the regen, though level 1 Devour, not great on the regen department.
It's something.
It's only 1 right now after the nerf.
Okay, this top lane, Snapfire sitting a little bit low. Both of these heroes. I mean, everybody in this lane looks like they're kind of low. Support's just trading a bit in the side. Looks like that camp is blocked.
So what I like about it, the Snapfire, is that it trades really well against most other supports because it's tankier and the Scatterblast does so much damage. And it is a nice combo with the Slardar. I feel like the Snapfire hero just isn't that good unless you're matched up against those Undying Phoenixes where you've got this clear counter off of your third ability.
Yep. It's nice when she is useful.
Yeah.
That's always a good thing.
That said, what I do really like about Siberium's lineup as a whole is the fact that I felt like at some point in time they were going to be running out of damage, and the Slardar solved a lot of those issues, right? We had 2 very tanky cores picked up by Omega Lil. They went for this Tiny and Doom, and one of the problems...
It's a lot of damage.
It's so...
Malik, he needs to be careful. But Lil, he's defending his core. He's being a good support. I don't think they have enough damage to kill Little Pleb. No, we're...
If anything, they're going to run it down.
Lil Pleb? Looks like Lil is the Lil Pleb. Oh, first blood to Lil Pleb. Malik, he's going to go in.
Dude, look
he's
at that
dead
fairy
as well.
fire.
Double kill. Siberium Seed starting off strong.
Oh,
even
and
on
they
the top
get the
lane.
kill at top lane. I don't think this Monkey King was going to be the answer to the Slardar that they thought it was. Slardar is one of those heroes that can man up against pretty much any of the safe lane carries. And while Monkey King has some options, I don't think you actually, because of the support battle, I think that's what makes the difference. If you had a superior support on your side as the 5 position, then yeah, maybe the Monkey King would be able to abuse this Slardar. But with a Snapfire, they've got really good damage to be able to burst this Monkey King down 100-0. And Monkey King feels terrible when he can't actually man up on the opposing core.
This is true. This is true. Okay, how about this mid lane, though? Look at this. 17-2 and 14-1. Tiny is doing very well in this. Is this a hugely Tiny favored matchup, Cap?
I don't believe so. If you want to chime in here as a play-by-play caster and
oh yes,
help me out
there was a big toss coming in from Tiny on the top lane. Looks
No,
like we got
you
some
can
battle.
lend some analysis sometimes, I'm sure.
No, trying
Oh
really.
no, the cookie went over Kellen.
Cookie went over, but the Scatter Blast does a lot of damage. He does have a bash. He's got a couple of more hits. That's all he needs. Just the stomp. Happy Dura walking away from that. His core dies.
But yeah, if I believe that like because of the CSO, we're gonna see that early kill on Kellen.
Yeah,
again.
literally just beating his ass with the bash. That's all it is. Slardar, like you said, just out trades with these heroes. Good chains onto the Tiny. Couple of creeps hitting him, but
Yeah, he
this
would've-
hero doesn't care too much.
wanted to prevent that deny that was coming out. He used mid-animation for that big hit. And that's part of the
Disruptor
reason
goes down
Sunlight
again.
is able to get at the CS lead is because he hits so hard in those first few levels. But eventually this Ember Spirit's going to be superior as the Flame Guard, especially at the level 3 where it gets that really big amount of magic damage that it can absorb. He'll just out-trade with the Tiny, I think, at that
Lil
point.
Pleb diving Lil here. He's got the heals from the Wisp. He does pop the salve, but so does Lil. He's got his wand to work with, or his stick, I should say. A little bit of a bait on both sides with the regen. Okay,
And we
here's
just
that
keep on
top
going
kill.
back and back and back.
Yeah, once again, Slardar just whacking away.
Oh, get him!
Malik, he is very low. Wisp does not have the right click, but he does end up feeding to the tower. Going a little bit too hard for that kill. And on the top lane, more pressure coming in from Siberium Seed. You know, you said this support battle is definitely won by this Snapfire, but what about with Disruptor's level 3? Does that make a difference?
Oh, absolutely. He's probably going to go that second level of Thunderstrike because this laning phase is so rough, and it is one of the most value abilities. Damage to manage ratio is like so incredibly favorable for Disruptor at that point. But I think at this point it may end up being too late just because they've lost the laning phase so much. The Slardar is going to feel really good. He doesn't have a Snapfire with him right now, though.
Jumps on to Sam. He's got 3 stacks of the Monkey King Jingu on him. Although Ember Spirit is coming up top, doesn't even look like he's needed. It's just enough to right-click him with the Slardar Mastermind. He's looking for the Disruptor. I mean, this is a level 3 Disruptor. He's already 50% HP, and the Bash is already procced up, so barely even need Mastermind here. But he does get some pressure on this top tower.
It's not something that I think was really feasible, but it would have been nice if Omega Lil could have started off with a tri-lane to be able to give this Monkey King like level 2, and we would have seen a big difference. But the problem with that is you can't leave a Doom alone against a Gyrocopter Wisp. He just get run out of lane too
Especially after the first, the level 1 that they had, where he had to level up that Scorched Earth. That's definitely a problem for them. And they're able to keep this Siege creep alive for a little while here, but the Monkey King from the trees does use that stun, scares them away. Siege Catapult goes down, 50% HP tower. I think you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the bot lane, we have Doom running in. That's a lot of damage from that Scorched Earth. And the combo with the Grimstroke. Wisp is trying to keep him alive. He uses the Fairy Fire. Can they turn this around on Malik? He hits the Grimstroke spell, but Doom still dies first.
Yeah. That means that Gyrocopter, he's going to get that faster level 6, and that just means he's going to dominate the laning phase even more. It's time for this Tiny to get involved. Both his side lanes are losing, so he's got to come in and try and help get some kills, which he will on the IO here, but Mastermind's doing equally the same.
Yeah, he is still top. He wants to come in. Tiny TP's top after killing the Wisp on the bot lane. Puber is looking to... Oh, that is probably not how the name is pronounced. Oh, no. How do people do this?
I mean, it's not terrible.
Sunlight
It could be
comes
that
in.
way.
with the tiny avalanche toss combo. Big stun from the Monkey King. It was buffed at level 1, and he is taking so much damage from the Slardar. Mastermind just left the mid lane, and he is not interested in going back. In fact, nobody's in the mid lane, not even a support soaking experience. That is how much action is in this game. That is the meta right now, isn't it, Cap?
Yeah, and I think this goes to kind of what I was talking about in the fact that with these two very tanky core pickups in the Tiny and Doom very early on, you could see a world where Siberium Seed would have an issue with pumping out enough damage and just being kind of like jumped on, bursted down on one hero, and then kind of being overwhelmed by the power of these super strength heroes. But with this Slardar Corrosive Haze, it makes it so both this Ember Spirit and Gyrocopter, they feel really good about their damage.
Yeah, you always win the trades with this hero. I mean, I think Slardar's overpowered. I really think he just takes any draft, and it's like, oh, we win the late game. We do more damage than you because my guy doubles our damage.
And then on top of that, it's going to be easy Roshan taking for Siberium Seed, which you look at their lineup, they didn't really have good Rosh taking before. But once that Slardar comes into play, if they can actually win the laning phase, turn that into a fast Rosh.
Drops the ulti. That's all he really needs in a couple of right clicks. Malik is a little bit low. Sam on the top lane running away. Just uses the TP. There's no rocket to come out from the Gyrocopter, so he should be fine. On the top lane, we have a little bit of pressure on here on Sunlight, although this is a level 6 Mastermind. I don't know if this is going to work out too well. You don't have that level 6 on the Snapfire either.
It's an interesting decision from Mastermind here. He's the most veteran player on Siberium Seed, and he's really choosing to nerf his own game by being as active as possible and making sure these side lanes continue to do well. They continue to build up on the advantage that they took in the first 7 minutes.
Doom, speaking of nerfing, he's nerfing his own game by heading towards that top lane. He is not interested in going bot. We actually have the Disruptors kind of sitting in the trees and soaking down there. That lane did not go well in the bot lane. Lil is actually level 6, and Malik is level 5.
And I think this is rough. This game's going to become really, really scary if Omega Lil don't manage to take any towers. Because first of all, gold-wise, it helps their mid-game progression, but then also control the map. The best thing about IO is that you can play separate from the rest of your team and still be there for these team fights. And towers allow you to do that with impunity.
Yeah, and also the Ember as well. Does get the rocket on the Monkey King down here, but he's able to jump to a tree, which means he can jump away. For some reason, it doesn't cancel his jump away, just the jump to the tree.
Think about how they want to go on this gyro whisk. They want to be able to take this bottom tower, but they can't because they know the rotations. That tier 1 tower protects Lil Pleb and his IO. They feel really comfortable, even if 5 people show up, that they'll be able to disengage, their allies will TP in, and then they'll be able to hold. And that just means there's very little map control for Omega Lil.
They did actually lose the tower. Somehow, I don't know how they ended.
Oh, yeah.
I think with the tiny rotation. Although Snapfire does have the ulti, but there is a minimum range to that, so you can't get it onto the Doom. The big double stun coming out. Monkey King ult on the backline on the Gyro Iroh who are wrapping around. You hit the Doom onto the Ember Spirit. That's definitely an important hero, but the big Gyro ult, can it hit the Doom? So
don't deny him.
The Doom. Relocate out. Okay, back into the fountain. Oh no, that's actually back towards the tier 1. Monkey King jumps in, but so does Gyrocopter
nice
with the cookie. Get the courier, but lose your life to do so. Definitely a good trade for Siberium Seed. Sunlight has that Invis Rune. He's looking for more, but that is a bunch of full health heroes jumping in. Mastermind goes in onto the Disruptor. Able to take him down. He's only level 5 with that Slaughter amplification. It is too easy. Sunlight, if he can...
I think he's waiting for the Flame Guard to wear out.
Yeah, he can maybe do this.
It'd be so clutch if he managed to get him right now.
The illusion. Okay, they get the silence. And the tree toss, it's enough damage.
Beautiful. That was just beautiful. Really well done by Sunlight. That was just a little bit of a silver lining to this very dark cloud that is currently hanging over them because they're down by 3,000 net worth this early on. And again, it is, as you pointed out, when they have the Slaughter, they're just going to feel good about their late game. If they don't manage to take, like, Omega Lil's lineup does have really good mid game, right? When you get online with your Doom and he's able to be this tanky frontliner, if they can get the Soulbind double Doom combination, that'll be really nice to have, especially if they catch the Gyro Iroh combination at the very start. But when you're down by this much net worth, it's hard to be able to make your mid-game work when the enemy team is just one item ahead of you all the time.
Yeah, lots of movement speed, lots of HP to work with. You know, the Doom does not feel as effective. You have an IO that also can stand really far back because the Gyro is so tanky. Although, with that being said, if you do get the jump on them, if the Disruptor ult comes out from these 2 heroes, they catch the counter smoke, or they should have, I think. Maybe they didn't. maybe this gives them a false sense of security in Siberium. They're about to find absolutely nobody. That's too bad.
Yeah, this one of the biggest problems is without this Blink Dagger, I don't feel confident about his...
Jumps him under the tower. He uses the Grimstroke bubble, but unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Mastermind jumps in, puts the Remnant out, gets the kill. Quick and easy. Puber, he's in. He sees the Disruptor. Disruptor has the ult, but he's got a 300 HP left, doesn't have the kinetic field.
Try to juke it.
Puber. He's not trying to hit him.
Care about
he's not interested. He wants to go for the back line. Doom is caught. Gyro with the ult. Monkey King pops the ult too, but they're already out. They just wanted to go for the Doom kill, and that's enough. What a team fight. 17-4.
Yeah, now they're just going to take this mid tower. Once you take this mid tower, it opens up Roche a lot more, especially as Radiant Sign when you've taken the safe lane tower away as well.
Sunlight getting gone on here. Mastermind just uses the... Okay, we've been jumping from the slaughter. He has the blink already.
He has the Blink Dagger before the Tiny does.
That is
and
rough.
Siberium Seed, they know that Omega Lil, they've got to be tilted out of their minds. Happy, he's going to go down here. Static Storm may actually get the Ember Spirit killed here. But he can get the silence afterwards, and he does. Lil, really nicely done there with the follow-up.
Very nice.
Dire's middle tower has
Yeah, I mean, diving a little bit too deep there, but, you know, Mastermind, he is trying to keep on the pressure this game. It is obviously working out for him. He is making a lot of space for his team. He's got an Gyro combo. So these heroes, you know, they like to farm. Slardar, great late gamer. If you can hold off and just delay the game, you're probably going to win.
Yeah, we see this Battle Fury build up for Kellen. I think maybe he believes that they've just kind of missed their timing and he's going to have to hit more of a stronger, like 30, 35-minute window. Yeesh. But I don't think they're going to be able to outscale Siberium Seed. I think their only real good window here is this 15 or 25 minutes. I think that's the only time they're going to feel strong. And it's going to be purely off the initiation of the Tiny. That's all they can rely upon. If he gets the right initiation and then they get the double Doom combo, that can be an easily won fight.
Speaking of initiation, Samsam jumps right in. He doesn't get the final bash, but Mastermind, he comes in and he snipes that kill. Like you mentioned, with that Slaughter ult, Ember Spirit does a lot of damage. So why do you think he's not going for a Midas instead of a Battle Fury this game? Like the Battle Fury seems a bit late, a bit greedy.
Absolutely. I think...
Sunlight comes in with the jump, but it's not enough damage. Like you mentioned, there's too many stats on Ember. They have too much of a gold lead right now.
Relocate on the right side.
Relocate comes in. Gyro pops the ult. It's on to 3. Double Doom comes out. Was that a double Doom or a single Doom?
I think it was a double Doom, but it's a defensive one at this point in time. You can't actually get aggressive. They're just going to be able to back up.
Yeah, that's it.
Reset.
No glimpse onto the Snapfire. He's too low level on the Disruptor. Not that I think it would even do much given the net worth disadvantage that they're at.
Yeah, we're just not really seeing the pieces come together. Like, they're supposed to have 2 support answers.
Disruptor walks up the hill, instantly dies Sunlight. He does go on the back line, but this Snapfire is too tanky with the cloak. Just a casual cloak, that's all you need. Boys and girls, stun coming out onto the Monkey King, who's going for that Battle Fury, pops his ult. They're standing in the middle. They might take a lot of damage, but it looks like he's taking way too much damage to even utilize that Monkey King ult.
Yeah, it's rough. They've already got an Aghanim Scepter for Lil Pleb. Jeez, that's just going to... I mean, he's already got this IO. They've already got map control, so he's just going to be able to sweep through these jungle areas. His farm's really going to pick up, and he's already ahead by like 2,000 net worth over any core in Omega Lil, and it's only going to get worse from here, because especially with this Monkey King, like, if he had Battle Fury right now and they lived in a world where they had equal map control, then maybe he'd be able to somewhat keep up. As it is, he's just going to fall so far behind. And I think Omega Lil, they're going to need some sort of miracle. They're going to need just the dream of dream team fights to be put together. And as it is, we're just not seeing it. Like, they're supposed to be able to get like Static Storm Kinetic Field combo up against the IO Gyro if they ever relocate in. They have the Glimpse back, which is a really powerful tool against IO as well. In these situations, they're supposed to be able to have Soulbind, Double Doom, but every single time these abilities come out, they've already been jumped by Siberium Seed. They're already a man down. They're not able to get aggressive once they throw those abilities out.
So what you're saying is it's all about the item advantage. It's all about who gets the jump. On an even playing field, you think that Omega Lil would have a great chance at winning these fights with the Double Doom, with the combos that they have, with the counters that they have for the Siberium Seed lineup, but on the network disadvantage, it's just not possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and this sort of advantage just kind of snowballs on itself, because now if a Siberium Seed, they continue to just put up, honestly, just decent execution, they'll take a tier 2. Once they take that tier 2, if they can get it before 20 minutes, boom, there goes a ton of experience away from Omega Lil, and that just means even more so. I mean, look at Puber. He gets right in front of Sunlight, and he doesn't even immediately die to the combo, and that feels so bad for a Tiny.
He's actually setting up for his team. They have the relocate coming in. You'd think that Puber would be scared here, but he's not.
He's a man.
He's 1v1. He runs into the Tiny, the enemy mid laner, and he's fine. Mastermind goes in as well. He's 1v1ing. Now he's got the Gyro IO coming back in. The glimpse does come out. It is on the Gyro, but honestly, I feel like he doesn't care if he's top. Monkey King actually having to farm up the enemy jungle, but Puber, he's going for it.
Dude, this man is insane. I thought he TP'd back to base when he was at 100 HP.
No, he doesn't care.
He's like, I've got Tranquil Boots. That's all I'll ever need.
He's a hunter. She's got a gun. She's a boomstick. She's got a boomstick. She's not a boomstick. That would be a very confusing hero.
He just a giant shotgun, just a walking autonomous shotgun.
That would be extremely confusing. I don't know what character. Some like American Texan character. All right, we're gonna get off this subject. Huber walking down towards this bot room. We have a power rune coming out. Let's see what it is. A DD would be very convenient at this moment because there is the
Arcane Rune is just as good, if not better, for Mastermind.
Yeah, definitely. One of the best heroes with that Arcane Rune. Can you tell me why is Ember so good with the Arcane Rune? What is it that differentiates this hero from others?
I mean, he's got 4 different spells. Arcane Rune, cooldown reduction, works miracles on him. He's just able to play with that constant jumping in because his remnants are coming up faster. And he already feels good about it because he's got this Yule Scepter. So the biggest thing he has to be scared of is Doom.
Sam. Maybe Lil should be scared of Sam here jumping in. Just with the bash, it's enough to kill him. Disruptor on the backline. Puber's going in and basically solos him. They're just a little too far out. You can't be close to that river, man. There's a Slardar. There's a fish monster in this game. Be careful.
BKB now and Lil Pleb, you could see they want to be able to take an early tier 2. I'd love to see a rotation invading the jungle as they take this tier 2 and secure that outpost.
Push them out
before 20 minutes. And then once you take that outpost, again, that is more Roshan control, which the Slardar gives you free Rosh taking abilities. So this is about to get really bad really quickly
just
for
like
Omega
you said,
Lil.
the sweep has been drawn on the map. They're doing the exact sweep that you talked about. You see this very commonly in this patch. I think with the outpost change, that's the more common thing. You have this fluidity of the map going between the different jungles, taking over triangles. So here we see it, the exact play that you mentioned. This means that Siberian Seed, when they do get into that enemy triangle, they can basically just take over this game and keep Omega Lil in their base forever.
Yeah, I think at this point, with the BKB, you could probably take any Rosh fight if you want, or they could just continue to hunting because they've got nice aggressive vision down. And every single time, what I love about this is that they always protect their vision or at least get a trade when a ward goes down.
Is there going to be a trade for this from Omega Lil, though? They missed the ult, but Sunlight, he's in the only other possible place with that ult not hitting. They know he's in the trees. Stay in the trees, they said. It didn't work.
HY was wrong.
He was wrong.
No experience for Omega Lil with the 20-minute outpost being taken away. Malik is trying to get his BKB. He's trying to get to a point where he can actually put Doom on somebody and man up and finish off the job, right? He wants to be able to get the Soulbind combo onto heroes, 2 Dooms, and he just runs in. The sad part is by the time his BKB comes up, is at the same time that Siberium Seed's physical damage is going to start coming on point, right? Like before, it's just been a bunch of magic damage for first 20 minutes of the game with an Ember Spirit, Gyrocopter. They just amp so much magic damage everywhere. But you've got a Gyrocopter who's hitting pretty hard now with that Aghanim Scepter, the Corrosive Haze doing some work.
Ember Spirit's now doing a lot of physical damage with his Sleight of Fist. Yep, exactly. I mean, even the Snapfire at this point, I feel like she's manning up. She's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, it really seems like it with how much she's hunting in the trees, and she is the one drawing on the map. So it looks like possibly the
I was going to say, I wonder if he's thinking about that next item, Desolator, for the Ember Spirit, because it's just going to look so good.
It feels
with
so
a Gyrocopter, right, who has this flat cannon hitting everybody, the Sleight of Fist, putting that debuff on everybody on top of the Corrosive Haze. This Roshan's going to die whenever they choose to do it, which they're just giving Omega Lil no breaks whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking towers. You guys can't have these towers. We'll take Rosh when we feel like it. Although, Omega Lil, they are on the back line here. They're on the enemy side of the map. They do get a courier, which reveals them, but Sam, he jumps in onto Lil. Both of these supports just feed to him so easily. I don't even think they can do anything about this. I think if they doom him, he just kills the support, then walks away.
Yeah, especially if he gets off the BKB before the doom, then, okay, the fight is definitely not worth taking. So
They're taking the top set of racks.
goddamn,
Speaking of
Siberian
taking.
team. I love the speed with which they're playing because Omega Lil feels like they can't ever put together a decent game plan and catch Siberian Seed. They're just always kind of like 3 or 4 man together, running around the map, making kills happen.
They're always dead on one hero.
Yeah.
They've just been pressuring for this entire game straight. And you know, this is great to see because I think a lot of people seeing that Lil is on this Omega Lil squad and just the names on here that, okay, this team is, you know, they've got the clout. But Siberian, they're saying, we're not just going to be the seed squad, we're going to be the main squad after this. We're going to blossom and turn into a full-blown...
Orchid?
Yeah.
I like an orchid. It's a great flower.
Are they poisonous?
They're poisonous to animals, so be careful with them.
Are humans animals?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yes, we are all animals.
Really?
Yeah.
I got called an ape last night in a pub. So okay,
Well,
speaking
that
of
guy
apes,
wasn't
Monkey
wrong.
King drops the Monkey King ult, and the Doom comes out on the
relocate
top
out!
with the relocate out! But it's not, it's too close! It was way too close! He just jumps on the Tiny was there already. The Snapfire ult comes out, but you've lost your gyro and your IO. Disruptor, though, he's getting soloed by Sam.
Yeah, look
Just
at
the
this
right click
Emperor
turn up.
Spirit go.
Mastermind, he's got another Arcane Rune. I don't know if that was the same one or if he's just gotten 10 this game. Tiny goes in. He's dead. They don't
Good
even
game.
need the gyro IO.
They
That's
got
the
one-
GG.
They got the gyrocopter once. They killed the IO. They said, "That's it. We did it, boys."
I was so confused.
got
I thought that relocate. It's like, oh, he's in Fountain. Thank goodness. Io, the hero, the savior. He just pulls him into the Tiny. It's like, here, take the kill, my liege.
You know, he just wanted to make sure Omega Lil don't go into this game too demotivated, because it seems like Siberian Seed's just going to walk all over them. That being said, I do feel like Siberian Seed had a pretty significant draft advantage. I at least like looking at it. I just really liked the way that they set it up for. They have this nice IO gyro combination. The Ember Spirit, like they're going to have a really strong 15 to 20 minutes, and then the Slardar make sure that the rest of the game is going to feel really good as they transition from magic to physical damage. Again, all the other things, which I think I said Roshan like 5 different times in that cast, and we never even see it go down.
They didn't take Roche once.
No,
But you know that was
they didn't have to care.
That was the interesting thing, though. It's like you were saying, they were keeping on the pressure, though. It's not like they were not roshing to choose to just hit their own jungle. They were always behind a tier 2, taking a tier 3. They were either taking the enemy team's jungle, moving across the map. Like they were doing things. They were active. That was really good from Siberian Seed.
Yeah, it was a very cool playstyle by them, and I'm looking forward to see more from them because I think Omega Low, they're going to have to put together much better laning phase if they hope to be able to stand against that kind of aggression.
Yeah, and speaking of much better, maybe this panel can do a lot better analysis than they did last time because they were wrong.
How are we wrong?
Not wrong at all.
I don't
You
remember.
literally didn't listen to a single thing.
Did he listen
Which
to us?
is
at
very
all?
obvious
We
throughout the
literally
entirety
said
of
this
your
was going to
cast.
happen.
Jesus.
God damn.
This kid's sitting over here watching Yu-Gi-Oh! At full volume in his headphones every single time we're not on panel. That he just pretends like he guesses what we did.
Wait, has he talked to you about Yu-Gi-Oh this tournament?
All day. Every time I
It's
say
all he
Jenkins, it's time
talks
to
about
cast,
is
he goes,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
"Sit back to the Shadow Realm!"
Yeah.
And then he says pot of greed and he slaps me in the face.
He talked
My
about-
eternity eye sees through your ploy.
He says heart is in the cards or something all the time. It's
Sometimes we'll
what
be
a
walking
Normie
out and he'll yell,
reference to
"Grandpa!"
leave it to
I'm
the chat on the panel to get the most normie reference.
I literally never watched it.
It's actually legitimately a very good show.
The fuck are you
And
talking about?
no joke at all. Jenkins and I have been talking about Yu-Gi-Oh a lot because it's actually a good show,
Wrong.
and it gets me. No, it's legitimately the sub theme of that show is incredible.
The what?
Listen,
The sub theme.
What is
the-
that?
You have to actually break down the motifs of that show, and you'll be blown away.
it's the first time I felt gatekept out of like a community or friends. Like there was like this group of 5 friends from elementary school. They all started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Those cards were expensive, man.
They started beating you up because you weren't playing Yu-Gi-Oh. That's why
bad.
Lizard got
Feels
strong.
bad.
Speaking of getting beat up,
Yeah.
let's talk about this game.
All right, so here's where Snapfire
Please.
solos your middle lane as the position 5 support. That's a bad feel. In the draft, we talked about how Cyber had the super aggressive, like, let's run at them team and see what happens, and they had plenty of time to answer it, and their answer was the worst carry against high damage aggression teams.
No, you could have just stopped at the worst carry.
Yeah.
You didn't need the rest. You didn't need the tail end of it. Like,
Why in
why the
God's-
hell do you pick Monkey here? Like, our reaction was, you know, when you don't see the game, you don't see it play out, you have to reserve yourself a little bit. You have to say, okay, this is bad, but maybe they have something in store. But no, this was just bad.
This was bad all around. I mean, Slardar had a Blink Dagger before Tiny mid. If you remember in our panel, we talked about how important Tiny was in that to make space. He was late for everything. Snapfire solo killing him.
So he did start to know, like, he had a decent laning stage.
Sure.
He started kinda alright, but it doesn't matter when your side lanes are trash. Like your Monkey King, you're picking it into Snapfire Slardar. You know that this is coming to your lane.
Yes.
And Monkey King, when you pick him on the mid lane, yeah, sometimes that Jingu can, you know, swing in his favor and he hits you 3-4 times, he gets that, you can trade with him, sure. But when you're playing versus two heroes, like, it really doesn't matter. You're too squishy. Even if you get Jingu stacks off, they just kill you.
Doesn't matter.
They have 3 stuns on that lane and 1 attack speed slow. Like, how do you fight there ever?
Every lane is suicide for Monkey in that one. You go to Slardar 2-shots you, you know, Gyro insta-kills you. It's real bad.
And he's going Battle Fury. Like, they want to play fast, he's going Battle Fury.
Battle Fury at like 20 minutes.
Remember, yeah.
Sorry.
Remember when we were talking about heroes that match the farming speed of Gyro?
Gyro, yeah.
That's usually because those heroes have some form of flash farming, right? They have either cleave,
Sure.
like Luna has those pesky glaives that bounce around, some split shot from Medusa or whatever. This hero literally has to buy that, and to buy that you need 16 minutes at least if you're rushing it.
No, so you just can't keep pace.
You
with
can't keep
Gyro,
pace,
and
no
then
way.
yeah, and ultimately, you know, you look on the side of Siberian Seed 2, and they just had so many threats. They were able to play that aggressive game that they wanted to, and ultimately they were able to win because of it. But on the side of Omega Lil, look, the first time Yugi went up against Seto Kaiba, he was not able to easily
My
take
God,
him out. And you know, the amount of tricks and hurdles that were thrown at him. I mean, then when Seto Kaiba had to go into one of his biggest duels, he was sent to the cartoon realm. His Blue Eyes Dragon even stole from him and turned into a cute ay-ya-ya.
I don't know
fleshy
what you're
figure.
talking about.
Everybody at home does, because there are true scholars in the chat. But the question is, Yugi eventually was able to find the heart of the cards, as Lizard did say. He was able to
There you
realize
go.
the
My
pharaoh
reference was
inside of him,
recognized.
and he was able to get the dub. Do you think that Omega Lil will be able to turn this one around, like Yugi?
I literally just had my IQ just plummet. I have no idea what you said or how that related to anything. I do have a fun fact about Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. Did you know in Japan that there's a shitload of guns in that show? And in America, they changed it into fingers. So almost every time that someone's like pointing at somebody like that, they just had guns.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. Look it up.
It did get changed a little bit.
Did?
I watched it in its actual Japanese
They
form.
they told
yeah, we have-
sexuality as well.
We have usually the normal ones though, like not edited as well. Like Slavs don't care, man. We don't care about this shit.
True.
Nothing is edited.
Well, I'm hoping that one thing does get edited, and that is the drafting approach
Oh.
from Omega Lil as we do
Oh.
jump into this second game of the series. Otherwise, I think we might see a quick 2-0 here from Siberian Seed. It's an interesting thing to look at when you look at Omega Lil and you look at a lot of the names that make up this team. You do expect them to be able to win the series.
But that's what we were talking about earlier, right? They're in the Divine League. They want to win, but
Maybe they're depressed.
maybe they're depressed. No, for real, they are. Like, you don't want to be here if you're Omega Lil. They came into the tournament to play in the Immortal League. They wanted to reach it.
Yeah.
This is like, you know, not that grand for them. That's why they last pick Monkey, I think. Like, I can't really explain it any other way. This is some BS coming from Omega Lil.
Might have been a misclick, but I will say Cyber is playing their hearts out. That was a great draft. They, as our caster said, didn't hardly stop. They had their plan. They went through it, and it's great to see a team like that come and kick some ass. So, still a good series in my book.
Yeah, it's a different mindset as well, right?
Yeah.
You have this one team that's really thirsty, hungry for wins, and the other team that's surrounded by these analysts, casters, whatnot, like ex-pro players on the side of Omega Lil. It's obvious that Siberian Seed, if you give them that chance, they will bite hard. They will take the win.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they're able to take this down to 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
It was an
surprised.
enjoyable game to watch, right? It's one of those things where I like that's one of the reasons it's so fun to watch Dota. You know,
Huh.
every now and then you just watch somebody get dumpstered.
Just handled.
And it's great. It's like, I actually, like, it is one of the best ways to wake up in the morning. It's just like, you just need a smile on your face, a little pep in your step, brush your teeth, get into the next game.
I mean, I have been asked several times by like people outside the esports industry what makes a good esport over a traditional game. And the number one factor, in my opinion, is it has to be a miserable game to play. You have to be afraid to play the game so that you watch other people suffering, and then that's a much more enjoyable experience.
You get the Schadenfreude.
That's why.
There's
Go ahead.
There's a lot of people that I know that have matchmaking anxiety,
Yeah.
like ladder anxiety, and I've been there as well. Like I've been in the same position. Like you get to high enough of MMR that you kind of feel good about it, and then every time you queue, you're like, oh god, you know,
need that,
I
though.
can lose.
Like that's why Valorant and Overwatch will never be good esports, because you watch that shit and you go, why don't I play this? This looks fun.
Yeah.
It can't be fun. Fun isn't why you watch it. Fun's why you play
You
it.
have to put in a lot of effort for it to be remotely fun.
Right.
But you also want to win.
Okay, so I
to
think
have
one of
fun.
the interesting
That's the
things with
problem.
esports
Right.
that's different than other sports, though, if it looks like it's mildly in your reach when you do watch it, that does make you play it, right?
Sure.
Which kind of creates more of an ecosystem where people kind of are. But I am curious, when you bring up Overwatch and you bring up, no, I'm not going to go too far into it.
Okay, you
But-
want to get hired, but go ahead. You
No,
made a note.
I've already been fired by all of them. But I think it is interesting when you bring up, because when you do watch Dota, a lot of the time you don't have that illusion of like, I'll be able to do that. If I
Yeah,
just play
but
a
you
little
still
bit.
take stuff like Counter-Strike. That is how that game has an esports scene, because everyone's had a pop-off game where they were just somehow landing all the headshots and they wiped, and they're like, "Holy shit, I'm a fucking pro player!" Like, and it's a great feeling, and it's so rare in Dota. It happens too,
It happens. It's
Yeah.
rare, but it does happen.
and that's why other games that are designed to be fun. The only exception is Rocket League. That game is incredibly fun to play and incredibly fun to watch. That's it.
That game is for super brained individuals. Like, you need to be an actual astronaut with a physics degree and know telegeometry or something. I don't even know. That game is so hard to play.
Yeah.
That is an interesting one, but I feel like you can tell too when people hit like the weird angles and stuff. This is not something that a mere mortal will be able to figure out. It's funny though when you say that, because I feel like all the time people ask what makes a good esport, and nobody really knows.
It's misery.
I
It
think
is
misery.
fear.
It might be misery.
It's fear of, I want to have that moment, but I actually, playing Dota is a miserable, horrible experience. So I'm going to watch other people have misery and then Schadenfreude the shit out of that.
See, I feel like the other thing that's super important is players, right?
Yeah.
But you can't make that. Like, the esport needs to be good before you have the players.
Sure.
Once you can follow the personalities, all of a sudden it's human and it's opera, and then all of a sudden you're here and you're watching it for years. But that's not something that the esport just gets on its own.
Sure. StarCraft, same way. Playing StarCraft is a horrible experience, but it's fun to watch people that are good at it, right?
Yeah.
I cannot think of a single successful
I
esport
can't
that
agree
is
with
fun.
That. Yeah, like, I just love RTS overall.
Well, the thing is the ones that are fun, that are actually fun, the esport usually does something that makes it less fun.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine, right? Like, I think it's actually you need to have sometimes in some of the more fun games, you need to actually, instead of balancing the game and making it less fun for most people that play, you change the format, you
Sure.
change the rules to make it a better tournament. Like Call of Duty, for example. I think Call of Duty is an awesome esport. Super fun to play. It's obviously a little bit different when you're in the competitive scene.
That's interesting. I don't know anything about that.
You know the cool thing about Call of Duty as an
What, you're a
esport?
Dota
Yeah, I guess
personality,
so.
You don't know
I wouldn't know anything
look,
about that.
You look like somebody who would play Call of Duty, Lizard.
Call of Duty 2. Not
Yeah.
Modern Warfare. I played the old one, like World War II one, quite a lot.
Oh.
Like, we would gang up in like internet cafes or whatnot.
You know
and
the
play that.
advantage that one has as an esport? It's so easy to look at it and know what's happening. It's very
Yes,
simple.
shooters.
Counter-Strike has that in a lot of ways as well. But when my mom watches every esport. She's called in several times. When she watches Dota, she understands about as much as Kyle.
Right.
When she watches Call of Duty, she's like, "Did you see Krim wallbang?" I'm like, "Yeah." The only thing that was funny was the first time she watched, when she called me, she was like, "Why can they see through the walls?" Because the caster vision, you can see it. But that was the only thing she didn't understand. When she watches Dota, her
Hey,
brain melts.
You want to be super rich? Make Counter-Strike, but not with guns and terrorists. If somebody can make a game where it's that easy, man see man, man shoot man to understand, but it's not violent, you're like mainstream media.
Fall Guys.
Yeah.
It's Fall Guys. yeah, right. Yeah, no, that is always the thing, right? It's terrifying. Like when you look at so many video games, you're like, ah!
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna have.
So I have a theory as well, and Counter-Strike is the only thing that breaks this rule. I think that a game cannot last, and this is beyond just esports. A game cannot last the test of time. It cannot stand the test of time unless it has cartoon graphics. Because if you are in a situation where I think we're going to be getting into draft in a second, but if you're in a situation when you are trying to make realistic graphics, every year you lose.
It's true.
Every year the graphics get better. So unless you're on a cycle actually like Call of Duty, where you get a new game every year, like Dota will last forever because of its graphics, because they always look good because they're styled.
League will last for 1,000 years because the graphics are from 1998. So I mean, in your scale, it will be a test of time.
Top tier waifus as well.
That's right.
Well, let's see which waifus we will see as we enter the pantheon of drafting. Oh, it looks like we could have gone here a little bit earlier instead of talking about all that stupid stuff we were talking about.
No,
but we haven't seen
far though. Oh, there you go.
Kind
Chris.
of.
Yep.
If you're into that. I mean, I'm sure somebody hits Enchantress by main waifu. How disgusting.
Hey, man.
Walking around hoofs on the carpet.
I like to spend my time playing Enchantress. I don't use voice comms. Just
Centaur wouldn't mind.
Stay nice and safe. True, yeah. This is the match made in heaven.
I don't know.
Rubik is something that we've seen, I mean, throughout the tournament to great avail. Both of these teams have played a lot of Rubik, but paired up with something that we haven't seen nearly as much, Lizard.
Yeah, Centaur Rubik is an old school combo already on the lane. You have the lift into the stomp. Right now, Centaur isn't played as much, but I think the hero is pretty solid. You have a bunch of burst damage coming into that safe lane. And you're playing versus Enchantress, so you're going to be able to just, you know...
I would agree the Centaur is solid. He's definitely got a lot of legs to stand on.
Yeah, very good, Rich. Very good. But I must say that Centaur is typically picked up later in the draft as like a escape mechanism too. Like we need these guys are super invested and we need a disengage mechanism. Picking them early, you just work around that now. So
I agree completely. You had those heroes that are that would get picked up against Centaur because he was top tier pick for like a few months, and then Mars came into the game, and people would always pick Mars versus him because he uses Stampede. You just pop that arena, you can't run out. You're just banging the wall. So that could be a pretty solid pick for Omega Lil. But these two heroes that they picked, if they're supports, they don't really bring a lot to that arena. Usually you want some big AoE ulti around, some Disruptor or Phoenix or whatever.
I mean, both teams trying to still be versatile right now. I mean, Tiny is that classic, could go mid, could be support, could be carry guy. And same thing with Enchantress. You could get that support Enchantress, even though it's not that good, or you could get that damage dealer. So they're kind of playing some mystery games here, Rich.
Yeah, very excited to see where this one does go. I think early on, we were looking on the side of Omega Lil. Their draft was making a lot of sense. I feel like it really did fall apart when the Monkey King came into the fray. What are you guys looking for overall in their draft? Is there anything in particular where you're saying, okay, Omega Lil, please go in this direction after that last game?
Well, this time around, sorry, Slack.
No, please.
They just have to be careful with their safe lane again. They weren't in that last game. This time around, you have Enchantress. That's usually a hero that does dominate the lane. You dominate some creeps, you bring them to the lane, you...
Literally dominate,
literally. However, you are playing versus Rubik and Centaur, and this combo is really difficult to deal with right now, so be very careful about what you pick for your carry. Please, no Monkey Kings.
Here's a fun fact about Enchantress, Rich, you might not know. The laughter of her wisps are actually, and this is real, sped up and pitch inverted screaming from children. It's true.
Really? How did they record the
I'm just kidding. That's not true at all. But what if it was, dude? Wouldn't that be weird?
Oh my god, it was terrible.
I believe
oh
you
my
for
god.
a second.
Oh my god. No, man, we'll give you a real...
Just imagine somebody slowing it down. Let me out!
I'll give you a real fact, though. Pugna, his voice, is actually two voice actors together. It is a like oldie man and then a super young kid mixed into one. You can tell if you listen for it, and that's because his lore is like he's a Dalai Lama. An old wizard died, and he like goes into a new vessel every time that he dies, and they found him in like a 4-year-old kid. So it's like a mix, and I think it might even be a girl's voice, a young girl's voice.
So he went into a small kid and died as a child? And
No, he's the Dalai Lama. When he dies, he reincarnates.
I understand, but why is he...
Because like his fucking like old wizard voice is still coming out.
It's like when Aang goes into the Avatar state.
Still, again,
and then every single voice talks all at once.
I have no idea what you're talking.
I did see that movie, the M. Night Shyamalan movie. I don't know why everyone likes that series so much. It was pretty bad. Sorry, guys, but
Ozai, you have Furion. How do you feel about it? I feel like we've been seeing this hero get locked in more and more as we've been moving through this tournament.
It's a hero that Omega Lil have picked before as well. I believe they played it mostly on the mid lane. It doesn't really show a lot. Like, you're keeping your cards open. This Nature's Prophet can be on safe lane, can be mid. So overall, it's a decent pick. You already have heroes that deal with your split pushing quite well, though. You have Rubik and Centaur.
No?
Yeah, it's important not to show you. Sorry, I was gonna make another Yu-Gi-Oh reference, but I hate myself.
Yeah.
Hey, the second you said cards, I was like, I can do it again. I actually despise myself so much.
Right.
Okay, Troll.
Hey, and there's the Pugna that I predicted earlier, so that's great.
Good job.
Troll Warlord coming out.
Yeah, that's why the Pugna is picked up as well. Like, I believe you said on the first panel that Siberian Seed pick a lot of Troll.
Yep.
They picked it this time around, but they instantly get countered by the Pugna. This is a hero that makes Troll's life living hell. You decrepify him or the target he goes on.
We really haven't seen that much Pugna.
Pugna suffers in this meta a little bit because it is a very run-at-you meta.
Yeah,
And Pugna does great when he's not the focus, but, I mean, whew.
All the clockworks that were picked up, literally your position 4 at any given point in the game kills that Pugna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard game for a Pugna to play overall. And even in here you have now Oracle that deals with you pretty much with every single spell, with Purge or with Fate's Edict or with False Promise. And then you have Centaur that can use that Stampede that we talked about earlier to get on top of you and just stomp you into the ground. So.
But I don't know, man. I really do think that this draft is a result of that Centaur. Like, locking yourself into that Centaur early allows for stuff like a Pugna because, you know, what's going to happen? They're going to sprint at you and go completely dive that Pugna? Maybe, but... I mean, Treant Protector does great things with that, too. They go all in on Pugna, and then Treant pushes. So, I don't know. I'm not excuse me.
Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet. They're both Treants.
Yeah, they're...
To me.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Very similar, very similar. What's the lore there? Are they connected, Nature's Prophet and Treant?
So, Furion was... may I go on, Slacks?
No! Don't talk about Dota 1 lore. It's not canon. No. Don't do that. But, yeah.
You
Go ahead.
You know that Treant is actually Nature's Protector from...
Shut up! God, you guys are so stupid.
It's just uprooted Treant Protector.
It is technically in the lore, however, that planet has been destroyed. It is the planet...
That's what I was waiting for. Come on.
Yeah,
Shed some light.
It is the sister planet of the Dota planet, as revealed in Planetfall. The Dota 1 universe was real, then destroyed in a cataclysmic event from a bad guy we have yet to see. But I'm sure, much like Aghanim, instead of actually building up a big bad, they'll just get bored and have him be a fucking event. You know how depressing that was? The biggest mystery in Dota 2 since the beginning of the lore. Aghanim. What happened to Aghanim? Where has he been? What has he been doing? Oh my god, they reveal him. He made a zoo. That's what he did, Lizard. He made a goddamn zoo. Isn't that cool? What if Jesus came back and he's like, guys, I know I've been gone for a while. Here's a petting zoo. I got 4 sheep and a goat. What do you think would happen to the world's religion? Because that's what it did to my religion, the Dota 2 lore.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. What
Does it make any sense?
Yes, it does.
Sorry.
Think about it. If you have all the power in the world, what is there to do but to collect and observe and to try to understand, even if you are some great celestial body? He made a menagerie.
No, he made a battle zone. It was as if I collected a bunch of snakes. What if Jesus came into your room and unleashed snakes upon you while you were sleeping and said, fight them now!
Finally.
Would you be able to explain that in any way?
Finally, a purpose. Thank
Yes.
you, Jesus.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you for the snakes, Jesus.
Oh, they hurt. I will sacrifice as you did. I'm sorry. We need to move on.
Please continue.
God damn it. But anyway, yes. Why? Why have they done this? Suffice it to say, Kunkka picked up there. I like the Kunkka.
Yeah,
A powerful pick. I mean, it got a lot of...
it crushes Nature's Prophet mid.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the thing, right? If you are thinking about playing this MP mid, the Kunkka deals with him very well, but you could put Pugna perhaps on the mid lane. The problem is you still have that level, like that point in the game in which you X marks the spot him, set up the gank. Kunkka would be pretty good on the other team as well, though, because of that same stampede that we were talking about. You can catch him and bring them back.
Yeah. And that is pretty great against Pugna, too. I mean, massive magical damage and a mix of nice cleave damage as well to be able to make sure that he can't get all the stuff that he wants to. And again, we're talking about like the focus aspect of both Enchantress and Pugna. Why though? Why Timbersaw?
They don't have any ways of dealing with Timber, actually. So that's good.
I guess so.
They really don't. Maybe in the laning stage you can burst him down, but overall this looks like a pretty good free Timber game.
Sure.
Unless Troll gets something like a diffusal, gets on top of you and just locks you down.
But who's like your late game boy? Who's the
Nature's
big carry?
Prophet. That's
It's
what
just
you're
Prophet?
Yeah, that's what you're thinking about. You're thinking Nature's Prophet. But I don't like the draft. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't like it that much. I like this last pick more than the Monkey King in the
I
first
will
game.
admit that.
I'll give them that.
All right, so liking it aside, which one do you favor? Are you on the side of Seed, or do you stand with Omega Lil?
This Timber really isn't easy to kill, but I'm gonna go with Seed again. I think they're more hungry for this win, man. I think they're drafting to actually do something in these games and win. Omega Lil looks like they're here to have fun.
I don't know. I mean, Omega Lil's draft is a little bit better than last time. I think that the Centaur needs to do exceptionally well. Troll's going to have a rough game thanks to the Pugna. But I like Timber when there's no natural diffusal builders. I'll say that. So, no PL. It'd be stupid if Troll got a diffusal, so this one could go either way.
Okay. Going to be looking at the Centaur a lot, going to be looking at that Troll a lot. But I think last time we had a pretty tough game on the side of Omega Lil. Do you think that really showcased how they are playing? Because we keep going back to the fact that, you know, Siberium does look hungry. I think that's what we're going to find out very quickly here as we jump into the second game, if it was just a draft that got away from them, or if Siberium Seed's going to cruise to a quick 2-0.
Hello. Welcome back. It's us again.
Yes, we're a bunch of hungry hippos for this game 2 of Siberium Seed versus Omega Lil.
I wasn't done my introduction.
Oh, I apologize.
You interrupted.
There was too much downtime. I couldn't handle the dead air.
No. That was the intent.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay.
Reset. Go again.
Hello. It is I. I will be your caster for this evening. I'm here with my analyst, capitalist.
What are we doing? A cast on NPR?
I was trying to go for like the pilot thing, you know? I'm like a pilot and you're the
Hello,
stewardess.
everybody, and welcome back to NPR. Here we're exploring an article on Siberium Seed, the powers and wonders of nature and how it can help you lead a more fulfilling life.
Here we see a wild mastermind. He does
30
plant down a
seconds to
word. This is a traditional mating ritual for
What,
a...
now this is a nature's documentary.
Is that
Keep
what
on switching up on
I
me.
thought the N in
David
NPR.
Attenborough.
I thought the N in NPR was nature. Is
We
that
talk
golf?
about politics.
Oh, it's politics.
It's the radio station in America that talks about politics.
There's probably a lot of those. America's all about their politics.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what was that Jesus thing?
They're
That was pretty
So what if Jesus came back and attacked you with snakes?
with the snakes.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I'm glad I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first panel. I don't know what was going on. Okay, so we actually have an off-lane Pugna in this game with a mid-Timber versus the Kunkka. Should be a favorable matchup for that Timber Saw. Bottom lane, Nature's Prophet carry. There's your late game answer. Do you think that's enough? Do you think late game Nature's Prophet could actually carry this game?
I don't believe so, no. But I think it's more likely that they're trying to reach a point where this Nature's Prophet has the net worth advantage, and he is able to like get an Orchid onto this. Like, I think one of their best timings is going to be Orchid before the Troll has BKB, as an example. Unfortunately, they already have a really good counter to that, and just overall incredible laning partner with Troll in the Oracle. By far one of the best supports you can ask for, because he deals with any silences that are usually an issue for you. He saves you from a lot of burst damage, whether it's with the magic immunity or the false promise, and always ensures you get off your ultimate. But in turn, Omega Lil do have an answer to the Troll ultimate. Oh, nice toss. That's to take off that healing salve. Really well done.
Yeah, very annoying. Even with that reduced toss range, this hero has been nerfed a few times. Deny coming out on Sam. Nice range creep deny there. Used to be able to get those a lot easier with Centaur when you had that aura.
Yeah.
Retaliate.
Just activate it and take an entire wave worth of CS, both denies and last hits.
Yep, that was great. Those were the days.
Those were the days. But yes, Malik is going to be very key here in providing successful team fights against this Troll. The Decrepify is going to be really important, and it'll be interesting to see how Puber does, because he was such an incredible Snapfire, and he's got such an important position. He could be really impactful, because this Purge is useful for so many things, one of which is going to be that Decrepify.
This is true, and funny enough, he was playing Snapfire and doing quite a bit of setting up in the last game. Not a hero you would expect somebody to do that on. Maybe we'll see the same thing out of Oracle. It might be the bane of his existence this game if he tries to do that. Seems like just about the worst hero to run at people and set up for your team.
Yeah, it is really interesting that him and the other player who goes by the name Alita as one of them, which is, I found the easiest name to say. I don't know if that's he wants to be called that, instead of a bunch of Chinese characters. I've also heard of Grim Reaper. Not sure if that's actually right,
That's
though.
a cool name.
That is a cool name.
Lil taking a lot of damage. He does have the salve. He's been ferrying out regen. He knew he was going to take quite the beating up here. Sam, speaking of beating, he is losing a lot of HP, and the Enchantress Right-Click actually gets it. I'm surprised. That looked like that was a little bit more HP than she does damage, but she must have gotten a high
double
roll.
fairy fires that he's gotten, which he's going to put to good use here, trying to finish off this Rubik. They're going to get both kills. Happy. He's a happy boy.
It's basically a mirror of the last game. You have this absolutely devastating safe lane. Double kill to start. I don't think there's any coming back from that.
Nice toss back into the nuke there from the Pugna.
Mid lane. Timber favored, of course, but Kunkka's not doing too bad.
I really like this play. Happy, like he wanted to deny himself to the tier 2 so he could reset, but he actually grabbed an Eagle Song Ripper from the enemy hard camp, so that's denying them farm. But it also means he's going to have a presence in the lane while he's still dead.
Very
nice. Like 10 seconds, that Wild Wing Ripper is going to be in lane doing stuff.
Yeah, forces the Rubik to use that lift. Not something that you really want to do, but you have to do it. Such a hard lane for Mastermind. Timber can definitely kill Kunkka if you're not careful.
Yeah, and I wasn't like super happy with the Kunkka pick in the first place. I think they felt like they needed.
Yeah, there you go, just like that. Literally whirling death. That's all you need. 3 whirling deaths and Kunkka's dead. Like usually you play up in people's face with this hero because he's so tanky, but that is exactly what Timber wants you to do.
Yeah, this a underfarmed Kunkka is going to look just terrible in this game, because I think they felt like they needed some extra catch for the Troll to be able to play around. It's a really nice team fight presence, buffing everybody up, but Omega Lil, they have some infinite sources of damage, right? Like Timbersaw and Pugna are some of those damage representatives, which if you just, if they're going to fight back into you, you have unlimited damage to pump out.
Yeah, as long as you've got the disable there, they will do the damage. Yeah. And it looks like, I mean, the game's going very well for them so far. They have this 2K advantage. They have a laning advantage, so they should get a bunch of bounties. Mastermind, he tries to go for the Torrent. He gets it off, but this is still a level 6 Timber. You have to be super careful. He's zoning him off the creep wave here. That's really the big deal. He might end up killing him, and Centaur goes down on the bot lane as well. Mastermind, he's losing all of these creeps into the tower. That's the worst thing here. It's not even about the pressure, the kill. Rubik taking some damage on the bot lane. They have enough creeps to tank the tower that he actually does go down. 6-1, 3K net worth lead at 5 minutes. This is a stomp.
Yeah, this is just awful. Once again, feels like the laning phase just going to determine the entirety of the game. Because Siberian MC, they're going to have this late game Troll, and it'll feel good at 40 minutes. But until then, especially with the net worth lead, oh god, the Troll.
He has the raindrop. It does protect him for a while. The body blocks come up from Lil. He is just turning around and man-fighting against the Tiny. He does actually end up getting the kill. Rubik comes in with a nice rotation. Malik is looking very confused. All right, I'll toss in some right clicks here. That looked like a kill, but I guess my guy is dead. And now it looks like Malik, he is really pushing it to its limits here. Gets lifted, it's a short lift, but with the Decrepify, it's enough damage, and Samsam on the bot lane. He is left alone because that Rubik rotated towards that top lane. He's getting body blocked up by the trees. Stomp comes out. Enchantress throws a long-range impetus, but given that it's only a low-level spell, it doesn't do that much damage, and he does have a salve because he knew he was going to be alone here.
So things are about to get real rough for Siberium Seed because now they've got level 7 on Sunlight. He's got his ultimate, and on top of that, the Furion's going to hit his level 6 soon. So they're going to be losing their mid tower pretty quickly because they don't have an answer to this Timbersaw. Nobody can actually lane against this Timbersaw and feel good. Not the Centaur, not the Kunkka. Troll, maybe at some point in time he would have felt okay about it initially, but now not so much anymore. Like, he can't pressure the Timbersaw on the slightest.
No way. You need like a Monkey King bar before Timber will die to you. Like this Timber pick really sealed the deal, I think.
They've got no magic damage whatsoever to really threaten Timbersaw.
Nothing. So all they're doing is they're just trying to go for the wave cut. They're trying to just pull the wave away, but Sunlight, he's not having. He's saying, okay, if you're going to do this, you're going to take a lot of damage for this. I'm going to make this not worth it. In fact, you're going to die. Mastermind, he tries to come in and push out that wave, just delaying the Timber's push. But man, you have to delay for a long time in this game if you want to make this work against the Timbersaw. They're losing all of their towers.
As counterintuitive it is to current Dota strategy, I think you have to give up this mid tower, and I think Mastermind needs to be playing in one of the side lanes here and setting up kills on either the Pugna or on the Nature's Prophet. Like, the Nature's Prophet is also really scary right now. And I think NP, like, I feel better about Nature's Prophet mid and safe lane than I do off lane right now. I think this hero does so much when he gets a net worth advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Why do you think that, Mr. Capitalist Dota?
Mostly because I feel like the Nature's Prophet, as we watch this real quickly here.
Lift comes out onto the Nature's Prophet. This would be a big kill. This is the carry. Puber is holding his spells because he can just TP out just like that. And it looks like the turnaround comes in. Lil TP's bot. Malik is bot as well. Puber ends up dying. He does not have that Fate's Edict. I believe that's what the spell is called. It protects from magic damage. But this hero is very confusing with the names of the spells. Troll getting stunned up by the Enchantress creep. Very annoying. Just pressuring him, making sure that he cannot farm. We talked about him basically being the only hero that can eventually deal with the Timber. You keep him down, you're going to win this game. Anyway, you're saying about Nature's Prophet, you don't think he's a good offlaner?
Basically,
compared to the other roles?
As in, I feel better about his mid to safe lane, and part of that is because of some changes that have happened. Nature's Prophet traditionally has just not been a good team fighter.
Speaking of Nature's, TP possibly coming out onto the Rubik. It doesn't even look like they need it. I think Lil and Malik get this kill.
They just easily get him without him. He doesn't provide any, like, he used to not provide a very good nuke. He didn't have any disable. He was just a right-click force. So what you wanted to do was outnumber the enemy. You wanted to outmaneuver them, and then once they're out of position, outnumber them in team fights. That's how you won fights with Nature's Prophet.
Speaking of outnumbering, Mastermind is actually here in Viz. They didn't know, but Nature's Prophet TP's in. The boat comes out onto 2. Malik, can he heal? Toss in. Or out, I guess, because Nature's Prophet's actually saving him. Mastermind picks up the kill onto Tiny. Timbersaw is here. He's going to probably Whirling Death him to death. One more hit, and he is dead. Puber manages to get away, but this is going to be a lot of pressure on the top tower with the Timber and the Nature's Prophet here. I don't know how you could defend this.
Our Troll is level 6, by the way, and I don't think he leveled up his ultimate.
I don't know if he can. I feel like he's got to be greedy.
Yeah,
I feel
probably.
Like he's not... He's got to get some, like, he's literally the only way to deal with the Timber other than maybe a Vessel on the Kunkka, but his game is so rough because he was laning against the Timber.
Yeah, and if he's going to go for that, which I don't think is the wrong idea, he's just in the wrong part of the map, right? This is the most likely area for him to be invaded. I think he's just got to play mostly in his triangle and stuff, or play with the Oracle behind him, because otherwise he's just going to get hunted down like a dog.
Dude, maybe even play in the enemy triangle at this point. Like, I feel like you need to do some very intelligent next level smoke.
Oh god, they're gonna get sandwiched.
Sunlight, he comes in. Look at that Whirling Death damage with the Pugna. The stab reduction is just too much. Mastermind gets tossed in by Lil. Big impetus coming out, but really all the damage that's needed is coming from Sunlight. I feel like the other heroes are largely irrelevant with how huge this Timbersaw is, who does pick up a haste rune on the bot lane. So now, wherever he goes, death will follow. He's like Jesus with the snakes at this point.
He coming to get you.
He is.
Yeah, this is getting close to, like, we haven't even seen the first round of items from Omega Lil. They're just about to get them. Once we get, like, I think Timbersaw is going to go for an early Bloodstone here, just because he's so far ahead. Once the Nature's Prophet gets Orchid, he becomes like a really strong force. That's what I was leading into, is that basically Wrath of Nature being buffed up means that getting an early level 6 is really impactful right now. So that's one reason to give him safer farm and more solo experience. And then the other one is this has just kind of always been the place, but Nature's Prophet, when he works well in forcing fights, is when he's got a really big net worth lead. When he's got that fast Orchid before you've even considered BKB.
Yeah, speaking of forcing fights, Lil Pleb, he is not dead, actually. He looks like he's perfectly fine. The boat comes out. Can they kill this Timber? Do they have enough burst damage with the axes? They do. He's a little bit too deep. All 5 heroes, 3v5.
Yeah, when you go the Kaya first, when you're going Bloodstone instead of that build, you don't, like, they have some magic damage, right? Most of which would be negated by 1 Hood of Defiance.
Just
but
get a hood,
he opts
you're
not
immortal.
for that. Yeah, like, you do need to protect your own advantage when you're Timbersaw. Otherwise, you get into the strongman syndrome, and you're like, nobody can kill me, look where I go. All of a sudden, you're surrounded by 5 heroes, and you just get disabled and eventually killed.
So two things. Number one, okay, actually, Mastermind, can he get the long-range X off? No, he can't. I thought maybe he'd go for a Torrent. Not willing to use the spell for that. But I think Nature's Prophet, back to your Nature's point, I think also the carry items that Nature's builds is really good. Like Master Mat, great item. Orchid is super strong.
Yeah.
But as an offlaner, you don't necessarily want to get that. You need somebody to build hoods, pipe, hoods, vanguards, whatever, like these sorts of things, Vlads. And I think those are just worse items. Like if you can get a fast Orchid on any hero, it's just super powerful right now. Nature's is one of those heroes that loves Orchids.
That's a very astute point. You could be an analyst.
Thank you very much. And back to the Timber, I honestly think Bloodstone Timber is awful. I think the only reason that
even if you're super far ahead, you're still like, nope, that's not the play.
I think it's insanely greedy. My opinion. Oh, Lil Pleb actually goes down solo to Malik on the top lane. Oh no, that is not good. That is very not good. He is level 10 now. Mastermind, he gets tossed into the Timber Saw.
I love these tosses into the Chakrams. Lil just keeps on pumping them out.
It is such, what a snowball, man. You have your Troll on the other side of the map, dying solo to the enemy offlaner. Rubik gets tossed up again, Lil with the tosses. Anyway, more importantly, back to this Timber. Yeah, I think Bloodstone is dog shit. I think this hero has enough mana with the mana talent and the items that give you tankiness, such as this guy is not tanky enough. Can he pop the ulti? He's not interested in using it. He trusts in the Fate's Edict. Little Pleb comes in. He wants to retaliate for the kill that happened to him earlier. He can't get the root, though. He is not happy with his RNG. And on the back line, Samsam has to use the Stampede. He runs all the way away. Malik, he goes in. He is sucking, but unfortunately with the Oracle ult, it actually doesn't heal you because you're not technically doing any damage. That is unfortunate. He maybe could have survived that. Anyway, Timbersaw, tanky items give you mana. That's my whole argument here. Every single time, as an offlane Timber, maybe I'll say, it's rough. Little Pleb, he literally just, okay, so he does pop the ulti, but he dies to the ward. That's what happened there. Because that is surprisingly for a hero that has literally the lowest int gain in the game. He has a pretty high mana cost ultimate. Orchid comes out from the Natures. Lil, he does use the Avalanche, but I don't think it's enough because of that tree block that was there. Perhaps too good. Oracle has a Quelling Blade, so good pickup there. Supports definitely should buy Quelling Blades. I heard somebody saying that the other day, and I think they're definitely right about that. Lil, he is looking for the toss. I think Puber can't really do anything. Does not have the ultimate to work with. Even leaving the kill for Lil here, who will steal it, because he's a very greedy position 4 player. Look at the damage from the Nature's Prophet ulti!
Yep.
Oh my god, with the Decrepify!
It does so much.
What a stupid ability. When that ability hits somebody on the last hit, it feels so dumb. It's like, that probably did...
like, oh, I was alive and then now I'm dead.
That probably did close to 1,000 damage to him with the Decrepify. That is seriously insane. 2 null tallies on Natures if you get that as well. Doesn't even need it though. Lil tosses in. Lil Pleb just putting on a little bit of pressure, but Sunlight, he wants to go in. Once again, just kind of pressuring, being annoying, saying, hey, you can't farm. We're gonna hit you. We're gonna try to kill you if you farm. Even this jungle camp that's very literally just on the low ground next to your tier 2, that is not a safe space for you. Taking up the enemy triangle, the enemy ancients. This is the best place to farm on the map if you have a lead.
For the Pugna at this point, I think we're going to see another tier 2 before 20 minutes.
Kellen's in. He saw the Pugna ward proc onto the Rubik, so he knows he's there. Orchid comes out. I don't think that's going to be enough damage to burst him. No way. No.
Yeah, Fairy Fire will definitely save him with the range drop.
Yeah, it's not enough. If he got the Pugna nuke off, probably. Man, Sunlight can just tank this. He doesn't care. Fort doesn't do much against a snowballing Timber like this. Sam has the hood, picks up the top rune. That's something. I don't know why that's still there after 50 seconds. Very happy about that.
I'm getting a little mood lighting here in the studio. Everything just went dark. Much like Siberium's hopes for this game, too. It's looking pretty dark.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Hey, at least we're going to be seeing a game 3.
Yeah.
So they got the tier 2 before 20 minutes, so at some point they're going to make that sweep over, take the outpost.
Look at this. Once again, Puber, man. He's just doing the things that okay, toss out on Rubik. Lil is, I don't even know who's flying through the air now. It
almost feels like Omega Lil's coming into this with some vengeance, you know? They're like, you want to embarrass us like that, game 1? Okay, let's see how it is.
This is a different team. I don't know what's happening here. They're completely just, I mean, this is one of the biggest stomps that we've seen in the league, I think. And toss out comes onto the Timber. And by that, I mean he tosses into the Timber, who's silent, so he should pop from the Orchid. Rubik lifts back between the 2 racks, but nothing there to follow up the damage on Lil, who does have a bunch of mangoes. They have a mango tree. That's always very convenient when you're tiny. Centauri sitting in the trees. I don't think he has a blink at this point. So he's just going to ult in. Lil goes onto the Rubik, just one hits him just like that.
Oh,
comes out with
no.
the Centaur. And with that damage from the Timber Saw, there's no way he can survive that with the Orchid. Percentage damage on percentage damage, man. It is not nice to deal with. That's a cool combo, too, with the trees. Extra whirling death damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
As if there wasn't enough. And Lil Pleb, he is finally headed into the enemy triangle, but for some reason, Malik, he knows that this is happening. He says, you don't get to farm, not even here. I think he's saving the Decrepify for the troll ulti.
Once the ultimate goes off.
And the Orchid comes out, and the Decrepify comes out, so just the kiting. Unfortunately,
Sprout is so good against troll during his battle trance.
Yes, you cannot use items during the battle trance. Very annoying. I learned that the hard way the other day. I was playing Troll against a Nature's Prophet, and Shiver was flaming the shit out of me for not using my Quelling Blade. It's very,
little did she know.
Very rude, actually.
Yeah.
And then she threw cottage cheese at me.
I'm glad that you're able to attest to this, because a lot of people don't believe. They think it's a myth, this Shiver behind the scenes, what she's actually like.
Oh, yeah.
She likes to put up a good face. And,
she does.
She looks like such a wholesome community figure. That's what she puts herself out to be. But the truth is, she's the mean queen. That's who Shiver is. Isn't that right, Lizard?
Her weapon of choice is...
I could see the look of fear in his eyes as soon as he heard the word Shiver.
Yeah.
Don't talk like that about the queen.
Hey, shut up, foot boy.
Yeah, get out of here, Sim.
You foot stool.
Please help me.
His eyes are blood red. He has not slept all night. She's been depriving him of sleep, throwing cottage cheese at him with her feet. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying at this point. Lil, he's looking for the toss back.
I mean, you're the play-by-play caster, so
yes,
you drive this car. So.
I'm just filling, okay, Lil? He sees Rubik. He wants to kill Chinese, I think, letters guy. Which you said, who's that, Alina?
Alita.
Alita. He wants to kill Alita on the Rubik. Smart Grip sponsored. Tosses out the Centaur. Usually you wouldn't do that, but with the Timber Saw, it's enough damage. But the Oracle ulti comes out. Centaur walks back in and says, all right, I'm going to die. I'm going to do as much damage as I can. Man, the Whirling Death is so powerful. Even through the Oracle ult, it does damage. And they're going to take a second set of racks. I think there's literally no way for Siberium to come back in this. Like, literally none.
I just don't know why Siberium hasn't called it yet.
You're the analyst. How do they come back?
Pretty much diving fountains. That is their only hope. If they do dive fountain, they have one of the best fountain diving defenses, which is X marks the spot, right?
Yes, that's always something.
Pull them right back into the fountain, you know?
That's something you always have to plan for.
Yeah, so... Looks like they tried to plan for that. Unfortunately, Omega Lil was wise to that strategy. It was really good awareness by them to read what the backup plan was for a Siberium seed and just counterplay it as much as possible.
Yeah, congratulations to Omega Lil with the biggest comeback that we've seen in terms of from Game 1 to Game 2.
Yeah.
They looked like a completely different team. It's like they have 5 icebergs on their team at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The volatility Are we going to see that in Game 3 is the question. What Omega Lil are we going to get in Game 3? Capitalist.
I think that entirely depends on what kind of draft we're seeing. I think both teams had a very clear outdraft in Game 1 and Game 2, and particularly the laning phase. I think the laning phase, and just in general, we've seen this as we've developed through Omega League, that the team that has a more aggressive playstyle is very naturally just going to, like, there's so many advantages still to be gained. It's not a huge snowball patch, but it's still there, right? You take some of these early towers. When you have a net worth advantage, you're able to just take more. If you get an early tier 2, you take outposts, you have control of more of the map, you get the experience. There's just a lot of things to build off of. So I think that both these teams are going to have to put, I mean, hey, you got Timbersaw last pick. You probably forgot about the hero. That's about it. I think you just shake it off of your Siberian Seed.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the panel thinks that Siberian Seed can shake this one off with another panel. Hopefully they don't talk about the Jesus snakes again.
Ah, yes, Jesus snakes, but I don't think that that's what we need to talk about after that last game. We have a series on our hands here. Let's actually talk about how we managed to get here. Obviously, very different things happening in the draft this time around, Lizard.
The last pick changed completely on the side of Omega Lil. Maybe they hurt the Flames a little bit. Maybe we hurt their egos a little bit. They last picked this Timber, and this Timber didn't have an answer. That's how it felt throughout the game. He was just able to constantly stay a threat on the map, and it's so easy to play around him when he's unkillable.
Yep, and you pretty much called that. You said that Timber was a great pick, and it was really going to be, did the other team want to, do well and focus? They tried, but I still would fault this one to the Centaur. What did the Centaur do?
You and the Centaur.
What did he do? A second pick Centaur. He didn't do anything. So Timbersaw was just able to run over them completely. And again, this is another example of a Timbersaw only winning a game, completely owning it when nobody is a Diffusal builder. You can't pull this shit in a PL game, boys. You gotta count. Last pick that Timby.
Yeah, there's like 3 builds that you can go on Troll. You can go Maelstrom to fight a bit early. You can go Battle Fury to kind of farm. Diffusal is an option, but it's a hard option to take because it leaves you in a bad spot in which you sometimes can't really fight well, sometimes can't really farm with it well. So in this kind of a game, that's exactly what happened to this Troll. He couldn't farm, he couldn't fight.
Do you agree with Slacks, though, that early pick Centaur really set them up?
No. I think that's BS.
Whatever.
You're okay with
I'm just going to go over that, sure, whatever.
We just saw that fight. They just Centaured into a fight, fully committed to kill a guy, and then as they were walking out, they're getting picked apart.
Centaur is the vessel to get into the fight.
I know.
Like some other heroes, that's what he did, and he accomplished that. The fact that you can't do anything after you get to that fight is completely their fault.
First phasing a delivery mechanism does seem a little bit off, right?
But that's what you usually do. You don't pick your main core in the first phase. You pick one of these enabling heroes that can enable different drafts, right? That's why Darkseer is picked constantly.
I'm not saying don't pick I'm not saying pick a core second pick. I'm saying don't pick Centaur. A hero sucks ass. Don't pick him.
He got nerfed, but he also got changed in a way in which I think he can work. He's not Wind Ranger.
Well, that's just
level like you like to call it.
But it does suffer from the same thing, overcommittal. Overcommittal, stampeding your entire team in, and then oh shit, there's no going back. There's no U-turn on the stampede in.
Such is life. Life truly is a highway.
The world is a mystery.
The world is a vampire.
Are vampires real?
We'll get into that in a little bit.
Okay.
We gotta take a look. How'd you feel about the Pugna? You accidentally called the Pugna, Slacks.
Did I?
Sure enough, there Pugna was with both the voice of a child and an old man.
Indeed. And with the wiseness of an old man, but the vigor of a young youth, he did play that game. Yeah.
It was good, right? Because you had the Pugna. Basically, how this draft worked out, you have the Pugna for the Troll to counter him, and then you have Timbersaw for everything else. And those 2 heroes alone, when you look at them, whatever the remaining squad is, you just have filler picks. Whatever you pick there on your 2 supports and your other core, they're gonna win the game because they just completely destroyed the tactic that Siberian Seed had.
Sure. Much different game for the Tiny as well. Such a big part of these drafts, being able to run around, make space, do his work, and had a much better lineup. But it does seem that
Different position as well. It's
Yep.
Lil playing it.
Of course.
The Vampire has been banished from Omega Lil. What was it? XS Vampire? Lil has taken his spot back.
But I have to say, I think MVP, of course, is probably the Treant in this game. Just a versatile... God, not
Treant.
Prophet. Who cares? They're both tree people. But anyway, Prophet was very good in this
He
game.
summons little treants.
I know.
Or
it's too
mushrooms.
close.
Sometimes little.
They don't look even remotely similar. They're
Their
not
lore
even the
is
same.
the problem is the lore is too similar, and that's what confuses me. That's why I always call them the same thing.
What is the lore of Treant Protector?
Yeah, I asked him
Furion?
about this. He didn't really.
No, they're
Does
kind of
does it make you mad when I call him Furion?
no. That's an old school thing. That's fine. Furion is I used to get mad, but I don't get mad now because people make a great point. Furion, nature's prophet.
Yeah.
If I'm in a game, I want someone to say Furion's coming instead of nature's prophet is on the way.
I get flamed sometimes in chat because I use like Nyx,
Lothar.
Nyx, Lothar,
Nyx is not good.
Furion. Yeah.
If you're a Nyx guy, there's Nyx, there's Lifestealer, and then Nyx, okay? I've been in plenty of...
Nyx is much easier to say than Lifestealer, though it rolls off.
But there's
easier.
not... Okay. But it is a problem, though, because there's a Nyx. If
Yeah,
you-
but Nyx and Nyx, it's...
I think it's just too close to the other name.
It's too close.
It's like if you
If they are in the game together, I understand.
yeah, but then you've already set the precedent, right? Like,
Yes.
I mean, if you have a guy named Jack, it would probably be difficult to name his child Zach, right? Every time you hear the ack, everybody's gonna be like,
Yes, it's all about the ack.
It's about yak, I see.
put your ack into it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, but there are quite a few of them that I feel like people still go back to the old names.
Yeah,
do,
Lothar is
yeah.
the number one, I think. I can't think of any other ones. though.
Ginzo.
Ginzu? What the hell is that?
No one goes back to that.
What's a Ginzu?
Hex.
Hex is a Ginzu? That's new for me.
Nah, it's fine.
Sheep,
never heard
I
that.
get. I get
Sheep stick.
Yeah,
Sheep stick.
sure.
Yeah.
A
You
Ginzu?
go for that, definitely.
Yeah, Ginzu though.
That's cool.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was a Yule's. Doesn't make a lot of sense because Yule made Yule and Ginzu made the Ginzu, but what can you do?
I'm trying to think of other ones. There are
Yeah,
a
me
bunch.
as well,
We're just missing out on them right now.
Well, you know. we're
There's
not at-
plenty.
yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty.
LaSalle.
What the fuck is that? LaSalle?
What?
What is that?
Venno, dude.
Oh my god, well that's his real name.
Yeah.
Well, his real name in the in Dota 1 was his hero name?
LaSalle, yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, when you get into real names a lot, you know, you got like your Marescas and things like that people use, right?
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Rich.
I mean, people like that's not just me.
What
like,
people?
A lot of people.
Do you use that name? a lot?
I say Maresca.
You see Miraska a lot?
I mean, not anymore,
Oh.
but
Rich, if I had $1 million, I would pay you $1 million to name your daughter Maresca so you felt shame for the rest of your life.
man, imagine if $1 million could actually make that happen. I'm still alone.
No.
All the money in the
no.
world.
Don't worry.
It'll never happen.
Although
for
it would
me.
be easy to get your seed and create a daughter. That would not be difficult to do. Probably cheaper than getting you a wife on.
Going back to Siberian Seed versus Omega, Lil.
Speaking of seeds,
We have the third game on our hands.
I feel like this is kind of an underlying idea between the talent right now.
What's that?
Talking a lot about
The
life
seed.
and creating life.
Yeah, we're hitting those years, all of us.
Talking about just like
fucking
cloning
boomers.
each other and like cloning pets.
Disgusting boomers.
It's been a weird tournament, like to kind of see where we're all at.
been too long, you know. We could all keep up the professional facade for so long before people remember that we're fucking basement gremlins like they are.
Yeah,
Like, wake up with Dorito chums all over us and I gotta play my ranked games. We can't keep it up for that
What's your
long.
most disgusting gaming habit?
Oh, great question. Okay, real talk. My most disgusting gaming habit is I do 90% of my Dota after my wife has gone to sleep and I pretend like I'm sleeping in the bed with her. We'll go to bed at like 10:30, 11 at
I
night.
envy you so much.
And then I sneak out and then I literally game until like 4 in the morning, and then I sneak back into bed. If I was a Chad, I would actually be doing something cool, but I'm literally just spamming text.
No, that's what I tried to do, but
Does she know? Like, is she watching right
she
now?
had actually caught me for the first time, like a week before I came here. The door swung open to the basement. It was 3:45 a.m. and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I had a nightmare."
you just switched the point.
And she said,
I'm scared.
she said, "You didn't have a nightmare." And then she said, "How often do you do this?" And my heart was pumping. It was pumping, dude.
Now she's gonna see this.
No, I'm so scared. She doesn't watch this. She's embarrassed of what I do, so it's all good. But
that's another positive side of your relationship, man. She doesn't watch.
that's good, though. It's good.
Yeah, no, it is nice. Like I feel that with like, if anybody ever watches my stream, I'm like, okay, I can never interact with that human
Right,
in the real world.
Yeah.
My mom said something about my stream the other. Like, I like when my mom watches the tournaments. It's great. She watched my stream and I was like, oh god.
Oh no.
I say terrible things, Mom.
But why did you say that was your dream? You know?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I described my story sneaking away to do my dirties, and you said that's the dream.
It sounds good.
What are you talking?
It is
It
actually
sounds good.
considerate.
Like
Yeah.
you can just go and play. Like
Oh,
Yeah, but
For me, it's
also,
like-
it's also considerate, right? Like
I was gonna rant.
you're trying because when she's awake, you want to spend all of your mental energy spending time with the person you love.
yeah.
you don't have a girl, right? Like, you don't,
No.
you're not in a relationship. Right?
Why would you say it like that? It's such a brutal Chad way. I literally just PTSD'd back into like high school, and then you fucking coming up to me in a hallway and going, "You don't have a girl, do you?" No?
Nothing.
Shame. And then just walking. My God.
But you play as many games as you want, huh? No. Yeah, no.
Girl, do you? Oh, ooh.
I know. I think it's sweet. I think it's sweet that my gaming habits are far worse than that. Right after TI, this was actually okay. So right after I had to change my flight to make sure that I made it back in time for the classic WoW release.
Yeah.
Fogged and I
remember that.
We changed our flight.
Yeah.
The Fogged, by the way, when we were out, we were drinking together at karaoke, doing the whole 9 yards. I kept being like, "You gonna be okay to wake up tomorrow for the flight? You gonna be all right? You gonna
He
be all
missed
right?"
that, didn't
He's like,
he?
yeah. Sure enough, it comes to the time that we're supposed to get on the flight. Fogged is not answering anything. He's not answering anything at all. PPD can back me up because PPD was there. I went to every single person. I tried so hard to awaken Fogged. I knocked on his door myself, had the hotel staff call his room, everything. Could not wake up Giannis. Just could not wake him up. Finally, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to miss the release because of him. I go back, get on the bus
kind of
with,
a friend
with
are you?
Peter.
Either way,
I finally
tried.
get a text message from Fogged 20 minutes later, and he says, "You're dead to me."
I remember this. He was so mad at you. I was there.
so heartbroken. He was like, I was so hard. He literally just messaged me. He said, "You're dead to me." I tried everything in my power. Nobody would wait. You know the best part?
How hard did he actually try? Were you
So
there?
hard. Peter can back me up. After all of that, after literally all of that, he got back before me, and he was level 22 before I even managed to log into the server. Because I was on Asmon's server, so it was just like a bunch of people trying to log on the entire time. But what happened after was when my gaming habits got truly disgusting. I won't throw out.
Oh, so this entire thing has been the prequel.
That's
to
a
the,
prequel
to
for
the
his story.
When
yeah.
I got
That's why
Ready to
we're
go,
here
ready to
for.
go, all right.
Please, Rich.
We're ready.
bless us.
when I got back, when I got back, I got all the way to max level, and I didn't throw out trash one time.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow,
What does that
that's
mean as
really-
someone who does have a life?
I was just surrounded by all of my food got delivered, and
How
I
long
never
did
threw
it
out.
take you to get max level?
Long time. Like when did TI end? Because I remember I waited.
Did
I got
Fog get
multiple.
it?
I got multiple characters to like a hideout. We're finally getting into the draft, but I got multiple characters like very close, and I capped them all on September 6th.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. The 15-minute long story about how you fucked over Fogged was a prequel.
I didn't screw
Was a
over
prequel.
Fog.
Was a prequel to
Yeah.
I ordered in food for the entirety of my leveling up experience. That one sentence
Yep,
was the
that's it.
15-minute prequel.
Sometimes it's about the journey.
It was a
Sometimes
journey.
really,
We weren't getting into
sometimes
the
it's
draft.
really about the journey.
I panicked. There's an old adage. Do not use more than half of your gas on the boat ride out.
Wow.
I was making sure we had a tank full on.
All right, I
legendary.
love it. That's a true host. When it's fill time, you fill till you don't have to. I love it.
And speaking of fill, we're getting our fill of Rubik today.
Woo!
Every single time. I feel like we are seeing him in the first phase, and also another Ench to start things off.
And another Ember. Very
Another
similar.
Ember.
Very similar, kids.
Yeah, no Centaur this time around.
Yeah, what a surprise.
They tried it.
The sole reason they lost.
They listened to Slacks. They dodged that Centaur this time around.
Good job, boys. Interesting to see actually what this pick will be. We've seen Tiny picked up every single time. Will they go for it again?
Why not? You won with it last game.
But you lost so badly
But
with
you
game
lost.
one.
You won with
Do
it
you really
last game.
blame the Tiny there?
Nah, you wouldn't blame the Tiny.
Yeah.
You would blame that Monkey King last pick in the first game for sure. So the Tiny actually did
mean-
all right in the mid lane, but then afterwards it all fell apart.
Maybe.
He was pretty far behind.
Slardar beat him to blink. Snapfire soloed him. Pugna! There he is, that little demon boy. Good to see you again.
It's
I'm
interesting
so
though.
confused by Pugna now with the lore that you told us.
So here's more fun Pugna lore. So Pugna Viper talks much in his lore about he was captured by a wizard, and the wizard thought he was a dumb animal, but Viper's very smart. And he watched the wizard do a bunch of stuff, and then he actually spit his poison in his face and killed him. Later, an artifact that confirmed that was Pugna.
So
the
that's
old
why he's
Pugna.
a Scully.
Yes. So before he Dalai Lamaed into a new child, Viper killed him in his last form. Very interesting.
Wait, did that have an effect on his appearance in this fight?
Perhaps, because now he's got the same kind of nether energy from the nether drake of Viper.
That's my question. Why is he like that? Why?
Yeah, because if you Dalai Lama, you don't really...
Well,
You go from one vessel to another. Why are you? Whatever.
because he's taken over. That was a normal little kid until he got pugnatized.
Till
But
he
also
got
fun
spat
fact.
in his face
Yeah.
by
Wait,
Viper.
so he's actually possessing...
Yeah, pretty much. It's like an evil Dalai Lama.
Oh,
Like-
it's not a reincarnation.
Well, yeah, it is, but
Well, if it's a
as
reincarnation...
the Dalai Lama also works is the baby is born and it's not the Dalai Lama, but when they gain enough sentience to be able to pick out toys from the old Dalai Lama, then technically yes, they are the
yeah, but no,
spirit has
yeah,
entered.
but it's not... Okay. Aang is not possessed by...
I
the
don't know
Avatar.
who Aang is. Who is Aang?
The Dalai Lama
Oh,
does
from
not
the-
possess... The Dalai Lama does not possess...
Well, that's what the Dalai Lama wants you to think. He wants you to think it's reincarnated, but truly he takes over the body
just takes over.
of a child.
Oh,
it's
that's
very fucked
horrible.
up.
The
Now
child
I'm
is
actually
not
with Simon.
separate. The child is not separate. The idea is to be reincarnated, but you live a new life. But
I don't understand.
There's a similar thread.
I see. Well, aren't we all reincarnations?
Well, I mean, we're all recycled for sure,
Yes.
in some way.
So technically, we're
Definitely.
all Pugna.
If you live long enough, there will be an exact genetic copy of you at
That's
some point.
not true, I don't think.
Yes, it is. Have you not seen Jupiter Ascending?
What the fuck? You saw Jupiter ascending?
I've said this a few times. If I was given all the money in the world right now and I could do one thing, I would remake Jupiter Ascending.
What in the hell?
That movie,
Really?
that movie actually is such a strong, incredible plot.
What
but
are
it
you
just
talking?
wasn't executed. Big Hollywood destroyed that movie.
So you're telling me if you would rather have a Yu-Gi-Oh movie or a Jupiter ascending movie?
Oh, Jupiter Ascending, hands down.
Wow.
Yu-Gi-Oh is just cute. It's just a fun idea. The world itself is built out well, and the underlying themes are interesting. The show itself, the plot device, all of that. is
Very,
really
very interesting. If I had unlimited money, I would try to solve world hunger. But it wouldn't be as good as Jupiter Ascending
It
remake.
definitely wouldn't.
I think
that movie would solve world hunger if you
Look.
made it really well.
In video games, in video game design, people say this all the time, right?
Yeah.
If you try to change the player's behavior, you are fighting a battle that you will ultimately lose. I can't change people, but I can give them Jupiter Ascending.
I can give them what they deserve. Jupiter Ascending.
Food
No.
The thing, the movie is incredible, man. Like, I'm telling you, it is so...
What are you talking about?
The problem is they just...
Mila Kunis?
It's horrible.
No, okay, well, first of all, Mila and Channing Tatum both gave the performance of their life.
No one is going to watch that film.
Imagine Channing Tatum delivering those incredible lines that he delivers, the incredible emotion which he causes the human to feel while wearing werewolf ears on space roller skates. That is not a difficult or not an easy role. That is not an easy role at all. Channing Tatum did a very difficult thing there, very difficult thing, just like playing Pugna in this meta.
I mean, not really at all. But yeah, sure. Good transition. Hey, look.
Pugna is definitely more difficult. they get the Earth Spirits here as well. You get some silence, you get some control in the fights. It's pretty decent with Pugna. But Pugna, much like Centaur in that first game, if picked earlier on in the draft, can be countered quite heavily.
Just about to say that. They have got a massive let's jump on these idiots lineup here. Like, if they can actually do big burst magical damage, their entire lineup is just kaput right now.
Yep.
So show me something like that. Ember's a good start. Rubik, the first pick Rubik, always got good utility, but I want some people that are going to get on top of these fools and blow them up.
Yep. What's actually really interesting is that they started with the clockwork ban in the second stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that I would have loved to see from them. But I guess if you have Rubik, you don't really have a lot of space for that clock unless you're playing it on 3, and not many teams are playing it offlane right now. So
would you say
understandable.
You can play Void Spirit and Ember Spirit in the same lineup?
You could.
Yeah.
There have been games. We have seen 5 spirits in the same draft. Anti-mage.
I don't think that happened, but yeah, continue. Anti-mage is exactly what I was looking for.
Yep.
Somebody that's going to jump on top of these guys, going to blow them up, especially a hard counter against Pugna. Such a massive mana pool. He's like a little nuke running around in there. Yeah. A little package of C4 among his team. Big boom.
You have no catch on the side of Omega Lil. Like, your spirit, yeah, fine. Like, you can roll on top of AM, perhaps silence him with the stones, but that's...
Wow, like, what? Okay, sure. I mean, they need catch. This is AM. Yeah, I guess AM does get bashed, sure.
You have those pesky little nets as well,
sure,
and you have Basher, perhaps on Troll at some point. You play on a little bit of a faster tempo overall with Troll, especially now when you have Enchantress Pugna. You are able to pressure towers too. Eventually, AM does scale out of control here.
Of course.
There's that early late game part of the game in which Anti-Mage just dominates. There we go, some disarm.
Sure.
That's pretty decent versus Troll in the lane. One of the better heroes versus him.
Typically not a fan of Pangolier in this patch from what we've been seeing, but against this draft, it could be extremely good.
You have a lot of nuking potential on the laning stage as well. You have Rubik Fatebolt plus Swashbuckle. It's actually pretty decent versus Troll overall in the game. Later on, you have that Rolling Thunder versus the Pugna. You can get in very deep together with your AM and Ember.
Listen, you're a smart guy. Can you help me shit-talk a guy that was in my pub last night?
Sure.
I'm in this pub, playing techies with Pangolier. Get this Pango 4 kills in the lane. Then he says he loses the game. He never rotates. And I say, Pango, you're supposed to rotate and kill people. And after you get ahead, and he says, Pango, don't do that. I'm the support. He didn't buy a single support item, by the way. But
wait. He was the support.
That's what he claimed. But if Pango's job is to accelerate and then go nuke people down and kill them,
that's literally what you're meant to be doing.
Thank you.
Boy. What
Pickle
is
Rick
this?
69.
What
Thank
the hell
you
is this?
for not.
You're a support Pango. Of course you're supposed to be rotating. What else are you supposed to be doing?
What else do you do?
Are you gonna push towers? Are you gonna take Rush, boy?
Nothing. Anyway.
Oh, gank.
So,
God damn it.
Pango's job is to gank and to get on top of people and destroy them, in which he'll do well in this game. Stupid idiot.
Pickle Rick.
Oh, my.
Hey, what?
All right.
Hey.
Good versus Troll, good versus Pugna, good versus Enchantress. When it comes to the lane, it can be a bit bad with the AM. It's also not the greatest laning support if laned versus Enchantress. It's all right versus Earth Spirit, I suppose, but overall, I'm not sold on the AA pick.
I'm kind of feeling it. I mean, so you have Ember that goes in, Pango that goes in. As long as AA lands that ultimate, literally everyone on their team dies. It's not the worst thing in the world against Troll. Does the thing actually save kill Troll.
Sure.
Right? The Ice Blast, if he does his ult?
It's gonna kill him, man.
I'm not sure. I think...
He's gonna live through it, but he's gonna die if he doesn't heal up on the end.
Sure. Okay, whatever. But I can see where they're going with. They have a lot of potential to get those pickoffs, but it's hard to execute.
Omega Lil, again, like, in this game, they have the easier draft to execute. When you look at this draft, it's just easy. You see all the pieces, how they form together a solid formation that can take towers, that has late game potential. On the side of Siberian Seed, yeah, you have that with the Ember and the Anti-Mage, but it's so quirky. Like you really have to outplay to go ahead in this laning stage and then later on reach that potential for the Anti-Mage.
That's why so many teams are staying away from guys like Pangolier and even AA, is because it's so essential to land those skillful things. If you mess up, it's hard. Why take the chance and pick guys that could possibly mess up? How do you mess up as an Ench? Yeah. You click on a guy and do massive damage.
Remember like 5 years ago when Kunkka X marks the spot into Torrent was the combo to execute properly? Right. You know, like it became a standard part of this game that you have to be able to do every single time, 100%. While Pango, he's still kinda, okay, I can mess up in these fights.
Yeah.
And the odds going to be in favor of Omega Lil as well on EGB.com. And with a lineup like this, it seems like our analysts are also going to be in favor of this lineup. The question is, are they going to be able to pull it off? It does seem like it has the ease of execution on its side as well. You've already started to outline some of the ways that you could potentially see Seed manage to take this one down. What are the main things to be looking for at home, Lizard?
Yeah, if you're Siberian Seed, your Ember needs to have a decent start to create enough space for this Anti-Mage to come online eventually. If you're Omega Lil, this is a default game of Dota. Go and push towers, have a normal laning stage. You don't have to do anything exceptional at all.
Just play the game.
Just play the game. The draft plays itself pretty much.
All right, well, let's see if that draft's going to be enough to have them take this series. This game is going to decide it, as finally we are in the bracket here in Divine.
Hello, welcome back to another cast. This is going to be Omega Lol versus Siberian Seed. Game 3, Troll versus Anti-Mage. Who wins that matchup?
Can I just point out, your intro is made so much better by the very soft moaning of Siraction Slacks in the background. Oh no! No, no, no!
Get out of here already.
I wish they could have picked up on that. Oh my god. This looks like a just terrible lineup for Siberian Seed. I do not have faith that they're going to be able to put together a whole lot of team fighting at all. I think that they are going to be incredibly reliant on Pango doing a good job in this game, but I don't think he has a very good setup whatsoever. I think he's got a lot of abilities that he has to worry about in being able to get off Rolling Thunder in the first place. That is one of the hardest issues with Pango, is being able to swashbuckle in and still get off Rolling Thunder unimpeded. I think his lane is also going to be somewhat difficult. I think your matchup against Troll can be okay. Because you have Lucky Shot, you can be really helpful in team fights. But in the laning phase specifically, you don't do anything to Troll. Troll just harasses you over and over again. And I don't think Rubik is going to be enough to offset that.
Sure. Yeah, I could see that. And, you know, as Slacks' teammate did point out in the pub, Pango not so good at snowballing and roaming. Uber taking a lot of damage here, does use the nuke, but it doesn't prevent that much damage at level 1 now. And a big nuke coming out from the Enchantress, but it is level 1 only, so it is not that big.
Gotta say, I love that story from Siraction Slacks, the funniest shit I've ever heard. It's quite good. But yeah, the Troll versus Anti-Mage matchup, not very fun for Anti-Mage for a lot of obvious reasons. Troll has this really good ensnare against you. He can actually man up against the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage, if he ever gets the initiation, what do you burn down a Troll's mana and nuke him down? Well, he doesn't have that much mana pool to work with anyway, so it's not going to be that big of a nuke. Eventually, you're going to get Abyssal Blade against the AM, in which case AM has to play really well around his spell shield to block the Abyssal active, but there's still the ensnare as well as the bash passives that are quite good. I feel like Siberian Seed, they've not only put themselves on a time limit because they have to be able to win with Anti-Mage around like 35 minutes when he's supposed to be like 2 items ahead of the troll, but they also need to be able to fight 4 versus 5, and I look at it and I just think this is a pretty dream Earth Spirit game. He is incredibly disruptive to Ember Spirit and Pango. He's got 2 squishy backline heroes that he's good against as well.
Literally everyone, actually. Oh,
Yeah.
Anti-Mage, though, if he does fall, the timing is really hindered up here. I mean, especially because Pugna, I think this is the only hero that can really feed the Anti-Mage.
And already the laning phase is off to a bad start. It was a race to see which side lane was going to get first blood for Omega Lil.
It seems like Omega Lil, man, they really did not like that first game. They are coming in strong on this one. They are furious. Look at the damage from Lil here. Just, I'm going to right-click you until you run into your tower.
And then, yeah, as you said, Earth Spirit, really good at being able to hunt down Anti-Mage, right? He's got this long-range initiation. His abilities are AoE, so you don't have to worry about the spell shield. All around, just good stuff. Yeah. I will be pleasantly surprised if Siberian MC does manage to pull out the win. Again, I think it's going to come down a lot to individual play. I think that Lil Pleb actually does have to get involved in some fights. He can't be totally AFK because I don't think Siberium's 4-man is strong enough to win fights. And again, we're going to need both the Ember Spirit and the Pango to have individually incredible performances and not get caught by the multitude of traps and ensnares and silences that are going to be headed their way.
I think one or the other needs to snowball, and it looks like it might not be this bot lane Pango just because the Rubik keeps dying in the lane, so it's difficult to have a solid time. Ember does seem like he's doing very well, though, and if an Ember can make enough space for the AM, as you mentioned, he needs to show up to fights. He's got a Pugna to mana break in the fights. So, I mean, this hero can kill his entire team. It's the highest in-game gain hero in the game. So, it's not impossible.
It's just difficult, right?
It's hard to execute.
You've got counterplays if you're the Pugna, right? You're going to be able to decrepify yourself when the AM jumps on you. And so if you're fast enough in that, like, he's not going to have a basher very quickly. He jumps on you in Mantas. If you can get off the decrepify pretty quickly, you can mitigate a lot of that damage.
Can he get the root? No, he cannot. 2 hits.
Still, though, Sam TP'd all the way back to the base. He had plenty of regen still in his inventory, so the play was probably to TP to the tier 1. Otherwise, he misses out on so much. The reason he went gone on, though, is that as 4 minutes come up, the 4 position naturally wants to be able to rotate and protect the power runes, especially in a matchup that is pretty even and is very often determined by what power runes are picked up.
Right, and they also TP'd mid to fill up his bottle as well. So Mastermind getting a double bottle refill there. Gets the kick off. There's no silence, though, from Lil.
2 seconds till his blink is up. I don't think it's fast enough.
Oh, man.
Really good read by Lil, seeing that opportunity.
Wow, you do not want a Pugna to be killing an Anti-Mage. This is a counter. Like, Pugna is supposed to feed this lane.
Yeah.
So the nuke comes out from the Satyr. That does take away Sam's only salve. So this bot lane is going hugely in favor of Omega Lil. They're getting solo zoned by an Enchantress here. He jumps in. That seems a little bit crazy, but maybe Enchantress will actually die here. I think the return kill will happen, though.
Yeah, that's probably worth it. I mean, I guess if I'm Sam and my lane's going really poorly and I have an opportunity to be able to reset and bring more regen into lane, I don't feel terrible about it, but obviously they've already dug themselves into a nasty hole, and it's going to be hard to climb out of 2,000 net worth lead already.
He blinked in, so he might just die here to the right clicks. He's got 9 seconds left of the blink.
You don't have a support that plays with you.
This support is also at 20% HP. He might die as well. The roll is up in 4 seconds. They want to get the Anti-Mage kill. This is the most important one. He actually does survive, but I think...
Blind roll. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's going to die. Lil, can he survive? He's got some Fairy Fires. Use the Decrepify, prevent a little bit of that physical damage. Sunlight putting the pressure onto Mastermind here with another support in the lane. So 1v2, that is not something that you like to see if you're a Siberium Seed fan.
Yeah, the funny thing about this Ember Spirit Kunkka matchup, right, is that Kunkka is able to put a bunch of physical damage on Ember, but he has no way to remove the Flame Guard.
Double-edged.
Yeah, so it just becomes a really interesting positioning battle. I find this one of the more interesting melee on melee matchups right now.
Does Mastermind not have any levels in Searing Chains? It looks like he does not. So can't really kill Sunlight there when he makes an aggressive move like that. Although Puber,
yeah,
maybe he's a little too aggressive.
X-torrented into the roll. Really nice combo that we're going to see quite a lot of in this game.
Fairy Fire is really coming in handy here. with these kills. It looks like Omega Lil's about to die, and one of their heroes, they pop a Fairy Fire. Not quite enough.
Yeah, and Sunlight, he's such a good answer to the Animage once you get those higher levels of X and you're able to, especially at nighttime, you're able to X him like before you even come into vision, so he doesn't really have a counterplay whatsoever. And then that X is set up into not just the Torrent boat combination, it's also into the Earth Spirit that's going to look really good.
Silence, plenty of time for the root to come out as well. It is a lot. And Sam, he does not have his Swashbuckle. A lot of these heroes in this game just using their mobility abilities to get some CS and harass, but taking so much damage as a result.
Immediately getting punished for it.
Look at this big double wave with the catapult too. This is the most important thing here is the catapult survives. Luckily, Rubik is in position to de-push a little bit though. Anti-Mage on the top lane, he gets mana drain, he gets sucked. It's not a mana drain, that's a life drain. Lil, although Mastermind, he comes in, he doesn't have the shield on, so Lil's not taking too much damage, but he's got high points in his W ability, so diving in, he's going to have another nuke, and yeah, he's dead.
Honestly, not that terrible, because he forced a rotation out of Mastermind and bought a ton of time. This is something the Mastermind's going to have to do, though. Just pretty classically, if you're going to lose your side lanes this hard, your mid has to come in and try and change the nature of the game.
It's true.
The static laning phase is terrible, and he just kind of has to try and get as much done as possible.
It's such a... Oh, Puber. Oh, man. He's getting boated. Torrent to follow up. Doesn't hit. Doesn't really seem like it's needed. Body block to come up from the Enchantress. Giving the last hit to the Kunkka. Very nice.
No, giving the last hit to his
the
Satyr.
creep, actually. Okay, well,
he was microing his hero and forgot that his Satyr was auto-attacking.
Defeat the purpose to some degree, but I respect the attempt at being a good support. Yeah. Sam just desperately trying to get that level 6 so he can get active. Malik in the trees. He does run away so he doesn't get those cold feet procced on him. He's totally out of mana though. And Lil Pleb is chasing. He wants to go for the ultimate ability.
If he spots him, he's totally out of mana. If he gets off the ultimate, I think that just blows him up. Just needs the vision.
No raindrop. He should be dead. Sunlight comes in though to protect him. Malik is juking in the trees. Okay, he's got the silence on the Earth Spirit, so it's enough. Possibly.
Finally.
Lil Pleb gets the kill. Doesn't matter with all the juking. He's got the wand bait. They thought they would get him. Sunlight has to rotate. This does mean the bot tower falls. AA TP's in. Sam is still level 5, so Mastermind's TP rotation doesn't look like it's going to do much, but he does have an Arcane Rune. No Searing Chains, but he'll slowly harass away here.
Were you there for that stat? I'm not sure if I was casting with you. When the offlane tower is taken first?
No, you were. I heard you say that, though.
Yeah, that's 70% win rate on either side. And again, it is not that interesting of a stat. It pretty much just says if your lane goes so shit that you actually lose the off-lane tower instead of what is the normal rotations of the safe lane carry, rotating into their own triangle or moving into the enemy safe lane to take towers, you trade off. Like, if that doesn't, that whole process doesn't happen, if instead you lose the off-lane tower before the safe lane carry even rotates around and finds better places to farm, then you are in serious trouble.
Right. It's like says something about the nature of the game, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that old stat that red wine, people that drink red wine are healthier, but it's because the people that can afford to drink red wine are rich and can afford healthcare. And it's like, oh well, okay, well within that context, that makes a lot of sense. It's not a causation, but it does tell you something. It's a fun stat. TP coming in from the bot lane on the Kunkka, so they want to defend this. I mean, it is an anti-mage. It's not like this is a full siege here or anything. Does get the X off on himself. Mastermind is sitting behind the tower. He's seeing if there's any sort of setup that he can do here. Sam has the ultimate. They use the Searing Chains to set up. Can he get the bounces? It's a long roll. This is a good place to fight, though, for Pangolier. It looks like the boat is going to be possibly enough to protect him, but no. Mana break comes out.
Oh, and he caught Happy, too.
Gets a silence. Suck coming out from the Pugna, but the Pugna's totally out of mana. Mastermind, he's super low. Troll comes in, picks up the kill. Lil Pleb, he doesn't have mana. He used the one. He does have mana. The Ice Blast comes in, hits onto one.
Oh, I wish they had turned around and gotten aggressive in that moment. That might have been a sick little double kill.
Very
for them.
close.
But
very close.
The nature of that fight and why it went wrong for Omega Lil, it's just greedy to try and defend your safe lane tower the way they did. One of the hard parts about defending a safe lane tower is the setup in the first place of the team fight. Because what happens is as an enemy invades into the safe lane, they're able to easily wrap behind the tower, right? And you're stuck in this little island while they have full control over where the fight actually occurs. So as a result, if you're going to defend a safe lane tower, you need to actually make sure you're there early and you're there in numbers. Otherwise, what happens is you just kind of get picked apart one by one.
The staggered TPs is a big issue.
It's a really big issue.
With the mid lane, there's a tier 2 you can TP to that's really close. Mastermind gets caught out with the X Torrent, gets silenced up by the Earth Spirit, but it's only a level 1 silence, so it doesn't look like it's enough. There is Sunlight diving the tower. He's got the AA blast on him. The Swashbuckle misses. He gets decrepified. He's still got the blast on him, though, so he does tick down eventually. And, okay, Pango roll in the river. Always a nice place to roll. Gets the Searing Chains out. Okay, Pugna, he has got the Decrepify very soon, but there's magic damage, possibly. Kellen comes in, Mastermind, he looks to commit. Suck comes out on the creep. Decrepify comes out. He is keeping himself alive for just barely a large amount of time. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. The fights are going on way too long.
That's a classic stumble, man. It happens to everybody. You know, you're just like, oh god, the action's happening faster than my brain can get the words out.
Happening on the screen. Torrent comes out from Sunlight onto Mastermind. Physical damage. That's all he's got, though. Boat comes out. He uses the Remnant. Can he time it? It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a quick and easy counter.
I feel like Omega Lil's not really respecting the damage output of Siberium Seed if they get the nice setup. Ice Blast is really good against their lineup. They just kind of respect the setup of these team fights. They're just kind of like barreling into Siberium Seed saying, oh, we won the laning phase, we're so much stronger than them. But now they've kind of thrown away that lead. As you can see, they're up like 4K by 10 minutes.
Right.
And now it's down to 1K at 13.
Yeah, they have no pipe carry. I think that's a big issue, but what do I know? I'm a play-by-play caster. What do you think the biggest issue is for Omega Lil diving in these fights here?
I think the fact that they're not, it's very easy for Pango as well as Ember Spirit to be able to set up their kind of like poke under the protection of a tier 1 tower. They can get a lot of some of their poke damage. All of a sudden, like, oh look, Kunkka's down to 400 HP. We can commit. They get that 1 kill, and then it just like translates into more and more.
So the ward comes out, so this is a really nice smoke onto the Troll. He does have the ulti available. Let's see, the Ice Blast comes out. Do they have enough damage to burst him? If he thinks he's going to get nuked again, maybe he pops the ult. But he just trusts he has enough armor to survive that. Pango almost sniped him there, but it wasn't close enough. Sunlight, he gets the X out onto the AA. That seems like it's a bit of an easy target. Team protects them, though. They're protecting their supports. They watched Owie's video. Okay, Mallet comes in. The net comes out from the Enchantress creep. I hear a roll. It's on the back lines. It's on the Rubik. Silence comes out. Pango has the roll up, but he gets rooted by the Troll. And on the back line, Lil is in. He is making sure these supports can't do anything in the fight. And in fact, he still has the ulti going on all of them. Mallet comes in with another ulti, but it's a double suck. And not the way that you would think. There's so much sucking going on. Okay, we have Troll on the mid lane. Another AA blast coming in. It doesn't quite connect with him. I think if that did, he probably would have died.
Yeah, it was a really interesting triangle of suck there. You know, normally you expect the suck to be between two people, right?
Yeah, but there was like
there was a third party involved in that.
A trifecta,
yeah.
Right. Somebody was in the middle, like a sandwich. Okay, Mastermind gets caught with the X, but once again, this is not a good hero to X. It's very easy for him to dodge. Sam, he jumps over the edge with the roll, bouncing around in the river. Unfortunately, goes up the hill, so he doesn't get the second stun onto the Pugna, who is decrepified, so he takes a lot more damage from that anti-mage ult, even though he didn't have that much mana that he was losing, that he was missing.
So before that fight, what Omega Lil, they actually made a nice adjustment, right? When they had the X on the Ancient Apparition, I think before they would have overcommitted to that. Yeah. Because it would have been like, free kill, let me just run in and do my thing. They actually waited on the high ground, waited for their team to actually get there as 5 before they committed to a team fight. And that's what made the first part of that team fight look so good. And once again, they approached that tier 1 tower. It's a really good place for Pango to be able to fight around. Not only is the river really nice, but also you feel like you have more setup time to be able to get your Rolling Thunder off, right? Because it's hard for people to be in close range because they don't want to be underneath a tower.
Oh, the Orchid.
The early Orchid.
The Kunkka, he's got the Orchid. I've seen people do this in pubs, not competitive so far, but the raindrop definitely helps. The shield definitely helps. Unfortunately, once again, same as the last game, Ember a little bit too farmed to die to the burst damage.
It does mean Sunlight is committing to a course of action that if they get their first like round of pretty decent items, like the Ember Spirit needs his Yule Scepter, then this Orchid may not pay off a whole lot of dividends, and it looks like a really nasty, like, just kind of garbage item for a Kunkka.
This is true. Like, Pango will typically build Purge, so will Ember, so will Anti-Mage. Like, all of these heroes have some way of taking the Orchid off. So really, it's just about getting the kills right now.
Yeah.
So the roll does come out. He connects with the Torrent. That was just the Torrent without the X. X comes in after. There's still the Silence. Malik has the Suck, and he dies to the boat.
The devil to pay.
Fighting in the river. Kunkka, he is a pirate. You can't do that. Kellen, he comes in hot. Okay, he's on to the Chinese characters guy. Picks him off just like that. Very easy. I don't even think he popped the ulti. I think he just blew him up with some right clicks.
That's all he needs. Unfortunate for the Pango, because he got caught. He was positioning himself as Mastermind and Ancient Apparition were smoked together. So he thought, you know, they were going to be able to sandwich onto somebody.
A little bit too early.
He's the one who got sandwiched.
Right.
Yeah.
That happens. With the Pugna, with the Troll, definitely easy to take this. They have the Enchantress to tank up the Roche as well.
Wow.
And
third game, and we finally get a Roche on.
Finally!
It finally happened.
Look at this. This is cool. So they're giving solo XP to the Troll, it looks like.
Yeah.
That's super interesting. They think him snowballing is really good. Rubik, he gets sucked. Hubert taking a lot of damage. And in the river, Mastermind actually died. I don't know how that happened. I think he probably got orchided. Roll comes out from Sam, so that is now on cooldown. Troll with the Aegis, he's totally confident just walking up this high ground here with Malik to follow.
And this is the really scary part of the game for Siberium Seed. We said, like, at some point in time, it's going to be hard for them to fight as a 4-man into Omega Lil. And this is where you just classically, the Anti-Mage isn't involved yet, and he has to keep farming up. And
good positioning for him, though. Like, being in position to cut the wave. If he's stuck in the base there, it's very scary. But he's actually in a very good spot. Lil Pleb is playing this quite well.
This is how you really expose the fact that Omega Lil do want to be able to play a lot more grouped up and just kind of like bulldoze into the enemy to be able to play off of this Pugna and his pushing power. You have to just constantly be cutting creep waves. The scary part is they still have the catch, right? Because the Earth Spirit and the Kunkka represent such good catch against an Anti-Mage.
Especially with the Orchid on Kunkka as well. Like, you don't have the Manta style yet on Anti-Mage, so you have to be very careful you don't get caught out by that.
So if you notice, whenever like the Earth Spirit, like Sunlight was showing himself, and I believe Earth Spirit was showing himself on the mid ward when he cut the wave.
Right.
And then once he's off map, once the Earth Spirit's off map again,
back
he doesn't really feel the
map.
Yeah, he feels back to his side of the map, but also like he doesn't cut the creep wave anymore and plays more off the neutrals.
Yep. So good on Lil for not showing. Good on Lil Pleb for reading that. Hubert gets gone on in the
that
tier
was
3 tower.
Jeez.
Yeah, Enchantress I think tried to heal himself there, and he just dies to the stolen Pugna ward.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Anti-Mage does go for the cut. Earth Spirit's there, though. Lil sees him.
If he's going to blink into the enemy, he's going to blink right into the open arms of Sunlight.
Okay, throws out the boat onto the Anti-Mage. I think with the silence, he does have the follow-up from the Earth Spirit. It's low level, though, so it's possibly not enough. And the ulti, he connects with another rock, though.
He's going to have to need... Oh, okay, never mind.
Right into Kellen, though. He connects with Kellen. Most importantly,
he just kept on stumbling into more heroes.
Oh, no. I mean, great job, though, from Omega Lil reading his moves there.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing, is I think a lot of people... You have experience with this type of Anti-Mage. If you've played Dota over the last 2 to 3 years, this hero's been pretty popular. Yeah, everybody does the creep cutting thing.
If you played Dota in the last 15, you probably know what Anti-Mage
gets the range bash.
Right?
Very nice. Easy AA kill. I just mean like this new age cutting style of Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
Like this is... It was only a few people doing that at the start, but now it's everybody.
Yep.
Torrent connects onto the Enchantress. It's a stolen Torrent, but Puber, I don't think it's going to be enough to save him here. The Troll is just doing way too much damage. He's actually got the Basher. He went Basher first item, just a hard counter to the Anti-Mage. Now I don't think AM can ever fight him just with that itemization. I really like that, actually.
Can you imagine going back to a world of like really early Dota 2 or even Dota 1 days where the entire concept of cutting or creep wave, people just, you don't do that.
It didn't exist.
That's not what you do.
I legit.
Hell, Dota 1 days, what you don't jungle.
I legitimately think if you were to cut creep wave at TI1 as an offlaner, you would just be the best offlaner of the world.
Yeah,
you would
probably
possibly win TI1 because I mean you could do it on the first wave in TI1.
Yeah.
Like that's been nerfed for years now. Lil Pleb being very aggressive on the Earth Spirit here. I mean there's even a Pugna there too. He's still being quite aggressive, very confident in his ability to survive these fights. Except for the last one. didn't work out too well there. Sunlight cutting the creep wave. 2,300 gold. We'll see what he goes for next. Maybe a halberd.
Yeah.
Maybe BKB.
I think Halberd will eventually be really nice. It's such a value stat item, but
You think that's true?
committing into the
even with
BKB and just being like, okay, at 25 minutes, we are guaranteed stronger than them in team fights. I think the 400 gold is costly for some heroes, but I think more so what it means is that heroes that aren't strength, it's a lot less value.
I see.
But just the stat buildup of Heaven's Halberd is still really good for all of the little things it gives you.
Mastermind, he does get caught, doesn't have that BKB, so the roll here might do enough damage. Pugna, he's glimmered. Gets, okay, Boat just to come out and protect from that AA damage. They do end up killing Lil, who rolls in a little bit too far. Troll comes in. I don't know if you want to fight this now. That's a level 16 Troll. He got a solo kill onto Roche. Torrent comes out, does not connect, unfortunately. I think this is good for Siberium. You just get one kill. You're happy with this. The game has not been going so well for you. You've got an anti-mage timing that you're playing for.
Definitely good for Siberium Seed, but I actually think Lil saved that entire situation for Omega Lil. Because in that situation, imagine, like, he had such a good Rolling Thunder. He was stunning up everybody. They had an Ice Blast on the Kunkka. Imagine if AM is able to commit onto the Pugna when he gets stunned. He gets off his ultimate. It hits the AoE of the Kunkka as well.
He might
they
kill
just lose everybody,
yeah.
And their tier 1 tower gets taken. Because Lil went in deep and threatened the supports, it forced everybody else's attention back into that side and not into being offensive and joining in on the Pango's play.
True. Yeah, definitely. It's very convenient when that happens.
Yeah, similarly, though, you could say the same for the Pango, right? He disrupted the entirety of Kunkka and Pugna being able to play off of Lil's initiation.
Does end up getting the X into Orchid, but Pango does blink away. I hear some spells being cast. Okay, it's on the backline. Mastermind, he has to use the Yules. He does have a DD. If he comes out of this, he can possibly do a lot of damage in this fight. Troll's not close enough to get the bash off. Anti-Mage, he's looking to go for the backlines. I hear a boat coming out. It looks like it's on some creeps. Pango blinks out, has the roll. Lil tries to catch him. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do because the roll is the stun, not the other spell.
Yeah, remember when the kick was the stun?
That was good. Those were the good days.
An AoE in a line stun that was just pretty difficult to dodge.
It was so fast before too.
Yeah.
It was insanely good. Because it's not, it's your mobility ability, right? Now that you're stunning with the mobility ability, you have to choose between what you're doing with it. So I mean,
Omega Lil doubling down on the BKBs with the Troll and Kunkka BKB. Siberium Seed are just going to have to play for, like, initiating into a fight, baiting out the BKB, and then just playing away from them.
I think they have to, because all they have is magic damage right now. Sunlight comes in, he catches the blink, but it's with the X, so he's able to pull him back. Not enough damage to make him pop.
You can see with the Orchid, but he does hardly any damage.
Yeah,
you know?
He probably can catch him again here, maybe?
The Sable is super nice. He just needs some other people to play off of.
Yeah, they literally leave him for the Enchantress, too. They all just walk away as soon as they catch him with that X there. Troll presses ult. He just wants to heal up with the Ancients. Okay, not looking to fight, I would imagine.
Yeah, when you got BKB, I think he just feels like Siberium Seed can't fight into him in the first place.
Yeah, I feel
right.
That makes sense.
Like, how do they chain stun him at this case? He has to be surprised by Rolling Thunder, telekinesis into another Rolling Thunder.
It has to be a perfect Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, it's just so unlikely for any of that to be happening.
He literally has to get like one of those bouncing off of walls, perfectly Rolling Thunder, stunned 6 times. Yeah. I don't think he otherwise does enough damage. Mastermind gets caught out. He is Orchided. No Torrent to follow up. Just kind of annoying him here while he's trying to cut this wave. I really like what he's doing with this, though. Still playing aggressive despite that Orchid. Still keeping his presence out there on the map.
Yeah, same goes with the AM here as he's trying to take advantage of the fact that Omega Lil, want to be able to take this last remaining tower bottom, so he's cutting the wave mid, playing the triangle, and then cutting the wave top as well. And he even threatens the take the tier 1 mid, which is a nice play, forces out the glyph.
Okay, Troll catching Mastermind out here with Lil. He tries to set up with the Yules, but he misses by just a little bit. It looks like the bash is enough, though. Samsam needs to be careful, because even though he's rolling, he can get bashed up by the Troll. Orchid coming out, no ability to blink. He already used it, or it's on cooldown, because damage from heroes is a good thing. Well, Pleb, he is cutting, though. Doing a great job. I almost feel like some travels need to come out on somebody on Omega Lil. Just deal with this. This is BS. Don't let him do this.
Or at the same time, they might just be trying to force high ground and just force the AM back and
that works
kind of see what happens. Sure. Again, playing off of the fact that they've got this double BKB timing.
Yeah, that works as well.
It does come with, obviously, a risk attached to it, right? They could very easily, if they throw this team fight underneath the tier 3, then the AM, he catches up by like 5 minutes. you know.
Torrent into X, nice combo just to scout out there, but Sunlight gets X'd himself. He's going to be right in the enemy base. Maybe he's going to get cold feeded too, but he does have that BKB to work with.
That's perfect. They forced out a BKB, and they didn't need the AM for most of that. He only just now showed up because they know they want to be able to
wants
chase.
To go in. He sees that the BKB is wearing off. He catches him with the chains. Lil Pleb is level 20. He's got enough damage here to kill this Kunkka. 51 seconds on the sidelines.
So Lil Pleb wasn't going to join that fight whatsoever, right? He's farming away. He's saying, you guys can hold high ground. As soon as they get the X, they make the call. They're like, guys, we're going to be able to fight this. He gets pulled back in and uses his BKB. AM instantly TPs. He's like, holy shit. If they use their BKB and he's underneath the tier 3, we can chase these guys. That is the beauty of Siberian's lineup, is they have such good chase.
Sam uses the dust, does not connect with Malik though. Unfortunately, using the roll, that would have been a great place to bounce there. Although Rubik does catch him, Anti-Mage is there, so the damage should be coming out. Yep, Mana Break comes out, big ulti, but he's in now, and he's getting bashed by a troll. That's it. You can't jump into a troll like that. That's the counter.
That
Sam
is the counter
trying
indeed.
to get out, man. He's just... They see him on the tower.
I think he thought about cutting another creep wave because he was approaching the spawn time, but...
He's going for the top wave. Ellen is there.
Dangerous position he's in
Glimmered
for
in.
sure.
If he can get a range bash, I feel like that's what he needs to get. Yeah, he's too far away. Can't get a melee bash. Blink as well on the Pango. It's pretty easy for him to do this wave cutting shenanigans. I like the way that they're doing this on Siberium. I think this is the way that they have to win the game.
Yeah.
The only way that they can win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Ice Blast right as they're going into the Roshan pit. With the Ember, I think they're just hoping to be able to slow down Omega Lil, kind of poke at them, prevent them from doing Rosh right away. But I don't think you're going to be able to really fight around this Roshan pit. And Kellen, he reads that as well. He's going for the Satanic, not completing his S and Y. Instead, just going for the full-out Satanic, which is pretty massive. And
Chantress walks up the hill, does get rolled, has the heal active, though, with the Glimmer Cape, so taking very little damage. Surprisingly tanky hero with the Magic Resist talents as well. Sam, he gets rolled on. It connects. It also connects with the Torrent. Very nice combo there. Roche is really low, so it looks like Omega Lil are just using this as kind of a bait to fight. But they do get it because Troll, well, he can solo it.
This is one of what the best teams do right now. You'll see this from Secret, OG, like quite a lot, is that when they feel stronger, they'll very often go into the Roshan pit, but they're ready to jump out of the Roshan pit as soon as the enemy team kind of like, because it's hard. You have to scramble to get to the Roshan pit. You're very oftentimes out of position. It's a good way to force a team fight. Yep. Against the enemy. Don't commit for the Roshan. That could be disastrous. What if you're in a bad position, they jump in, they take Roshan kill as well as the Aegis, you could lose that fight, and the whole game shifts. Instead, just go outside of the Roshan pit, catch them as they approach.
Lil, he catches Mastermind. He gets the silence off afterwards. He's got to get the roll, though. Troll, does he bash? Yes, he does. And
Lil Pleb immediately.
Pleb, he's trying. He does not connect on Lil with the roll. Actually warding himself, Anti-Mage. Take note, top players.
If he's stuck around for that range creep, he dies.
Yep. Good
he
discipline
could be
for
greedy,
him.
but the range creep staying alive does mean they're going to be able to not worry about backdoor protection right away. Instead, they're going to have to blow the glyph. Look at them pinging. They know the AM. They actually have this really nice defensive ward around the triangle because they know that's where Lil Pleb wants to play the most, but they caught somebody.
Sunlight is in. He does have the BKB and the cheese, though, and he's not AA blasted, so he could cheese. Although the AA blast is coming in. Now you have to be really careful if you're Omega Lil. It does connect with Sunlight. He takes a good amount of damage. I think if they just back off, though, it's not going to put him below. I mean, he's got to be, what, 250 HP right now if he wants to proc? I don't think that's going to happen.
Puber, I think, keeps on doing really clutch plays, whether with the Torrent or the X, and stopping TPs or catching people as Omega Lil's trying to back out.
Yeah, Omega, they're doing a really good job Siberian, although they do catch out the AA here, who looks like he was walking in possibly to deward the triangle, but
yeah,
they're there. And they do actually catch the Anti-Mate, but this is a Pugna in an Earth Spirit. That is not enough.
I love that. Eul Scepter into another role. If only they had, well, just one more hero. Really, the troll is what they need to be able to bring down this guy.
At this point, I think they literally need the troll, or all of the other heroes minus the troll. This is not going to kill him. There's zero way that he dies to these heroes. But it is pressure. It is getting him to leave the triangle. Mastermind catches the troll. This means he can walk over and get the haste. No, Lil, he denies it. Says, I'm gonna be fast. Okay. God, sitting in base against... Sitting in base is not nice. Sam gets caught out. He gets orchided. Nothing to take it off right now, so this damage, it'll be enough to proc him.
Still trying to build into that Yule Scepter because he cannot deal with the X silence combination. Hate playing against Kunkka and any sort of ranged silence. It is a death blow every single time.
Yep, catches onto Troll with a lot of spells, actually. The Stolen Torrent. Lil is in. That AA blast is pretty big, though. The boat looks like it's just bigger.
So close to taking him out, but now as the Ice Blast fades, they're going to be able to life drain him, heal him back up to full. Or actually, they gave him the cheese, so they didn't bother with the life drain.
Nice Torrent. Connects. Lots of damage from Rubik, but you do have the Pugna. Allied Suck to give some healing. Silence comes out on the Ember, just preventing a bit of that chip damage that he does on this defense. They really need to wait for Sam to be alive, I think, if they want to fight this. They need the Panga roll. He TP's in immediately, but they already lost the melee racks. And, okay, the Yules comes out into Torrent. Can you get the bash if you're Troll? That's the question. Lil Pleb on the backline. He catches out the Pugna. Doesn't have any detection, though. Oh, he does have detection on the Pangolier. Can't get the mana break off. Uses the Abyssal onto the Troll, but this is a Troll, man. He can just turn around and fight you. Sam is on the backlines. He's trying to fight. He's silenced up. I also see Lil is fighting Lil Pleb and Mastermind together. He's just 1v2ing the course, no problem. And he survives.
And he managed to get out. Oh.
Puber comes in. He jumps in onto the Troll. He does have BKB. He does have the Aegis. He does have Satanic
Nice.
when he respawns.
They have to just keep playing in and out. They know he still has his BKB, so they can't commit too much.
He doesn't want to commit his BKB to this, though. If he can get out without using it, it means he can go back in and fight. It's a big deal. So they actually use the boat to try to protect him, as well as a Torrent onto Kellen. That was very nice from Sunlight. Unfortunately, it would look a lot cooler for him.
Yeah, if the AM or the Ember blinked into it.
On the back. Can he get the Torrent follow-up? Nope, it is too
Still
hard.
got Manta.
Jules, okay,
Nice.
and he is just blinking out. That blink cooldown, very nice. As long as you don't go on top of the Troll as anti-mage, I think this game is relatively free at this point in terms of not dying.
Yeah.
Killing the Troll, that's a whole different problem altogether. But surviving, he can definitely do that as long as he avoids Kellen. But Kellen's he's got a BKB, he's got a Satanic.
This Lincoln is such a good choice from the Pugna, right? Because it protects him against the AM even as he progresses in items. Because he has to stop the Mana Void. Early on, he's going to be able to do that. Eventually, the AM gets the Abyssal Blade, but as a result of opening up that Lincoln's, he misses out on his just clear stun Manta hits into stop, right? Into that Mana Void. So in that case, it means that Malik is going to be able to get off Glimmer Cape to Crapify, those sort of things that'll help just prolong his life against the AM.
So walking into the Troll, not that great.
Okay.
Those odds, I think, were given how this game has been going. I know they don't change. But given how this game has been going, what do you think those odds should be? If you had to bet right now, who would you bet on?
I would.
Well, obviously, what would you think the odds?
Yeah. I would probably bet like 10-1.
10-1. I'm feeling that.
It's pretty extreme odds.
It's pretty hard. I mean, the draft alone.
It might even be worse than 10-1.
Maybe even worse now with AA getting picked off.
Yeah.
Pulled out of the base.
I think this is a near unwinnable position for Siberium. We can see like a small way how they can win fights, but everything has to go perfect, right? They have to be able to jump the Pugna first for the AM. They have to be able to kite around the Troll and never get caught by that bash, to be caught by that ensnare.
Lil Pleb does do some pressuring on the bot lane, though. He blinks right into the Troll. He's just going to get bashed. I feel like Troll can just BKB and kill him right now. 95 seconds on the sign. He does buy back. Mastermind going in. Troll has the ulti, so he walked into the tier 4s a bit there. Anti-Mage, I guess he felt like he needed to just die and buy back.
Oh, look at that. He put himself
spells
on the cliff, so he bounced over to the other side from the Rolling Thunder.
So Troll is taking a lot of damage on the side here. Anti-Mage, though, he's in. If he dies again, they just lose. I think it's over. 120 seconds. Mastermind, what can you do? You need to kill this entire enemy team. Pugna is dead for 100 seconds, so that is something. But now Mastermind is dead for 50 seconds. Not as bad as the Pugna or the Anti-Mage, but still 3 heroes alive. The 3 weakest heroes against all of the strong heroes on Omega Lil, basically.
All right, now what do you think the odds are?
Oh, God.
10,000 to 1?
50.
100,000 to 1?
Trillion to 1. All right,
yeah, it's game
GG,
over.
Disconnected.
Omega Lil?
Infinity to 1.
Great job. They managed to come back from like a really rough game 1, and I was a bit surprised because I thought Omega Lil looked okay in the 2 games, I think, that I casted up them. I was like, geez, they just got like trounced so hard.
Yeah, that game 1 was very rough. They looked just like a worse team.
Like as my play-by-play, do you think all 3 games were decided by draft?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I typically disagree with that narrative, but I feel like that's a.
Well, it's a good thing you're the play-by-play caster.
True.
Because as the analyst here, I'm going to say that pretty much, I think 70% of that series was pretty much decided by draft.
Sure.
I think you feel really good about those last 2 drafts if you're a Megalil. I mean, they got the last big timber in that second game. This game, they've got the Troll versus AM matchup as well, which is really rough. A lot of other reasons, which I think with that AM, you have to make sure you have the superior, or not superior team fight, but you have to make sure you're able to fight 4 versus 5 a lot of times. And it just didn't feel like that was the case with the Pango that was so hard countered.
Yeah, I feel like the lanes could have been played better. I think they're going to go back at that and look at and be like, okay, well, we do have the Ember, we do have the Pango. If these heroes are snowballing, Anti-Mage can have a game here. You can just kill the Pug in every fight. Troll is a non-issue because Anti-Mage will be so huge with the timing that you just destroy the Troll. Like, I think there's a possibility.
He has to get to a timing where he has Abyssal Blade and is able to hop into these fights, quickly blow up the Pugna, and they just kite around the Troll constantly, which we saw some resemblance of that in one team fight, but one team fight alone.
Yep. Back to the panel.
Back to the panel.
Hey, thanks, man.
Thank
No, production loves that. Production loves when the throw is, and now we're back. And mid-sentence.
No change in intonation, nothing. Beautiful studio, just absolutely destroyed by Jenkins. But speaking of absolutely destroyed, let's talk about that last game. I think it was a really interesting series to watch because I feel like when you do look at some of the picks in the first game, very much felt like we were warming up here a little bit. Do you feel like by the end they were piping hot?
I mean, obviously, yeah, they did quite well. They played it like they were supposed to play. I think honestly, the only problem in that entire series was literally just picking Monkey King for no reason.
Yeah, this last game could have went. Yeah, definitely.
That was it.
Do you think is there any stretch of the imagination where you just do it just to see if you can get away with it and try to figure out stuff for the rest of the Divine bracket? Or
you try it. Hopefully only once, not like OG did. They pick the same thing twice in a row and lose with it. You pick it once, and then you learn from it.
Okay.
Then you don't pick it after.
You gotta admit, picking the same thing right after it doesn't work, that's badass.
Not really.
It's like it's legit.
It's badass if you win with it. If you lose, it's just
it's
everyone's
a feast
just like,
or famine
what's wrong
thing.
with OG?
It's a feast or famine thing where people go like, now, they lost with it twice. How could you pick it twice? But at the end of the day, when you actually think about it, it's super important to get information to sometimes do the same thing twice.
Yeah.
And on top of that,
the information is stop.
You can't be completely results oriented with absolutely everything.
I have to disagree. Go ahead.
That's why you have scrims.
This is also why Puppy has never won TI. Because he says, Dazzle can work, and I'll make it work, and I don't give a shit if it's the semifinals. No, stop! Just play the normal heroes,
Whenever you mention Puppy and all this, I remember Lycan and him banning it ever when the hero was goddamn broken.
Yes.
Yeah, we can beat Lycan. Yeah, sure.
Yes. This is the way.
Never ban Lycan, go into lower bracket. Nah, we can deal with Lycan. Don't ban it again.
It's not brave, it's arrogant. Arrogant to pick the same thing that you lost with last time. You're assuming that, we're right, and this team's just, we can beat them, they're bad.
The thing is, we mentioned Puppy a lot, but I think he has grown quite a lot out of that. Yeah, he doesn't make those mistakes anymore. And I think most teams have caught to the fact that if you aren't playing the meta, you're just going to lose.
Yep.
Like, you can't be outside of the meta anymore. Like, maybe 5-6 years ago, 4 perhaps, there were some teams that could still experiment and counterpick what's really played. Obviously, OG is a prime example, but they would pick heroes that are actually also very strong in the meta. Just play strategically in their own way, different.
Right,
but
they're
not have to. Yeah.
They're not clowns. They don't just pick random stuff. They understand the meta at such a great way that they can say, "Hey, this hero fits into this world really well," and that's it's what some of these teams that we're seeing here are trying to do as well. Yeah, they're picking heroes that do. Like this series, Troll Warlord, a lot of our top guys aren't picking him, but in this meta, he ain't bad, depending on, what the team lineups are, so.
Anti-Mage also isn't bad. Anti-Mage is amazing.
He's good.
He still lost. And this game, it started off well for them. Like, that AM gets a double kill with the first mana void that he uses. Usually your AM is that dude that's AFK forever. and you're waiting for him. Your throne is falling, it's 50% HP, and then he's ready to fight. No, this AM was fighting constantly. Like, he was in there. And they had some pretty good fights early on because of him. It just didn't work. The lineup that they have is just very difficult to execute.
Yeah, I think that it was definitely not the AM's fault on that one. I would have to say that our prediction was correct. The Pango AA was pretty hard to pull off in this bad boy.
You can even see the score on AM was quite all right. But Pango AA, like you say, together with that Ember, there's no hard real lockdown. There's these gimmicky little things. Slide into chains, then rolling thunder into AA ulti. It was a difficult game for AA to really use that ulti properly.
Yeah.
Because usually when you're playing AA, you get one spell that keeps them controlled for long enough that your ulti flies from one side of the map to the other and connects,
hole,
right?
You know,
Black hole,
Chrono.
void, chrono, hookshot, duel, whatever. Like there are spells that do that. Like chains,
not so much.
Chains and rolling thunder, not so much.
Well, I'm very excited. We actually do have Sunlight on the line, so we can start to ask a couple of questions. And I think, first of all, congratulations. But I kind of want to jump right in by asking you, what was the thought with the Monkey King?
My question.
I don't know. We just mess up with draft first game, but it's just happened when it's first game of the day. And if you just check our previous games, when we start early morning, for Dota player, it's early morning. So we're just losing the first game for real. we every single game, every single series, first game we're losing if you play at the morning. So this is just happened. Happened.
It's rough. It's rough. Sunlight, man. Hi. Congratulations on the win. Haven't seen you since Bukoval. I'm interested. How are you? Are you managing to be a part of the studio analytics on the Russian side? Are you managing to be an analyst as well, or are you just focused on the pro scene now?
Good question, but from the start, I would like to say that we're not screaming at all. Like we're 1 month playing together, and we didn't play even one scream. Maybe today we start playing because of playoffs. But that's why I have time to just. I'm living in Moscow and studio in Moscow as well, so I just joined them for one cast. Yeah.
So you're actually working on this tournament as well.
Yeah, I was in studio.
Double dipping.
Yeah.
Respect. Wow. Win the tournament and cast the tournament.
Easy,
hell
man.
yeah.
Stonks rising very quickly.
Have you ever seen Jupiter's Rising, the movie?
It's Jupiter Ascending.
Whatever. Jupiter Ascending, the movie.
It lost $100 million in the box office.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, you and everyone else.
Yeah, don't.
But my real question is, how do you think the brackets are going to end up? You guys think that you have a big shot going in? Who's the #1 team that you hope to face?
I don't really know against whom we're going to play, so I don't care.
You don't care.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Do you guys think, like, now that you guys are going...
an analyst, whatever.
Do you think now that you guys are going to be scrimming a bunch more? Oh, sorry. Do you guys think because you're scrimming a bunch more now that you guys will be able to have a solid result?
Yeah, I think so. Because we just realized that our ideas not working, not all, because we're improvising, as I said, we're just mix. We didn't play any screams, and yeah, we think that we're out of ideas maybe, and we need to scream a bit. Yeah.
Okay, well, I do want to say, as somebody who's in the studio right now, anytime that we have somebody who can do the analyst and also compete in the tournament, we'll always be cheering for you. Best of luck in the tournament. Hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
I like the fact that his name seems like he's a morning person, but he's not a morning person. Yeah. He hates the morning.
His room is all dark. There's no sunlight there, man.
one of those ironic names.
Yeah.
You know, tiny on the huge dude. That's Sunlight for us. But that was nice. How stressful must it be to be an analyst on your own team and be like, why did we pick Monkey King? And then run through it on your own and be like, I don't know.
He did it right there.
I know.
We just woke up. We didn't have our coffee, guys. You know how it is.
It could definitely be quite stressful. The other thing that is quite stressful is sitting on this panel. So we're going to change up who's on the desk. We'll be back after this quick break.
The only true knowledge is the knowledge that you know nothing. Until you put your scope into something. Duh.
Happiness resides not in artifacts and not in gold. Happiness dwells in the soul.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Folks, it took quite a lot of Dota to get to this point that we finally have our bracket, and we are about to jump into another Divine matchup. It's going to be Khan versus Unique, and to cover all of it, we got Fogged and BSJ. Let's start to talk about what we expect to see with these teams when we actually do jump into the draft in just a few short moments here. Fogged, what do you expect to see from Khan and Unique?
Well, I expect mostly, like, I don't know, I'm looking at Unique, and I'm feeling like they've got a pretty good one in this, pretty good shot at this game. I think that they have I think overall they have better just players individually versus Khan. I think it's going to be, I don't know, I feel like it should be pretty easy for them, to be honest, in this one.
I feel like Khan it doesn't have the easiest road ahead of them so far in this tournament. BSJ?
Yeah, I would put Khan in the stack category, while I'd put Team Unique in the somewhere in between. You know, they've been playing together a little while, but they're not exactly like a super established team. I really like the names on the team, but names only go so far for some teams like Bait, you know.
That is true. Yeah. That is very true. But
Sorry,
there is some good old...
I know that it crushes his soul whenever I
it
do
happens.
that kind of stuff.
I mean, we all love Dendy, right?
You're a mere ant compared to Dendy.
You're a mere ant.
Slacks for calling me a cockroach.
It angers me. It actually angers me every single time. But yes, BSJ. Let's talk about this team just a little bit more. I mean, I think that's a pretty good separation to kind of look at them like versus Stacked as just this established force. I do really like that. I mean, what are the things that you see that makes you really feel that way?
It's about how the players work together, and like the drafts when you see an actual team or like a established team, it's not. It's compared. I'm going to take it from the Stacks perspective. It's all about like individual matchups. How does the carry do against the opponent carry? How does the 4 do against the 4? How does the the 1-5 versus the 3-4? It's like the game plan itself doesn't seem to show itself nearly as much in the stack drafts as it does in like the established team, and it's pretty noticeable even if you just watch a few drafts. It doesn't take very long to see it.
It's not the big picture, right? It's literally just like. Yeah. My hero's good versus that hero. My hero's good versus that hero. All right, well, we can match this up, and then it's like, okay, things kind of come together just because of that's just how Dota can work, but it's not like they're actually thinking about big picture in most of the games. So I think Unique, I don't know, I feel like they have a lot more experience too. I feel like this team, they have players that have played together for like a couple of times too, like Vanscorp, BZZ, these guys have played on teams together before, so they're going to be able to draft heroes that they know work together with each other rather than just against what they're playing against.
Yeah, I think it's a really good thing to be looking at as we move through Divine as a whole, right? How many of these teams are actually coming at it with the holistic view of how are we going to win this game? How do we actually beat their plan?
Holistic, huh?
Yeah, it means
it's correct.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay. I like when Rich uses big words.
Yeah,
happens every now and then, especially after BSJ gets me really fucking pissed off. This is right at the start of Vandal. Just
you gotta come out with the intellectual superiority at the
just
through vocabulary.
Puff. Yeah. Just throw around a couple of big words, try to feel better about myself after you angered me. But we're gonna have to see who does get angry here after this first game, because I do feel like pretty much the sentiment from most of the analysts who I've been talking to this morning really think Unique should be able to take this one. A lot of people even saying maybe they're going to be able to take it in 2-0. BSJ, do you think? Yeah, I felt like I already kind of heard that from you, but BSJ, do you think
I agree with that. They've looked pretty good throughout the entire time I've watched them. They look like a team that's just a rung or two down from the other more established teams, but they do have that identity. They do have the. I can tell they've played together for a little while.
Do you think that this is one of the teams that, we have the bracket in front of us now. Do you think this is one of the teams that can shake stuff up in Divine?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think they're a contender, legitimately. I think they're within reach of the top teams, and I think they have separated themselves from the bottom teams, which for me tells me they're somewhat consistent enough. But it would take them playing above what they're usually doing, average, and teams like Hellraisers.
They're not quite the wheat or the chaff.
Yeah,
yet,
exactly.
And they're somewhere in between.
That's the team I was going to compare them to, though, right? I looked at Divine League, and I was just like, I didn't really know a majority of them. I knew some of the players on some of the stacks, like on Khan, like on Cyber Legacies and stuff like that. But then I look at Team Unique, I look at Hellraisers, and you're like, all right, like this looks like a much more established team. These guys have played so much. They've even played at Tier 1 level. So, yeah.
Now, one of the things with Divine, too, is you get caught off guard every now and then. You see some stuff that you don't necessarily expect to see. But I do kind of want to ask overall, because I don't think we've been on a panel together, BSJ, since the changes actually came in. We've had the pleasure of quite a few times talking about some of the changes that actually did happen in the patch and how everything did settle. Do you have any difference in opinion now that you've seen a bunch of different games from mostly the Immortal teams the past few days?
Are you talking about just like hero viability?
Yeah, just hero viability in general. Because I know at first, and this is no flame at all, but like Darkseer was one of the ones where you're like, I think we might see like a lot less Darkseer, but we're still seeing it.
The cool thing that I see about Darkseer is that prior to the patch, it felt like people were just picking him with any hero with innate movement speed buffs, and the goal was, hey, we're going to run you with 900 movement speed, and it's just going to be overwhelming. And now the the heroes they're picking with Darkseer are just different. They're not relying on the heroes that are meant to run 900 move speed. They're just picking heroes that maybe either get slowed. We saw a Jug yesterday with the Darkseer. We've seen a little bit of Sven here and there. I haven't really liked that hero all that much. But the point is that the part of him that made him broken, it's not that important that they nerfed it if you just don't rely on it, right? You pick heroes that benefit from the surge, but they didn't need the 800, 900 craziness to actually have the impact that it looked like Darkseer used to give. The Ion Shell Vacuum Wall combo still incredibly strong. Yep. The 15 talent, even though it got nerfed slightly, still very good. I think teamfight offlaners right now, other than Bloodseeker, which other than Secret hasn't really been made to work, so I'm not convinced on that hero yet. But just having that teamfight presence, there's so many fours that he synergizes with right now. I think that's a big part of it. He loves playing with the Clockworks, the Tinies, the Earth Spirits. Like those are some of the premium ones, and I think because of those factors, for me, it's kind of looking at it from the perspective of stack. Like, I think of Darkseer individually, I'm like, wow, they gutted the hero. But if you look at the overall game plan, he still fits exactly what most threes offer in this meta, and he also synergizes well with popular heroes, which makes him naturally going to be picked still. So I was pretty surprised about that one, but you learn a lot when you make an assertion, hey, I think this hero's trash for this reason now, and then you're like, oh, wow, people are still able to make it work.
Yeah, I feel like he's just back to his old form. Instead of being that like insane hero that's just gonna like pop off, he's back to where he used to be. It's still teamfight king.
Yeah,
he supplies you auras. He takes auras from the enemy team.
That's
he gives
a big
you so
part of
many
it that,
different things.
Like you just don't even. You feel it, but you don't see it, right? It's like the guy that has the Vlads on the opponent, team, the Shivas, all these like random little auras that he steals with the wall. That's a big part of the ultimate for sure.
Very important thing to keep in mind. Yeah, it's not just about the zoomies. Now that's not really going to be a thing that you're grabbing from him nearly as much.
Is that new behind you? I didn't notice.
Yeah. These are actually the MVP trophies.
Dude, these are sick.
Yeah, they are pretty cool. Right?
I didn't see those.
You didn't see them, right? Look at this.
Yeah, we were looking at them a little bit this morning. I like this one.
That's the support, and what? That's the carry.
Yeah. Core.
Dude, there's 2 awards. Mm-hmm. Supports never supports. We always vote for.
I was about to say, I feel like that movement,
we're really biased right now.
That movement happened like 1 or 2 years ago, where they're all like supports get no credit. So then like 3 or 4 MVPs in a row were supports.
Well, because talent got to influence the MVP votes, and all the talents can't play fucking core, so we all just are like, the support
Speak
guys.
for yourself, buddy. I'm trying. It hasn't worked out, so
yeah. Keep on trying, Brian.
Thanks,
Keep on
buddy.
trying. I believe in you.
Sick.
Thank you.
I believe in you.
Super cool.
That makes one of us.
Yeah, I mean, you play in NA. You got shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, everybody's leaving NA. Just stay there. Eventually.
Yeah,
you just have to persevere. If I stay long enough, eventually all the good players aren't going to be on the same server as me anymore.
Yeah, I mean, EG's gone, right? There's like how many teams are left in NA now? There's still quite a lot of teams.
You even have some of like the premier SA players leaving, like Laylis before the whole pandemic. He was on NIP.
Mm-hmm.
So just gotta hold out. A
couple more years.
Stay there, yeah.
Just a few more years.
Just a few more years.
40-year-old man. They're leaving.
It's almost my time.
Yeah. I'll be the only NA left. No, it's pretty interesting to start to think about, though, how NA will be impacted by even just EG leaving, for example, and what really is going to happen in the region. Because you get in this weird spot where now the region's even more juicy in a lot of ways. Because like, oh, wow, there's like a huge opening. But at the same time, it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. When EG leaves, it's harder to get a lot of that really good practice. It's harder to have that competitive environment. I wonder how much it does push EG as well.
I firmly believe that a team like EG is hindered by being in the NA region. Like, they're quite capable of qualifying in other regions, and you're absolutely correct. If you're just consistently playing against worser competition, whether it's scrims, even pubs, like, I'm telling you, it's not necessarily that I learn way more playing on EU. I learn way more per game playing on EU. Like, the average game quality, the average amount that I can soak in terms of new knowledge of matchups and something I had never experienced before is just sheerly higher in EU because the game quality, like, the players are just better. There's like stuff I'm like, a lot of times the way you learn in Dota is you're making a mistake that you didn't realize was a mistake, and then somebody punishes you because you're making a mistake, but you never knew it was a mistake until they punished you.
Yeah, you gotta make the mistake the first time.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, so for
really terrified.
No, I had to process it for a second because I was like mid-thought, but also like listening. So yeah, it's just in NA, there's a lot of things that even in the last month or so, I was like, wow, I didn't even realize I was doing that wrong. And then I wonder how it's going to affect me going back. Will I make people look bad there because I'm doing it now, or that kind of thing? So if you're talking about a team like EG, if they leave, now it's like you said, it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy of NA. It's like, yeah, there's this opening, but who wants to come here? Because you're basically vying for who gets 12th at the major. Or
exactly, because you're going to qualify all the time, but then you're just going to get the taste slapped out of your mouth
absolutely.
if you don't have as good practice.
I mean, it's always been the same story as NA. Like 7 years ago when I was playing, even like Jesus Christ, 6 years ago. We'll go with the short. With the short. 5, 6
Maybe
years.
5.
Yeah.
5.
No, it was TI 5. I still played. So back then it was still the same thing. Can't find good practice. People start disrespecting each other. You start playing worse. You don't respect your opponents. So you just play the crap. Scrims are pointless. You're not learning, and that's
the scrim schedules aren't even like rigid. Like when you say you don't respect your opponents, it's not just in the game itself. It's literally showing up to the scrim.
I don't even want to. Okay, even in games that are predominantly NA teams, the scrim schedules are always really shitty. Like NA players suck at video games.
Oh, totally.
NA's garbage at video games. Like, it's actually insane. Like, you even look at, like, there are leagues, where there are other esports that pretty much all of the teams are NA. 90% of the players are North American players. And NA still has the same problems with scrims, where they'll be missing scrims
all
the
absolutely.
time.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle. It's a culture. It really is.
Because people stay up till 6:30 in the morning or 7 a.m. playing, and then they wake up at 4 p.m. and then they don't want to play until they want to get the 2 pubs in, and then they want to scrim, and then they play one game.
To this too. I don't know if you ever
me too.
you become a part of it too.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even realize it until you're like, wait a minute, that's not how everyone else does it. The big thing for me about NA, I could go on all day, but the big thing for me is that we enable each other to do this.
Yep.
Like, people say it's okay. I even think the mentality, like when I'll be streaming and I'll say, I really didn't feel like working today, and people just say like working lol. It's like, do you realize that video games?
Omega lol.
Yeah, it's like video games are a job now, and like these players that are professional, you have to treat it like you're working with other working professionals. Like, imagine if the way NA players treated each other in video games occurred in the workplace.
Well, it's like in general, I feel like people are so quick to be like, yeah, take a break. Yeah, you need to relax. Like, things like that. You're working way too hard. Yeah. But back in the day, my dad would literally be like, get another job, you leech.
Yeah.
You stupid rat. Like, get off the couch, get another job. I don't know. I'm still a terrible human being. Like, that didn't work either. But I mean, at the end of the day, I do feel like it is a bad mentality overall that you can't just shake.
And then we look at these teams, and they're in EU. Sure, they might be like, we look at Tier 2, but you look at these teams as Tier 2. They go to NA. They're probably Tier 1, Tier 1.5.
They'd have a chance to
tie it in, tie our nice NA conversation.
They have a chance at the major. Yeah. That's the big thing. It's not a whether or not they're Tier 1 or Tier 2 in whatever given region. These guys are never going to beat Secret. No. Like, they're not going to make top 3 in EU, ever. But they could in NA. Like, they could do that.
At least unique. Maybe not con.
Okay, sorry. I'm talking about... I'm talking about teams of Team New caliber.
Yeah, and the thing is, as well, is it does seem like they're going to work for it. They're going to crawl through Divine. They're going to try to get to those matchups. And I think when you look at the carrot on the stick being secret, I mean, even if you, what's that old saying? It's like, reach for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land on a star.
I think it's the opposite. Reach for the stars and you'll land on the moon. I think that's how it is.
Either way.
That sounds way worse. Imagine landing on the moon.
Yeah,
I land on a star, dude. Yeah, no, but true. It is. Yeah, it actually is.
That's not proven.
Have you been up there? Yeah, we know that all that stuff's fake. But at the end of the day, when we're trying to make a point like this, yeah, it's one of those things where if you're trying, the carrot on the stick is such a powerhouse of a team. If you try to get there and you fail that goal, you're not able to take them down. There are a bunch of people behind them that you might be able to actually run into and take a couple of victories. It's an interesting thing to think about. Man, we come from we're lazy. We're a lazy, decadent culture, BSJ.
Yep.
I could go on forever, and I will just say that realizing that you're a part of the problem is the biggest thing to recognize. And I will willingly admit for like 4 or 5 years I was a part of the problem. So
same.
I'm not saying I'm like above that now.
You are a relatively lazy human being a lot of the time.
I was, especially lately I feel like a little bit less, but when I was playing, I was full degenerate.
Mm-hmm.
I would stay up till 6
and you think it's okay though?
I'm just like
normal.
I'm just like, wait, the sun's not up? Yeah, I'm playing one more game.
Yeah.
You still do stay up pretty late though, right?
No, I go to bed at 11 or midnight.
I feel like you don't do a great job at sleeping, but sleeping is probably what everybody's doing at home, hearing these old men go back and forth. Thankfully, we got a draft ready. We're going to jump in and see how game 1 goes.
Hello, everybody at home, and welcome to the Temple of Analytics. I'm joined by 2 of the brightest minds in Dota 2, T. Governor and Shiver's younger sister, Jenkins. Good to see you guys today.
Hello. It's nice to be with you on this solemn evening.
We have a big match ahead of us. It's playoff time. Elimination series. Team Unique versus Khan. Our panelists have said that Unique's got it in the bag. Do you guys agree? I'm mostly asking T-Gov because I don't think Jenkins knows a goddamn thing.
I think, yes, on paper, Unique is meant to be, pushing this one through as the favourites, but you've got to respect these teams coming into these lower bracket games. Elimination on the line, they can always somehow surprise you, so let's not knock Khan out yet, but realistically, it's a Unique favoured matchup.
Jenkins?
I think Khan, they've been playing a lot more Dota recently. They've been, battling it out with other teams, practicing, probably scrimming more too, because they feel that their back is against the wall. They're the ones with something to prove. They're the underdogs. And I'm going to go with Khan. I don't even need to see the draft.
That's literally your job, just to talk about the draft, though. You have to see it.
Speaking of the draft, we got the Venomancer versus Terrorblade. It's a very Terrorblade favored matchup. You just use the Q ability on the Venomancer, put his passive back on him, and he gets very sad. But Veno can kill TB, especially with a Clockwork to boot.
Okay, wow.
So, not actually Terrorblade favored. Carry players out there picking Terrorblade against Veno, they always feed. They always say, pick me Terrorblade, and then they feed.
It is a pretty favorable lane matchup. I like playing Veno offlane against Terrorblade. You just click him.
But it's the eternal argument of lane v game.
True.
Because right now, in lane, sure. But when I get to that 20-minute mark, I'm laughing when I'm a Terrorblade, pushing down towers.
I mean, I feel like I'm laughing when I'm a Veno, because I'm just putting magic damage on you, and then he's like, I'm going to Sunder. I don't care if you Sunder. You're going to die after you Sunder to my spells.
Technically, Terrorblade being demonic is cackling, and Venomancer being, I think, a snake-esque life form is hissing.
Like some sort of, hissing.
Sorry, thank you for that correction. I'm sorry for...
We do have our lore expert casting this series, so I'm sure we can get confirmation from him.
Let us know.
More importantly, though, for Khan, coming into the series, they started off their entire run in Omega League gravitating towards first pick, and they realized when they had to play their tiebreaker matches against Tempo and Extremum, they shifted towards second pick, mainly because they were realizing that their carry player Naive, he was what was pushing this team to mild success within their kind of tier of Dota. The Terrorblades, the Voids, and this is why we're seeing this draft isn't too surprising for me, I think, because they got their second pick, they're in that comfort zone, and both of these teams are Veno teams, so nothing really surprising.
Yep. Speaking of history as well, Ridge was mocking our old lads on the panel. We've got some really long-time veterans taking place in this game, specifically Vanscore and BZZ, the original set.
Yep.
Like I think that was like TI1 almost. Like whenever the first set came out, there was a BZZ Pugna set. Now 6-3 as it's written, but
there's a lot of names in this.
I think
Pikachu as well.
Yeah, Iceberg's brother Pikachu,
yeah, exactly.
Cheshire Cat, ex Power Rangers.
He's been around for so long.
Yeah.
The BZZ Pugna set, there's a golden version of it. It's actually the rarest item in the entire game, the most expensive item. Yeah, you wouldn't even know because it's so rare.
I don't believe you.
It seriously, you know that like blob-looking chest that drops any random immortals? There's a very small chance that can drop a golden BZZ Pugna set. They put it in as a meme ages ago, and it's actually the rarest item in the game.
Is it though?
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's like a unusual courier where there's literally only one of them, but I'm talking like, something that there can be multiple of. That's not literally unique. And looking at Unique's draft, actually, they just try.
Don't get carried away. You might.
You had it.
I'm pulling it, Rich. It's the same. I was hoping that they had picked another hero, and that transition would have worked great. But they're just banning up the Void Spirit, the Darkseer. It's heroes moving into more of the second phase bans, which I think does make sense. The nerfs do. You can definitely feel them, especially with the Oracle being picked up so much.
It's surprising. They go Oracle even though they banned Darkseer themselves.
It's just about having that save, really. About the fight. They've run Death Prophet before, being able to, swarm their opponent. I think the main thing right now, though, for Khan is the fact that when you look at the bans and early picks, Gilga didn't actually have many heroes left in his pool. You've got Phoenix removed, Tiny, Rubik, Clock picked up. He literally only had, I think, Earth Spirit left as his final hero. Luckily for them, it does slot well into their draft.
It's great here. But
really good. Like, there really wasn't much left for Gilga.
Yeah, I gotta say, dude, you love the Oracle hero. Like, I feel like every time that I see Oracle coming up, you just go off about how good it is. How many games of Oracle do you have? Be honest with me.
Honestly, not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah, I'm a Spirit Breaker player myself.
Okay, you just seriously think it's that broken.
Oh, okay. Think about it in terms of the. Okay, let's pause on the Bloodseeker for now. We're a little harp on that one. You don't want to promote your YouTube videos too much. Oracle, it's about the laning presence. You got a bit of damage, bit of pressure, and then also in the game you have such a big kind of save. And Kyle always talks about like the gravity of heroes. When you play against Oracle, your mindset is we have to jump X hero.
True.
Which enables your initiating heroes, your Venos, your Trolls, because they're naturally covered by the fact that Oracle is such a a factor in the game.
Not to be too much of like a fence sitter,
Yeah.
People hate that, but I think the beauty of this game, the beauty of Dota, is that just depending on the meta, these like backliners can be total garbage. Like for example, like if Earth Spirit is in every single game in top tier, which he's not exactly, he's like mid tier, he's decent. But if he was in every single game, Oracle's not good because he's a good backline jumper. He can silence the Oracle, Storms, these sorts of heroes. Like they're decent, but they're not like god tier heroes by any means. So I think there aren't currently enough backline jumpers. People are playing around Trolls, TBs, Drows, things like that. There's no Lycan to chase down an Oracle. So I think that's probably a big reason why he's strong is the save actually works. It's a hard commitment to get the Oracle. But once again, going back to the Earth Spirit, I think that's exactly another reason that it slots well into this draft. It's super good against the Oracle.
Yep.
You just jump in, silence him.
This opening has always got special. Well, not opening, I suppose, but Earth Spirit Bloodseeker picked 3 games in a row by newbie it was newbie to reach the grand finals in TI7, and LFY just let him do it.
I'm actually surprised.
Still blows my mind
that seeing the Bloodseeker come back, where we saw the Tiny with Secret, and then everybody bans the Tiny because it's like that's the combo, and then nobody picks the Earth Spirit with the Bloodseeker. This feels like the natural alternative to Tiny. You rupture and then you kick. I mean, it's one of the.
It's just the synergy of easy lockdown and then the blood
right as well. Yeah.
But how good is it though? Like double melee offlane, you're literally playing around blood right and roll against a troll. Sure, you have that silence, so you get a couple right clicks before axes. But if the troll just predicts it, gets the axes as the silence comes in, then I'm not seeing
there's no damage.
Such an innate strong lane that we've seen from other teams, right? But in theory, it's still going to be able to have a strong game. You're going to get potential, even farm. It's just Team Unique. They have such strong lanes. They'll pressure TB, and Troll should be able to survive the Bloodseeker lane.
I do feel like if Khan plays the lane right in the bot lane, like if or I don't know what the sides are, but if they play the lane right with the Bloodseeker and the Earth Spirit, I think they should be able to push the first wave. I think they should be able to get a level of advantage. I don't see how Oracle Troll will outpush a Bloodseeker and an Earth Spirit. Like if he starts kick first, which a lot of people are doing, you just blood right the first wave, kick the first wave, and play with the level advantage, play with the pull, kill the Oracle. Like I think they should hypothetically win this lane in a vacuum, but we'll see.
What? Just the way you phrased that. I mean, you talk about not wanting to sit on the fence, but then you said hypothetically in a vacuum. Maybe.
Well, okay, I'm just making like if they play like dog shit, obviously all the analysis falls out the window.
That is true.
I'm just saying people mess up lanes.
Speaking of, we got the odds coming out. EGB heavily favoring Team Unique, much like our panelists. They are certainly going to be the heavy favorites moving into this. Do you think that's accurate looking at the draft so far?
Yeah, I think Unique have strong lanes. Even if this Bloodseeker pushes lane in, I think Troll Natch will just be able to free farm. I don't think they have enough dive potential in this Bloodseeker Earth Spirit because you have the saves from Oracle. So I think overall, all Unique lanes should go well, and they're scary. Once you jump into the lines of Unique, they don't have a lot right now. They're playing around this TB, but because of the Venom lane, their TB timing might not ever really come to fruition until much later when Unique have already itemized for it. So favoring Unique for now.
I would go Unique too, just because I feel like it's really hard to put any pressure on them with the Veno Invoker. Like all of these heroes are just so disruptive, and I don't think the TB versus the Troll is enough of like a sick Troll counter to just out carry by farming the jungle. I don't think that's gonna happen.
So last words, Unique?
Unique.
I'll go Unique as well. I think the draft is good.
He started with Khan, by the way.
Well,
I was just sticking up.
No, it's fine. You just flip-flop.
Our draft analysts do not have a unique prediction, but we certainly have a unique casting combination. Please take it away, Dota Capitalist and Sir Action Slacks.
Let the battle begin!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest cast you've ever heard. It's Dota Capitalist and me, your friend Slacks here, casting this beautiful game in the Divine region.
Yeah, we actually, the reason we came up with this cast is we read in Twitch chat that somebody was missing the LD Mott duo, so we decided to do a little bit of throwback and a double play-by-play since people have been really searching for more of that in their life.
Absolutely, one of the most famous casts in history. We have double play-by-play with a special treat for you. One of us will take one team, the other will take another. And the play-by-play will never end.
We talked about this, and I specifically talked about why that's a bad idea.
That's the idea.
I mean, I just hope we don't get one-sided games.
If one team it goes 20-2, one caster will be completely silent as the game begins. And I, of course, choose my boys, Khan. I love Khan.
You chose Khan? You were supposed to go against Khan.
I love Khan. Khan is my boys. I love them so. I've casted many of their games for completely random, the games they put me on. Sometimes it could be secret. It just happens to be Khan often.
Did you never make that connection?
Wait a minute.
That you were casting when Khan was playing?
Wait a minute.
The quality of the cast meant the quality of the team.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Meanwhile, Unique, that's a real team right there.
No.
All right? They're not some pub star stack. I mean, sure, you look at Khan, there's a lot of good names in there, individually strong players. They're not a team. Not like Unique.
Yeah.
Do you think Khan could possibly come close to taking a game off Secret?
Oh my god, you sound just like the feudal tribes that thought the same thing about Genghis before he wiped them out. I'm sure they were just as famous. I'm sure they were unique until Genghis came in and took their society.
This is not where the cast should go.
Go! You're casting. You got Unique.
Get him, Illusion. Illusion. with the big battery assault damage. Ooh, BCZ, if he gets here, they can actually get this kill. Look at that body blocking. That is teamwork right there, Slacks. It takes a team of people to be able to win a Dota game, Slacks, and that is the trio of Unique. Looking good.
Looking quite good so far, Mr.
So 20 and 2? Is that your
20
prediction?
and 2 could potentially be where we go. But let's not forget the strength of Khan and their incredible... Oh, shit. Oh,
Incredible teamwork. The first combo they pull off goes terribly.
Now, reminder, this is a full bias cast. We are both professional esports people, but we are bringing it to you here as a tester. If you like the full bias cast, go ahead and at
Dota Capitalist, if you enjoyed this cast, and if you have some criticism, if you have any negative feedback, or if you just want to say, God, please no, be sure to let Sir Action Slacks know.
I was trying to think of who is actually the most biased Dota 2 caster, and I can't think of one.
What? Because they're all equally biased.
Yeah, exactly.
Pieces of shit.
I hate all of them. Thus why I am not a caster. Anyway, back to the game. Here we go. That guy.
Do you even know the players on your team?
Absolutely. Here comes Enchantress coming out. Look at these powerful rainbows. He doesn't even activate the rainbow on that one, but he doesn't need to. Team Unique. So weak. They are pushed out of the lane to make room for that big D Terrorblade. Just an incredible amount of damage coming out from the bottom. No hope of Unique winning that lane at all.
During Metamorphosis, yes, which is a very long cooldown, and eventually you'll see Venomancer pressure that TB. The scary part, of course, is the fact that you can create that Venomancer illusion and put the Poison Sting, but BZZ, he's well aware of the risks that come along in this lane.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Khan going for that Oracle, but decide to let him live as a sign of pity. Meanwhile, still forcing out these two very weak laners down at the bottom. Just a hard counter on Terrorblade for both of these heroes, and the Enchantress just laying in that damage. Capitalist, zero hope that these guys will be able to win this lane. Look at this damage coming out right now from your boys Khan. Naive, not even looking to get that literally free kill as he goes for the Plague Wards instead.
Yeah, the Plague Wards, I've seen this matchup a couple times, and I thought part of the problems with Plague Wards, TB just kind of deals with it pretty easily. But I think what we've got our mind in here is that we're going to eventually push the TB out of lane. We're going to take that tower nice and early.
Nice, completely mistiming of that stun there, allowing my boy to roll out. Meanwhile, look at the last hits. Puck absolutely decimating with 3 denies versus 2. And 17 last hits. The mid lane going quite in the favor of Team Khan.
Yeah, but that's expected. At this point, the Invoker, it's not going to win the CS matchup, but what he's going to do is out-rotate the Puck.
Well, potentially. I mean, Puck does have a real pop-off potential here. It really comes down to the... Look at that glyph preventing that like a true coward as he tornadoes him away.
Yeah, but if he was better, he would have glyphed once the tornado, because you don't take the damage until you land from the tornado. So he could have glyphed mid-tornado.
He could have, but meanwhile in the mid lane, my boy Ankon Mio going in for that Invoker, forcing a TP out. Incredible TP. Here comes our Spirit. Is landing perfectly on the guy who TP'd in. Maybe kind of missing his target, but not really, as he's going to go for trying to finish it. The body block comes out, and, you know, it was okay.
Oh, look at that, the rundown from Illusion. Oh, where's your meta now, Slacks? Oh, look, Susia. I think Susia's gonna die as well. Oh, what? Okay, if he places that ward right there and blocks in that camp, he 100% gets the Enchantress
Meanwhile, in the
kill.
mid lane, going back in on that Oracle, trying to find a kill, and they will have to walk away. The intelligent move to back up and not give away a free kill.
Again, you know, it's individually strong-ish players, but if you look at it, they're actually the failed players of other rosters, right?
Oh
Cheshire Cat, Power Rangers, you know, like couldn't really make it work past that. Pikachu, just the weaker version and brother of Iceberg.
Yes.
Just, the list goes on and on.
Such a beloved player.
Meanwhile, Unique, every single one of them, top of their class.
Sure. And we all know how much the community loves BZZ and his beautiful Pugna set. Thank you, Cap.
I mean,
a true hero.
He's just a winner.
True hero of the community.
Think about how much money that man made off of that.
Millions. Here we go. Metamorphosis onto that very weak Venomancer. Absolutely obliterates. Even going to take out the wards as well. Running for his life. This pathetic Clockwork. Trying to do what he can. 3 heroes chasing him down. And what is he going to do? Run like a coward and get caught up by this Mr. Rockman. My boy, Gilger. Learning from Crit, he says. Oh, that's not
You know
good.
what's really pathetic is the fact that Khan had to try lane. They couldn't just take the 2-on-2 like normal people. You know what that means? Oh, Bloodseeker here, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Maybe you
even
don't
die.
Wow. Maybe perhaps you know nothing about friendship. Most people would like to hang out with the same people. As you betray your casting partners, they betray their teammates, constantly ditching them in attempts to get even more clout. As we see, Team Khan not playing like that.
You know, I can already see the Reddit comments for this one. It's going to be like the Kyle clip. They'd be like, yeah, it was funny. You should see Slacks tried to pull it off as humorous, but you could see
You can
he's
see
really,
in his
there's
eyes.
a lot of truth there
Him
underneath.
and capitalists fucking hate each other. Oh boy, but anyway, this is just completely in the favor of Khan right now. Puck still leading the last hits with Terrorblade right behind and Bloodseeker, all extremely powerful. Only a team like Khan would be able to pick up this off-meta hero like Bloodseeker and do what OG
Off-meta hero? You mean
do.
literally copying exactly what Secret did?
Yes, off-meta.
Oracle Troll? Just pick Bloodseeker? Yes, very unique and
OG
innovative.
tried to do it, and not even they could do it, whereas Khan is succeeding unbelievably well.
You mentioned OG, but they're literally copying how Secret did it.
Yeah.
They saw this duo and said, Bloodseeker's really good, right? Because there's a number of reasons, right?
Yeah.
Face Eater can't protect against the pure damage. The fact that Oracle, somebody goes low, you keep them at that health, which means Bloodseeker's running around at max movement speed all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they truly do learn. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, we see Enchantress doesn't have the mana for that big
He's got
power.
stick charges.
Woo!
Oh, what? The stick charges! He's got 10 of them!
My God, you know, if that was a Con player, he would have used his stick charges. Meanwhile,
Oh
a double
God.
damage rotation down to the bottom lane, double damage Puck, and decimation! 3-2 already! Here, 8 minutes. But, incredible job by Con.
We got the late game with Troll. That's a Troll. Always good to have a Troll.
Incoming on the Con yet again. They are going to go ahead and double damage, insta-lock down that
He had a double
Invoker.
damage.
He still
You
had
knew he had a double damage. You saw it.
This is my favorite part of this game, is that your analytical brain won't let you just ignore their mistakes, whereas I can't notice the mistakes. So everything my team
You're so
does-
in love with your team that
blind.
everything they do is beautiful.
I don't know puck skills. Hey, this is incredible. Meanwhile, Khan going on another aggressive one. Nice kick there from the...
You mean he kicked him out of the blood right?
Well, he kicked him because he had blood. You know, he was bleeding.
He was bleeding.
Go, Cap. This is your team.
Boo-boo.
Shut up.
That's what the Oracle said.
Please don't steal my casting style. Now your team is winning.
This
Go
is
ahead.
the ABCs of casting right now. R stands for rupture. When heroes bleed.
Jeez, look at that block from Khan. Excellent block
my
from that chicken.
God.
And now Unique taking out yet again just an utter domination from this team. Incredible, Capitalist. Absolutely incredible from Team Khan.
What are you doing?
We can stop. We can stop it. It appears that this is physically painful for you.
No, it's fine.
All right.
By God, I'll see this through. Unique, you better get your asses in gear.
Can we please pull up the voice comm of Unique? Nah, but I mean, you're right, though. Unique does have some definitely ways to win this game. Should they make it that far with the Troll Warlord, very strong hero in the right circumstances, can tank a lot of this stuff.
I think a lot of times they're just going to, I think a lot of it's going to come down to the Clockwork. They needed the Clockwork to have a good game, and they can still have a chance when he picks up his level 6 that they'll start being able to start fights, because it's a downside of having an offlaner and Venomancer, right? He's just not going to be, oh, Jesus.
Here we go, initiation onto that, but they're going to turn it around, Cap! Wait, they're not turning it around. They're actually killing that guy.
Kill Illusion.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Oh, it's stick charges. That's why he saved the stick, Slack. He saved the 10 stick charges earlier for this. He could see the future.
Good God, what a genius. As that gank is postponed, not failed in any way. Simply strategically getting rid of those essential stick charges for the next gank.
It's like League of Legends when they blow a flash. He blew a flash! He used the ability. He doesn't have it anymore.
Blink is down! The hypest thing of that game. In the top lane, initiation on the Troll Warlord. But
nice.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. Whirling Axes, TP out, right? Two right-click heroes. Knew he was going to be able to survive. And what's even better, never mind.
Go ahead.
No. I was going to say he didn't TP back to base, but he did.
Okay, well.
I was going to say very farm efficient not to TP back. Okay, BZZ's dead again.
Absolutely. Another fantastic rotation onto that Venomancer. So weak, so pathetic, some would say, as Puck is just going absolutely bonkers. That Invoker completely missing from this match, as we thought this would be a
Oh, the hook shot in the back line, the clockwork. He's going for Suzuya, and he can't get out of the EMP.
No.
He's going to get burned.
Nice job on that kill, but my boy Puck, you know him, you love him, he's a juke master. The creeps did not get juked by Puck, but all of the other team did as he makes his way out.
You know what's really sad is that BZZ sacrificing himself in order to make sure the tower goes down, completely fell into that trap. They didn't deny the tower. They were so confident, they were just like, this BZZ guy's free kills.
Oh no.
Why do we need to kill the tower?
Oh, nice pickup by Illusion there. Okay, but Khan taking that easy, another sacrifice. You think sacrificing your Venomancer is a big deal? Imagine sacrificing your hard carry for a tower. Now that is a commitment.
You know what they say, you're not an analyst, so you probably don't understand this, but
True.
people hold the safe lane tower much higher regard than the mid lane tower. Mid lane tower is nothing. It's in the middle of the map. How could it be worth anything?
Yep.
You know, it's surrounded by a bunch of other towers.
Much like
safe lane tower, very important.
Yes.
So the trade-off here, Unique taking the safe lane tower, very good.
I understand. I mean, some people value their hair so much that they'll faux hawk it, and then later they'll just get rid of the hairstyle like it meant nothing and shave themselves bald. Why would anyone do that? It's just not highly valued, and then that will come back for them in the end.
You know, much like just being able to complete the analysis of a team and just fully recognize both their strengths and weaknesses, it's better to come to terms with who you are as a person and just accept the inevitable fate that's currently happening.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a girlfriend versus being... Oh, fuck you, actually. I think. Shit. Well, whatever. Welcome.
Where was that going?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I was going to say having a serious relationship instead of having a girlfriend, but I think you actually are in a very serious relationship. But
5 years.
Well, congratulations.
Or something.
Good for her.
I hope she's not listening. I
she's
just said
dealt
or
with it.
something.
There you go.
She's dealt with it.
Here we go, yet again, that classic battle.
Okay, we had a momentary pause, so I
Yes.
just want to say a pause on our commentary
Sure.
here. Con is really surprising me in how good they've actually been able to put up a fight, because what we've seen from them so far was not terribly impressive.
No. And I got to admit as well that they've really used the puck to their strength. They've done what they can, but this is where Con typically starts to fall apart. They've actually had pretty decent laning phases, and then when it comes to mid-game fights, late-game fights, we've seen them falling off, so... Whoop!
Close call.
Yeah, this is nice, though. They are keeping up with a team that, I mean, have these guys even... Like, they've been doing very well, haven't they? I'm pretty sure.
Unique?
Unique, yes.
They haven't been doing the best because they still ended up in the lower bracket.
Oh, okay.
So, I can give you their total score, which I had in my head earlier. I think they fell just short of getting first place. Yeah, that's what it was. They got beat out by Hellraisers for first place. So they went 4-1, which is super close. But they lost to Hellraisers 1-2.
I see. So, yeah, I mean, sarcastic commentary aside from both of us, must say that Con is doing a very nice job here. But we'll see if they can actually keep that up. Me, like my boys, know that we can keep it up all night long. So they will never fall in this game. This will be the rise of Con.
You know, they say that you should actually look into that. You should look into that if it...
Oh, yeah. Unique should definitely look into that because this is going to be quite the attack here. In the bottom, here we go.
Nice trap.
Absolutely managing to break that smoke and save the rest of her team. Well done there by the Enchantress.
I like the combination they threw with the Oracle, too. Put him on top of the Clockwork. That's a combo you can use for the entirety of the game, especially if you can, before Force Staffs come into play, it's a really good way to just keep people in place so the Clockwork can just keep going, baby.
Absolutely. But we do have a problem here. This is that standard Terrorblade is simply free farming situation here that's a little bit scary. Initiation by
shot.
the clock.
Missed, hit the creeps. A little bit sad. Friendly fire there. Oh, Terrorblade's coming in to fight, too.
Terrorblade taking him out now. An excellent kill by Khan as they go onto the Oracle. Oracle trying to get out of there as soon as they can, but they find a better target. Easier to kill your boy Venomancer, as they've done so many times before. Venomancer gonna stick that Stinky all over everybody. The Stinky will hurt. I think our boy knows he's not gonna make it out. He starts to TP. If anyone else gets close, that Centaur could have stomped and actually canceled that TP, so very lucky there. Great teamwork as always, not letting Centaur stomp your TPing support.
I would like to see Unique.
Wow!
Nice from Naive. He uses his Sunder to be able to just keep farming up because he's still got plenty of time to meta, so he wants to be able to clear through this as much as possible. Terrible player, though.
I mean,
I don't know how he's doing.
Great
It's
play.
just awful.
Here comes the tornado. Go ahead.
Good pick up on Cheshire Cat. What they want to do, they really want to take this mid tower. I just want them to be able to fight around their Venom wards a little bit more. I feel like that's part of the problem that they're having with BZZ is he's putting himself so far forward very often, and he doesn't have some of his teammates around him. It's difficult to fight into those wards. They just play around it a little bit more. Nice job by 19 Team, who gets the last hit before the Earth Spirit could come in for the deny.
Trying to do everything they can. They're really dedicating whatever they can to this Troll Warlord. Meanwhile, Terrorblade is just at the top, much like Dota Capitalist and Join Dota, just putting everything into that, and eventually, we'll see if it becomes irrelevant.
Well, I think it's more like a slow build-up, you know?
It is,
more like the
yeah.
Troll where he's going to build into his Battle Fury, and as he progresses through his career of a game, you know, he's just going to get stronger and stronger and better. It becomes honed by all the adversity that he has to go through.
Absolutely. That's actually, I agree with that a lot. I think you have been through a lot of adversity.
No, stop it. That's gross. You're ruining this cast now.
Here we go.
I don't want to hear nice words from you.
On the Clockwork, nice kick, and then decided he wasn't worth it yet again. As our boys are looking for even more kills here. Just keeping complete domination of the map. 7K net worth ahead despite being the same kills. Terrorblade is just farming his lights out right now. And Unique not really having anyone focus on stopping it. The only person that is doing anything that's not clumped up is Veno, pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he wants to be able to sit there, farm up some jungle and stuff, but Unique really got to get some map control back. I want them to go fight. I can't believe they needed to go fight while meta was still down.
Sure.
But sadly, all they got was that tier 1 tower. So now at this point, Unique probably need to be able to play away from that hero. I don't know, it just feels awkward. Push him back into the rest of your team, which is coming in. He's going to be blocked out. Nice hit with a battery assault there. And even if he could roll away from the clock, there was the Invoker on the other side. Just a masterfully put together gank on an Earth Spirit.
More like a easy way to scout out the jungle, making sure that Terrorblade farming that jungle was not called out by clock. An easy sacrifice to ensure that Terrorblade continues his farm. A classic Khan move. Send in the lower initiates and then keep Papa Khan in the back.
Send in the cannon fodder.
Send
Is that what you're
in
saying?
the cannon fodder. The Khan special.
Unique, meanwhile, they value every life on their team. They're all equal.
Truly beautiful cowards. A bunch of hippies on Unique, as not one single person will take a life. The vegan equivalent of a Dota 2 team. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, what's wrong with vegans?
Literally nothing. I wish I had the palate to be a vegan.
Same.
I respect the vegans. Yeah, a friend
Good for the environment.
It is. It's good for everything. Except for the taste buds. But I respect people that can put that away and say, you know what, I have a cause. A good friend of mine went vegan for the cause. He loved everything. He loved meat. He loved wasting food and burning trees. And then he said, no longer. Turns out this is bad.
He was halfway through eating a cow and burning down a forest, and he said, enough of this. No more. Sunstrike? Oh no, that tornado compounded it.
Well, you know what? They really do value life. As you said, Cap, Even their enemies must be spared.
Oh, that was awkward. I think he got caught up in the fact that there was a team fight coming behind that.
Yeah.
So he wanted to be able to tornado and hit some of the backline as well, and just kind of mistimed it with the Sunstrike.
Yeah, but such things happen with Invoker. The Tornado, extremely difficult spell to land. Sometimes can be unfortunate, but can be so good. So, not the biggest flub in the world. Meanwhile, down at the top, we have Terrorblade farming, and the rest of his team's really smoking in, looking for that inevitable initiation. They're going to walk past the clock. Clock almost broke that smoke in time to save Veno's life, but now they're going to go on Veno. Here comes a TP. Absolute domination of the Venomancer. Clock still in a nice position, but Oracle in some serious trouble here. They're going to go straight on the Oracle. Easy pickup by Bloodseeker. Tornado EMP, they will hit no one as this tower. Actually, I have to say, again, impressive movement by Khan. They actually bait out the Terrorblade, smoke the rest of the team, go in and looking for who's going to initiate on the Terrorblade. That was actually really good.
I think the core concept of what Unique wanted to do there is not wrong. As we're going to watch our Clockwork give up his life to save Invoker.
Whiff the ult there, not a big
Terrible.
deal.
Up 8,000 net worth, but can't hit a coil. So.
Unique would never do something like that.
But I think that the idea is that they bait out the Venomancer. The problem is that they just didn't execute their early game well enough. Like BZZ fell behind enough. Like he was supposed to take that early tower, like not die quite as many times. He gets to a point where he's strong enough, he has the utility to survive through this initiation. He gets off the Poison Nova. They get a subsequent team fight afterwards. That looks really good for them. But if the Venomancers just jumped on right away, it all comes down to just some misplays early on that is snowballed against them. And it's hard to be able to recover, especially with a Venomancer at this point in the game. So what I'm saying is the fundamentals are there for Unique. They had the absolute right ideas. It's just, you know, rough start to the game. They're waking up.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll come back.
This might be the one that you're thinking of, Camp. These guys are smoking in. Take them. It's your team.
Oh, they're just rushing into the high ground. This is brave. Can they catch anybody? Nice cold snap. Catch onto the Earth Spirit, who's really important for their initiation.
Yeah.
He wants to be able to cause the chaos that allows the puck to be able to follow in and get the coil that leads into the blood right, and then TB just casually saunters in and gets all the last hits. Unique, identifying the source of that initiation, take him out and have an opportunity to force buybacks around Roche. And look at that Alacrity troll.
That is taking that Roshan incredibly.
Oh, look at this. He's going in. He's going to make sure they get this Roshan. He is sacrificing himself because that's a team play right there, baby. Give it up so you can take the...
Yes, my boy! Gilger, the god himself, buys back, steals the Roche. Thank you so much, Team Unique, for that beautiful present as you run away, getting absolutely destroyed by Gilger God. He learned from crit, and this game is looking like a complete disaster now. Literally hand-packaged a Roshan to the glory that is Khan. Will they catch nice net onto the Invoker? He's going to go ahead and EMP, draining a lot of that mana. Not a bad move as they pop that smoke, finishing him off with everything that they can. The silence is almost off, and what a just, you know, I got to give it out to Team Unique. Thank you so much for all these gifts. Just literally a gift to Team Khan, the superior god tier team. Cap.
Gilger got lucky.
Lucky!
He happened to roll into the pit at the right time.
No, he bought back to that Cap.
That was an incredibly good idea from Unique. Illusion made such a sick move by making that initiation and blocking out that entire path. It all would have worked except for Gilger got lucky.
Gilger got lucky. Write it down, Gilger haters. For the rest of us here on planet Earth, Gilger God.
That was really sick, though.
That was actually fucking super good.
I was hyping it up, and then I see H is snatched by Gilger, and it all deflated. It all went out of me.
Oh, my goodness. But, I mean, this has actually been a really great match. Very competitive to watch these two guys go. The question, Eric, becomes, is Unique actually going to be able to get the power off with this Troll Warlord? I mean,
you could see, because they're like fighting back at such a net worth deficit that they like the components are there to be able to win fights, to be able to win this game. It's just every single time it feels like they're just a bit too far behind.
Right.
You know?
I mean, the big problem, though, is that Terrorblade. As we said before, they're just letting him get away with stuff. It's tough to come back from that. They see a Plague Ward come out, and Puck is actually warned of the entire team's smoke from that Plague Ward. Very greedy pick there, but I guess he was seeing... and the counter smoke. Did that get spotted out by that rocket?
They got a scan.
I see.
So they know there's heroes on the high ground there. They quickly back up to their tier 1 tower, which they feel is kind of safe.
I gotta go on this
God, this guy hit so hard.
Woo! Mio just owning. Not doing... Oh.
Dios mío.
Dios mío. Mucho en fuego, this kid. Please change your in-game tag to Dios mío, I beg you. Nice kick out of... They have got to communicate that a little bit better, guys. That's like the 4th time.
Okay.
There's
nobody else here.
This is looking pretty damn good, though. Venomancer gets the ult off.
If they only had people here.
Oh, no. Oh, that was the perfect initiation, honestly, from that Clockwork.
Illusion, I mean, this kid's a beast. We saw him. He was a big reason why they looked so good at ESL 1 Los Angeles, I believe. I think he stood in for that event and then eventually became a permanent member. But yeah, like he's doing really good. Also, I want to point out this Puck build of the Desolator.
Sure.
It looks very cool because it's similar to the way that Ember Spirits operate with this Desolator. With the phase shift attack, he's able to just get this damage out onto everybody. And then the TB and Bloodseeker just come in and...
Yeah, it's a unique build that definitely goes against this draft. I mean, Veno can be so scary, but as we saw, if you have like time to kill that Invoker before he can get his stuff going, pretty strong. Meanwhile, looks like our boys finally entering this game.
Once again, killing the Enchantress. Suzia is just always kind of out there, always putting himself between him and Unique, which makes him a fool. Fool!
No, Enchantress is just doing what she can. She's still buying Terrorblade time, still incredibly high on the net worth. So is Puck. And honestly, Enchantress and Earth Spirit, they can feed as much as they want. As long as those boys keep farming, the end result is Terrorblade is going to beat everyone else in this game. So, perfect plays. Another initiation onto that Venomancer. And not kicking him out this time. They've learned as Unique takes some serious damage there. Oracle going to go ahead and try to save him as much as possible. Meanwhile, on the back line, getting that Invoker away from the battle. Bloodseeker stomping him out. Lots of dust coming out and making sure that he is not getting out of there. Double kill coming out for Team Con. And it looks even worse for Team...
Look at this fast play. They're going to try and catch 19. Oh, they got him.
My God.
Oh, no.
You know the game's good when the bias caster starts casting the other team. They got him, baby! And Troll Warlord, the farming king, now using his ultimate.
It's gonna get Suzuya!
No. Yule Scepter, easy counter. The rest of the team trying to help him out as much as they can. Bloodseeker with a perfect zoning Blood Right, and they clean up. The game looks quite hard for them. Much like China building the wall, they must now do anything they can, but Mulan's not coming this time, my friends. Looking rough. I don't know history. I just saw the movie Mulan. I think that's
I know,
historically accurate.
I was like, is this going to be a historical reference? And then Mulan came out.
When will Mushu come?
Where is the talking dragon? I thought he was funny.
Oh, Eddie Murphy, what happened? From Mushu to the Clumps or whatever the hell that shit was called.
Oh, no.
Initiation onto the Veno yet again. Another pickoff. This Veno has just had no space to do anything.
No. Yeah. At Great Wall, it's going to get torn down pretty quickly here.
No!
They don't really have any high ground defense without the Venomancer. That's why they made such an aggressive initiation there, because it's just annoying fighting into Venom wards in the high ground push. So they took as much effort as they could.
As Khan effortlessly murdered Spock, will they effortlessly take this tower and push further, cementing their and my greatness? For I predicted them to be champions, and yet again, I am correct. Capitalist, your comment on please.
Hold up, let me pull up my Kirk impression.
Phil. It's all
by God. Unique. Can they hold the high ground? Khan. won't get away with this.
Full power to the tower. Make it shoot. 3 bullets. Not happening here. Fortification is down. As I'm not sure what's happening. Have they given up? You need to defend the racks now, friends.
I think they thought they were going to go for the mid lane push.
No.
That's not the case.
Okay. Boys are pushing in on that bottom. Nice job by the puck, keeping them at bay so Terrorblade can just tear up. Terrorblade really uncontested, really not really focused on it all, and now he is doing what Terrorblade's doing. This is the second double damage on this Deso puck. Kind of unlucky here as they just tear it up completely.
Time for the Enterprise to activate its self-destruct. Oh no.
Everyone get to the escape vessels. Captain going down with the ship. And that will be your GG Dota Capitalist as predicted. My boys on Con decimating your Team Unique.
Well, much like there were multiple games to the Star Trek series, there will be multiple games to this series.
Yes.
And hopefully Unique can do something there.
We'll switch.
What happened in the... No, I don't want to switch. I'm going to stay on Unique.
Okay, sure.
I legitimately think that there are just a lot of things that went wrong for them in the first 10, 15 minutes. I would love for BZZ to be a little bit more conservative, I would say, in its positioning as a Venomancer. Wait till you actually build up that net worth advantage before you position yourself in a come kill me territory, because they did that a lot.
And I think they might have played a few of their cards in that one. The Terrorblade, is kind of like, let's pick this Terrorblade in this draft because we think that they won't go on him kind of pick. Not sure they're going to fall for that again, so I wouldn't expect to see such a stomping in Game 2, especially with everything that we've seen from a team like Unique. But maybe our panel has some more to speak of in a non-biased way. So please, take it on over, my beautiful panel.
You can own me as long as you call me beautiful. Ooh, woo. All right, let's actually talk about what happened in this first game of the series. What'd you guys think? Because ultimately, talked up Unique a lot. Everybody thought that was going to be a 2-0. And look at where we're at. Khan going to strike first blood.
Every couple days, I feel the need to just rant a little bit. And I'm going to do my best to keep it civil today. But when I'm in pubs, I get flamed a lot by these European players for saying, you farm all game, go back to NA. Something along those lines. And I'm usually just like a Darkseer, and I'm like trying to Ion Shell people, maybe Ion Shell a Creep Wave, and I'm like, why are you guys flaming me for farming? I feel like I'm trying my best. And I've had at least 3 or 4 games where I have a hero like Troll on my team, and the guy buys a Battle Fury. And we're fighting 4v5 for the first 25 minutes of the game, and by the time he has any semblance of items, the game's already over. And we have not even come close to winning a single game like that. And I need to ask you guys in EU, who of you thinks that Battle Fury on Troll is a thing? I've seen it on 3 or 4 top 200 players that are different players, and it's not even nothing about it looks good. It doesn't feel good. You compare it to an Anti-Mage. He's really the only hero right now that goes Battle Fury. Anti-Mage is going to be split pushing. He's going to be taking towers. He's independent. He's hard to gank. Troll, it's he's pretty much going to be sitting in the triangle with a Battle Fury. That's what he's going to be doing. And you just literally offer nothing to your team. You don't make the opponent split up. You don't make them try to catch you because they always know where you are. So my rant is basically, am I watching NA Dota here? What is this crap? You guys are just hitting creeps. We talked about Team Unique being the favorite team going into the series, but I would love to see their draft ram back with this Troll going Drums Diffusal or some crap, some
Anything
item build.
fight.
Yeah, some item build that says, okay, Oracle, you're going to ult me, I'm going to run in and hit people. But Terrorblade, he's a farming hero, but he went Manta, right? It's an item on a farming hero that lets you fight.
Yep.
Compare the items, right? It's Manta Scotty against Battle Fury SNY. Who's going to be more impactful? I don't know. It's the big thing for me is you see this 5k advantage and you're like, oh, Troll's got his Battle Fury, he's going to come back or whatever. That's just not how it works.
No. That's not the way the meta is right now. And we always talk about it, especially right now, and I've heard pros and everybody talking about it too. It's about your core right now. It's all about your carry. And now your carry, who's supposed to be the end-all be-all is supposed to be about this guy. He goes for Battle Fury, and I actually felt like it wasn't even a good troll game anyway, because they picked it into Bloodseeker.
It's good with Oracle.
It can work
what we were
with
talking
Oracle.
about, but yes, yeah, continue.
It seems like it can just be a tough game for him, but I feel like when you're picking troll, and then you go for Battle Fury, it's like, why didn't you just pick a different hero?
Yeah.
Sure, it works well with the Oracle, but then you're putting it into a position where it's not really a troll warlord anymore. You're going Battle Fury, you're not playing with the Oracle. You're not fighting with your Oracle ultis ever. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted to harp on that one too, but they're just... He never was able to actually show up to fights. They showed up... When they were actually able to have him show up at fights, he was useless. He couldn't actually... I saw him hitting Bloodseeker for, like, nothing. Look at him.
He gets Yulesed.
He's chasing. He's going to get Yulesed.
I'm saying, like, he just gets Yulesed and his ulti is useless.
Yeah. That definitely did not like the item.
Man, that was a great rant. You know, at first I got a little bit nervous when BSJ said he was going to go on a rant. It was incredible. I thought he was going to talk about lore or something. That was a fantastic rant.
No, I feel like they put themselves on the back foot when they go for that type of item with this type of draft, where they're gonna have to look to go for these fights. Like they picked a 4 Protect 1 on the side of Khan.
Yeah.
But like you said, TB gets Manta. It's like, yeah, 4 Protect 1, but he's showing up to all these fights with this Puck, who's also owning. Mio played unbelievably well on this Puck.
The point I want to emphasize is that both teams are hitting creeps, right? Like 80% of the game is not a fight. Like there's not going to be a fight at all times. But if one team is fight ready, anytime they feel like their abilities, their items, like even if Puck gets a Blake, or just like some small timing and the Terrorblade has meta, they're gonna go kill you once or twice, and suddenly that's gonna turn into a 1 or 2K extra gold lead. They're gonna have like an extra tower off of it, maybe an extra creep camp of like the map that they can farm or something. That happens 3 or 4 times, and suddenly the game's like a 10K lead.
Yep.
And you compare that to the troll, and it's like, okay, troll, when are you ready? And I feel like when you go Battle Fury on troll in this meta, it's my answer if I was the troll would be next item.
Next item, always.
Like always
next
next item, you know? Like, oh, okay, I'm building this SNY, I'm gonna go Satanic, okay, then I'll have an Abyssal and I can kill people. But at this point, they're kind of tanky. I need that MKB to actually do enough damage. It's just like, I've played it a few times, like, these types of heroes, and it just, the reason why I didn't like Bloodseeker prior to this patch, because I was still trying him as a carry, or like when they reworked him, I didn't like him because I was like, okay, I have all these items, I actually farm pretty fast with this new Blood Rage, but at no point do I feel like the strongest hero in the game. And the same thing with Troll in here. There's no timing. There's no, this is when we go.
Yep. I feel like if he'd gone real items, I was actually watching upstairs, and I'm like, Khan, they're actually playing very well. I'm a little bit worried because, as we've said about this team, sometimes when teams aren't so comfortable together, you hit this 15-20 minute mark, you're playing that great laning phase right out of the game. Bloodseeker has a couple deaths, that kind of thing. You're like, okay, maybe if they stop doing stuff and the other team starts actually responding, then that's where they can start losing this game because they're not as comfortable as a team together, right? Mm-hmm. But Unique, they can't ever come together because their troll can't join fights. So then Khan is able to just dictate the whole pace of the game and do, like you said, they do whatever they want because they know Troll's never going to be ready to fight. So
Unique really couldn't get the game under control. Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice.
You're welcome. But yeah, no, I wouldn't even say that was a rant. That was a seminar. Thank you. That was a very, very good way of looking at it. That wasn't a rant at all. I feel like rants are... a rant has to be emotional, right?
Yeah.
That was very logical.
Okay. Well, it's from frustrations in my games, especially when they rage at me for saying I farm too much because I'm from NA. And I see players in EU like this, and I'm like...
I couldn't taste the emotion there. I felt only a big brain.
Nah, damn. I don't know if I did a good job then a bad job then. Because I said it was a rant.
It was fantastic. It was fantastic. I just don't think it was a rant. I think it was a seminar.
Nope.
And when we look at this now, we just had a seminar from BSJ, but it does look like Unique does need to go back to the blackboard, or they might get schooled again. We're gonna have to see if Khan's going to be able to take this one. We'll be jumping into the draft very shortly, and I think you guys have already outlined a bunch of things that we might want to see when we actually do get into this second game. And I feel like overall, on the side of Unique, what are you looking for? Because you've outlined the problems with the troll. What do you want to see them go for? What line to victory do you want to see them try to carve?
I mean, for this one, I felt like they were slightly outdrafted, but I just felt like they didn't play their. I just feel like they didn't even play their draft.
Because I mean, you guys were saying that this is a team that could come out, steal some games from some of the top contenders inside of Divine. For anybody just tuning in right now, keep in mind as well, we finally made it to our bracket. It took like 37 weeks to get here. Like these teams have definitely played everything that they needed to play. This is the cleanest bracket that you could potentially have. To come in and start off today and potentially drop a series to Khan, it's a pretty big surprise.
So when I'm playing Dota and I'm trying to learn for myself, and whenever I lose or whenever something goes wrong, I try to ask like, hey, what can I do to change this for either next game or like next team fight in the current game I'm playing? And sometimes I would actually love to know what top tier pros think about this kind of thing. I've never had the chance to discuss this exact subject, but I tried to identify the most easily changeable thing and the most significant thing at the same time, if it's possible. So like when I look at this game, I don't try to oversimplify Dota, but I'm just like, I want to run this entire draft back without the troll having a Battle Fury. And I actually don't know what the game would look like if he went fighting items. They're like the whole, how many factors of the game would change purely based on that is like,
yeah,
you just can't fathom it, right? So when we're talking about going into the next game, it's like if I'm Team Unique, it's literally like, hey guys, like we're building to fight this game. Just pick a carry that's going to come online in the first 15, 20 minutes. I really don't care what the rest of their draft does. I think their draft was reasonable. Like
it could have worked.
It could have worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they're the better team, like their draft.
It's not like they completely threw.
No, yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
like they picked Monkey King.
Yeah, into Slaughter. But yeah, no, the way I look at going into the next game is just like give ourselves a way to play the game. Like I've been in situations where I was like, these tier 2, tier 3 teams where I'm playing it's like a stack. I really have it in like an open qual. We just lose a game that I'm just like, how the hell did we lose that game? And you just come back next game. It's like let's simplify what we do. Make it so we can fight them if we need to. Make it so we have like a cooldown based or timing based, item based, something that says, okay, this is when we go. Until then, we're playing the dodge game or reactionary game, whatever. But with this game, it's hard to play this way.
It is. It's like we said. It's a carry. It's a carry meta. It's all about your carry. That's why you're seeing Oracle come back.
Yeah.
Right. It's like Oracle's like
all about
making your carry just. That's
why Darkseer is good.
That's why Darkseer. That's why Grimstroke's broken anyway, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But like all these heroes like enable your carry to just be the best that he can be. So I feel like the game could have it could have looked definitely different. I did like Khan's draft a little bit more, but that's not saying like Unique's draft was bad. It was. In my opinion, a little bit like countered in some ways.
I don't want them to overthink this. That was like
simplify.
The main message.
If you keep reducing what's being said by everybody, you're going to end up just falling back on the word simplify. I feel like that really is the consensus here. Just simplify, fight. Go in and fight. Simplify the draft. Simplify some of those builds that we actually do see as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean, look, you've already brought up there's so many different factors inside of this game. There's so many different combinations that can be made. And look even at humans, right? The different combinations that are inside of all of us. Given enough time, if you were able to, humans just existed forever.
I know exactly.
And you had countless combinations. You had countless combinations of humans. Eventually, there would be another Giannis, exactly the same genetically. Who knows if with a different upbringing he might
be half Bumblebee though.
And that's why I think it's absolutely crucial that people watch Jupiter Ascending before they dive into a game as complex as Dota.
I literally knew. There's a lot. Like halfway through the first sentence,
talking about it upstairs this whole time.
It's a fantastic movie. And I think that there are some things that will make you better by Starry Night. The Mona Lisa. These are things that stir the minds of intellectuals and cause them to create their own art on their own canvases in their own medium. Dota players are artists with a palette more diverse than many of the palettes that exist in this realm of reality.
That actually was pretty good. Wow. Yeah, that's actually true.
I always trust that. I always trust Rich is going to bring it back. Continue.
And how do you expect to be an artist if you haven't consumed fucking Jupiter Ascending? One of the greatest works.
Never mind, he killed it, ruined. Immediately ruined. You were going somewhere.
They had us in the first half, and then not in the second half, and then the third half.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness, though, I do think that it is very important to get back to simpler throughout all of Divine. And I'm curious how you guys do feel about that. Just simplify stuff. Fight. We've seen a lot of wonky picks already. We've been covering the Divine bracket for a few hours. It hasn't even been that long, and already we've seen some crazy stuff coming out.
Yeah, we look at we look at teams like Team Unique who are a team, right? And we say, oftentimes I get asked, compare tier 1 teams to tier 2, tier 3 teams. Like, where do you draw the line? And how often have we looked at a Team Seeker draft and said, I don't know where they're going with this. You look at their items and say, when do they fight? I don't know what their timing is. It just never happens. Like their lineups just fall together at some point, right? Like all the pieces fall into place. And the thing about tier 2, tier 3 teams is they're quite capable of executing at a tier 1 level. They just don't do it every game. And so I look at Team Unique and it's like, I don't expect you guys to play perfectly. you don't need to play perfectly to be con if you want my
I think
honest
that
opinion.
the really cool thing is when you're moving through an entire draft and we can't see it until the very end, and it's so clear that it was by design.
Oh,
right?
that's
now
the beauty. That's
that
where you
is-
learn,
Yeah,
too.
that is the mark of a tier 1 team to me, right? As somebody who obviously has a lot less knowledge than you guys do, I simply sit here, ask you guys questions because I'm genuinely curious, and I say hello and goodbye. But when those moments happen, every single time I'm like flabbergasted, and you're like, how the heck did they manage to do it? It's like they just won a game of chess without even putting the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
And I feel like you don't see that very often outside of the tier 1 teams, but it feels like some of the teams who don't have that grasp of the meta or the mind games that are going on, when they try to do it, they end up having that gotcha pick, but against themselves.
It's so crazy to me because I did a little stack tournament back in like February or something, WSG, with a couple guys from NA, and Moo would be the most notable one.
That was where we met.
Yeah, it was just like a little tournament where I hadn't played competitive in a while, and we were flown out for a day or whatever to this LAN. And we had to draft, and we hadn't practiced drafting as a team. I personally haven't drafted in like 2 or 3 years. And you have all these good ideas. You know what heroes are good in the meta. You're like so confident in the way you view Dota. And then you get 4 picks in, and you're just like,
what the
hell have we made
What
here?
did we do?
You're like, oh, this beautiful canvas. Oh, like brushstroke here, brushstroke there.
Then you
And
open
you look
your
at it, you're
eyes.
like, and you're like, what? And it's much easier to wake up to that picture and be, and realize somewhere along the line you really.
It's like yes, it's art, but at a certain point, it's like when you try to write the happy birthday in the bubble letters on the card, and you get all the way to the end of the page, and you're like, oh shit, how am I gonna fit the Y? And you just do like the tiny.
I know
little-
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's like, oh, my beautiful canvas. It's like you wrote too many bubble letters. You got 1 pick left. You got 8 boxes to check. Where are you gonna put it? And you put in that tiny little Y. But you might be asking, why are you talking about this right now? Well, it's because we are about to jump into the draft. I'm going to throw it over to, honestly, one of the best draft panels that we have ever thrown together. Absolutely beautiful, fantastic, artistic minds. Thank you so much, Rich. I will be your host right now of the draft panel, and I am joined by the glowy brains of Fogged and BSJ. Let's jump into the action right now and see what these teams are going to bring. I think that the analyst panel did a very good job of kind of showing some of the shortcomings that did happen in game number 1, but we're about to get into the action here. Khan does lead by 1 if you're just tuning in against Unique, something that we did not expect to see. It really did seem like we were going to have Team Unique having the upper hand, potentially even 2-0ing in the series based off of what we saw to lead into this bracket. Already our minds have been shifted slightly.
Yes, I was listening to the analyst panel, and I really liked some of the points there.
Some of the points that were brought up by that guy.
By Brian, yes. What a start as well. What a start.
You know, he was so busy coming up with great ideas in Dota that he came up with the worst gamer tag of all time. Just slamming bananas. How did you come up with that?
Okay, so I actually have obviously had to answer this question a lot, but my last name's Canavan.
Okay.
So back in high school, just one of my football
Canavan
teammates
bananas.
just realized that Canavan the Banana Man just had like a really good ring to it for no reason. So my entire football team after like a year was calling me, this was my second to last year of high school, was calling me Banana Man. Just bananas, Banana Man, any semblance of banana in the word. And I played a bunch of basketball. Basketball was actually my main sport. So I was just like, well, I'm a banana and I'm slam jamming.
I'm the banana slammer jam.
Yeah. And obviously I was like 19 at the time. So I thought I was
my name was much worse. So bad that when I started casting, they wouldn't let me use it at MLG.
What was it?
Loves to Spoon. And it's
I knew
still
that was great.
it's still my main Steam on my main Steam account. It still Loves to Spoon to this day. But talking about coming up with terrible ideas that try to be too creative, that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing everybody pretty much sticking to their roots. Nice little Rubik, something that we've seen throughout the entirety of this tournament that we expect to see all the way through, open it with a Tiny and a Grimstroke. Vigor's talking about the fact that you love Grimstroke.
I love Grimstroke, and then I love playing Rubik versus Grimstroke because you get better Grimstroke abilities. So I think that's really ideal for having Rubik versus those two heroes off the bat, at least for me.
Something I learned about Rubik last night was we were playing some Nature's Prophet together on our party queue, and I was against a Rubik, and they're like, oh yeah, they put the Rubik in the safe lane to play it against the Nature's Prophet to Fade Bolt the trees, and Fade Bolt's percent damage.
It does like
now.
2 damage.
So
off
it literally
the tree.
made my tree ants do 22 instead of 24 damage.
It's literally 10%.
Yeah, it used to make the trees do no damage, literally 0. So it's kind of funny to me that people aren't picking more potentially summons-based heroes versus the Rubik, because it used to be such like I remember that. I'd literally I remember in draft, since I didn't play offlane, that the supports would be like, yeah, we can pick Rubik against the Nature's Prophet. It's kind of similar to Jakiro, limits the damage of the summons. But here, I think Rubik's really nice against Tiny. I love that 2 of the best spells in the entire game in terms of their individual impact and damage output, the Toss and the Avalanche.
He also can, mess with the combos too. He's instant. It's an instant mess up. So it's like if the Tiny doesn't use both spells, he can break it. Same thing for Grimstroke. The Inkswell target, you can lift him and toss him away in most situations, and the Inkswell will not connect.
Really, really important.
Very important, yeah.
Why go for Void so early? We've seen plenty of Void, but not often in the first phase, Brian.
I honestly don't know too much about this hero in regards to, I know what he does, right? I know what his abilities do. I know why people generally pick him. But in terms of the grand scheme of the draft, like what makes this already a good Void Spirit game? I would say since Void Spirit's primary source of survivability is reacting, as well as a physical damage absorbing shield, doesn't really make sense to me. There's no backliner that they need to jump. There's no synergy between Void Spirit and Rubik specifically. So if you want my honest answer, I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. I mean, it's ways to get on Grimstroke and stuff like that, but
it's not like a terrible. Void Spirit's one of those heroes that's never a terrible pick, but it does have varying impact in the game drastically. I would say it's either a snowballing Void Spirit who has Ags that just disrupts the entire fight, or it's this Void Spirit that falls a bit behind and looks like he can't kill anybody.
He can at least play around Grimstroke, like the Phantom and stuff. You can dissimulate and dodge it and stuff like that. I mean, there's those type of things to play against, but I don't see any specific oh, he's gonna own this matchup. Or he's
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And he's not a hero that. Okay, so I don't remember who on the panel was specifically talking about this. I think it might have been T-Gov, but he was talking about how teams are specifically using that 4th pick in the first round. So it'd be the team with second pick, their second pick, to be this gotcha. Like Team Secret does it with Anti-Mage, and they cover it with 3 bans, and it's only going to specifically work because we cover it with the 3 hard counters that would make its game plan and unimpactful. So the reason why I talk about this Void Spirit, I'm that's his pick that's supposed to be bizarre,
Bizarre.
And it just doesn't.
Zinga.
And it's more
Yeah. I feel like we've been seeing that a lot more, where it is one of those fireworks picks, and it's okay, you got a lot of bans now, recover. And then you kind of lead them down another line when, by the time you get to your final pick, it's what else you got?
Yeah.
And it does seem like that is more and more in style.
I have been seeing the hero own, though. Every time I do see it, I'm just
we've seen it, yeah.
Jesus, Limp just goes godlike. X person just goes godlike with it. So I mean, it is a hero that just sometimes can just take over a game. He's super active.
I didn't mean to say that I thought that the hero was bad at all. I was just surprised to see it so early, because we have been seeing it later. Third, maybe 4th pick. Io as well now going to be set up alongside it.
This draft for me. So I want to actually ask Fog, because you've done a ton more events than I have. I've only started thinking about drafts this way maybe in the last 3 or 4 months, where whatever pick, you want the opponent to feel like the heroes they have don't currently deal with it in some capacity, and they have to then respond to it in some way. So the issue I would have with this Void Spirit, I don't like to overcomplicate things, but do any of Khan's picks in the second round actually have to address it? No, right?
No, I feel like Grimstroke and Tiny are already pretty decent.
You can just pick whatever.
Yeah, you can pick just.
That's
heroes
what
that
I don't
work well
like,
with
right?
your
When you
draft.
pick Anti-Mage against Darkseer first round like Secret does, or Bloodseeker Windranger, those heroes need to be specifically addressed. So it limits the number of heroes you can pick. It pigeonholes you into a certain aspect of your draft. So for me, it's because of this Void Spirit pick, I'm nervous that the rest of Khan's draft will just be better with their own lineup because they only have that concern rather than having to worry about the hero you picked in this impactful role. So, yes, we've been seeing Sven against... Oh, sorry, I didn't actually add, so you didn't get to your point. What do you think about that? I actually...
Yeah, I mean, I don't see him... Sure, he threatens Grimstroke and stuff like that, but it's not like they're going to be like, damn, we really need to counter Void Spirit now. They already kind of have their bases covered. Like the one annoying thing about Void Spirit can be that he's elusive. But Grimstroke and Tiny provide you these coverage to be able to deal with these elusive heroes. So, yeah,
it does kind of feel like, from my Papesia brain, where it's like, oh yeah, they're just putting together a standard Dota game for us. How do we make the lineup that we already have win the most?
I think they're just looking for their own picks, and they're probably not even thinking. Like,
I love this Kunkka pick.
Against it, yeah.
I think Void Spirit's main issue is potentially hitting that critical threshold where he doesn't do enough damage. His like volley of spells is just not enough. Kunkka is really good in those types of games. He makes not only himself a super tanky frontliner, but he also gives everyone the rum buff.
Yeah.
I also like him against Sven. You're going to be a natural halberd builder. I like him against Io because of the X marks the spot. The X marks the spot's not ideal against Void Spirit, but hey, that's exactly what I mean. This is a perfect example where Kunkka isn't very great against Void Spirit, but because Void Spirit's not a problem, you can just pick something that's really good against the rest of the stuff.
Yep. They've already got their bases covered for that Void Spirit, for sure. I actually really like the bans coming out from Unique. I think you look at... it kind of slipped my mind when we were doing the opening panel for this one, just like how good of a carry Naive really is when he's playing on his comfort heroes. His Terrorblade, his Void, his Anti-Mage, he's actually insanely good on them. When I was watching him playing on his last team, I can't remember exactly who it was. Was it Spirit? I can't remember exactly which team it was, but...
So hard to keep track.
He was... Like, this guy was always a standout for his team when he played those super hard carries. I mean, sure, it's in the meta right now, but I like how they really focused, especially after seeing that last game on him. And I mean, it looks like they're just playing around their own style in Unique right now.
What do you think's coming out against the Sven? I mean, we saw Alliance pick Jug in a similar situation. I think you really could just pick a carry that doesn't die.
It works really well with their draft. I actually like. They have Grimstroke with it. They have the Ion Shell. They have Kunkka also to buff him up with like the Rum.
That's what I mean. That's exactly why I'm saying you can kind of just pick a hero that doesn't die, right? Because they've got the enabling kit to do the damage and all that.
Jug's starting.
I could see it.
Yes, Jug's starting to come into the fray like a lot the past few days, and I haven't really gotten to hear from any of the analysts exactly why. Like, what is bringing Jug back?
It's a hero that individually just doesn't do enough, and I think you don't see him in pubs very often for that specific reason. He's just like, he's an underwhelming carry if you compare him to like a Terrorblade in a pub. Both carries are going to get farmed, and it's a Jug versus Terrorblade. But if you consider yesterday we saw Alliance, maybe it was the day before, we saw Alliance pick Jug in his Finn. That's traditionally a really bad matchup. But because the Jug has all this team fight enabling, his healing ward's super powerful as a team fight spell, and he's a frontliner with spin that does damage, right? He enables this Inkswell plus Ion Shell Surge, because a lot of times the counter to that is just like purging the guy or disengaging or stunning the guy, like you said. But if you're like a spinning guy, Magic Immune, they can't do that. So you're actually enabling your teammates' heroes, and I think specifically with Darkseer, I like it a lot. I was just thinking, like, they do ban the Lifestealer. In this case, they go for the Drow, which I actually am not a huge fan of, even though I think Drow's a very good hero.
Now they don't have a combo with their Inkswell.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I never really liked that.
Yeah, I didn't like it for the lane specifically. I think Drow's a great hero, but it's going to be the same story as we've seen Drow versus Finn. If Sven gets far enough ahead where he can get Ags before Drow gets like her second defensive item, the game's really easy for Sven. But the second that Sven can't reliably Stormhammer Ags the Drow and kill her, Sven's just gonna get kited. Like, the IO's not enough, I don't think.
I'm a little worried just because though, like, they just picked Drow into heroes that can get on top of her really easy and a relocate. Like, Drow doesn't really like, you get relocated on, you're like, oh god, where's my Blink Dagger or where's my team to back me up? I'm not crazy about this Drow last pick, but it does allow them
Drow,
to,
but I don't love it this game.
Yeah, I think it allows them to like set that tempo, and like Rubik and Io get shredded. They don't really do a whole lot to Drow, like in when they're not together with their team, but they're gonna be together with.
The thing is like the rest of Khan's draft. The reason why I don't like this Drow pick is they didn't have a specific target that you could go on and be like, okay, this is the guy we're targeting at the start of fights. This is who we really want to engage onto. If you pick a hero like Jug, something like that, suddenly the team fight for Team Unique, I think, is pretty complicated. But now it's literally like, okay, how are we all in this frickin' Drow? Like, this guy just has to die. And if we remove him from the game, then that's like our win condition for the fights. The thing is that Khan has a lot of backup for the Drow, which is good, but none of it's exactly saved once the Drow's already been jumped. So this game is really going to be positioning based. Like, if the Drow is able to position in a way on the map as well in fights that she doesn't get gone on, easy game. If not, Like, it's going to be a stomp one way or the other, I'm pretty convinced.
Her lane doesn't look like it's going to be that bad, though, right? It's Void Spirit
It's never
plus
bad,
Rubik.
honestly.
So
It's literally never bad.
It's almost, yeah, I mean, there really is like no heroes.
They
that
might
can
even
crash
aggro
Drow
Tri
super
Laner.
good.
They might have to be honest with you.
Yeah, I feel like they actually might have to. That's the one thing I do see. The Drow is going to have a good start, but it's a lot of heroes that got on her. I'm a little worried about that. They at least have the mech that's going to come from Darkseer. They have the Rum that's going to come from the Kunkka, but I mean, there's going to be Warcry, Death Prophet running at you with high mobility heroes with a tether, right? So I don't know if they have the protection to guard this Drow. I'm a little worried about it.
Yeah, very, very interesting thing to keep in mind. As you do look, we do have the odds in favor of Unique on EGB.com. But what did you guys actually think of the Death Prophet as the last pick as well?
Good lane. You risk Kunkka. That does not sound too much fun for Kunkka.
Yeah, it's potentially going to put a lot of pressure on the mid lane. And Darkseer Drow don't exactly want to respond super early. They kind of want to do their own thing for 8 to 10 minutes-ish. And then at that point, they're really strong. So having a hero that can hit the window before that, I think is pretty important. And it really does go with, like, whoever gets momentum this game is just going to crush it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it.
Yeah, I think Death Prophet, like you said, it's going to shut down the Kunkka, and Kunkka's the playmaker that early game. So I feel like it can prove some problems for Team Con.
So the DP's kind of potentially setting the tempo even. But I feel like all eyes definitely going to be on the Drow. If it manages to get ahead, maybe it can take over the game. If they're able to get on top of it, that might be an easy way to carve out victory. But let's jump in and see how this one pans out.
I think there's a lot of things we want to get on top of, but most of all, it's going to be this game 2 of Unique versus Con, where we've got ourselves a pretty...
I was joking. I said I love Cap's intros, and I said, all right, challenge. See if you could do a throw with what Rich said, get on top of. And then that...
You challenged me to it. I took it.
You took it.
You think I'm not going to go into that? You bet me something. I'm going for it.
It was glorious. Thank you so much, Dota Capitalist, for taking me down with you in this wonderful one.
Well, you think that's the worst thing that's happened the 3 weeks we've been here to make a league?
Not.
Mr. Meat Banana, don't think
Whoa,
I forgot.
Jenkins is not here
Anyway, welcome
now.
back, everybody, to game 2, where I think we're going to have a much more even game on our hands.
Yes, I am super excited to see these teams actually get excited and killing each other. I don't see a Terrorblade this time, so we're not going to see somebody completely go massive here. We're going to see the beatdown that we all came here for. Even a bounty has been set on Void Spirit. That's a good sign, Cap.
It is a good sign, and it's a bad sign for the Void Spirit, because he is going to have a bad laning phase, I believe. First of all, he's matched up against Drow Ranger. I think that's part of the reason they did take that Drow, is they banned away like 2 heroes that can do okay in the Drow Ranger matchup, and they know there's nothing really left in the tank at that point in time. So as long as they make sure the offlaner has a hard game, I think they thought maybe it was going to be Void Spirit mid still, and then there was going to be some offlaner left, and it was just going to get dumpstered, in which case the Void Spirit has to solo carry the game.
My God, I hate to see 2 friends turned into enemies, Io and Tiny. Their elemental adventure is over, and now they hate each other. They broke up, Cap. It was very messy. Io took the kids, and Tiny was left with the only...
Tiny no longer my best friend. Now Sven best friend.
You know, he gets that a lot. Crystal Maiden took over. She likes Sven. Io likes Sven now. Very depressing. Sven...
He's just a Chad, you know? It's the combination of the physique. You know, he's very well built. Plus, Slacks, the secret to it, the mystery.
Yes.
What's behind the helmet? You don't know, but he's got that deep manly voice, and he's got that bod. By God, what is under that helmet?
I got some bad news for you. According to the lore, Sven is half merman.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Are you saying mermen can't be sexy?
Well, you can see that the human part is definitely the bottom half. So that must be a horrific fish face under there.
Oh, no.
Just a when that thing comes out. That is why...
Kiss me, my knight.
Crystal Maiden. Kiss me.
It's a fish with teeth. Oh, no.
Oh, God, get it away. See him froze that bitch like a fish stick and walked out of there. Anyway, tough lane for them, but tough lane also for the Drow Ranger. I mean, Drow is just going to get, gone on, I would assume so.
I don't think. I mean, like, maybe this initial part, he'll take a bit of damage, but eventually, like, Drow Ranger wins these matchups, or at least should.
Yeah.
Double range matchup for the Void Spirit as well. I don't know. I think it's just going to be rough all around for him. But
Kill
I guess
that nerd. God. This is just like high school, this giant buff guy beating on this old man with a book.
Yeah, the intelligence hero, the cone head. Oh, get him. He likes to read books.
Run back to Chess Club Darkseer. This is a Chad lane. Meanwhile, in the mid, who do you think is going to win this lineup?
So I think the Death Prophet was really interesting. They end up putting the Void Spirit in the off lane, the mid Death Prophet up against like a lot of tanky heroes, and that's part of what Khan was going for here and why they thought the Drow Ranger. It is kind of a weird Drow Ranger game, but the one thing they do have in excess is a lot of frontliners, right? Darkseer, Tiny, Kunkka. They even talked about on the panel how they may end up running out of damage. Nice toss away from Gilger.
Yeah, good job getting him away so he doesn't die there. It's into his nerdy teammate. Meanwhile, the chase down in the bottom lane, trying to get out that Rubik. Could be a slight turnaround here, but that drought does too much damage. Run for your life, my friend. Cap, real question.
Yeah?
If you had the perfect soulmate, the love of your life.
I already do. Go on.
Yes, but this isn't
As
hypothetical.
Do you. Go on.
As do I. But the face was of a giant fish. Everything's perfect except for it has fish face. Would you still be in love? Like that stupid M. Night Shyamalan movie.
I mean, if anything, I'd be more in love.
Oh, my. Well, good to know. Here we go.
Learn something new every day.
Well, that's
Some
wonderful.
things you want to unlearn. Why? Forbidden knowledge is given to me. Nice torrent. Did you see that?
I did.
He positioned it like slightly in front of the X where he knew the Death Prophet was going to be trying to run back through. Death Prophet does do a good job running the other direction here, but I think... Let's see if he hits the torrent. If he hits this torrent...
Oh.
Okay, no.
No.
Retreat. But you forced the rotation. That's still good.
Yes, without Wisp to help, what will Sven possibly do against this solo Darkseer? Nothing?
It's not going to be great.
No, but hey, what can he do? Oh, another good torrent. This guy knows how to play.
It's to protect the range creep CS. He doesn't want to get that denied, right? So he throws it on top of there, and it has the side benefit of hitting the Death Prophet on top of it.
What kind of nerd cares about CS? Just kill him. Can't
Isn't that the
CS
most
if they're dead.
Chadliest thing, though? Is just to get killed, get a lot of gold?
Too much thinking.
Oh, okay. Only kill.
Only murder. Anyway. Bottom lane is a little bit more even than I would expect, honestly.
Well, that's the thing is, like, I really thought this was a winning lane for the Drow Ranger, but maybe I'm wrong, because the Void Spirit is killing it in CS. Joe's super far behind. I expect this lane to, like, maybe initially not go so hot, but, like, level 3, level 4, level 5, like, those are really dangerous times, I would think, where the Drow Ranger really starts asserting control, but...
I've been wrong a few times in my life, Cap. Like, almost as wrong as that Darkseer was, but, let's say I thought Splatoon esports was going to be a big thing.
That's true. You tried to get me to join your team.
I was trying to send DMs to No-Tail and say, listen, OG goes into Splatoon esports. We win everything. Nintendo makes us rich. He did not respond.
Yeah, your first step was thinking that Nintendo cared about their esports scenes.
Hey-o! Take it easy, Cap. Okay?
Sorry, big Smash fan here, so
well,
I'm a little bitter.
Yeah, I'm sure they made the wrong move, not supporting the Smash community in recent events.
Oh my God.
They really fucked up.
All right. All right. I won't stand for this kind. God help me, Slacks. I will pull a Jenkins right now and walk away.
Take it easy, Meat Banana. I like how production literally asked us not to say things like that anymore. And now we
Did they really?
Yes.
Well, they didn't tell me, so
well, now
apologies.
You're fired and not me. Thanks for
I don't think that's how that works.
Thanks for taking a Kyle for us here. As we see this bottom lane. Woo!
Oh, nice remnant grab. That actually stops the multi-shot he was trying to go for. But it looks like, okay, BZZ is going to come back in, and he's going to do a decent amount of damage with this.
Oh, shit. Nice. Manages to get that kill there. Almost able to kill that Void Spirit as well.
That was a massive rotation, though. Killing the Death Prophet mid.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Keeping it equal, despite some lanes surely should be better than others. This Wisp maybe overstaying the welcome here. Nice wards. Look at that.
Okay, now we're finally cooking with some gas here.
Yeah.
We're finally getting some kills in that bottom lane. That's what I wanted to see.
You know, these guys, they could be friends if they didn't have to be enemies. Both using the same wards, the same type of ward styles. These supports, poor guys. Meanwhile, absolutely murdering this Rubik. Or not. No, wait.
Multi-shot! Woo! Easy.
God,
What was even better is Naive spread it perfectly, so if he ran left or straight forward, he was going to catch him.
Impressive.
Very good.
Very nice. Anyway, nice stack here at the top. I gotta admit, now I was disappointed with the Drow. I was hoping that they'd get a more in-your-face carry that could take advantage of the Inkswill and the Darkseer, but Tiny pretty scary with those things on him.
No, absolutely. That's what it makes it like a weird Drow Ranger strategy, right?
Yeah.
It's like they do have a lot of tanky front lines, and they're going to draw a lot of attention for the Drow Ranger to have free space. But one, they don't have a save for the Drow Ranger, and two, they don't actually take advantage of Inkswell Surge with the Drow Ranger. Movement speed just isn't as value on ranged heroes as it is melee.
Wow. I'm learning a lot with you, Cap. Gotta admit, much more educated than any other co-caster that they've unfortunately put me with. I feel like I am already becoming a better player. What? You are very...
Thank you. I've been with a lot of play-by-play casters, but you are by far the most enjoyable.
That's not nice to say. There's a lot of good ones, especially at this event. Oh, no.
Well, to be fair, I've never casted with OD Pixel, so...
Oh, you haven't?
I think, we casted the All-Star match together.
Oh,
TI5, where we ripped off our shirts.
Oh, yeah, that was hot.
Yeah, it
Got
was
that
hot.
one saved to the drive. Anyway, down at the bottom lane, this Void's still trying to get level 6.
He's so close to 6, but it's this terrible time where now the Drow Ranger's 6.
Oh, my God. Sorry. Run! Run!
Get out!
Sometimes I feel like I'm watching a horror movie and they can hear me in the cast.
You're that guy who yells in the middle of the movie.
I do.
Don't go down the hallway.
When I watched
Don't do it.
Pokemon, I was like, Ash, run!
Wait, what? What movie was that?
No, Pokemon, the first movie when Mewtwo turned him into a statue.
Oh.
Ash, run! My dad was like, shut up, and then he punched me in the head.
Oh, no.
Run! Get out of there!
Get out!
You saw it before? Ah, but Wisp, he knows what their plan was and instantly goes to save
Fool
him.
me once.
Says Wisp. No, you won't take this beautiful Sven away from me. The ball is strong.
Okay, the toss away, toss away. Nice. He may still die,
well,
but he bought 2 more seconds.
I mean, that's space. That's
I think he
height.
missed 1 melee creep because of that.
That's harsh. What are you going to do now? Kill me, I guess, and make more money, but that's not a big deal. There you go. Nice kill there. And the Drow Ranger just doing what Drows do, mindlessly hitting things. Love it.
A big reason I was so concerned about the laning phase not being so dominant for the Drow Ranger is that now we've got level 6 on Void Spirit.
Oh.
So now he's not as scared of the Drow Ranger, plus he has a way to get on top of her, which, you get on top of the Drow Ranger, there goes that aura, there goes that damage. Fortunately, now she has multi-shot, so she's still able to pump out a decent amount of damage at close range, but it's just not the same. It's not how she wants to be playing.
A lot of landmines in that analysis there. On top of pumping. Jesus Christ. No wonder you don't have a coke.
I mean, the secret is you just want to bait your play-by-play caster and see if he breaks.
I'm good, Cap. I've said much more stupid things. Look at all these kills happening all over the map. Drow Ranger just going all in.
Oh, no,
here.
the double silence.
Go.
Oh, the relocate's coming in, though. Run, Knife.
Here we go. Initiation on that just pumped up Sven, knowing exactly the target that he's looking for. Able to dodge that boat as best as she can. Why is this Drow not taking any damage, Cap? It's that extra 1 armor from the last patch. The comic is real.
It's also the fact that he's got double Wraith Bands, which gives you armor on top of Strength Treads. So he does not take a whole lot of physical damage at all. Gilger's going to die, though.
My God.
Bye-bye, Gilger.
Unlimited damage there. And we see this, little ghost lady. She's coming out of the woodwork. Who's scary.
And then another thing, he got the Kokos Rum.
Oh, the
Kunkka
rum.
just threw it out there, and Drow Ranger barely got in range of the boat as it crashed in. And this would be really bad, by the way, if Unique are actually the first ones to lose their tower. They're not supposed to in this Kunkka versus Death Prophet matchup. Obvious reasons. It's like a Dragonite. You're expected to take that tower first and start rotating around. But there it goes. Siege Wagon too strong.
Game over, bro.
It's game over, man.
Oh, man.
It's game over.
They got our towers, man. I want to play a game like that. Just do that the whole time. Do the old Shaggy. Oh, Jesus, they're coming.
I don't think that's Shaggy at all.
I'm sorry.
In fact, that reference is, I thought you were doing the reference to Alien.
It is Alien, but the guy
Yeah.
sounds like Shaggy.
Okay.
Surely you must
Zoink
understand.
Scoob.
Oh, that was pretty good.
That was okay.
Campbell's true voice actor here.
Oh, stop it.
I've always dreamed of being a voice actor, but I think to be a voice actor...
Why not? Embrace your dream.
You must change your voice.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. Is that nowadays, like, voice acting, it's more about what voices you can do the most authentic. And even better if you have a very unique voice.
Oh.
You, for example, can play a very annoying character, very authentic.
Well, thank you, Cam. You can play a piece of shit. Kill yourself. Just kidding. We love each other. And that is not good to say. Oh, don't use that.
Yeah,
That is not cool.
That's not. We're friends. We appreciate each other's health
and wellness
and
being.
wellness and Unique's winning.
Yes.
And
Very
by
unique.
2,000 net worth.
Very good. And look
Very
at
good.
Unique.
Don't forget to mention the time whenever you're lost in a broadcast.
12
It's
minutes
12 and a half
30
minutes.
seconds. We're going to teach you guys some unknown caster tricks. Every time they refer to the time, they have literally no idea what to talk about. It is nighttime, daytime.
For those of you who miss Dota Radio and need a radio broadcast right now, it's 12 and a half minutes in.
Oh, man. Dota Radio could have been so big if they actually just did it in like old-timey radio voices.
Welcome, everybody, to Dota Radio. It's 13 minutes in.
An incredible field that we see here today as Drow Ranger pushes on that top lane. But will this minx get blinked on? We'll find out soon. That is terrible. As I told you, not a voice actor. Here we go, though. Initiation cap taken.
Jumping in. They're trying to finish off Suzuya. Look at that avalanche. Oh, the boat's going to come in. Where's the boat? The boat's not here at all, Slacks. I was wrong.
Toss back out. That is a weird-ass fight. People are dying all over the place, Cap.
Oh, God.
Sven
Neo, what
still-
was that TP? That was never going to work.
It was a dream of a TP. You know, one more
Oh,
hit.
he's trying to go up the points here. Got him.
See ya, son. He actually evened that up pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but we're seeing like a lot of the damage of the Drow Ranger is heavily mitigated by the fact that you've got, unlike what Jenkins would tell you, the passive of Drow Ranger only goes through base armor. So when Sven comes in, it goes, and everyone gets 15 armor.
Yes.
Very bad for a Drow Ranger.
14 minutes right now. As but you sure are right. These are the moments where we're waiting for Sven to get his big boy items. He gets some damage, he gets himself an Ags, and that stack is certainly going to help. He's actually going for BKB. Is that accurate? Could it be?
I think he, at this point, he just wants to be able to fight nice and early. And, like, Khan is supposed to be the ones, like, taking over more of the map. That's why you said it was so good for the Kunkka to take that mid-tier 1 tower nice and early. Like, they're supposed to have more map control because they're not going to outfarm a Sven with Io.
True.
Right? They need to be able to get control of the ancient area where Sven's farming up ancient stacks and stuff like that. In order to get to that point in the game, you have to take out these outer towers first. And Khan's just a little bit behind, I would say, in that regard. But Drow Ranger is still super scary going mid to late game. It's impressive how strong this hero is late game now.
Yeah, it is scary. Some would say she is the best carry in the game.
Yeah, some would say that. Don't know who.
Some dumbos.
But,
Not us, though.
Not us.
15 minutes now in the game. Not kidding. But I'm excited to see who wins this matchup. It really is who gets on top of who. And with this Io, who's doing quite well, I have to say.
Oh, almost got the last hit.
Looking pretty scary here.
Or sorry, almost got the deny is what I meant. Oh, and he got the courier too.
Somebody suffers. These torrents are on point. Unfortunately, not able to do that one against Void. Void going to try to turn it around with the Io Slam Jam. Thank you, man. Bye-bye. Paint a picture of that. As you are dead, though. And evil Bob Ross taken out.
So I kind of know the lore, but I want to hear it in your words. What is the lore of Grimstroke?
He's an asshole.
Yeah.
Basically, Grimstroke decided to, in his culture, there'd be great protectors that would protect the people. And he was raised up to be one of those. But to make more power for himself in that ritual, the society gives a little bit of their life force in order to empower their most strong warrior.
Uh-huh.
He was like, yeah, well, what if all your life force? So he literally sucked all of the life force of his people to make himself powerful. infused with Ichor, evil blood of a god, and his entire people are trapped as his slaves, making him stronger.
Okay, and where does the paintbrush come in?
Oh. They don't really explain that. They don't really get
He's this warrior. He stole the souls of his people. He now is dripping with power, and he's got a paintbrush.
Yeah, I don't think that the cosmetic guys really talk to the lore guys.
That's awkward. Well, they are going to use the relocate here to be able to kill the Grimstroke, and Khan should be fine with that. But they do need to get aggressive after the Grimstroke is alive, and this is on cooldown. Oh, he's going to try and catch him with the X.
Whee!
He took the Sven back, so now the IO may be a free kill.
Yep. Goodbye, but a worthy sacrifice to protect your Sven in that. IO still trying to find his way out. Vanscore trying to make it. Meanwhile, complete murder on the other side as they are just cleaning up the rest of this team here. Ooh, Mr. Tiny running for his life.
Nice torrent steal from Illusion, put to good work. And this is why I told you in the bias cast that I would stick with Unique. Because I really did believe that game one was just like, okay, there was just a lot of like mistakes that was made early on. I think it left them hobbled and they didn't really know what to do from there, but they're still a really good team.
Indeed, and this is why in the bias cast I got so excited by Khan, because Khan typically does exactly this. They win some lanes and then they start fizzling out when it comes to these mid-game fights. But honestly, I'm happy to see both these teams performing like this because this might mean we get a game 3. And I love these series, baby.
Yeah, if you ask any talent, game 3 is what they always want.
Not really. 2-0s are what I want.
The ones that don't care about Dota.
Send me home. I have Tostinos to eat. Okay, here we go.
They really want this mid tower, and once again, starting off with the Grimstroke kill. But if they just, I feel like this is getting a little deep right now. Unique, you got to reset.
That was all over the place. Missed. I mean, I guess the X was good though. Saving some lives there.
They are really trying to give this Drow Ranger as much space. Like they keep on fighting, and Drow Ranger hasn't been moving towards them at all. Looks like he felt like he just needed that one stat item to come in before maybe they can make a move, or maybe they think that this BKB Sven is just too hard to fight into for now.
Tiny exploring off on his own, and they're going to see another initiation onto the Grimstroke looking, but the Torrent will save their lives. Again, this has really been a zoning Kunkka, buddy.
Here's the thing, is they seem so cautious, especially the Drow Ranger. They don't want to fight into this, and I'm accepting of that, but I just want them to go out to the side lanes, you know? When they're overextending themselves in mid, I want Drow Ranger to like show up at top lane, multi-strike from the fog, farm some neutrals over there. Like, I feel like if you're committed to not fighting, just don't be in that area in the first place. Just try and be as efficient as possible.
Yeah.
Like the Kunkka's doing now, he's pushing out that side lane. Like if Unique's gonna 5-man, you know, try and punish it a bit.
I have to agree. That's typically the sign of a good carry versus a pretty good carry, you know? If the carry knows that they're not going to fight, go out and get as much farm as possible. If you're in a game and you're not last hitting as a carry, you're doing something wrong. It is a sacrifice.
And they really need this like mid-game items that they're missing. Once they get the Heaven's Halberd for the Kunkka, that can add a lot. He just needs to be able to catch him before he pops the BKB, which may be tough.
Yep. Here we go.
They're gonna relocate down to that bounty, and that's a trap that is gonna be sprung.
Woo!
Did he get the bounty though?
No.
He did not. Gilger got it.
Sorry, Gilger's there again with a Gilger move, quickly becoming one
Classic
of my favorite players. I love Gilgers.
Did you ever watch Gilligan's Island?
I did. And
I have no comment past that. It just sounds a little bit like Gilligan.
Yes, I did. And honestly, it's one of those shows where if they just killed Gilligan, things would be a lot easier. I mean, that's the real world, you know? This guy just keeps messing up our escape attempts. Eat him. Here we go. Initiation onto the Sven here as Gilger gets another kill in the back. Meanwhile, going for that Sven, doing everything that they can. Bouncing back, Sven, BKB, ults, and oh my
look at the
God.
heel turnaround. Slacks, I was gonna say, I was like, don't get too cocky. Don't overextend yourself here. It's not worth it. You forced out the BKB, and now they had to pay the price. Maybe they can still fight it out, though. Gilger with the buyback coming in with the ping. X12 finish off the Sven. They got it.
That's just such damage coming out in the early game from the Grimstroke. Meanwhile, still trying to go on this Drow, but now the other team might be overextending. A toss back.
Oh, what a sick toss back.
Sick save there under the tower. However,
he's going to get the IO. They managed to kill him at least.
God,
but
man. Gilger, he's just going bananas. He tossed back the Drow to save her life. Doesn't really matter, but it was a hell of a play. Doesn't manage to kill the Rubik.
Oh, we went the other direction. Woo! Away free Gilger. What a bonkers player, man.
I mean, legitimately, this guy's good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think it was like very risky for them, but it was so enticing, right?
Yeah.
You see this Sven, he popped BKB and we might still kill him. What a blow you can deal the Unique if you manage to pull that off. But there's always the IO. He turns it around, like he pops Warcry, pops God Strength, gets a mech heal from the IO, and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, we can't do anything to this guy. Still though, it's all bailed by the buyback from Gilger, and that may have been part of the plan. You know, somebody on Con may have been saying, guys, like, we've got some buybacks here. This is time to be able to fight around this tier 1 tower. We can't let them just take over too much map control. If they take this offlane tower, you lose a lot of control of your offlane. Your mid tower's already gone as well. And this offlane, or this triangle area is really important for Drow Ranger, who farms off of Ancients a lot.
Yes, I do know that. I'm not that dumb. The triangle is important for the carry, my friend. But yes, you are.
I mean, I know you're not that dumb, but
no, I actually don't.
Some of the viewers.
People kept saying the triangle, and I thought they meant the Bermuda Triangle.
Yes, the Lost Triangle. Amelia Earhart, where are you? We've come for you, dear. Please hurry.
Oh no!
Why can't we bring back the transatlantic accent? What if we cast it that way all the time?
No one would enjoy it.
I'd enjoy it.
Well, that's one. Here we go. Void Spirit.
Oh, Roche is so low. Look at Gilger. He's going to make sure they don't get into the Roshan pit just like last time, but this time BZZ snatches it away from Khan. Oh, no. Unique just pulled the exact same thing that Khan did to them. Illusion and Gilger, they're of the same mind. They're the same beastly 4 positions that do what they can to win the fight for their team, but somebody sneaks in and grabs away. This time they grabbed away the Roshan kill, and they actually got the Aegis. BZZ got both.
Wow, that's pretty good. Gotta say, the Drow Ranger not really being able to do anything. She dies in the exact same position as last time. Very sad. Running away from this Death Prophet. And man, I gotta say though, I haven't seen Darkseer do anything this match. What's going on with this guy?
Well,
those big team fights.
Like a lot of the plays, we said, you know, Drow Ranger's not that hero to be able to play around with the Surge Ion Shell. Like when you see when Darkseer looks really good, he's always got one core he plays really, really well around later on to the game, not just in the laning phase.
Sure.
Right? So like a mid Bat Rider is a good example of like, oh my god, that's incredible pickoff. Or a Sven running at max movement speed, and you can't disengage from him because he runs you over.
Yeah.
Here, we don't have like that same kind of effect. Early game, it's going to look good with the Tiny, but if they lose the laning phase, if Tiny doesn't get to the point where he's like one-shotting people with his combo, then your Ion Shell Surge combo doesn't look as good. And then on top of that, I think that the wall doesn't have like as much value in a lot of these fights where things are getting very chaotic. And I think that's what Unique has done really well. The way they engage into these fights is from multiple angles.
TP with the Wisp on top of Darkseer.
The stolen boat just as a cherry on top from Illusion. That's style points right there, nothing more.
Very nice job there by the Rubik. I'm sure it was about to go away, but that's a sad thing, you know? That was Kunkka's crewmates, their stolen souls, now stolen by Rubik. Literally their souls. How could you
So wait,
this?
are they just getting passed back and forth? Now when Kunkka casts it, they go back over to that boat. It's just a never-ending roller coaster. Woo! Maybe they're having a good time. No, they're screams. It's a roller coaster. Woo! It's like when the water rides, you know, when they come down the hill and the water splashes up everywhere.
Very different screams. I'm afraid those are the moans of the damned, not the joyous cries of a child.
Oh, I hope that's not a sociopathic trait not to be able to tell the difference between the two.
I think it is. Don't worry, you love it.
You guys are having fun, right?
You like it when you get stabbed, don't you?
Oh my god.
Anyway, like the production told us not to talk about this as well, Cap. You're really bringing us back
No killing
here.
people on broadcast, please.
Oh my goodness gracious! The
That's an
damage,
Aegis.
the power, the Aegis. As they go.
Look at Gilger. He's going to go for the toss back. Oh.
Didn't even need it. He was sacrificed by his teammate. So sad. Here comes a nice wall,
Okay,
though.
that's not bad. The BKB was popped. Honestly, when you're this far behind, you got to look at the small wins, the small Ws, not the uppercase Ws, the lowercase ones. And that's a lowercase W right there. He used his BKB.
Good. Great. All right, we do have Heaven's Halberd out on the Kunkka now, so small change. Yeah, I don't blame them for going for this Rax. 25-minute Rax here could be a good idea. Wall is down. They still have Death Prophet ults, which will be popped right here. So why not fight now? BKB, the only thing that's really holding him back from going into a full battle with this Sven, but does he honestly need it anymore? Not quite sure, as they're just taking this tower. Drow gets a double damage. Could they try to push this around? She's TPing in, waiting for the initiation, but before they do it, get the Darkseer. She's already on the back foot, and this could be a mistake that could quickly spell the end of the game.
Oh, he missed the gust onto it, but the Soulbind actually locks down, so this is still going to be an easy kill, I think.
Yes?
He died. Sorry, he just disappeared. I thought he got relocated out or something. I wasn't sure what happened. I didn't see a body.
Oh, look out!
Oh, God.
BKB back online, waiting too long, and that boat, Rubik, and this boat it's just been a disaster for this team. He's used this boat like 6 times. That's just a quick GG. 27 minutes. They could do nothing with it. BKB to Strongo.
2 kills, 1 swing. That was the ending blow there from 19. Very nicely done. I think one of the things, if I recall correctly, I think it was Liquid versus Viking GG, maybe game 2. I think that there was a game where they went Dro Ranger and they went kind of late against the lineup, and I thought they were going to lose for sure. But one of the things that they really exploited in that matchup was the fact that they played really well into the opposing team's longer cooldowns. And that was something that I felt like Khan didn't quite take as much of an advantage in this game. Like, again, the timings where we know God Strength is down or relocates down, Exorcism's been used. I didn't really feel like that pressure was there. That stems, though, from a laning phase that didn't go as well for the Draw Ranger. She felt like compelled, like, I got to catch up in farm. I need to be able to wait this out in the triangle. Can't really fight right now. I need this next round of items. Next thing you know, you've given the space to the Sven to farm up Ancients. He gets BKB. The list just goes on and on. It gets worse and worse as Slax's eyes get bigger and bigger.
It's a lot of info to take in, but I must admit that you called pretty much everything. Drow should have won that lane easy peasy, and she didn't.
I think that's the exact example of me not calling
it. The back foot. Yeah, the panel will talk about it. Go on.
That way.
Go on.
Please, not away.
We love
not
you.
on us anymore.
No, I thought we were told to throw my bed. We will continue. I'm sorry. Rich is actually crawling. He fell out of his chair.
His wig was actually a little off.
Rich is currently crawling on the ground, screaming like a bandicoot. And now, oh my God, they're actually going to go over while he's still doing it.
Oh no.
This is what we deal with. Yes. This is my life.
Are you complaining about this?
No, I'm happy. I love my life.
I was enjoying that.
Hey, Rich.
I wasn't ready.
Slacks.
But neither were they. Let's actually talk about why this managed to happen, because I think that there were a lot of things that we called almost immediately about the Drow and the lineup's ability to get on top of the Drow.
Yeah, we pretty much saw that entirely happen, and we saw this, they have this Darkseer, they have this Grimstroke, and they're just like, man, I really want to put Ion Shell and Inkswell on a hero, but we don't have that hero. We have a Drow who's sitting in the back lines in all the fights. They lost the lane. I feel like this game was really tough, and you put a lot of the pressure on this Kunkka to pretty much be the everything in this game. And after he doesn't have a good laning phase, it's like I feel like he's forced to make all these rotations, and if they go poorly, the game is already just so difficult for them, because in the back of your mind, Sven is free farming triangle. Drow can't farm at that pace. You've lost your lanes, and you're inevitably just getting out farmed, and you're getting outmaneuvered everywhere.
Teams like Team Con are teams that I can relate to in regards to like the caliber of professional Dota that I once played, and it boggles my mind that you and I can look at a draft, right? I know there's a lot of discussion going on within the team. There's things being thrown around and everything. But we're talking about all the things we like about Khan's draft. And we're like, yeah, they got this going, they got that going. This is their timing. This is the type of hero they need. They need a hero that survivably just runs into the middle of a fight and utilizes all the buffs. And then the carry says something along the lines of, dude, Drow shits on Void Spirit lane. Give me Drow. And you're just like, what? You just look at the game plan. It's like, I have to believe that something along those lines happened, right? Like
it has to.
The individual had to have picked their hero, where they just have this tunnel vision of the lanes or whatever. Whatever that tunnel vision that led to this Drow pick.
It's funny because it was pretty much the exact. We said the same thing, but for the other team in the first draft.
Yeah,
it's just like this idea of. Are you holistically looking at what you're planning?
Exactly. They were they just didn't look at what they're like. I hate to do it like this, but it's like you look at what heroes they had, and it's like why? In what scenario would Drow be like, yes, let's go. We're always gonna be Ion Showing,
Grimstroke, good lane. We're getting swollen. This guy.
Yeah, it's just like it just seems like it seems like they almost like forced the Drow Ranger for a reason that I can't see.
And before that, I mean, before their last pick, it felt like they were very ahead in the draft as well.
I liked it.
I liked it, and then the DP. Here's the deal, right? So we were talking about how, or at least I was really emphasizing I just want a hero that doesn't die. And you guys were kind of going off that and saying like suggestions, and it didn't have to be all about a hero not dying, but at least a hero that isn't gonna die to what it currently sees, right? Like you were even saying like, isn't that exactly what Sven does? Like just ag stuns on top of people.
Yep.
The thing about it is when you pick a hero, so we talked about it with the Void Spear, right? Why I didn't like the Void Spear pick. It didn't cause a reaction. This is a 9th pick Drow that required no reaction on the enemy mid player. So what were we saying like the window was? It was like this early game momentum window, and their hero that was mid, all it had to do was counter Kunkka.
Yeah.
That's all it had to do. It didn't have to do anything else. And if you make it so like, hey, now we have this Jug, you have to have a hero that not only kills the Jug, I'm using Jug as an example, not only kills the Jug, but also counters Kunkka. Suddenly, like, maybe you're at the pick between one or the other. Maybe your window's smaller. Maybe the lane matchup's not quite as good. But, like, even though he did end up getting ganked and, like, lose a little bit on the Death Prophet, that hero naturally scales very well against Kunkka because the Spirit Siphon being in your face and everything.
Yeah, and I just still can't see why you picked Drown to Sven. You're all about going through base armor. Sven applies Warcry to his entire team, which is plus armor, and everybody's just able to get on top of you easier. No, so it's like
the thing is, if you have a bunch of these frontliners, like they did have some frontliners, but like if you have a bunch of frontliners and their job is to enable some backline damage dealer, like you can look at the draft and say these 4 heroes are going to be the brute force. They're going to force attention upon themselves, and then the guy in the back's going to kill them all. Then it's like, okay, maybe Drow would work, right? I'm ignoring like the carry v carry matchup because I like to think of it that way too, but I don't think it's always that simple. And it's just like, I've seen, I mentioned the Jug and the Sven yesterday where I'm like, I don't like Jug and the Sven, but Alliance made it work really well because it went really well with their game plan. In this case, it's just like, we literally said your 4 heroes are predicated upon enabling some guy to go in with all these buffs. And we've said it again.
And I think like the way that you outlined it is a really helpful way to look at it as well. Because, yeah, you can just say, okay, carry versus carry matchup, like pick the Sven in a lot of ways. It's able to get on top of the Drow in multiple scenarios. And you can say, okay, yeah, maybe the Drow can take it down. This, and this needs to happen. We need to see the game go this way. But already you're putting yourself in that situation where you're like, okay, now we need the game to go this way for us instead of giving a new problem that the other team needs to answer, right? Like, they already had an answer. Even if it's not the perfect answer, even if it's not a complete hard counter, whatever you want to say, they didn't need to answer it. They threw a Drow in there, and it's like, okay, well, what do we want to do?
I feel like when they picked that Drow, it made Team Unique's draft just better. It's like now there's a purpose for this Void Spirit. Now there's more of a purpose for this Sven, for his Warcry, for his teammates, and all that kind of stuff. I felt like, the Drow just actually made the enemy team better than their own team.
How do they not be completely results-oriented? I'm curious how you guys feel, because personally, obviously my opinion doesn't matter too much. I really rely on you guys, but that second pick still felt weird, even though it manages to win the game. But when you look at the Void Spirit in that first phase, do you guys like that now that you saw it? I feel like it's almost a little bit skewed after you see the Drow.
I think it's easier said than done to create the scenario that I've painted as ideal, where you pick a hero that requires a response, then you have like some bands to protect it. Like on the second pick with the Void Spear, you have 3 bands immediately after. With the Drow pick, you have the 9th slotted pick, you have 2 bands right before it to set it up. It's like, I think you just the ideal situation is to always create a forced response. Like, whatever their heroes do right now doesn't deal with the hero you're picking. Easier said than done, though. But I feel like the tier 1 teams almost always do that. They almost always do.
Yeah, I mean, even if you missed the mark a little bit to do it, the Drow really was
it's
far
not even
off the
close.
mark, right? Yeah, like
Doesn't force a response. Doesn't know what their line
there's
is.
not even an inkling of like, I need to answer this. It's just like, okay, that's there. What do we want?
Yeah,
And
it's like
you
the
get
lane.
Death Prophet.
The lane might be tough. It ended up not being, but even though, like, it's really gonna harp. It's just like you picked Grimstroke without a melee hero, which is just weird to me.
You don't need
with
some
the
lane
Darkseer, too.
dominator, though, right? Like,
Yeah,
for all
for
you
sure.
know, that Void Spirit's mid and your Drow or whatever is going to get hard countered in lane. It's like, if you just pick Ricky or Jug, like some hero that naturally synergizes with all this crap, even if the lane goes a little bit wrong, that mid game, your hero is just going to be better. And if you happen to have a good lane, because they do put the Void Spirit there and those matchups aren't bad at all, then suddenly you're having a good start and you're enabling your team. It's just like...
Yeah.
It's just so strange to pick for the lane like that. I think that's what they were doing. I can only imagine that being that's the only feasible reason.
That's why I was saying, like, it felt forced. It felt like it's just like, you know what, I want to play Drow.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I didn't see these reasons as to why they picked it besides just, we want Drow.
Yeah.
Or it didn't fit their draft either. I don't know why
More
they
so,
wanted it.
I want Drow.
I think as a captain, you have to be... You don't want to be fixated as a captain on a specific hero. You don't want to be as a captain be like, hey, man, I really want you to play Jug. And say, like, the carry's like, I don't really feel like Jug. If I was a captain right now, like, say I was going to form a team, I think the way I would want to look at drafts, if I was trying to get better at it, would be, okay, these are the 4 heroes we picked. This 5th hero has to fit this general description.
Yes.
Pick one of the 5 that does. And even if it's not the perfect hero for the game, it's not the perfect counter to the opponent, whatever hero out of these 5 you're going to play the best, go for it. But it has to enable your other teammates. I think as a carry player, for the longest time, it was really hard for me to see this. I think it's almost impossible. And the only reason I think I've ever seen this now is because I started playing more support in pubs randomly. I started like playing a lot of offlane. And at that point, you start to realize like their itemization, the way they play, the way like they execute in team fights is all about the other heroes. Like that's all it is, because their job is to enable. So it's like as an offlaner, if I picked the Darkseer and my guy just last picks Drow in a pub, I'm just gonna be like
why? Like what
your am I process? Supposed to do now? Like what does my hero do now? And it's just like it's a hard perspective as a carry player. And for all you carry players out there, if you are whatever MMR you are, I'd highly encourage you to play 1 out of 5 of your games with some other role.
I highly doubt that they listen to anyone, let alone you, right?
Yeah,
they're just out.
It is a carry mentality.
Yeah, right.
My thing is like I don't know, like when I watched the recent True Sight, right? And I'm watching, like, especially from Enigma's perspective, the game when they picked Meepo, right? Yeah. That's the kind of thing where it's just like, sometimes it's such a good game for certain one of these heroes, you can't just let your carry choose. Like Weehaw was asking specifically for other heroes, right? Yeah. And Miracle's just like, dude, Meepo wins this game. Like, Meepo wins this game, Meepo wins this game. And then eventually he's just like, you know what, screw it, just pick the Meepo. Even if he didn't want to play it in that scenario, you have to let your coach sometimes just be, or your captain just be like, this just, like, you know, Drow just doesn't fit here. If we pick you this melee core that actually uses the rest of our heroes, that's good versus what we're playing against, you have to.
And as a team, you have to believe in your captain, where you're not like taking it as a toxic, you know, dictatorship that he's saying that kind of stuff. It is his job as a captain to construct the game plan. So you don't want to micromanage exactly the hero. Sometimes it's too perfect. Like that's like a cheese pick, for instance, right? So that's a bit different. But like, it's the same idea. You want confidence in your captain that he'll be assertive enough to make sure this happens. And I think you also want the humility in your carry player to be like, okay, I understand this doesn't fit our game plan. Maybe we'll go something else.
We are assuming quite a bit here, though, right?
I'm telling you, I've been on a team of this caliber, and it happens this way. It has
talk
to.
about, right? Because I mean, like that balance is absolutely crucial. Because if you just like take everything, you're not going to have the extra voices which can push you further, right? Like, so it is good for any player, any position to speak up, carry included, and occasionally be like, wait, what about this? Let the coach chew on it a little bit, because, you know, but at a certain point, you need to know exactly when to back off. That's the funny thing about draft compared to the actual game, right? I feel like the second that you're in a game, you just listen. If that's the dynamic, you never hesitate. You just follow everybody's lead. Otherwise, those small little fractions of a second are just going to defeat you.
Well, yeah, the funny thing about that game is that the carry should, based on the heroes he has, so I'm talking about from Khan's perspective, you have a Darkseer, you have a Grim. All these guys are enablers. We've already talked about this. So in that game, I think the carry is actually supposed to be communicating the most because they're all enabling him. Like that's what their entire kit's supposed to do. So if I'm a carry player right there, I'm thinking to myself, okay, all these guys are going to enable me. I'm actually going to be communicating a lot this game because whenever I'm ready to fight is when the team's ready to fight based on the lineup we have. So I want to pick a carry that makes shit happen. You know, like I'm going to be the one that hits timings and runs down lanes. Drow is a carry that kind of just shows up. Do you know what I mean? Like the team is going to force an objective. They're going to fight. And you're like, okay, I'm ready to dish out the damage. I'm ready to hit this tower for you. Like a hero that creates the chaos that goes in and literally sets up the fights in a way of just running in is necessary in this game. And you're going to communicate that. Like if I'm any of these melee heroes, and the funny thing about it when you say people just listen in the draft or like during the game is the person that's communicating the most should change. And a lot of these top tier teams, I'm hearing them say like, yeah, sometimes, you know, S4, I think mentioned it yesterday. Like, yeah, like sometimes it's Nico Baby just going off. Sometimes he's quiet because he's just not playing that type of hero. And that's the hard part about Dota. That's why these tier 3 teams are not consistent because all these things we're talking about are required to consistently do this. All 3 cores have to be capable, right? Like
you have to know when you're at that point in the game as a core player that you're like, I'm the one leading the team now. I hear that from actually like a lot of the top teams. It's like, yeah, Puppy might control stuff for the majority, blah, blah, but you know, I mean, maybe Niche is a bad example because he's a really quiet person in general, but for the most part, like these players, it's like, yo, I've got Manta Basher. Like, it's my time to shine. Like, play with me. Play with my lead. Let me do everything. And yeah, it happens a lot of good teams.
Yeah, it's a very cool thing to actually hear, and like getting to hear players like S4 talk about it, it's always an absolute pleasure. But it's tough to pin down all of those things when we're in Divine and say, okay, what's causing lack of consistency between some of these teams? Because sometimes you have a lot of names where you're like, okay, we know that these players can do stuff. You look and you see what they've done in the past. Some of the players also are going to be a little bit less proven. But when you boil it down to stuff like this, it does seem to be that's where a lot of the consistency does come from.
It's complicated as all hell. That's there's a reason why I mulled over this for 3 years and like went through all these struggles myself and eventually just felt like I could never overcome it. Like there's a reason why there's like 4 or 5 tier 1 teams consistently.
Yeah.
Because this consistency and like I'd say a lot of it's trust, honestly. There's a lot of trust between players and it's hard to have that faith in your teammates when they let you down. Like imagine just having a teammate let you down over 5 games over the course of like 2 weeks or something. Eventually, maybe the captain lost 4 drafts in a row. What if the carry is upset that their captain lost 4 drafts in a row? And he's like, you want me to pick Jug, but give me the damn Drow. I'm going to win you this game. You know, it's like eventually there's just so many random variables that could screw it all up.
It's also really tough to be in any relationship where the dynamic's shifting constantly.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
And there's just this thing where how do you build that trust and respect? Like how do you get that respect on your calls if you're so busy consuming other people's calls and following those orders?
Why do you think the OG had to have a team counselor like that or like a team therapist? Like was one of the biggest things they said about winning TI. Like they literally had somebody managing the relationship between the players.
Yeah, forming that unity,
right? Yeah, because like I mean, to be able to, it's very easy to trust somebody, but then to get them to trust everything that you do as well is difficult, right? Because they're kind of calling the marching orders. You're following the marching orders, but now you have to say, hey, look, I followed all of your orders. Time to listen to what I say, and to build up all of that takes years and years and years. And I think that's why there is always that. It's not just Dota. There's always that kind of old guard that lasts. And you're like, wait, aren't you like 70 now? Like, how do your hands still work? And it's just like, sure enough, it's like, yeah, consistency is everything. Like actually listening to other players. That's why they have like these coordinated goes.
Yeah, I actually hope, I hope Khan wins just so we can ask them about that pick, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
I'm really curious about like how they ended up going for Drow when they had this Grim and Darkseer. But yeah, I think we're harping on it quite a lot.
The beauty, but also the nightmare of the situation is that you were saying we were theory crafting a lot and we were just throwing a bunch of shit out there. But the point is there's so many little things that can make it result in that disconnect. Yep. And that's why we're like throwing out all these possibilities and every team's going to be a bit different. And it's almost all highlighting at the end of the day exactly how difficult it is to achieve a cohesive, well-rounded draft where the entire team's on the same page.
It's also just so easy to point to something that might not be the actual cause, right? Like you go back to that troll game. It's like, yeah, just build a different item, and it's like potentially then the draft does win. So like how do you just go like, okay, you could just change your itemization there. Maybe this draft does work. Think about how many different iterations you have to do on a given patch to actually figure that out, and it's reasonable for somebody to then like have those calls.
It's the beauty of Dota. That's why it's like, I mean, that's why we play this. That's why we've been here for so long. It's so complex. Every little thing matters. Every little movement. The game is so ever-changing. Sure, maybe some games Battle Fury might have been godly on Troll, but in most situations, not really so much. It just, I mean, I love this game because of that. So you can do a million different things. It can look terrible, but sometimes it just is like a.
I just love it because you can talk about like a Battle Fury on Troll and then you compare it to Battle Fury on Antimate. Just the item itself, if you compare it to a different hero and like why it would work on this hero and not that hero, and why it would work with this team comp and not that team comp. It's just like, even just sometimes when people ask me those type of questions and I have to explain it out loud, I'm like, holy shit, I know too much.
Yeah, it's like,
and then you realize how much you don't know when you try.
Like, what if Drow just won that game?
Yeah,
What if Drow actually just?
Then we'd feel like everything we know doesn't matter. Like that happens plenty as an analyst.
That's the thing, and you need to know so much in this game to realize that you don't know anything,
Oh, absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like getting to that point where you're like, wow, I understand all of this. I know nothing. It's like that moment is always like, that's the moment when you're really getting into it. And that's like the great things. It's always like that, where every single day when you sit down and you play and you just learn something new. You hear somebody talking, you learn something new.
Yeah, I love when I was like watching like Brian on some of the panels the other day. He's like, he's doing Secret. He's like, I got no idea what their draft does, but I think they're gonna win, but I'm gonna learn something. Then he watches after. He's like, I have no idea what the fuck I learned. I learned that they're really good.
Well, the thing is, it's like the disconnect in skill or like the execution, I guess you could say, because I don't want to say they're like way better than OG or whatever, but the disconnect was so large that I can't pinpoint like a specific thing that Secret did right. They just did everything better.
Really good Twitter account management. Something that we don't talk about a lot. Just like going out there with all of the tweets, all the shade. Do you think that stuff matters?
I mean, Seb responded to one of them. If we're gonna go really into the gritty of all that, maybe it affects a little tiny bit. Maybe if you responded, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I
like it. I like those
players.
type of things. I actually think that it's good for the game. I think it's it's not the players who are the ones shit talking, right? Like it's like the Twitter guy.
Yeah, but the players see it.
The players see it, sure,
right.
but I think it's a great thing for the game overall because it brings something. It brings something to the viewers. Just like, oh,
it's super.
Yeah, we got a
good.
grudge match. You know, it's excellent for everybody watching. Probably not for the players because it's stressful.
Yeah. But it's always curious, like especially like if you talk about a team like OG, right? I feel like when they're in person, they thrive at that. Like that's one of the things that they're really good. And then when they're together at LAN, they are mentally a tough unit, and in every capacity, you put them inside the box and they're a force. How does that work when you're in the online environment? Like, are they able to sometimes get on that level of getting inside of the opponent's head? It's always an interesting thing in esports in general.
I mean, I love shit talking. As long as you're willing to dish it out, you better be willing to get it dished back to you. It's like, I think it's a great environment to encourage. I don't see why you'd be upset that people are talking shit to you if they just crushed you.
There's a reason that the Battle Pass has these all chat lines at TI.
Yeah.
It's not deactivated at TI for a reason. You know? It's encouraged.
It's like the beauty of competitive games or just anything competitive in general is like there's this assumption that both teams or both players are trying their absolute hardest to win this game, and whoever wins is just better at that given moment.
Wow.
And the shit talking is just perfect.
Speaking of shit, look at these idiots. I actually, guys, every single time, name one time that a whiteboard has been a good idea in our esport.
Never.
What are they even
Pudge X. Oh.
Is this?
Hey, write something on the whiteboard if you're an idiot.
Nailed it.
I got it.
Got it. Haha.
I don't think that's news to anybody about Jenkins, though.
It's been fun getting to hang out with Jenkins.
Yeah, Jenkins is quite the unique character.
This time around, they pick Naive in my opinion, his best carry. I love his Void. He's one of the first ones that I actually watched playing it ages ago when he was like, when the hero was actually not in the meta, he was playing Void. He just loves to play this one. It's pretty good versus Sven. Your actual just core-to-core matchup, if they're thinking about it like that, so.
That is a very good core-to-core matchup. And the thing is, right, last game we said that the hero didn't necessarily have to address Sven directly, right? Because at that point in the draft, there's so many other moving variables that you have other things to worry about. But at this point in the draft, if you've only seen 2 heroes, it seems perfectly fine to me to carry counter and then build your game plan around your carry, right? Like that's last game they should have built their game plan around their offlaner where the carry supplements in some way. And this time around, they can build their game plan around the carry. So I like this. Beastmaster synergizes quite well with Void. He's a split pusher, wave clear, or tower pusher, and that's exactly what Void doesn't do.
Secondary BKB piercing disable for Sven.
Yes, absolutely.
Always nice.
The Lina pick is fascinating to me. I don't see an exact purpose for it. It sets up potentially scary lanes. I do think Unique might run an aggro tri-lane in with a Underlord solo safe lane. That could be incredibly scary. Lina, Sven plus Io, and then Underlord, probably the best 1v1er in the entire game. I actually don't know a better one.
I was thinking the exact same thing, honestly. I think that's why they picked the Lina, and I think it's also, I don't want it to be core, but I think it can be flexible. If you're forced in a situation, I don't want them to really do it, but it can be.
Please don't put core Lina against Void.
Please don't put core Lina.
Please do not do that.
I heard you guys I overheard you guys talking about Underlord and talking about how strong he really was.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah. I feel like you were kind of agreeing with Fogged in a lot of ways, but you were talking about certain matchups that just make it have very bad games. Is this a good game to actually have the Underlord?
I believe if they do the aggro tri-lane shenanigans, it could be insanely sick.
I think you did pick it into a Rubik, though. And Rubik,
actually
loves better.
So what I'm basically saying is I love the lane setup. Honestly, even if they put it offlane, I love the lane situation for Underlord, but I actually don't love the game situation for Underlord. I actually like Void a lot against him in game. Your root's generally not long enough to cause an issue for Void, and then Void usually buys predominantly bonus damage items and proccing items, so the Underlord Atrophy Aura isn't a major damage mitigation problem. Like if you're comparing this to like a Terrorblade has 300 base damage. If you're comparing it to a Void, his damage looks like 100 plus 200. You know, you're mitigating 40% of that 100 rather than 300. So it's the Zeus, also very nice against Finn. Underlord's nice for the pipe reason. I can't tell what the hell they're doing there.
I don't know. That's a Dota 2 map. I know that.
Yeah, I can see that much. I see some mathematical equations down there. Pi divided by 3 times 2. I don't see what they're going for there. They could literally just pi 0.66 pi there. That's extra numbers.
Bees? Okay.
Honestly,
Zeus, I like Zeus because it provides him the damage inside of Chrono, and it's good versus Io and Sven.
It's good versus Sven. Like I think it's, like you said though, it goes well with their lineup.
Yeah,
I agree with you entirely.
All right, so you got the Zeus. How do we round out Khan's lineup? Is there anything in particular that you're looking for here, Fog?
Ooh.
I was gonna say you either need to save like Oracle or you need more Chrono damage, and they went with the Chrono damage route.
Mama. Wait, it went away. It disappeared. No, I don't know what's happening. Mafia. Oh, there we
go. Please trust me, production. It is not more important to see whatever they're doing over there.
Is that a Grimstroke last ban? On the side of Team Unique?
They haven't picked yet.
Ban. Sorry.
Yes, that is a Grimstroke ban.
Okay.
Is that an Oracle? Is that the other one, an Oracle? These pictures are strange.
I don't know. My vision's actually been failing me, even though I just got brand new glasses.
Well, I can't see anything either. We're old men.
Yeah, we're old.
The hero portraits are just slightly different on some of the heroes.
Yeah.
Like they're like the angle's different. On the bands specifically. They need a secondary core here on the side of Team Unique. You can't all in on this Fen. You're not gonna win. It needs to be like a Storm or something. They banned that out though. Storm and Void Spirit might have to be an Ember.
Yeah, I don't mind Ember.
It's not the greatest in lane versus Zeus, but you need game counters. Like you need game play because the Underlord's all about the lane. And they go for the. Okay, so what are the odds? Okay, so I said I really like this Underlord in lane, and I really like the setup they had going in lane, but not necessarily their game plan. And it's kind of funny because it looks like they came to the same conclusion that we're all in on this laning stage dominance. They went for this last pick Brood. They have options, I think, on Team Khan. They have Zeus, if he gets maxed out Q relatively early, can do just fine. They could also put Beastmaster there with maxed axes.
I've seen that one, yeah.
They have options, but if their resources might be spread too thin in the hyper early game for Con. I'm talking like 0 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think this Brood can take over. However, I think the Con does have solutions. They have Hawk, they have Zeus. I don't like seeing Broods when you have a lot of like aerial vision to be able to see him when he's playing around these sneaky little spots and stuff like that.
If this game is even remotely even by 8 minutes, even remotely, like the game is playable, I think Con has it.
Con has it. I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it has to be like a lane dominance from Unique from this one. Otherwise, this Brood pick just
which is quite possible. Like I would say, this is one of the most likely scenarios to set up to just win 2.5 out of 3 lanes.
All right, so odds are going to be in favor of Unique, but it seems very clear amongst you guys that we very much are going to be looking at that early game. This first 5 to 8 minutes really going to be determining what we most likely are going to see. But I'm going to throw it over to our casters who look like they were already so excited to farm. I just looked at them. We don't want to go over to them yet. It's an absolute horror show right now. Before we do go over, I do want to ask you just a few more questions about that early game. How can the early game go wrong?
Oh, I just think it just Broodmother starts like really dominating the lane. Like Zeus can actually just get destroyed in the matchup if if Brood just plays the lane super well. In particular, I think also the lane setups is going to be something really important for me to see where they put the Underlord if they run the aggro tri-lane to shut down this Void.
Yeah, the thing is you just need to have resources to shut down Brood, and you also have to have resources to shut down the Underlord, and then if you don't shut those down, the Sven's going to have like ample space. The reason why it's going to snowball quick if it does is because if you can't mess with the Sven, he's just going to clear creeps way faster than anybody on the side of Con. So
especially with an IO.
Yeah.
The IO is just going to enable him to farm even faster than he would normally.
They have multiple cores that require attention.
With that, two people that definitely require a whole bunch of attention. They're going to be farming low Ws and kick Ws the entirety of this series. Let's throw it over to our casters.
Oh, looks like production filled you in on our plan, Rich. So it turns out we got a special treat for you guys. We are actually going to be doing a TriCast. Now, you look here, we actually have nobody here in the studio. That's because we took one of you guys at home. One of you guys in Twitch chat is going to be joining us for this broadcast.
Absolutely. We did have a tweet going on, and our lucky winner from Twitch chat did actually get selected, and we have that person right here.
Twitch viewer, are you there?
Hello. This is gonna be a Monka S for sure. Can't wait for the cast. Fantastic! Thank you so much for coming through. Cap, how do you feel about these lanes?
Well, it's a lot of scary things going on here, right? The last pick, Broodmother. I think that's got to be the scariest thing of all.
Oh, Monka. Yeah, that's pretty scary. I mean, Broodmother frightens a lot of people. Am I right?
Oh, yeah, I've actually got a little bit of arachnophobia, so...
It's a big monkass for me, a lot of arachnophobia.
Oh, man, that is...
I can't keep doing it! I'm sorry! Well, I can't do it for the whole time. I'm sorry. Let's just go normal. Avoid the idea.
Welcome, everybody, to the third cast of Slacks and I. It's, if you guys don't know, there's a unique challenge going on here at the Omega League.
Yeah.
Every talent has to cast a game with Slacks and not get fired.
That's right.
And this is going to be his third attempt at getting me fired.
Don't worry. We have only seen 2-0 so far, and this is a happy 3-0. One more chance to remove Capitalist from the talent pool as we see this game come to a head. Cap, another Sven IO game. It worked so well last time, but the Brood comes out. Very frightening for that mid lane Brood. However, isn't Zeus pretty good against Brood? Am I right?
Don't know about that one, Slugs. I feel like at some point in time, level 5 maybe is where I'm going to guess. I think he just gets run over by the Broodmother.
But he's got the lightning, buddy.
That's true, and they did get the reduction in magic armor, so on the spiders. So he could probably do better than he used to, but I still can't imagine it's going to go super well. We'll see.
W. Sorry, I can't. I gotta give up. All right.
I asked Slack several times, are you sure you want to commit to this? Yeah. I'm going to intro it that way. Yes, he said.
Yeah, I could do it. Can't do it, turns out. So we see you're completely right, Dota Capitalist. This mid lane is oh, that's a pause.
You know, you single-handedly are going to get me to change my Twitter tag.
Why?
You just keep calling me Dota Cap.
Holy shit, that's fucking terrifying.
Vibrating spiders.
Just sitting there laughing this whole time. That's scary. That is scary.
Oh no, look at all the babies behind her. My sweet babies.
Thanks for taking us out of that. Here's the Dota map. It's got webs on it. My big old monkus in the chat, am I right?
What's the emote that people use for cringe?
Haha. Just a typical Sir Action Slacks haha cast, am I right? Pega, put in the funny frog. Sorry, I can't. All right, anyway.
We made this broadcast just for you at home, the viewer. We hope you enjoy this, as you're all apparently masochists and enjoy us making fun of you.
Gonna slam a lol for this one, LUL, if you know what I'm saying. I can't keep doing it. I can't get away from it. I know it's bad, but I can't stop. At any rate.
Okay.
Yeah. Talk.
Last week, like Broodmother, super scary.
Yeah.
Not sure if they're going to have the tools to deal with it, but one of the upsides is they actually don't have any playmakers on their side, right? They've got the Underlord, who's very stationary in his lane. Broodmother, same thing. Sven's just want to do his farming thing in lane and then eventually move to the jungle, right? We've got no heroes that actually...
Yeah.
I could hear that deep breathing, Twitch viewer. Please move the microphone away from your mouth or breathe in through your nose. One or the other.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, unpause here. And as you said, Brood is very much still what Brood has always been, that last pick. Gotcha! Pick here. And do they have enough to deal with it? I don't know. Big question mark here, but Brood always so impressive. If it goes right, if it goes wrong, it goes so wrong.
I haven't seen the Max Arc Lightning build, Zeus, which has been like super common right now. I haven't seen that against Broodmother, so it'll be kind of interesting to see how it works.
Look out! What is that little monkey doing? Jesus, it had a dance with death there, Dota Capitalist. It doesn't have the propeller yet, the disgusting poop monkey. They keep putting me on these games, so I have to cast that hideous monkey.
Did you know that humans are only 3% DNA away from being a chimpanzee? Or in your case, 2%.
That's a low from me, Cap. Very good. All right.
At least I got the approval of the Twitch viewer.
Wonderful. I'm going to complain about this on the Reddit. Valve, you better release the DPC or I'm only going to spend $200 next year. You'll hear from me. Sorry. Where's Treasure 3?
Oh, okay. We're going to Sapphire, and Vanscore is also being gone on the board. Should allow them to keep out of reach as long as they keep putting the boar onto Vanscore. He's probably going to die here. Back and forth, but Naive is the one to pick up the kill on Illusion for First Blood. He was racing Cheshire Cat for the kill onto Vanscore. In the end, Suzuya does die, but big win for Vanscore, or big win for Khan to get the first 2 kills. Oh, Jesus Christ, what's happening?
Jesus, it's a beatdown, Cap. That's why I'm a freaking caster. That's what I like to see. Meanwhile, in that middle lane, Little Brood bites the haste rune. You see that brave little spider? That was incredible. He lived, too. He comes back as a freaking hero.
Wow.
And, oh, no, the creature.
No, he's dead now.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. He just ran straight into death.
You will be remembered, little one. We'll never forget you.
Okay, so it looks like it takes about, what, 4 Arc Lightnings to be able to kill some of the Broodlings?
Honestly, dude, that's not bad. That wasn't even the Twitch chat
about
character.
that.
Honestly, bro, that's pretty good. Caught right now, like, guys, good pick.
Good pick. Paying off. Getting that 9 gold per Broodling.
Hey, it used to be a lot, though. I mean, back in the day.
Yeah. But you can see, like, he hit level 5, and immediately the Zeus was being zoned out of. And, the big problem is experience, right?
Yeah.
The Zeus needs the experience from the creep wave, and fortunately, Arc Lightning's a good way to pull the creeps off, but if he's just forced to TB back home, then, well, it's all moot.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Zeus is not the hero. Nimbus is the hero. He is simply a vessel for the Nimbus, and unfortunately, we're going to be a long time until we see the real hero.
So they're playing 4 versus 5.
They are.
That's
right.
what you're saying.
But when you get Nimby, it's 6 versus. Nice. We haven't talked much about the Underlord and the Great Pit.
Yeah.
It's so good against Faceless Void.
Super good, and it's a setup for Lina. They've got really nice stun combination into a bunch of burst damage, and Underlord feels really good against Faceless Void in lane in a lot of these matchups, because you've just got the sustained damage that Void, especially if you've got the superior support combo, doesn't feel good trading hits with you. So when he died initially, it was because they got the kill on the Snapfire and he got all that bonus damage, and he thought it was a good idea fighting the Underlord. Bad idea, turns out.
Turns out not good, but
plus 63 damage is pretty good.
Yeah. This is a really scary draft in general. They just have so many guys that can pop off, right?
Yep.
Sven can pop off, Brood can pop off, Underlord's fine, and they have to play it so well. On the other side, you have everything basically on that Void, with Beastmaster kind of being your beefy boy in the front. So, scary stuff. At any rate, as we see a continuation of what we've seen so far, pretty even Steven, but as soon as Brood gets enough, now she's going to start farming the junk. Look at this pathetic scene. Oh my.
Waiting for the creeps to approach the tier 2 so we can finally get some farm. Not great. Oh, they got on top of Illusion. Oh no, he's got an LSA. Oh, that's what he was waiting for, Slack.
Hell yeah.
He was biding his time waiting to farm heroes because he can't farm creeps.
Poggers.
Anyway. Poggers, my doggers.
Please don't. We can't take 2 of these characters. This is already a disaster as it stands.
Suya, well, the support's gone. They're going to go for BZZ. He gets off the Firestorm, though. Nice. Got to be careful.
That was the greediest goddamn Firestorm I think I've ever seen. That guy was one hit from death. He's like, it's fine.
Yeah,
I got it. Nice initiation on.
He's got to break the tether so he can maybe jump away, but there's too much burst damage.
Yeah, that's smart to notice. Would have never thought about purposely breaking tether. Very good. Meanwhile, this guy's definitely in a precarious situation here. Nice job
so
of the glyph.
strong.
Jesus. These pro teams, man, they're just on another level. Glyph the last creep so that they don't change the aggro.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Okay, don't worry. Another 60 seconds before he gets some more farm.
Goddamn production on another level. We barely got that TP. Great job there. No T-Tors here, sir. No T-Tors at all. What's the smoke about, Cap? Am I...
They just want to get back to the lane faster. Because they got kicked out. The Sven had to TP back, right? And it's just... you see this sometimes when movement speed is really important. They'll pop a smoke just for it.
Wow. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Meanwhile, top lane. Sven will try to get 6.
Have you heard the 25 Broodmother? You have, right?
No, what's that?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Of course, anyone that's sick enough to play Broodmothers in pubs till 25, they deserve the world.
Yeah, shout out to Monkeys Forever for
my boy.
That terrible.
Never met
terrible
that man.
hero spammer. He's a really great guy. I like him a lot. Good. But he's not here.
Sorry.
You know who is?
Banana Snapfire. Snapfire going in. A great bounce there. Oh!
Told ya. Another 60 seconds. He'll get some farm, and that's what Mio does. Collects a Sven kill.
Beautiful. This guy's going to get rich.
Not as rich as the Broodmother, though.
Well, we'll see what happens. Once big old Papa Nimbus comes by, we'll see how it occurs.
Yeah. And the Broodmother's going to be real scared of that Nimbus.
Yes, every lightning kills a Brood baby.
No.
No.
She'll just be so distraught she won't want to play anymore.
No! My baby! My baby, no! And she'll just never go out again.
Chronosphere time?
Maybe. Lina, tasty target.
You don't want to have to use it? And Mio's probably going to collect the...
Oh! Come on now.
All right. Oh, hey, the Broodmother's already top.
Okay, go Broody. Looking for that hungry stuff, running right through the ultimate, trying to find that beast. Beastmaster not the ideal target here, very tanky.
Oh god,
Snapfire's
he's
not
by
afraid.
the boars. Dude, they're gonna kill him.
Woo! Get his ass. Nice job. Brood dead, bug squash, go home, game over.
Okay, so legitimately, Monkeys Forever is a really good Broodmother. And one of the things that I see when I watch his Broodmother games is he does not join in these fights. He would never make a rotation like that because he, like, you just keep farming. You just keep on using your advantage to take away enemy jungle territory, and you get to a point where you're playing more for, like, level 20 Broodmother. You want to play more for when you got Diffusal Blade BKB, like that kind of combat Broodmother. You don't try and get active too early because you can throw away your lead like that by trying to have an effect on the side lanes.
Now what's he going to do? You know? He got to reset webs. He's got to start call back up again.
Well, you can see what he's going to do. He already called the bounty out. He says he's going to kill Zeus. He's going to munch on some dwarf
Zeus said he's going to kill him.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Zeus has called a bounty upon the Brood.
Well, that's what he's going to do, Slice. He's going to not get killed by Zeus.
All right. The plan is in motion. That hideous creature now walking around making even more dastardly babies. Trying to find the way in, and looks like we're in Chrono Town about here.
I like this a lot. They
scanned though. They scanned. Dire knows they're there,
Good
and they will instantly run out. Nice scan. Did they have anything revealing that, or did they just have a feeling?
They kind of disappeared from top lane. They have aggressive ward. You see it top that kind of covers some of the farming area.
Oh,
Nobody's there, right?
Interesting.
So Void's not going to be playing in his own safe lane. He's going to be somewhere over there. And if he's not showing on that ward, then he's deeper in the jungle, and they do want to take that mid tower. It would be a really big win against a Broodmother, but unlikely, I think.
Unlikely that Brood would give it up so much. So many giant spiders in popular media. You have the one from the Lord of the Rings.
True, true. You've got Wild Wild West.
Yes, that was a robotic spider, but we will take
Spider nonetheless.
Truth. Truth indeed. We have
Arachnophobia.
We have Broodmother. My God, look at those babies getting deep fried. That is a absolute delicacy.
I've seen Broodmothers go pipe before.
For just the babies?
Yeah, it's like a way to be able to protect both your babies and if there's a lot of magic damage out there, which there is, right? Like what he's going to be dying to is going to be Chronosphere into Snapfire Ultimate, most likely.
Never thought in my life the word gotta get tactical with the babies would come out in such an aggressive manner. And here we are. Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, you just don't feed them away.
You just must become tactical. That's the kind of tactical that Modern Warfare will not provide. Tactical baby deployment.
Yeah, I mean, they have uses. You just don't throw them away like trash.
That's true.
It's getting a little dark.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, God, I thought I wouldn't get fired on this path.
This is the one for you, Cap.
No.
Every time a Dota panelist or analyst is fired, I get a bonus from Riot Games. Thank you. Anyway.
Riot doing more to support the... Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Oh, pitted LSA, and Mio's in trouble.
God damn. Look at them go. Whoa, Jesus. Grandma taking out the children in the most brutal thing I've ever seen. That is a weird goddamn game. In no other game do you see Grandma take out a shotgun and blast.
How do you deal with an infestation of spiders? A shotgun?
Yeah.
That is certainly a K-Kona response. K-Kona?
All right, well, as we see, Team Unique keeping it even despite having all those, kill deficits. Has got to be the Broodmother going ahead and the Sven just farming out of their minds. I'm getting very worried here. Let's look at where Faithless Void is. Underneath the Zeus in net worth. Remember that Zeus that was standing AFK under the tier 2 tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, Void did worse than him. So that's... very bad.
You know, you could phrase that the opposite way.
What?
Remember when he was underneath his tier 2, couldn't get any farm? Well, look at him now. He's rivaling the Void.
You could face it that way.
You got to be an optimist, you know?
I love optimism.
Glass half empty. With vodka.
Vodka and denial, my favorite cocktail. As we push down in the bottom lane, Brood doing exactly what Broods do. Sacrificing for the greater good, pushing in that tower and the top lane. However, they have some push of their own, Cap.
No, I think Khan is doing a really good job at being able to, because it looked like they were in a pretty tough position, losing that mid tower so early. But their rotations look really nice. They're playing around each other, and they still have this Chronosphere to work with. they're not expending it lightly, Slacks.
No, not at all. They actually just out TP'd. Here we go.
Here comes the Snapfire ult.
Leave me alone.
Never mind, they don't need it.
Absolutely fantastic as they take out Brood, they take out everybody. Even little Io, who had nothing to do with it, an innocent, is being hunted and exterminated. What a great smoke to TP to initiation. Don't even need the Snapfire ult. Sven does happen to make it out alive. He is one of the top farmers, so that would have been nice to kill him, but gotta be excited about that. You took a tower, you traded tier 2s, but you got a team wipe on the back end.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this Broodmother kind of threw away a lot of his game because he's so susceptible to the burst damage now. One up thing though, anytime the Chronosphere is down, Unique kind of need to get aggressive on the map, I think. And they still have this very, very farm Sven. So it's not like this is a Broodmother game where it's like, okay, the Broodmother is the win condition, the Sven IO combination is ultimately still the win.
Yeah, but look at this rotation coming out from Khan. They take that tower, they sprint back up to Dire's jungle, looking for whatever they can get. So, gotta respect that. They're still looking for kills. They're looking for Sven. They're trying to keep this lead, this under 1K net worth lead, and 12 kills. That's so important.
Can we go on the Broodmother again? I want to see his items.
Show me Broodmother's items.
I feel like that Orchid just, it's so delayed and it feels so bad now at this point.
Yeah.
This late into it.
Shut up, Cap. You don't get to see. You don't get what you want here. Double damage.
Say
Ruby,
pretty, please.
look out! As he's
Who are you saying that to?
Anyone.
Anyone?
Well,
they both kind of run away.
Honestly. Woo!
Oh, look at this, look at this.
What?
Khan have a ward in their own triangle, because they know like that's where Broodmother wants to play most of the time. She puts it in your mid lane, and then she kind of sweeps back and forth. So a super defensive ward to be able to see him there, so maybe they can catch him with either the Roar or the Chronosphere. Those are their two ways to kill him.
Exactly. Very high analysis there, Capitalist. Thank you so much. I literally learned something every cast that I'm with you.
Oh, stop it.
It is so much better than a BSJ dual cast, where you simply learn about what heroes he won with for the week. Thanks, Brian. Very cool.
You know, I can't win a lane against Shore Ranger. That hero's OP.
You know, if...
You ever think of the problems maybe you, Brian?
Take it easy. Why are we just shit-talking Brian for no reason?
I don't know. It's a nice change of pace from shitting on each other.
That is true. Peace has been established.
Oh, BZZ sees it coming.
Bye! Dude, he should roar him just as a meta move, but no, afraid not.
Then act like he scared him away.
Get it, guys. I control him.
I scared him so bad, he instantly TP'd back to his base.
So can Broodmother actually get all this money and become a viable carry nowadays? Because back in the day, she used to just be split push lady.
Yeah.
You know? Now she's a fighter, right?
She actually can, but part of your win condition with Broodmother is level 20 and 25 talents, where you get the increase in damage from the spiders at level 20. That does, it's so hard to keep your map up when this Broodmother can just mow down an entire lane of barracks really quickly. But then yeah, like Broodmother, it's like a Furion where you're supposed to be ahead in net worth, and that's how you assert your team fight abilities, right? Is you have Diffusal Blade BKB and you're just able to run up and cast Incapacitating Bite.
Sorry, go ahead. I mean,
Slacks was literally looking at his phone while I was making that explanation.
That's not true.
He asked me what a question, and then I responded with analysis and looking at his phone, and then all of a sudden he glances up, sees some spells. Look out!
Please don't give away my casting style. Okay, look at the Nimbus. I told you,
Nimbus.
Sweet Jesus, I'm a better analyst than I ever could have imagined. The Nimby comes out taking out the Brood. You laughed.
It's all in your subconscious, Slacks. You just needed to unlock your inner latent ability as an analyst.
My God, someone unlock me.
Oh, no.
Please unlock the demons in my mind that scream analytical Dota thoughts that I just put away. That makes so much sense.
Don't do it. He'll become too powerful. We won't be able to control him. He'll be the only talent hired for every event.
Oh,
He's the host. He's the play-by-play. He's the analyst. He's the interviewer.
Takes a lot not to make comments on this kind of stuff. It takes a lot. As we continue.
It'd be a Pog champ from me.
Pog. Anyway. Yeah, so great job. We have the Nimbus now, and this is kind of a win condition for Khan, where they got the Chrono, they got the pseudo extreme magical damage. It really works well in conjunction with each other, but I just love Nimbus, man. It does everything. Pushes, helps with Roche, stops TP, insta stuns, creates places for team fight.
All right, BKB timing for the Sven. It's go time. They know the Chronosphere's on cooldown. Whoever they run into is just dead.
Oh!
Who they ran into, not that value.
No.
But you're right next to the Roshan pit. So you're going to continue to force this fight by saying, okay, we're going to do Roshan right now. You guys have to fight us. Otherwise, we're going to get an Aegis. And we know you don't want that.
Absolutely. Roshan, not too much we can do. Will they be able to fight without the Rubik? They see him doing it. They're thinking about, do we have the strength, though? Chronosphere not up. Snapfire not up. She's going to use the ult.
Oh,
there
God,
it is.
Brood Mother, why?
Nimby, the BKB popped right in the last second. Able to save her life. They're going to go on to the Zeus. Zeus's job is already done, though. Casted everything that he could, and everyone else trying to get out of here now. It's up to Void. He must live. If Void lives, it's not the worst thing in the world. Beastmaster surviving that brutal attack by the Io as he tries to swing back in and see what he can do. Void going back in. Get out of there. Holy woly, Capitalist.
That was a good save from Suzuya, and a nice steal. Stormhammer's so good for Rubik to steal.
That was a hype. That was like a 5-man stun.
Yeah. That was almost a Ravage.
My goodness. Remember when Tidehunter existed and Ravages happened?
Yeah. Now you only see him against Lycan.
Oh, no.
And where's that hero,
Another
Slacks?
What? Gilger is a literal god. This guy is saving games left and right. Can't save the Roshan, though.
Maybe. I mean, they have Chronosphere up now. They may not have the Snapfire ultimate, but
they have
the
Nimby.
Nimbus is still a lot of damage.
Sweet Daddy Nimby coming back up.
That's a lot of damage, Slacks.
That's a lot of damage, Cap. Managed to peak my mic on this one, even though they turned it down to 1 with that. Hell yeah.
Production told us earlier that it is literally impossible to peak on these microphones.
My goal.
Slacks found a way.
That's right. You know that, the brown note, I just have the the peak note.
The pink note that shatters your eardrums.
The cochlear assault note.
Oh my, don't call it that, please.
Oh,
BKB.
Oh, God, scary, run! She's got the crazy legs, get out of there!
Oh, they relocated her out, too.
Oh, okay.
They're going to TP back in, they really want to take this fight, but it's a Chronosphere for the Aegis!
Oh my God, she TP's inside of the Chrono. Here comes everything. The Snapfire, the Zeus, the burn, and the bite! Oh no! That was just miscommunication there. As she is TP'd out, TP's into a Chrono. Disaster. Utter disaster.
Oh, no. They got the BKB off. The Beastmaster wasn't going to be able to do anything with that. They have just a bunch of magic damage to follow that up. So there was nothing that was going to happen. Once the relocate happens, Unique need to be able to scramble back in position, and Naive just sees the perfect opportunity to be able to get a nice 4-man Chronosphere with the Snapfire ultimate up. So tasty.
I love the taste of that, Papa. Very good. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, like, when the Twitch clip is made, that my voice isn't anywhere associated with that.
Weird
so.
champ. Anyway.
Oh, no, he's chain stunned.
Brood, what are you doing? This is not a scary spider. Goodness gracious, this is... I'm going to use the F word to cover your ears that this kid's feeding. Oh my God, nice.
Oh, nice Primal Roar.
Go.
That's going to be most of the BKB down. The Rubik is still going to fall. Naive's right in the middle of everyone. He's got the Aegis. They want to kind of ignore him if possible and focus on everybody else. Then you can see this Sven. He really just can't put up with the physical damage. Once that Warcry wears out, he no longer has that armor. And with the extra cookie to chase down some heroes, looks like our Underlord did manage to get out, but it is...
Thank God.
So terrible for Unique. I legitimately think they lost off the back of this Brood Mother, which I think they should have won off.
Jesus. Oh, goodness. Thank goodness Underlord and Wisp made it out alive. That's always a good sign when those two are the sole survivors. You know the team fight went perfect. Yikes. I mean, Broody is, as we said, though, can be so good if she's ahead. So tough if she starts to run behind. And I won't say it wasn't her fault she's behind, but I will say it's going to be very difficult to get back into this very, very naughty game now to
Whose fault do you think it was?
Who?
Yeah.
Huh? Ice Frogs.
Ah.
Ice Frog's fault.
Should have given her a stun when she rotated up to top lane.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why don't the spiders stun? Just imagine every spider has a 17% chance to stun.
What if the spiders were like techies, where they could just kind of go in and blow up?
Jesus. What the hell? She is brood mother, you know? Not brood psycho. God. Listen, she's not just going to go in and sacrifice an entire community.
Isn't that what she does anyway?
She would have just spent years fostering a gigantic, large community only to sacrifice them for small monetary gains. Look out, Brood! You're doing it again! Brood Mother! What are you doing? Why won't you support that very dwindling community?
Why won't you support it? They need the help.
Can't you see?
Help them.
Those poor little spiderlings, they need things.
You were so rich. You had the money to do it. And you didn't. You chose not to. You were the chosen one.
They need to eat all of this.
Oh, they spotted him. Mio, run.
Run, Mio.
He's got a blink dagger, but he doesn't have a TP. Oh, God, they're stuck. Get out. Dark Rift away.
No, we gotta get out of here. They did it. And he stole Dark Rift, though.
Oh, he relocated, I don't know who he relocated out, but he relocated out.
Well.
Now he's relocating in.
Goodbye.
Big cool play. Gilgar actually has Dark Rift, so they're going to make a sick play here to the bottom lane and catch them. I could see it all.
Oh my God. Capitalist, the literal oracle himself.
Yes.
They did TP bot, and here's the sick catch that you've been waiting for.
You are correct.
Wow.
I want to die.
Incoming on that ancient camp. Broodmother still getting farmed. They do scout it out now with the Beastmaster Pterodactyl, not a hawk. In case you were wondering, a prehistoric hawk. The genetics are completely similar, and then they will grab the Brood! Goodbye yet again.
I mean, they don't need Chronosphere at this case.
Whoop, whoop, indeed.
Oof.
It's a sad tale.
Oof, oof, oof.
It's sad when Broodmother can be what some would call an industry standard brought down to this. Oh, how it's fallen.
All right. Con, it's time to end the game.
Con,
I gotta get out of here.
We gotta get out of here now. You can't keep us in here.
There's like another 10% left.
Oh, God.
Why did this have to go to game 3? My career.
Joke's on you.
I suffered through Join Dota for this.
Joke's on you. When they listen to this cast, they're just going to think it's Cap and Sheever. Free clear, baby.
They're like, why is Sheever being so mean?
I love horses and the Dutch president.
They have a prime minister.
Owen!
That was actually kind of close. Oh. Wait, do I put on a British accent now and just act
yeah,
like
yeah, we can both get out of this. Crying. Woo! Oh, jeez.
Aghanim Scepter for the Sven.
Oh,
very important here.
Woo!
Oh, but they got a beautiful Chronosphere into the back line, and look at that. The Glimmer Cape managed to get him away from the engagement of the Sven.
Jesus.
Dark Rift, he doesn't know who to save. Is it the Io? Is it the Sven? He chose the Sven, and Io is going to be left behind.
Yo, real talk, all jokes aside, Khan has stepped up so much in this series. Every single time that Sven BKBs, Beastmaster's just there to stop him. They go on the back line, they chrono. I am legitimately so impressed with Khan, who has had they've struggled a lot. This is a great series for them.
Yeah, seriously. They think of the position that they were in, losing their mid tower like that super early. Your Zeus is being zoned out of experience. He has a rough time getting to level 6, but what do? They stay calm. They play around each other as much as possible. They set the Zeus up for recovery farm off of his ultimate, and they're just like, okay, we're just going to play around our Chronosphere. We're going to catch this Broodmother every single time. We're never going to let him get the BKB off first. Honestly, all around, just superb play.
Yeah, for real. And remember where these guys came from. Remember how far ahead Broodmother was. Sven was. These guys were in the top of the net worth. That's freaking Zeus. It is time to say, The Zeus hiding behind the tier 2 is top of net worth for real now, and Void for real. What was once a joke has become good just out of sick plays. Gotta love this. This is what we came here to see. I legitimately...
Maybe this was the support we needed for the tier 2 scene all along. Khan showed up in the playoffs under the pressure against Unique, who I think is a pretty good lineup, you know?
Yep.
They came together. I guess the real support was the community that we had all along. So
that's right. Don't be like Broodmother.
In what way?
You know, kind of in general in this game. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But here comes a smoke that might be able to pick up something. They do a nice wrap around.
Oh, the first step away though. He had an opportunity, like a small window. If they were more grouped up, maybe a multiple-man Stormhammer, and they clean house. But good reactions there from Khan, quickly separating from each other. At the same time, they got the initiation on the Broodmother, which... Unfortunate, again, that he dies, but... Somebody stole a Laguna Blade. Oh, there's a Rubik, but Rubik's dead, so...
Yeah. Oh, wait, what's this? TP back up? Oh, okay, sorry. That was just Alina going to defend the racks. And that was very close. Without a Force Staff from that Snapfire, could have been a big disaster here. The high five, the taunting, and he will not take this. You know? Okay, he'll die.
Oh, it's no! He died in the fountain.
Good.
Look at the body.
God.
Look at the body in the fountain.
Don't look. Avert your eyes.
Oh.
Avert them now.
It's too bloody.
But that is what you should do when there's a bully. You just Dark Rift on out of there. If he's running up to you, high-fiving you, saying he's going to kill you, turn around, slug away, Dark Rift yourself back into the basement, play Dota for 17 years, and then become a millionaire, and then call him up and be like, hey, what's up, dumbass? I just bought your company. That's what you do.
You're fired.
You're fired.
Don't do that.
Papega.
Don't be vengeful. Don't. You know, everyone's going through their own stuff, you know, and it's all better that we just move forward.
Oh,
with our
God, they're
lives.
shutting the stream down, please. For the love of God, you need to finish now. They will shut down the servers. I've seen it. They will shut them down.
What time is it? Oh, no.
No.
It's Monday morning.
Oh, no.
They're waking up.
God.
Shut down the broadcast.
Hurry.
The weekend's over. We gotta get out of here.
Jesus, this is the end of us.
I mean, listen, I'm next to you at this point. I'm just going to, like, Slacks is the one that causes all
No. What do you mean, Slags?
I am new talents from Sweden.
Has anyone eaten kartoffel? Oh, that's so many cultures. They'll never believe it. Anyway.
Well, I would like to announce this is the retirement of Dota Capitalist. I will come back as Austin Walsh.
Yeah.
Similar to Keep It a Kyle. Time to make a
The
brand
Austin.
change.
Hell yeah. Oh, wow. Look at this Nimbus.
Just doesn't stop. Like, one of the disappointing things for me is I don't think at a single time Naive has time walked in and been orchided.
No.
Before he gets off the chronosphere.
No. It's hard. You got to deal with those kids. You don't have time to orchid.
Yeah, you only got eight legs to work with to herd them all.
Yep.
Not a single one of them is used to press your orchid.
That's absolutely true. A life of a broodmother is not easy. Spiders constantly walking around. One of them starts licking an electrical pole or something. You don't know.
No, don't do that.
Ah, no.
Don't lick that Nimbus.
Jeffrey!
Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't Jeffrey. That was Billy.
Oh, no. Well, luckily in this case, it's pretty easy to keep track of all Broodmother's kids because they're all brutally murdered instantly. So,
there's not many left alive right now.
No chance to call out names. You just say, no! Anyway. Dota casting, am I right? Jesus. This was Blizzard. Someone would have come out with a gun and shot him. We're lucky. Lucky to be alive.
If this was a Blizzard broadcast, I would have hit outside of the camera as soon as they go to the shot. I just would have left you sitting there.
Jesus. If this was a Valorant broadcast, no one would be watching it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Gracious.
Mobby! Anyway, as we continue.
No, we love other esports. We support each other.
We really do. We really do. Not, I mean, I don't, but
We're just bitter.
I actually hate everyone. Waiting for Khan to.
no,
not me. Heartbroken there, indeed. I gotta say though, Khan, you're way ahead.
I like how BCZ doesn't even try and save the Lena. He's like, you dead.
Honestly, though,
I'm out.
why aren't they finishing? I mean, they seem to be so far ahead. Everything seems really good. Are they waiting for a Roche?
Yeah, I think they're waiting for Roche on number 2 because it's still a little bit scary. You could throw on the high ground. It's game 3. You've got a really good advantage. Like, just play. Like, as you start going later and later, if you think about it, the death timer compared to the Chronosphere cooldown,
yeah,
right? It's like all of a sudden every Chronosphere becomes worth it. There's
That's
no
true.
downtime because everyone's dead for like 70 seconds at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a big rush right now. They're just getting farther and farther ahead.
Cheese on the ground. Divide to that cheese. Who's going to take it? Easy cheesy for Beastmaster. Hopefully he snags it. He will.
I thought you were going to call him Beezy Meezy.
Beezy Meezy with the cheesy. Check out my rap career. You'll love it.
Do I need to drop a beat right now?
No, I cannot freestyle raps.
He does not have a TP scroll.
Oh, okay.
That is why they're tipping him.
Well, he died as he lived. Trying to
Useless?
TP. Goodbye, my friend. As we wait for this game to... I would ask that classic question of how do they get back into this game, but at this point, despite a meteor falling on the boot camp house, I'm not quite sure.
Actually, we showed an interesting strategy in how to be able to come back against pretty rough situations yesterday. I think we had about 2 different games, maybe actually 3 games where we saw a team who was behind and was able to stave off a loss.
Oh, wow.
They didn't win, but they did prevent the loss from happening. So.
What? They didn't win, but they did not prevent the loss then. Here we go. Faceless Void looking for initiation. Snapfire sure that he was going to get something and utilizes the ult. Ult not useful. However, do they actually have anything to fight these guys? They're going to glyph, back up a little bit. Underlord back up in 10 seconds. They'll get what they can while they have that opportunity. Everything online for Void. He is freaking huge with an Aegis. Will they be able to get that initiation? I mean, that's too scary to go on. Honestly,
I mean, it's not
too scary.
so part of the problem is you don't want to overcommit just for taking this.
No! Sven out of position for half a second. Beastmaster blinks on top of a nice save from IO.
They committed a lot here. Now's your chance to be able to go. You missed the combo spear. This is your shot. This is your opportunity. Oh, God, never mind.
No.
It's all... Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
Oh, God. Indeed. Really nothing that anybody can do. Underlord trying to run for his life. Where are you going to run to, buddy?
Once again, Ty trying to TP.
Broodmother standing on the background, screaming in fear. Oh, no! Poor girl. Get the babies out of there!
They got some babies.
She's trying to repopulate its lot as quickly as possible.
the planet. Quick. All your allies are dead. There's only spiders now.
One last chance to feed away those spiders before she sulks away. And what the
God, the Laguna Blade.
No.
Counter Laguna Blade.
There it is. Good game.
Geez.
Well played.
Oh, God.
A very rough game for Team Unique, but a absolutely incredible series, I have to say. We saw a lot of heart from both these teams, and I got to admit, I'm very impressed by what I saw.
That was an elimination game right there. That was an elimination series, and both teams really fought with the heart of they tried to stay alive here in this playoff. Shout out to Khan for being able to persevere. It looks like they're just getting better as a team, I would guess, because I wasn't that impressed by the group stage games that I saw.
No,
I
not
thought
at
going
all.
into this Unique was the better team. I know some other analysts believe the same, but Khan, you know, they showed up when it matters.
They legitimately brought it, and they had great moves, great ideas, and they executed really well. And Unique was again one of the stronger ones in the bracket, you know, for being in the lower. So
and hopefully you guys got to know some of the players and became fans.
Yeah,
Shout
we
out
hope
to Gilger.
So.
Gilger, man, what a beast.
Gilger legitimately is a god.
Yeah, but of course we can't forget about we started off. This was a TriCast. I think he got a little shy, so we just didn't give a brief goodbye. Thank you to the
our
Twitch viewer
Yeah,
joining
keep
us.
hashtagging over, and Twitch viewer, why don't you do the throw? Go ahead, and back to the panel.
Thanks for that. I do want to mention that before we actually did get this one started, I think most folks said that they expected this one to actually be a 2-quick-0, and they expected the results to be different, but elimination has been struck. Unique, no longer going to be moving forward in the tournament. Khan, how are they able to actually take them out? Because I feel like this one was a little bit of a roller coaster of a ride, and we definitely didn't end up at the destination we expected.
I just liked the way that I felt like they drafted to their strengths. I liked like everything they had there. I didn't like we were looking and we're just like this brood pick, like sure it can win, but if they don't become like super dominant in this first 10-15 minutes of the game, they have so many tools to deal with this brood. It wasn't like this, gotcha. You know, there's Beastmaster, there's Zeus, there's everyone like Snapfire. Everyone can wave clear, everyone can deal with this brood and find him in a lot of the situations. So I feel like Khan set themselves up in a really good position for success. When Unique, I feel like they kind of copied what worked last game and then just added like a gotcha kind of thing at the end that wasn't working with their holistic draft like we kind of talked about a bunch of times.
Yeah, this reminds me of the meme, you know, like when the dad asks, "Are you winning, son?" And I've talked to my dad a bit about Dota, and one of the crucial questions that's come up is, how do I know when a team's winning, like when I watch the game? And Fogged and I behind panel were just, it was like 11 minutes in, and Unique had a less than 1K gold lead. And him and I just looked at each other and go, isn't this game just over? Like, they can't win.
Yeah, Khan just wins the game no matter
and
what.
And like most of the time, you know, when you're telling somebody that's like new to Dota or never really played Dota, you'd be like, yeah, the bigger the gold lead, the better shot they're in. But this is just a game where you don't stomp the lanes, you just don't win. Like, you just can't win. Like, it was crazy. I don't know how much else to say about this game, but the Underlord pick against Void doesn't scale well. Void was picked early in the draft, but it counters Sven late game. So even though Void was, 10 CS to the Underlord 30, I think, it just didn't matter because they picked up a lot of abilities that enable him in the mid game. They picked heroes that alleviate his weaknesses, the Beastmaster with the split pushing wave clear, and the BKB piercing stun that they don't have to rely on Void to do that all the time. So they did a really good job of enabling a pick that disables the late game of the opponent. So Void was allowed to recover. And yeah, I just think the only reason they even lost game 2 is they just chucked it away on the 9th pick. Like, I think Khan looked convincingly better this entire series, and game 2 would be chopped up to one bad mistake.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I've landed, and really kind of what I want to hear from you guys as we watch some of these key moments in that final game, because I do feel like it's much bigger than just this final game. Obviously, Khan's still going to be in the tournament. Unique, their tournament run in the rearview mirror. But when we look at Khan, how do we feel about this team in the rest of the tournament? Because going into this, we assumed that they were going to be swiftly handled. People were legitimately saying they expected this to be a 2-0, and Khan came out on top. So after seeing them play like this, after seeing the form that they're in, how do you think they will be situated against other teams when they just took down Unique, who a little bit earlier on, Brian, you even said, you were like, this is a team that, yeah, they're not one of the top teams. They should be able to take some games off the top teams.
Yeah.
So seeing Khan able to pull this off, what do you think?
Yeah,
have their stonks rised?
They outdrafted, I think, this series. Like, I think Team Unique almost saw that first game and said, okay, we're just going to stick to what we know and do, and we're going to beat them because we think we're better. And that's what kind of stands out to me when they pick a hero like Underlord there. It's like a strong lane partner with Lina, but honestly, it wasn't very good against the heroes that were already picked. So it's like they chose to just kind of play their own game, and hopefully it worked out for them on the side of Team Unique, while I felt like Khan was like, okay, let's just dumpster everything the opponent's doing, but also have synergy. Like, the Zeus pick, really good against Sven IO, and they had no innate gap closers other than Ag Sven, which by that time Zeus probably has a blink, which he had Ether blink, and it goes really well with Void. It was just a really good pick. Like, haven't seen too much Zeus, but have seen it pop up here and there. All of their picks, except for the Drow in this series, made a lot of sense, and it really showed. I think they earned this win.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think they knew exactly. I think they knew exactly how to make their draft just better with what they're playing against. Right, like this Rubik versus Underlord. It just seems like they got like everything in this one that they wanted, and yeah, like the Drow last pick really confused me in the last one, so I just was like a little concerned about their draft.
Lost a bit of faith from me, but brought it back. Game 3.
Like this one just looked, it covered everything, right? They had great synergy between everybody. And it just, when you get to see that and everybody was kind of shining, right? Like they were mentioning at the end, that Gilgar, damn, what a performance on the Rubik. Oh, the Snapfire too, like everybody was just playing well because their draft just fit together so everybody could shine.
Yeah, I think that, one of the biggest questions I would ask, if we could ask a question right now, would be what did actually happen with that Drow? Because I feel like amongst you guys, that was kind of the biggest question mark of the series.
That's all I wanted to ask. I actually wanted them to win, so I could ask.
Yeah, you can have the question because all I need is the answer. I don't care who's asking it.
Yeah. We will have that interview ready very shortly. I know that's going to be one of the first questions that we do dive in on because for anybody who didn't see, I think we went back and forth for quite a lot of time talking about all the things that could have possibly made it happen. We talked about what could be going on as far as the team goes when they're drafting, who's actually communicating, what the carry might have been asking for. You just go through all these different permutations, but at the end of the day, when that was locked in, it didn't actually bring up any new threats to be answered, and that was the main reason that you guys didn't like the Drow. Drow, obviously great inside of this meta, but luckily, we do have Gilger on the line right now. Gilger, I think we really want to jump in just by asking this question. First of all, congratulations on your victory. It's great to see you move forward in this bracket, and we're excited to see what you guys can do in this tournament, but we want to ask about that Drow. What actually happened that caused you guys to lock in the Drow?
Hey, guys. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. I mean, there was like two. I don't remember the second carry. So let me tell a little story, like long story short.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, before those playoffs, we picked up a new like coach, a J4. You probably heard of him.
Yep.
So he's doing picks for us right now, and he offered like for us like 2 last pick carries. I don't remember the second one, but the first one was Drow. And we had like some 30 seconds arguing about it, like what's better. And J4 convinced Naive that Drow was actually better. So this is how it is. I cannot say that the second carry. I don't remember it. But the main reason was because like Drow is kind of nice against Sven because all the tools they had to get into Drow is actually Sven Aghanim Scepter. But by the time Sven hits his Aghanim Scepter, we expected us to have like 4 stuffs and stuff like this, so we can kite around. I had like Tiny, we have Darkseer and stuff like this. So yeah, that's basically it.
Like the reason why we want to highlight why we're asking you about the Drow pick, because honestly, we really liked your drafts the rest of the series. Like literally every pick we thought was really solid, and a big part of the cohesiveness in your strategy was why you won the series, at least from our perspective. It looked really clean. We were wondering, did you not feel like you needed like an Inkswell Ion Shell carry, or was that like in the Kunkka Tiny-ish kind of thing?
Yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, the second carry was actually Troll. Yeah, I remember the. Okay. So there was the like. We were kind of arguing between Troll and Drow. I don't know. Like it was actually. In my mind, it actually was not about, by that time, like you're taking last pick. You don't actually want to win the lane. You want to win the game itself.
Yes.
And we just decided that, okay, we'll go with Drow. And I still think, personally, that Drow is actually nice. We just didn't play game well. Like, we just had wrong moves and stuff like this. You can see, like, we're taking, like, top tower, like, real slow, like, tier 1 top. And this is it. The thing.
Yeah, that's awesome to actually get to hear what that thought process was like, because we were talking about it a whole bunch. I do want to ask you right now, though, how did you feel coming into this series? Because a lot of the analysts kind of thought that you guys had a tough matchup against Unique, and then you come out looking so strong. So when you guys were actually entering this one, how did you feel about the matchup?
I mean, our opponents are strong, that's for sure, but I can't say that I'm actually afraid of them. Can't say for everyone though in my team, but I felt like pretty okay that we're playing against Team Unique. And once again, promo code BSJ, guys. Keep it up.
I was not ready for that, but thank you, man. That was hype.
Great. Oh man, thank you so much. We're wishing you all the luck in the tournament, man. Congratulations on that win.
Goodbye, guys.
Thanks, man.
Talk to you soon.
Promo code BSJ.
Finally, the team makes a mistake. Talking about BSJ's promo code. Flawless series until that moment. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what this team ultimately can do. I mean, already a big surprise coming out on the first day that we are looking at the brackets, and we hear some of their mindset as well into the series. But we are going to be jumping to a quick break. When we return, we got plenty more Divine action coming right up.
There are only 2 ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
It's in the bag.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
Madness? No, this is Dota.
Trying to get rid of the call. He'll do so. RTZ turns with the BKB and Meta will kill off the Spirit Breaker. Now looking over towards Crystallized with the chaotic offering. It's dropped down. RTZ is silenced and again this drought. Oh, he's false promise though. Mid1 will live. He's almost certainly going to die at the end of it all, but he may be able to bring some people down with him. Jumps over towards Yaps or no. Could he even get Yaps or he can? They're going to get the swap in on the Ember. He's got the Aegis though, so they're only going to be able to take him down the ones. Can they do it a second time? They've lost RMN. ILTW's back.
Which is lucky.
Unlike Faceless Void or Morphling, we have 2 ears and 1 tongue, so we can listen more than we talk.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Welcome back to the Omega League. The Divine playoffs are in full force. We just had 2 elimination series in the morning, and we are moving on to 2 series in the upper echelon of Divines. That's right, the upper bracket. I don't know if we can call it the upper echelon, because I would imagine that Immortals are the upper echelon. I'm here with the Cost and T Governor. We're going to break down the first game of these 2 series coming your way. The first one is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Cyber Legacy, and both of these teams have a very, very different history over the last couple of weeks. And yeah, let's start with that, T Governor.
Oh, me. Oh,
yeah.
All right, so pretty much got 2 teams. Of course, Cyber Legacy falling 2-0 to 5-man in the qualifiers, therefore dropping to Divine bracket. And they've pretty much dominated this Divine League, pushing aside teams like Voldemort, Khan, Tempo, Extreme, and Megalil. On the other hand, we have NiP, who have looked extremely underwhelming and just lost to most teams. They had one glimmer of hope against Liquid, but overall, pretty upsetting.
They won that series, but if you watch the games, Liquid actually threw the game. So right now, what I'm feeling is that NiP was the worst team in the Immortal League, for sure. Like, they just did not match up well against anyone. They got the 2-0 against Team Liquid, but still, it felt like Team Liquid, just completely threw the game for no reason. That's the feeling that I had. It feels like after they lost on Eco, on side of NiP, everything is just not going well for them.
I remember starting the Immortal group stages, and we talked about, Misha is this. That was because that first game in the group stages for Ninjas in Pajamas was their first official series, with Misha as their new position 5, and we talked about it. That's gonna have a big impact because that's also gonna have a big impact. We're in the draft. We were also already 2 picks in on each side. But normally, when you're in a situation like that, where you have just got a fresh position 5, I don't know how long you want to give a team before you're going to see, the upward trajectory. I don't feel like we've seen Ninjas in Pajamas find their identity yet.
No, at one point, it needs to go up. You need to hit the rock bottom first, and I think you need to reset. There's a couple of players on this team that, have a bright future. I would say Supreme and Saberlight have... I've been impressed the way they played, especially Saberlight when he stood in for Quincy Crew, I believe, at the time.
Team.
I think he played extremely well that tournament, but still, I feel like he's the best player in the team right now, and I think he can do much, much better than this, and for him, if you're in a situation like this, where team is not performing, not sure if you want to stick around or you want to find something better.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's just a rough spot. If
it
anything,
is.
for NiP, yeah. I think as well, if you compare these teams, fun fact, Blizzy, in the last 10 games, he's played 10 unique different heroes in the offlane. It's like pretty incredible. And then you look at very versatile. But then you look at NiP. Which player do you think has the versatility on Ninjas in Pajamas?
Wait.
Pop quiz.
Pop
quiz. I would say
Misha, probably.
Misha as well, actually.
Okay. It's actually it's Charlie.
The most versatility on the carry.
Yeah, so he played the first series, he played 3 Void games, and then since then, he's played 10 unique heroes in 13 games. So that's, if before, let's slow down the bashing on NiP a little bit, but I think maybe they need to try and ground out their carry, because if you compare that to Cyber Legacy, they've only played 6 different carries, for example. They're focusing their win condition and enabling it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, being versatile is good. If you
Yes.
talk about, let's say, teams like Team Secret, they're doing great.
Mhm.
Playing multiple heroes is never going to hurt you. But if you can't find your identity, if you don't know what you're playing, then that's a huge problem. Or maybe they're just trying out too many stuff.
What is happening here? We have the draft, by the way. The first 4 picks are already there for Ninjas in Pajamas, and I have yet to decide what this is. They're both trying to draw a hero.
I
it's the
believe
Sven
that's
IO combo.
Sven,
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
good.
yeah. Oh, that's
or
not
maybe
bad.
we're good at.
I don't know,
Yes.
why does IO have what do you call that?
Little quiff, little hair flick.
The little hair flick.
But okay, let's try and use
Oh wait, no, that's his tether.
The analysis they're trying to provide right now, what they're trying to say is that NiP have they've got some synergy. They found an actual combo they're going to play around, and I actually do like NiP's draft right now. I think a lot of the issues NiP coming into this series or any series, they lacked identity, right? That's kind of what we're touching on.
Mhm.
So for now, when we look at this lineup, they have nice combos. You know, the Furion could easily be mid or off lane. They have a nice aggression, and it's a Charlie hero. It's a comfort Sven for them. So yeah, this is not too bad for NiP right now.
In this kind of a game, your Clockwork needs to explode. Like, he needs to be super aggressive, setting things up for relocates coming out from IO, Nature's Prophet with the TP. This is a lineup that, can bring 4 people with just 1 hero showing, and 3 seconds after, you're going to have a full team there. The way you counter that, Mag is a great example. They're still drawing on that board. They're not satisfied with the drawing.
Is Lizard drawing Sven, or is that a
Bigger sword.
self-portrait?
That's nice. Oh, that's a
What
very
is
large
that?
sword.
What is that?
It's like a scythe.
Yeah, but it's on both sides.
Oh, Carl coming in with the additions real quick.
All right, admin coming in. Yep.
Oh,
no
putting it back on track. We got- No.
This is their last chance. I just heard a word from Kyle. Messaged me saying they're getting fired if they don't get it correctly from this.
For Cyber Legacy, though, I think Lacoste touched on it really well about the mobility of NiP's lineup. That can punish. If you waste Doom, that global potential just move across the map. Same with the Magnus as well. And yeah, these guys have somewhat given up on their attempt of drawing. Yeah, Lizard just got worked by Tsunami.
Yeah, Lizard, as his Dota career, also not the greatest, but here he's showing some weaknesses as well.
Built around
just
his
getting
looks,
completely
yeah.
outplayed.
Will we see NiP get outplayed, or will we see Cyber Legacy get outplayed? So far, who are you favouring?
I like Wisp as a response to Doom, where you can relocate that one target out. You need to have a good disengagement. But when you're having a Grimstroke, the double Doom, one of those Dooms is going to be on IO. Like, they're going to be close together, so Grimstroke ulti will be connecting most likely to IO +1, and that's going to be Sven. So here it's not going to be able to just bail him out, which I really like.
And I think as well with the Furion, I realised it. I don't actually like playing Furion into the Magnus, because, it's easy wave clear from the Magnus. You always can just outscale. Furion doesn't really like playing into like high item heroes, so we'll see how NiP kind of clean out their draft. They do have last pick overall, hence why this kind of Furion flex is pretty cool, but depends what they're doing, because I'm guessing this will just be a Doom mid. They're looking to pick up their carry right now, and they just go for a Spectre. And now, if I'm Cyber Legacy, I feel really confident with this lineup.
Yeah.
Because you can enable your Spectre with the Empower. You've got so much team fight, and this lineup from NiP, it's mobile, but if they ever kind of outplay themselves, move to the wrong area of the map, they're just going to get completely out-team fighted, I believe. Like, sure, you have the sustain, but where's the damage you're bringing to a fight? It's a lot of, like, movement you have.
Yeah, they have damage issues. They're relying so much on Sven to do stuff, and they have global presence. One of the best heroes you can counter that with is Spectre. She can just show up into a fight. They can set things up with the Mag. I think this lineup that Cyber Legacy has is extremely strong.
I guess Ember might be the play for NiP. Just try and fully outpace your opponent. I don't think it's banned. No, it's not banned yet. I think Ember might be their go-to.
Would it be fair to say that in the lineups that we have so far, obviously not having the 5th pick yet on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, but is it fair to say that Cyber Legacy have a more relaxed draft? They're allowed to make a couple of mistakes, while Ninjas in Pajamas, they have to execute without making any mistakes at the moment.
Sure. Like, think about just the high ground defense. I think that's the easiest way to ever look at it. In Cyber Legacy, they have 3 or 4 heroes that can all defend tier 3s really easily. You've got Spectre Dagger, Fade Bolt, Stroke of Fate, and then Shockwave. So, yeah, I think Cyber Legacy, even if they get behind in the early game, they'll eventually be able to come back. They have the win condition, right? That's what we're saying in their draft.
Even though they're playing against the Furion, so lanes will naturally be pushed. On side of NIP, they still have great heroes dealing with it. They have
Okay, yeah, nice. That's
a lot of wave clear
Viper.
coming out from Grimstroke, Rubik, and okay, Viper.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think this is actually, for all the drafts we've seen so far from Nip, this is the first draft that is like, it feels nice to look at, and is actually, I'm confident that this is the type of lineup that can outpace the greediness from Cyber Legacy. So
This is the lineup that does not rely on any cooldowns besides Sven ulti. I would still favor Cyber Legacy's lineup, and I've been really impressed the way they've been playing in the last few days.
EGB also is favoring Cyber Legacy's lineup a little bit there. It's a fairly close odds though. I'm very excited to find out how this series is gonna go down, because this is basically the top of the Vine versus the bottom of Immortal, and we don't really know how close those two are against with each other, right? The series could prove a lot regarding how good.
I'd argue from the drawing that we see here that the bottom of Immortal and the top of Divine are pretty even, and I think these Divine teams, they have a bit more drive in them to actually try and push through. You know, Nip on the other hand, they've just been smacked down left and right, so I don't think they have the motivation, but I think that Divine team, they've got a lot more to prove here.
Cyber Legacy coming with the confidence in this one. They did not lose a single series, and I still feel like in this matchup they can keep up. You know, just go with another win. They have the draft for it. The draft is good at every single stage of the game. Scales very well, especially with the Spectre and the Mag. And I'm pretty confident that they're going to take this one.
But if Nip can play well, if they can, you know, forget their past, close out the map, fight before Spectre BKB, I could see them maybe doing it, but I think, I'm still Cyber Legacy favored here.
So a lot of pressure here on Ninjas in Pajamas, and if they can actually prove that they deserve that Immortal invite, right? That's what it's coming down to here in the first game of the series. Cyber Legacy undefeated as of yet. Any final words before we head in? What are you going to look at?
I'm just glad that NIP didn't go with some wonky drafts, getting like Jug and Morphling on the mid lane, and no stuns. This draft feels much better than what I saw them yesterday, so hoping for a closer match, I would say.
A closer matchup. Let's find out if we're going to get that with our commentary team of ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much.
Ninjas in Pajamas. Cyber Legacy. Let the battle begin!
Yes, hello ladies and gentlemen, Ninjas in Pajamas, ready to go up against Cyber Legacy. I'm ODPixel, joined by Fogg. We just seen the drafts. What do you reckon, Fogg? We're getting one side coming out with the old Doom Grimstroke. They got the Spectre coming in as that big old carry to end things up on Cyber Legacy. NIP, they're coming in themselves with some pretty solid picks and solid counters. Viper, the last hero coming out from them. Of course, the big old answer to that Spectre, at least until she gets a BKB online.
Yeah, I think that was the only thing that I actually saw for NIP's draft to bring it all together, to be able to deal if they want to actually be able to fight in mid game and just be able to take control. So yeah, I do like that they did finish up with that one though, but I do have to agree with both T as well as Lacoste. It looks real strong coming out from Cyber Legacy, and like they said, undefeated. So these guys are coming in straight with confidence.
And that's literally not dropping a single game, right?
I do believe so, yes. Yeah. So they've been super hot, and I mean, look at the names on this team too. Like these guys,
big names.
Yeah, there are some really big names. Kuman, he's probably like the one with like the smallest of a name, but everyone knows him. He's this excellent farmer. So he's surrounded by like just such a well-rounded lineup that, from what I've seen a lot of these games go, whoever has like this king late game, a lot of times it puts so much pressure on the other team to just not make mistakes. And I've seen a lot of those times the team does make mistakes. And I'm looking at Spectre, like Doom, Magnus. It's a team you do not want to make those mistakes versus.
And bottom lane, we'll see Saberlight taking a bit of a poke here from Kuman.
There's another stroke in a second.
Actually, he's stuck around for another CS. He didn't run. He did not run, and that's going to cost him first blood. As now Slayer, Era's trying to find him in with the battery assault, but the creep's tanking a fair few hits of it, and Era, he's not actually going to be able to finish off the kill on Slayer.
No, he's getting turned on.
Ooh, the stroke will miss. But a Grimstroke able to survive there, and Kuman able to continue on farming nice and easily on this bottom lane.
Not what you ever want to have happen with a lane dominator like Nature's Prophet. You just lost the lane to a Spectre, straight up, right? Just like that. Now you're not going to be able to put nearly as much pressure on him. They're already going to be level 2, level 3. They can kill him immediately again as soon as they get enough mana.
And looking at these other lanes, top lane, NIP. We're going to try and get in onto Bignum. Two of them. Quick telekinesis to hold them back, and that'll stop the chase.
Much harder for them to ever get any kills up here on the side of NIP. Doom and Rubik, very likely that they will not ever go down up here unless Bignum steps very far aggressively out of position. So yeah, I'm really liking the lane setups. I think the only one that can be a little bit problematic is Magical in the mid lane versus the Viper, when Viper starts to get that level 3.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes down, because you get level 3, you're going to be able to force the Magnus back. But it's Magnus,
he just goes jungle.
Magical,
he's fine.
He's going to be able to farm.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm loving the way that the lane setups are. They're the obvious lanes, but it's going to work really well versus what Nip has.
Let's see. So far in that mid lane, 9 for 4, 8 for 3. So keeping it even, yet to get to the point where Supreme's really been able to bully Magical. But now there's the level 3s on Supreme. We'll see how much harass he can apply onto Magical and how much Magical can get away with getting from this matchup.
I think this bottom lane is actually this is a huge problem that Saberlight died like that. I'm pretty sure now they can't pressure at all. And
but when does this lane get better for NIP in this 2v2 situation now?
It doesn't.
No.
You have to hit level 6 pretty much on Nature's Prop for it to get better. Like you're not a good matchup versus Spectre, period. And now Grimstroke is enabled to soon get like level 3s online before your Clockwork is tanky at all too. And they're fully sustained. Like this is a lane where you want both heroes like Spectre and Grimstroke to be low so that Clockwork can come in and catch the Grimstroke. That's never going to happen again now because of that start.
Yeah.
Unless they really misplay the lane with just over-aggression.
Yeah, if we start seeing Kuman getting in, taking tower hits. But I mean, yeah, you're right. He's sitting at full HP. Still got 5 tangos in the inventory to rely on. So this is going to continue to be a free farming Spectre by the looks of it.
Which never proves to be a good thing for the opposing team. And he's also got boosted. You know, he does have Empower as well too. Like in the mid game, it's not going to be that often, but it's going to be potential.
Top lane, big dummy. He's able to snipe away Charlie's boots there.
Look at Era. That's supposed to be the opposite. Era's supposed to be the one pushing Slayer away, but Slayer's level 3. So if he commits level 2 Inkswell and he's just able to turn with the dagger, they can just kill this Clockwork. So he has to pull lane now.
I was going to say, what can Era achieve down here, right? He can't really do much to slow down these two now with the lane going this way.
He has to pull. Yeah, he has to pull creeps. It feels like.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's just not going to have anything. Or roam, which is never a good feeling this early on. As this Clockwork. He's actually getting handled right now by Slayer on the Grimstroke. He got hit by an Inkswell, it looks like, or something. Yeah, there's a big problem zone.
Seb, again, he's got to be careful there. Sometimes sticking around very low HP.
Yeah.
You know, you get hit by one of the strokes and one of the daggers, you're gone.
Yeah, he's got to go back.
Yeah, he's got to refuel.
So free farm Spectre, no pressure going to be put on this hero at all. Doom also farming very well. Same thing for Magical in mid. He's actually doing just fine in the matchup.
He's farming. Well, it's coming to the point where you expect, you know, Supreme is getting a lot of denies. He's being able to you know, take away a fair few of the lane creeps, but Magical, of course, is going to be able to find other resources to get the farm.
Yep.
You know, as long as he doesn't die in this lane, you know, you've got to be careful as the Magnus not to try and take too much from the lane and end up giving your life away. Slayer is able to get in, grab that bouncy rune away. And we'll see him hold back Era here with the stunt.
Does he actually get both runes then? He does.
So I think that is the 3 out of the 4, right? Yes, it was. Slayer got 2, Bignum got 1.
Oh, maybe they can actually get him here.
They should have a chance of killing him here, Slayer.
Oh, nice Sprout. Oh, actually not blocking the whole way. Oh.
It's going to take him a bit more effort than initially hoped for. He's got a stick charge, but surely they get this kill? He's going to deny himself?
Oh, my God.
Slayer, 2 bounty runes, a deny, and in a situation where you're having both of the heroes down bottom chasing him.
That was a pretty...
Slayer.
Era went for the play to go for their own safe bounty rune and left his own because of it. So, oh man, Slayer just outplaying them pretty hard here. Saberlight,
Slayer.
I think this is a good move here. I think he's recognizing like bottom lane it's over.
We're
not pressuring. Get some early objective taking, get some towers so that we can invade and get onto the side of this Magnus who's going to be jungling. I think this is probably the best move he could have done after.
Yeah,
opens
up this area of the map that, you know, the Magnus ideally likes to swing between, right? Going from the camps on either side of the mid lane and pushing back out the mid lane itself.
And this is important for Viper too, because it opens up him to be able to roam and gank. In particular, gank the Spectre. And if he's not, in mid can be a bit scary when you're playing against Rubik Magnus. You're at risk of being pulled into tower from some skewers, so it's a little bit scary for Supreme. Wow, they're actually bringing everybody
bringing
here.
a lot of people over towards the mid lane. Blizzy comes in as well, just wanting to sort of send NIP a message, get them to back off.
Yep.
Down bottom, Kuman, what are we seeing is he's getting those early stats online, the double Wraith Bands, boots, going for the standard build, drums up next, and he's level 6, so that potential for the global movements will be there. We'll see what sort of build we're going to get out in the Sven this game. I mean, are you getting the Midas on the Sven? Yeah, it looks like, Charlie, that's the plan.
I think you have to in this
Still
game.
go for the Midas?
Yeah, I think you have to go for some boosting item, like Midas or Mask of Madness, either one of those. However, that's in the eyes of the beholder for the most part, that one, which people choose.
Awesome.
But he has to be able to stay matching the farm of the Spectre, even when he is moving around and getting aggressive.
And this is good. They get the very early tier 1 tower here, mid NIP. Continue to put that pressure back on. So 7 minutes in, the mid tower taken away. They can now start to invade this area of the map.
Yep, and they have a ward right on top of Magical.
We'll steer away. TP, and ooh, he's going to die in the fountain. Too much poison there on the Magnus, as they'll get the big kill as well. I mean, that's sort of the ideal situation there, right? You take the tower, you move in, you kill off the mid. Down bottom, Aaron Saberlight making another quick play, looking over towards Slayer. Is able to manage to step back there with the Inkswell stun. Supreme swinging over, so NIP just continuing to have this early pressure, looking to take these tier 1s away.
Oh, they're still going in for him because Viper's down here. Slayer is only level 3 still, but he will be able to just get the TP out now. Looks like they're banning that bottom side there. But yeah, he's still only level 3 on that Grimstroke after he was a full level advantage over Era. Era's actually recovered.
Yeah, he's picking it up now. NIP's starting to make some nice early moves. 2k lead here for NIP.
Yeah, very ideal moves to salvage, a little bit of the disaster that happened bottom at the first 4 minutes. Saberlight definitely recovering. And now they can fight, right? There's a Wrath of Nature. Viper's got ulti too. They're starting to get their levels on the clockwork as you see Era's taking mid, and there's that move up top.
See what they can get done here, Blizzy. Yeah, he goes down. NIP sees an opportunity.
Double ults.
Yep. So there's Charlie has got the Midas done, so a very quick Midas on the Sven. This is going to keep his farm in a very good place.
Has to Midas the small creep there, though. It doesn't quite make it there for the big one. But now Kuman is in a bit of a weird spot. He's got to just kind of run away.
Radiant's top tower.
That's another tower.
Great moves.
They're moving in a way that Cyber Legacy aren't quite ready to turn up and defend against these early tower pushes.
Yep, and they've got those deep aggressive wards because they took that mid tower, even though I think they had at least one of them down there beforehand, so they can see a lot of the movement, see those heroes that would likely defend the tower, which would be the Grimstroke, the Rubik, and the Magnus. Those are the, outspam heroes. So playing around them perfectly and gaining their lead. 3k already here for NIP.
Yeah, these two cores are going to be quite the nightmare for even the Spectre in these early fights.
Yeah, and Saberlight's playing hyper aggressive here, always playing around the Viper. That's the key thing right now. They're letting Era catch up, get his level 6, so then he can start making moves around by himself with the rotation from the Prophet. But yeah, Prophet with Viper can always be very strong right now.
And a nice big Ancient stack here, I believe, maybe even coming up to a quad stack. Being prepped here for Charlie to come and clean up.
Oh man! Those are beautiful.
So that's a lot of money here for an already very fat early game spent. Charlie 4,800 net worth at 10 minutes in. He's clearing this up.
Oh baby!
This is going to be a very strong Sven.
All right. And they're going to try to contest, but Clockwork is now level 6, so he can just act as that block, and they can't get through him. Those stacks are gone.
Yeah,
and they have to just watch with their Ops ward while it all just gets taken.
Yeah, you can see it now, just a very early lead in farm. Like Charlie, his game has been explosive so far. The SNY coming out after the Mask of Madness. This Sven, when he's in a position to fight, it's going to be hard for Cyber Legacy to deal with him this early on.
They're starting to get those level 6s, though, also on Cyber Legacy. We see Doom, Grimstroke. They do now have their 6s. So there is potential for them to fight back on those towers. But right now, they are just kind of dodging. They are just playing the farm game.
CNIP, got the 3 of them up here. Era starting to head in. Not quite with anyone else
he needs a
right around him. Yeah, they've got to come in and bring an extra backup if Era's going to look for this, and he is going to find it. He's in, managed to find the catch on Kuman. Kuman's going to jump out with the horn straight down to the bottom lane. Saberlight's there alone, so an easy target for Kuman to leave that top area and head over towards. Saberlight, he's just dead here. Oh, maybe not.
He should be okay.
I was going to say, he left his TP to the last moment. But he did the maths. He's fine. Tower's gone, and he's out before Kuman could quite get the kill.
That was risky of him to stay. For
He was staying a long time.
He didn't see Grimstroke on the map. He didn't see Rubik on the map at all, and he just stuck his ground. So had some confidence there and doesn't get punished for it.
Yeah,
so,
paid off.
NIP making pretty much all the right moves. It's a very quiet game. I feel like this is the lowest kills we've had in this entire tournament.
I think you might be right there. 12 minutes in, just 1 to 2.
Boring.
Very. Oh, use your Midas. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I was just making sure he got the stack.
He's off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the most farm spends here. At this early stage of the game, 12 minutes in to have the farm that Charlie has. This is the dream. We see early Midases, we see games where Sven gets some very nicely prepped early ancient stacks, but this game it's had both of them for Charlie.
Look at Misha drawing all over the map. I mean, he's definitely being incredibly vocal for his team right now. Era finds a good grab, and with Saberlight.
Oh! Okay, he goes for the RP to try and save himself, and may it do so. The ref's coming in. Is there any vision on the Magnus? There isn't. Now the Soulbind comes out, the Doom as well. They've both been muted. Blizzy looking for the turnaround, and with the Ink-Swirl done, they'll get Saberlight. Looks like the clock will fall as well. Can Supreme get the deny? He's not going to be able to do as the jump from the Fade Bolt. Big Num finishes him off. So a bit of a kickback there from Cyber Legacy. They are able to find 2 there with the double Doom combo.
It's expensive, though. It requires both of those ultis to come into play there. As well, Magnus, you had to use the RP to just survive, and they didn't have the Spectre to come in to get the cleanup. That's the big thing, right? He had to use the Haunt to survive earlier, so he's not able to get those cleanup gold, cleanup experience. And during all of it, we see bottom, Charlie.
He's going to have the S&Y. It's done.
He's got S&Y Midas.
S&Y Midas 13 minutes in.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Are they going to have the damage to deal with this, man? It's not seeming like it. They're going to really need to throw everything onto him with a Doom. It's Kuman. He has the backup of Big Num now. Oh, yeah, Treants. Look at them go.
They won't continue to chase, but you're right now. Big Num's got to get his micro going. Some Treant on Treant action here.
Not the ideal spell to steal, but can work.
It's Magical's trying to come over, but NIP
they're playing.
Are in a position that's going to make it up. Oh.
I think he was going to get skewered into the towers there if he did
probably
land that
better that he didn't get himself in on the Magnus there. You know, given the benefit of the doubt, maybe he intentionally missed it.
Yep.
But yeah, nothing to happen there. Nothing to be seen there.
NIP though, I think they're playing super well about just like pacing, speed. We talk about that a lot, I feel like recently especially.
Oh.
And when you're playing versus long ulti cooldowns,
Horn comes
play
in,
fast.
Saberlight. He's going to have some backup, though. Tries to get off the ult in time. Won't be able to do so. Charlie, Misha, and Supreme turning over towards Blizzy. Charlie's going to look straight towards the Spectre.
He's going to TP out.
Chasing Kuman. Is there any TP cancel? There isn't. Supreme will be able to finish off Blizzy.
Okay.
4 to 4. The kill's starting to amp up a little bit, but still a bit of slow-paced back and forth. And yes, we don't have... Oh, we do now.
Oh, I was going to say, it sounds very awkward without game sounds right now. Just listening to your sultry voice on.
I don't know if you... Beautiful viewers at home did lose the audio, but it's back now. And if you didn't, then we just sound like idiots.
Mm-hmm.
And if you did, we probably still sound like idiots, because that's what we do.
Yep.
15 minutes in, bounty runes up. And looks like it would just be the 2 for 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
Still this 3k lead. I mean, it's a lot of farming the Spectre's going to need to do to be sort of the big bad beast that's going to be able to take on this Sven.
But this is kind of how you'd anticipate it to be going, right? When you look at their draft, look at how greedy it really
Sven
is,
gets
right?
He's going to get the early boost in farm this game.
He should be able to keep up this farm, stay pretty far ahead because of what he's playing against. Like, they have Doom cooldown, Spectre cooldown on Haunt, Magnus cooldown on RP, even Grimstroke. Like, every single one of them does require a bit more to be able to actually take team fights. When NIP, like Panel mentioned, right? The only things they really have to rely around and fighting around is like God strength for the majority. Sure, like Wrath of Nature and stuff like that, but for the majority, it really just is God strength. They're ready to fight for the majority of this game. But you can see also, like, Cyber Legacy doesn't feel pressured. From the way that they're playing, they're not forcing much. They're just trying to, like, sit back, let Spectre farm. They get that little, you know, extension top where they do lose their Doom, but they get Kuman enabled. So they're willing to throw away a life or two if the Spectre gets some big farm out of it.
Yeah, Scan from Radiant will catch the 2 of them trying for that smoke play mid.
Mm-hmm. Already have the Doom blink too, so they can definitely look to fight. It's much easier for you to land the double combo with the Grimstroke. You can always have that follow-up.
I'm still trying to find something with the smoke arrow and Supreme, but there's a lot of members around.
They always have the relocate though, so they always got a +2.
That's true.
And they got the profit, so they always have a +3.
This is, you're right, it's a pseudo 5-man smoke gank.
Just have to be careful how they approach it. Because if Cyber Legacy has the vision, they can just set up to bait the relocate, and then they can double soulbind the relocate that comes in and get that Doom off. Because they do have a lot of different ultis to expend, right? You can RP one side and then double Doom the other two that do come in. So it can definitely be hard.
Well, still, I mean, they just need so much time to catch up on the farm here. We're getting to the point where Charlie's nearly doubling that of Kuman and of Magical. I mean, is this Kuman and Magical farming slowly, or is Charlie just really farming that fast? When you look at the numbers,
that fast.
It's just that fast. Like, these aren't bad net worths on the other heroes at sort of 17-minute mark at a low-kill game?
No, I don't think so at all.
It's just Charlie just that farm.
When you just do the math on it, he's over 600 gold per minute right now, right? So it's very high. You usually only see people get to like 500-ish.
A neat little stolen Sprout trying to slow him down, but won't stop Bignum from going down.
NIP, they're playing fast.
They are, 6k lead.
I mean, Charlie, 220 last this. Like we said, he's...
Yeah, that's insane.
When it hits 20-minute mark, right, and he has 12,000 net worth, that's 600 GPM. So he's over that 600 GPM point by a good margin here. So yeah, like, you know, Doom's not matching that with Devour. You know he's farming really well.
Yeah, it just seems like a solid game plan for NIP so far.
Yeah, it's working.
So the panel said, right, this is a draft that they prefer much, much more compared to some of the other things that we've seen NIP try in the Immortal League.
Yeah.
Now, this game, it's very much make sure that get Charlie a good lane, get him a Midas, make Ancient stacks, and boom, now we're incredibly strong. These heroes can just run around the map, be there for global backup if Era is able to find something, or Supreme is able to find a way to start things off.
I just like seeing Supreme playing active heroes. Like when he was playing his Morphling and stuff like that, it's just like they can't make any plays around it. Like Supreme's the guy that goes around and actually makes stuff happen. So when he's playing Viper, that's all he has to do. Just walk to lanes and just force a fight. So 6k lead. Still just feel like Cyber Legacy, they're just chilling and farming.
They're chilling along. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's still coming up to 19 minutes. There's only 4-6. So sure, you're still seeing this very large lead in net worth for NIP, but we're yet to really see the effect of that in the full 5v5, and if Cyber Legacy are still going to have ways to play around this Fat Sven, catch off heroes with the double Doom. Of course, they have got that great team fight with the RP and the Haunt. So it's very much, you know, NIP, they've got this lead. Let's see how they put it into practice when it comes down to the battles.
Yep. And here we go. The IL plus the Viper is showing. The hook shot. It's on Slayer.
And it should get this kill.
Relocate bottom as well as the TP, the RP.
It's going to catch the two of them. They got the Doom down as well onto Supreme. Cyber Legacy.
They don't catch him, though. He gets the TP out.
I mean, Slayer does go down to Era, but yeah, we see there Cyber Legacy, despite being down on gold, they can still hit very hard. They've got some solid just kill spells, right? RP, Doom, not a lot you're going to be able to do about that. Throwing, and that was without the Grimstroke's involvement. You know, next time around, if Slayer is in that fight, it's going to be even easier for Cyber Legacy to just drop these ults, get kills.
Now is NIP's time to shine, though. Everything was committed, so they got to just make some moves happen.
There we go.
It's going to be big.
Yeah, Bignum's an easy one. Can they find Blizzy as well? The Sprout's out. Blizzy, it's Quelling Blade. It's on cooldown. So he'll fall.
Oh, I mean, Charlie's just getting handed a pretty free game
he
right
can
now.
just kill whoever he wants as this Sven.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when the ults are unavailable. If the ults are on cooldown, there's nothing that Charlie needs to worry about. He can just go running at heroes with how farmed he is right now.
See what they try to do to take advantage of those cooldowns. They're actually going to threaten a Roche here. And Cyber Legacy they don't have anything.
They don't have the ults.
It's going to work.
He's going to do this super quick.
Charlie's got a Satanic.
Yeah, 20-minute Satanic.
SNY Satanic, yeah, 20 minutes with a Midas. Pretty good. What was Matumba? Matumba Man had some crazy timing, right?
Matsu got a 19-minute Satanic, which was indeed I think the specific stat was that it was the fastest on Sven. It was like the 6th fastest on any hero.
Yeah.
So this one,
Charlie's match.
20 minutes. This is coming in not as fast, but definitely up there. This is also an incredibly fast timing.
Oh, they're actually looking for Kuman here with this relocate. Without the Viper leading, I think it's very difficult for you guys to ever set up on that guy. So they will just push the lane out at least and best be able to return back to mid.
I mean, and do you think in this sort of situation, if you're Cyber Legacy, are you're looking at this Sven and you're like, my goodness, what are we going to do? Or you're like, well, we can hold on, we can push lanes out.
I think it's definitely a bit of a scare, right?
Yeah,
because he's getting enabled by his whole team. Like, look at Saberlight's build, too. Going Solar Crest, going Vlad's Drum, everything to just make Charlie as strong as possible. Definitely a concern, but they still probably are thinking, we do have tools to control him. We're just worried for Kuman because he's versus a Viper. Like, Kuman shows up, he gets broken, he's just going to be pretty useless in most of the situations. I think that's why they're just stalling and stalling and stalling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would imagine because of that straight-up counter as well, the Viper's the Doom target in these team fights, right?
Yeah,
you're just looking to get on top of Supreme so that there isn't that control and that break mechanic to throw down on the Spectre.
All depends on how they get the Grimstroke connection. If they get like an ideal one on both of the, the IO, it might just hit the IO on the Sven, it might catch the Sven and the Viper based on positioning, but this is a good push here.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of come at me. What are they going to do? Yep. What are they going to do to stop this push? Charlie with the God Strength?
Just need to not get skewered under tier 4s with your Aegis on Viper. Like, that's probably the biggest thing that can lose it for them, is if one of these two heroes gets skewered into a very bad position.
Kuman?
Oh, Kuman?
He's just going to start dying.
Oh my god.
Pots the Manta will be able to get away, but Era actually able to find the chase. He's in. The Nature's Wrath comes crashing through from Saberlight. And that's Kuman dead. As NIP, they'll continue to push on. They've got another wave coming in. This will be an easy top racks for them. As this is the problem against the Viper. You just spend a moment broken, and that's all it takes. Charlie gets a few hits in with the God Strength. You're down to 25% HP.
Feeling rough for Cyber Legacy for sure right now. Yeah, it seems like that's what it feels like, right? It feels like they're just stalling so that the Spectre can get online eventually versus this Viper, but it's starting to feel like he's never going to be that point.
Yeah, I mean, this fan's just so ridiculously far ahead this game,
Level
Charlie.
18 as well.
He's just got so much farm.
And they just don't stop, right? They're not ready to fight, so just keep running at them.
Yeah. Just go high ground again.
Yeah, go high ground again, for sure.
Oh. I'm sure he will be back momentarily.
He's definitely feeling very confident right now.
Yeah, this game is it
not
sort of just played out the way they wanted right now. It's not had a lot of action. It hasn't needed it for them. They've just managed to make sure that Charlie has been able to farm up every single living being on the map. 297 CS here at 23 minutes in, 2-0-2. It's just been a dream Sven farming game for him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Saberlight made that one bit mistake in the laning phase, but since then, he hasn't really made any.
No, good tower play.
He did exactly what he needed to do, is go for the towers around Viper. Viper's already mid, takes mid tower, they go bottom, take bottom tower, go top, constrict the map, and then Spectre doesn't have great places to farm, and she needs a BKB in this game. Otherwise, she just can never get involved. So she's still quite away from that one. The rest of his cores are still farming pretty well, but that's all they've been doing. It's just farming.
Because it's just a question as well. We saw in that last defense, it started with Kuman being on the front.
Yeah.
I mean, who does go out on the front here if you are Cyber Legacy, right? Because I imagine this Magnus and the Doom, you're both looking to try and get the big jumps in to make sure you have a big impact with your Dooms, with your RPs. You don't really want to be the one that they go on, right? Or do you kind of have to be? Because if you're letting the Spectre do that, Kuman is just going to die.
I don't think anybody should with the way that their lineup is built, though. They have Rubik, they have Grimstroke, they have Magnus. They have triple nukes in order to clear those waves. So you're just purely
waiting for like
an overextension or a skewer.
Opportunities.
Exactly, yeah. Because Rubik can also cast a lift from pretty far away.
No one should go up and hit the creeps.
No, I think it's way too risky. You can pull the creeps back, but I think walking up is just too risky. You have amazing clear, so you just have to utilize it. Okay, this is the big play. They've got the smoke, the BKB's on Doom. Spectre's still kind of weak, but let's see.
Oh, they're going to try for it. They've got the Soulbind in on the two of them. Blizzy comes in. Doom's going to be dropped down onto the Sven. Misha trying to take him out to the side.
The RP!
Oh, he took him out straight into the RP. Magical was waiting for them there. The Sven goes down.
They didn't give him Aegis. It was on Supreme.
Oh, damn. They prepared for that perfectly. Magical was more than ready as soon as he saw where the IO would be heading. And that whole push has just come down in a huge crash. There'll be a buyback from Misha. He's going to TP across. Era will turn with a hook shot onto Blizzy and Kuman as they'll now look to run. Blizzy will be left behind. He'll go down. Can Kuman get his way out? He's got the Manta. Daggers away. I mean, they hold there, and I mean, they did exactly what we're talking about there this time around. They got the jump.
Yeah.
They were patient. They got in. They didn't quite get the double Doom at the start, but it didn't matter, right? They still get the Sven. They forced Misha to make a quick play. Tried to go for that cute play of just taking the Sven to the side so he could stick in the fight, but it was just a little too close. Magical was already in position to get the two of them.
And what broke the Soulbind connected and then it just broke?
Something broke it. What broke it?
Something broke it. I'm not sure.
We might be able to catch a replay of that.
Yeah, I didn't actually get to see because I thought Saberlight was getting doomed as
but
well.
But something definitely broke it.
Something broke it.
Because it only got the Sven.
Magical. We'll get punished trying to go, getting a bounty run, but definitely not worth it.
I mean, what can break it in Dota?
Not a lot of things. Like can you even skewer break them out of it, or lift them, throw them out of it, or something like that? Like the distance. I didn't get to see which one it was. It just looked weird.
It did. It
the way
did
it
look
happened.
peculiar, yeah.
But either way, NIP,
I think maybe it was a
back.
skewer. I think because Magical was in that position, mate. I think he might have skewered over there. Well, I don't know. Was it anyway? Back on that push. Of course, NIP, after getting hit hard on that initial push, now there's not the ult.
Go back,
so you go back in, there's no ults to threaten you this time, so you can have a solid chance of taking down the second set of racks.
They have to force
in.
the issue, yeah. With their draft, they just have to keep forcing
Just keep
the issue
going. I mean, there's no need to back. Yep. Just keep going. Charlie straight down bottom.
No RP, no worries.
Blizzy trying to slow things down. Has to be careful. His doom's up in 20 seconds.
Oh, God, the Grove Bow, Viper. The pain on Blizzy.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this rack Sibbolus. Kuman's trying to TP back.
They got to try something. It's your last effort here for
Era's going
Legacy.
straight onto Slayer. The Soulbind's down on Charlie, but they're keeping their distance. Blizzy steps forward. He starts to beat into Charlie. He's got to be careful. Kuman's looking over towards Era. Blizzy, he's been trapped in the Sprout. Doom's back online, but he can't get it out in time. He's dead. That's 3 dead without buyback. It's GG, as NIP will secure this game 1. 17k lead here. 18-8 at 26 minutes as they clear up every single set of racks. A dream game for the Svens, set up very nicely by NIP, a solid draft, and they really made things work for Charlie. He just had, one of the comfiest times as Sven has had at the Omega League. Yeah. Everything went well for him. The farm was immaculate.
Yeah, and even though Saberlight, like we said, he made that mistake at the start in the lane, he fixed it completely right afterwards. Yeah. Left the lane, pressures mid, gives Era the lane. Era gets a pretty decent timing level 6. Their IO Sven is free farming. They're not getting pressured at all because of this game. And Cyber Legacy they just sat back and farmed during the entirety of it, probably hoping, hey, Spectre's going to get online eventually. But NIP pressed the issue. They did not hold up at all. They just kept constricting the map. They played it super nice around those cooldowns.
Yeah, and then, I mean, for Cyber Legacy, after you sort of played that first game and this Sven has just been so insanely farmed, what element are you probably going to take away from NIP going into the game 2? Like, do you look at that straight up and say, dude, they know how to play the game so smartly with the Sven in terms of how well they clean them out? We just have to take away the Sven, or like, what do you stop them from getting?
I mean, it felt like they had a lot of global responses, though, right? They had the IO relocate with the Sven with the Furion versus the Spectre, so it feels like they could always match whenever a Haunt does come out, and I think they overkilled on the long cooldowns, right? It was Doom, Magnus, Spectre. Okay. All these heroes just have way too much you have to wait for to ever be able to fight, so yeah, it just felt tough when NIP was the one just pressing forward.
Oh, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. NIP will be able to secure game 1 in the best of 3 against Cyber Legacy, as we'll see what happens in game 2. Don't go anywhere, though, as we will send you straight back to the panel.
Go.
Yeah, that's us. Thank you, Odapixel and Fogged. What a good showing from Ninjas in Pajamas here in the first game of this upper bracket series. They had a plan, they stuck to it, they executed it, and there really wasn't much, or it seemed like there was at least not much, that Cyber Legacy could do against it. I'm here together with Lacoste and T-Governor. Are you okay?
Staring contest.
Currently seeing who can not blink the longest.
I'm dying right here.
Mm-hmm. Nip did pretty well this game. That draft was really solid. I liked it.
Please blink the cost!
It looked much better than what they had throughout this whole tournament. I'm 20% focused right.
Yeah, I saw you blink.
I died.
I am very happy you blinked. You looked like you were struggling real hard there.
Winner! Why like Nip? Sorry.
Why was this a competition? Was it indeed who blinks first?
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, that was simply it. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, goddamn, Nip, commendable stuff, honestly.
Where was this NIP in the Immortal League?
Well, they were playing against tougher opponents, first of all.
But they had a very good draft.
Yes.
I'd say easy to execute. Am I reading it from your note?
Yeah, we can share if we'd like. So basically, it's just easy to execute, flood the map, punish the timings, mobility, enable Charlie's farm. But yeah, in all seriousness, good stuff.
So many stacks made for Charlie this game. Like, was afraid that they're not going to do it, but when you have Sven in the team, like, you must do it. He had 13-minute power threads, Magic Wand, Midas, S, and Y, and then on top of that, like 5 minutes later, he has full Satanic. How do you kill this guy?
I think the important thing, though, before we get carried away with the Charlie hype train, we have to look at the laning phase and how, because the Furion had a bad lane, the simplicity of him opening up the map from moving mid and putting this pressure elsewhere, it enabled the Sven basically to play behind this pocket of aggression, which is why we saw Sven just free farm and carry the game. Can Nip do this with like a different hero in the off lane? Can they have that combat potential? I don't know, but at least this first game, they showed how they can just enable correctly through strategy. So props to them very much. But again, can they carry it through an entire series?
We'll see.
We'll see. I'm excited to see if they have that second plan coming out of them.
One of the reasons why they managed to do so well in this game is they took a tier 1 tower in the mid pretty early on, which opened up the entrance to the jungle. Era was doing a great job on this Clockwork. I said that he needs to pop off, and he did. Look at his KDA, 16 compared to Rubik's 2. I mean, I'm no expert, that's only 8 times more, you know.
Some good math there, mate.
Quick maths, yeah.
Solid stuff. I thought you were going to say something else, I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, the global presence, this lineup, easy to execute, as we said. Besides that relocate, I don't know what that was. Like, he just TP'd him out 200, 300 range. And
double-clicking is pretty common mistake, I guess.
Sure. But overall, good game plan coming out from Nip.
Because when you guys say easy to execute, I thought we were seeing from Cyber Legacy also an easy-to-execute lineup.
It's not that easy to execute this kind of a lineup. It's a strong lineup, don't get me wrong, but you are also relying on cooldowns. And you need Doom to have a Blink Dagger, go in, get the double Doom off. We also seen the last fight, or the one before, where they blink ulti from the Grimstroke, and there was no double Doom.
Yeah.
I think the main way of looking at it is Cyber Legacy, they have the draft that they feel comfortable just farming, sitting back and reacting and playing for their opponent's mistakes. And then eventually they'll just be like the outscaling lineup. But then you look at Nip, and sure, we questioned them coming into the series, they had questionable series and they looked a bit shaky, but their draft allowed them to, even if they were to, let's say, feed or like minute 24 they die, it doesn't matter though, because they can just go again. And it's that ability to always punish the timings that allowed Nip's draft to get through, and it was, again, easier to execute due to the fact that they can just keep running into the wall of Cyber Legacy, because eventually they'll waste a key spell that unlocks your objective taking from Nip.
NIP just played extremely fast in that game. When we say fast, they're not relying on any cooldowns. They just keep on fighting. The longest cooldown they have is Wrath of Nature and Sven ulti. And Sven being so farmed, he doesn't need ulti to actually join a team fight. They got the Aegis. They gave it to Viper. You do not want to give Aegis to these like transformation heroes. Maybe to a TB if your mid laner is like not the best Aegis carrier. But overall, you know, Viper is the one carrying it. And I feel like whenever you have Spectre in your team, you need to get rid of the Viper. It just completely, not just ruins the game, breaks her. It also forces you to itemize differently. Like, she was forced to try to get a BKB, and this is not the item that you want to buy on Spectre. It really is not.
Would you, because in the last phase, Cyber Legacy banned out Invoker and Death Prophet and let the Viper through. Which one would you rather have had on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas?
Any of those.
Any of those.
It just feels that Viper completely ruins the Spectre. Like, Break, you don't have two abilities.
All three of those heroes, though, do the same thing in terms of their aggression enables the farm from the Sven. So the DP will take towers, the Viper will mitigate the Spectre farm, therefore adding like 5k to any net worth she needs to do anything. So it's kind of scary for them in that position where they don't have enough bans to truly cover themselves due to the fact that their entire lineup is built around big team fight and later portions of the game.
So the way you guys are talking about this game, you guys seem more impressed with what Ninjas in Pajamas have done compared to disappointed for what we saw from Cyber Legacy. Is that fair to say?
Oh, for sure. They feel very confident playing this game. Decision making, I would say that they did not make many mistakes. It was just small mistakes, something like that. Relocate. It could be game changing, but they were so far ahead that it really did not matter. You could see Sven's respawning, coming back to the mid lane. They're relying on no cooldowns, while the enemy team, you know, there's a Grimstroke ulti, there's Doom, there's RP. If they misuse those, if you don't get any kills, it's an easy Dota for NIP.
I can't help but think, though, I we watched the Cyber Legacy squad during some of the days, and they won everything, every single series. And I thought they were going to do better. When I saw Kuman on the Spectre, like, I thought he was going to be able to get more farm and be able to do more of this game. And it just felt very, I don't know how to even call it, like rocky. It just felt a little sloppy. I don't know. It felt off.
I think it just boils down to the lack of movements you can make. When you're always under pressure, you don't really get to do anything on the map because you're always trying to defend. You think about that mid tower, minute 6. Rubik and Magnus are there defending it. It survives for an extra minute. Spectre's still recovering in the jungle. Like, there's never a point in the game that they confidently go, we can make this move. Because if they ever fail, they'll die. Like, they made some good plays to force out defensive relocates, therefore, like, pausing the game for, like, that small window. But realistically, they were never able to make a true play. I think Magical and the Magnus, that is the big kind of handicap for this.
Sorry,
She was not even listening. She's just looking at the statue.
Yeah.
I only just realized that one says MVP support, and then I saw it, and I saw it's an Omni Knight, but the Omni Knight is holding the staff of the Witch Doctor, and I have no idea what he's holding in his hand, but it has a twirly thing on it. And then I figured, what is this? This is a crossbow wearing Mars.
Whatever. It just doesn't matter
I don't
anymore.
even know.
I'm fine, Lacoste. I'm finally allowed on the
Great
front panel,
synergy
and
between
I'm
the
kicked off.
panelists.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's just talking about what's on their mind. One time he has something smart to say, and you don't listen.
Sorry, hold on.
I'm
I
not
need,
listening
sorry, I need
most
to
of
do
the
like
time.
Oh, sorry, Shiva. This is better. Do you want to play some frisbee?
Yes.
Yay! No more analysis. Whee! Lacoste. Ow. Yeah, Christ. Just like
Be careful, we're going to break the set.
That's what you get, Shiva. No more frisbee for you.
I just got told that you should be not having the frisbee because you would put the statue at risk, and because of how bad you are with playing frisbee.
That's fair, I'll
even
take
production
that.
notes.
What is it? MVP?
By the
carry?
way, the MVP, these statues are actually going to be given away to some of the players in the Immortal League. You do have to be in the Immortal League to get them because that's the only reason you can get a most valuable player of support or core. And you guys get the vote. That's right. You can find links, WePlay.tv. You can also find links below the stream somewhere. But it's not that hard. You can literally type in WePlay.tv. I'm sure you can do it too.
It would be such a shame if these statues somehow disappear. You know, they're very good looking.
I like the support one better.
We'll do the heist. We'll just nab them.
You can Lacoste, you can have that one.
my
I'll
eyes
take that
are
one.
on that one. We'll share. What are you getting? You're getting a frisbee.
Nothing.
You get the frisbee, but not now because then
I got to sit on the fluff panel for
After
once.
seeing that Archon frisbee
You don't
play.
like being on the fluff panel?
No, I'm normally in the draft panel.
So you literally just said that you don't like.
This is
being
my
here.
privilege. I'm honored to be it. Thank you. That's it. You can get your trophies. I'll just keep the seat.
Do we need to be here for you to be privileged?
This is a great question.
Yeah, your makes it. I'm just a +1. I'm like the Kyle in the scenario.
Oh, I was thinking maybe we both walk off and you just do the rest.
I can give it a go if you like. If you
What
want
would
to have
you
an
What
early
would
dinner.
you say? Like we're in between game 1 and game 2. We saw Ninjas in Pajamas crush. What would your where would the conversation go?
If I was talking to Nip
If you were talking about just about the series on your own.
by myself, I'd say Nip shouldn't get too carried away. I think winning one game is cute, but you got to win a best of 3. Best of 3s are really hard to kind of convert. You need to have multiple strategies. Nip have showcased they have many, but most of them failed. So,
Hey, I just realized you were also the coach of 5-Men when 5-Men beat Legacy 2-0, correct?
I was helping them, not in a coaching capacity, but I can take the fake title if you'd like for some free clout or whatever. Yeah, I was the coach. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was curious. Like, is this the Cyber Legacy? Like, did they just outplay themselves, or what? Because we know this is a great performance from Ninjas in Pajamas, and we're like, wow, where was this team when we saw them play against some of the Immortal teams? And now they're in Divine, and they're going up against the best team in Divine, basically, right? What happened? Is this just what happens when Cyber Legacy meets a team that is from the Immortal division?
I think the best way of describing it is these are all like mid-tier 2 teams that all have aspirations to get better, but like realistically, Nip is equal to a Cyber Legacy to some degree, where they can take games off each other depending on the day. But once they break into Immortal, they normally just get slapped back down to that last place position because they lack true identity and kind of flair within the kind of like the meta, right? So I think
if you just look at the player names on both
Exactly,
of
they're
these
equal,
teams,
right?
I would actually say that Cyber Legacy, they have much more experience. Some of these players go way back.
Bigger names.
We have Slayer who won ESL, won New York back in the days, and all these players played for
On the
Navi.
back of a Broodmother, I remember.
Yeah,
Vega Squadron.
Vega Squadron, yeah.
Uh-huh.
They actually, during that time, I think they hired a Broodmother spammer just to teach them how to play Broodmother.
They did. I remember that as well, yes. That's how you do it, though. You look at the hero spammers, you ask them, teach me. And
then
sometimes it
you
works.
hire a guy, you pay him a lot to teach you how to play Broodmother. You show Broodmother, let's say, in the group stage, and every single team bans it against you.
Yeah. Well, you get
and
a
then
free
you
ban.
don't pay the guy. Just pay him for the one game that you played.
That'd be great. Yeah. He gets like 5% of his actual payout if he gets banned. That's strong.
You pay him for the amount of time the hero gets banned.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure. I mean, that
That's
works.
like, it unlocks your draft, right? That's why some teams are so good, because there's not enough bans for one team.
Yeah. Would there be anything of the previous series that for example, for Ninjas in Pajamas, that you would want to ban against them in the next game? Like, is the IO the key there, and Nature's Prophet?
If I was Cyber Legacy, I'd probably look at Venge as a ban, just because they played really well. The Venge lineup against Liquid.
They already banned Venge.
Ban it twice.
And, banned twice. Swap it. And then I'd maybe probably shift the IO up potentially, simply because I think it simplifies Charlie's hero pool, so they can't try and be over creative with it and push down a weird direction. And also it's easy to farm with it. If you can cause enough havoc on the map, your carry will never not have farm when you have an IO. So I think it just makes Nip's overall game plan of save light, go make noise, Supreme do your thing, and then Charlie will just farm behind. So you remove the IO, you remove the Venge, means you take away laning phase dominance for the carry, and then you remove farm potential for the carry. And I don't see what 5 they can pick that is so simply enabling Charlie.
They Cyber Legacy banned out Enchantress in this series as well. They banned Venge in the first phase, but also Enchantress.
Because they wanted to pick Grimstroke. Like Enchantress just ruins Grimstroke, removes the Ink Swell. It feels like you're not playing the hero at all in the laning phase.
They're also a Darkseer team as well.
Sure.
So. But I'd like to see that adjustment. I don't think you should really value the Enchantress, because we've seen a lot of teams kind of move away from it. Sure, it's strong in lane, but into the game it kind of falls off. So I think you should give Nip this Enchantress. Let them try and play out another game where it's not so mobile and see how they do.
I guess it is the upper bracket, if they lose here, you can try something out if you want. I don't know if you really want to, though, because I feel like there's a little bit of pride and hunger on the side of Cyber Legacy as well. They just want to win. They don't want to try stuff out.
They've had to play a lot of tier 3 Dota, right? Because technically, mid-tier Dota, right? That's where they've been. And as for a roster of this caliber, or the names, you'd expect them to try and be battling the better teams, right?
Yeah.
So I think for these guys, for sure, they don't really want to drop even lower and then go back to those divine teams.
Yeah, they want to prove that they belong at the top.
Exactly. So losing to Nip, who are the worst of the best, then doesn't do you too well for the psychological game from Legacy.
I think the Divine League is very important for these teams because of the invitations it might bring you. I mean, obviously winning is great. Let's put it out. Winning is great. Money is nice. Exposure great. But let's be real. A lot of these teams just don't want to have to go through qualifiers time and time again just to have a shot.
It's a great opportunity for the players who, already proved themselves, but did not have an opportunity to play in a Tier 1 team. So if something's not working out in those Tier 1 teams, there's teams watching, those who are not satisfied. Let's see who can we bring in, someone who just stands out, even though, the team overall is not doing good, but there's, one individual that's doing great.
You know what just happened?
What? Dota crashed.
No, not this time. No, you know what just happened? The Pantheon just opened up to the public.
Ooh.
The Pantheon of
the riffraff are back.
Is ready for game number 2.
We We are indeed back. Sorry for anyone who had higher expectations. We were polishing the floors, scrubbing the walls. We have some special surprises that will be coming up later on in the tournament, but for right now we figured we wanted to give these teams the proper treatment, give them the real draft panel experience. So welcome back to the Pantheon, my friends. I got Kyle, I got Lizard. Gentlemen, we saw game one. I have yet to really see why any team who thinks about picking Spectre would ever not ban Viper. Sure, it's cute. If you get a Rubik, maybe be able to break the Viper back, but it's just not worth it, Kyle.
It's not worth it, no. It's like, kind of... I don't want to go back to that old Cinderin quote about how...
If it's a Viper game, it's a Viper game.
Well, it's more that the hero just straight up destroys what Spectre wants to do. And that's the trouble. Like, sure, you could buy a BKB, and sure, you could itemize, you know, you could do stuff, but ultimately, Viper removes Spectre as a threat from the game. No Dispersion, no Desolate. You cannot play Dota into it, so if you have one win condition, and you don't ban Viper, like, you just lost. Also, I love Wisp Fury together. It's a great
However,
combo.
we have seen quite a lot of teams leave that Viper to be picked, even after picking Spectre. And we have seen quite a few teams win versus it. It also comes down to how your laning stage goes and how well the Spectre is able to skirmish in those early game fights and what items she buys as well. Itemizing properly is crucial versus Viper.
The thing is, you have this like Wisp Furion, so you know, Cyber Legacy picked the Spectre to deny this, right? The problem is that Viper denies the Spectre and is also really well complemented by having global heroes on the team because it allows the Viper to just play in one lane and then you can connect to the Viper. Your downside is that your low mobility. You know, you can play away from the Viper much like you would a Timbersaw.
That's pretty much the biggest thing, right? Trying to spread things up well enough so that the Viper is always picked off alone by the rest of your team, and perhaps Spectre is doing something else at the time, joining fights after he's dead. If you manage to play the game that way, you can definitely win versus Viper, but that's really difficult. So it's much easier to just ban him out if you're picking Spectre. I'm completely down with that. NIP have opened up with Warlock and Ember, already massive amount of damage coming from these two. However, NIP, they didn't have a lot of success with Warlock in the last few days. They dropped down here to the Divine League, basically playing that Warlock 2 games in a row. It was, I believe, Warlock Venomancer that they tried to run.
I'm sure they've taken some time to reflect on their performance, and I imagine they're going to have a better understanding of the way Warlock functions today. It is a bit tough at times against really active heroes like Wisp Gyro, but I like it a lot. We saw it used by Liquid, was it? With the Sand King of Taiga?
Yeah, it's Liquid.
It's the same concept with Ember Spirit. You want something with a really low cooldown stun that can go in. Maybe Ember, of course, very high damage too, but it's just with the Fatal Bonds, it's just so threatening.
Even
Suddenly
more,
Ember is just a bully.
Yeah, I just love Warlock overall. I think that this hero is, like, we have seen it a few days ago. We talked about it on the panel. We said that it's an upcoming hero, and you can see the resurgence of this hero constantly he's picked, and he's just strong, man. Fatal Bonds in the laning stage itself just changed the way the lane is played. Like, before Warlock, it was all about the Shadow Word. You hide behind your carry, you pop that heal on him, and you stay behind the tower pretty much. You can't even trade hits well. But right now, he's pretty solid even as a zoner, so some things have been improved on him.
Even beyond zoning, just area denial. I can't think of any support spell throughout an entire existence in Dota that has been as underrated as Upheaval. Everyone consistently says underrated Upheaval.
Preaching to the choir.
I don't like. Dude, it's wild that the spell has remained like that.
There was a meme way back at TI5. I used to play Warlock mid. I love that hero. It's actually, I think, still my most successful pro hero because it's kind of in my skill set, you know. Because I would just stand still. I would put Upheaval in the choke point. I would just say to my team, "I'm upheavaling. I'm still upheavaling," and like everyone just geeking out. But if you get like 3 heroes inside you, it's deceiving because people don't realize it's like quicksand.
Yeah.
You know, and you just win the fight. If they can't get out of the upheaval, ultimately your worst case scenario is you run away and it's gonna linger. So you're gone. Like either you take a free fight or you just leave.
Especially in these ages of like quick dispels, like Greaves can't get out of it. You know, you're stuck no matter what.
Yeah.
Damn, this is actually very interesting. They picked the Darkseer, but also the Wind Ranger, and now this still could be Ember safe lane and Windranger mid, right? That's also an option for them.
For sure.
Because I don't value this Windranger paired with Darkseer as much. Like your position for Windranger and Darkseer offlane.
You do get pretty much free kills on every archer, and it is a lot of pressure you can apply. This LC is very OG-esque. They've been running the LC plus spread damage carry for a long time. It also gives you a Dispel for the Wisp and the double heal effect. If you heal the Wisp, you're also going to be healing who's tethered to likely that Gyrocopter.
It looks so stable on the side of Cyber Legacy, but it looks also very old school.
Yeah, very old school.
Yeah, you have this Legion jumping in with the duel, followed up by the relocate of the Wisp, and you're gonna kill targets. And you were talking about the pace of the game and how fast Cyber Legacy can play. If you look at NIP, they're the same, apart from the Warlock, right? Like they can actually match this tempo quite fast, and they can play around those relocate cooldowns as well.
Their team fight specifically is a lot more threatening. Cyber Legacy is effectively all single target, with the exception of Flak and the Gyro ulti, but it's more that NIP have methods of area control. You know, you can go in with the Ember, there's an upheaval on the ground, there's a Fatal Bonds, there's a Vac, and suddenly it's just, you know, heroes are dead. Cyber Legacy have to find skirmishes to win this, and ultimately I think Gyro has to just be enormous, because the one benefit their draft has is that if they can turn him into this hyper carry, NIP are going to have some difficulty taking him out with all the sustain behind him.
And you don't really have any big counters to the Gyro right now left in the pool, right? The Morphling has been banned out. Besides that, is there anything that you would be worried that you had to ban?
Well, so I am curious about the Gyrocopter, because Gyrocopter is not, in an earlier panel, BSJ mentioned that he's not really a premier carrier right now. And a hero like Sven was still in the pool. So what is it about a Gyrocopter that Cyber Legacy, assuming it's not comfort, which it very well might likely be, it's just a comfort hero for them, what is it a Gyrocopter can offer with an IO that, say, a Sven wouldn't, or the more popular carries that we see wouldn't be able to offer that a Gyrocopter does?
You had better use of mana from the Wisp. So you effectively just run around with Rocket Barrage on autocast, and you can just farm so quickly.
You bring the mixed damage to the pool earlier on, so there's that, right? And you can be active a little bit earlier, but I agree with you. Like, this question is you have a valid point, because Sven right now is just as strong, if not stronger, in most people's eyes, right? Like, you farm just as fast. You go with the Storm in the end. This is your classic hero that will deal well with the Ember Spirit in the lane, or can deal well, but also you have this Warlock that's scary, but if you get on top of him first, and he doesn't even manage to dish out that Golem, then he's not really a problem, and he's not scary at all.
It's a terrifying draft for the late game, though. Cyber Legacy, if Cyber Legacy come online, like, yeah, Warlock's great at team fighting, but 30 minutes in, he ever shows on a ward, he's dead immediately. And the jump potential now from Cyber CL
not only
is
the
insane.
Storm, you have LC as well, right? Like, you have two heroes that are able to completely get on top of this Warlock and destroy him. And not only that, eventually this Rubik is going to have a Blink Dagger too. So he will be perhaps jumping first, initiating that lift later on in the game when you have that Blink Dagger is long as hell. So there's going to be a follow-up either by the Relocator, the LC, or the Storm. It's not an easy Warlock game.
Yeah, you had mentioned that you like the Furion with the IO pairings because of that global potential, so highly mobile heroes like a Storm Spirit kind of fulfill the same thing, where as soon as you see a single target is acquired underneath a ward, everyone can mobilize on them.
It's very similar, and also if you know Cyber Legacy and Magical ever since the Navi days, Storm Spirit is like one of 3 heroes in his hero puddle. He doesn't really play a lot of heroes, but the ones that he plays, he's really good at. And Storm is one of those.
Navi with Magical on TA, tier 1 team. Without him on TA Redusa, I believe was the third, it was just not the same. And I think this...
there you go.
That's expected. It's an old school counter to the Gyro. This is something that Fly was a big proponent of way back in the day, because again, in our complexity and then in the original OG, it allows you to close gaps on the Gyro, and then
especially now with Ags as well.
Exactly, and then the E also is really nice against the flat cannon, because you're going to absorb 2 or 3 hits.
One of the reasons why I also like Sven here quite a lot is you're comboed with the Darkseer. Even without that Aghanims, you're fast, and you're one of those heroes that can match Wisp and Gyro when it comes to the farming speed. You have that built-in cleave. You don't need.
You can also steal stacks, which is quite nice. And in theory, you're going to be a good laner against the Rubik and the LC. You're not going to be as susceptible just having the lane shoved into you, because you can just shove it right back. Also, Darkseer Sven. Come on. This is I feel like
has been somewhat nerfed, as we saw in the D patch. You can't break the speed limit as much. It's still quite good. And
you still
these
have
odds are
vacuum
also
stun.
extremely even. Some of the most even odds we've seen, 1.85 to 1.91.
Man, vacuum with Aghanim's on Sven with God's strength.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to see that so
Put
much.
a golem on top of it.
This is my favorite short story of all time. Is The Mexican by Jack London, and in it, it tells the tale of two boxers. One looking for the knockout punch, the other scrappy, hanging on, and ultimately winning the fight in the end. But that's what this game is. I expect a similar result, where NiP, they need the knockout punch. I think if Cyber Legacy play it right, they should take this game, but they need a strong laning phase, and they need to juke the Wombo combo.
Yeah.
I mean, this is...
NiP is looking like Mike Tyson in his prime right now, not this 55-year-old. And one hit, one big team fight is
They
all
are
they need.
punching in the divine bracket right now, though.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's true.
They are trying to work their way back up, but this will be a good test also for Cyber Legacy to see who really deserves to be in that Immortal bracket, who deserves to be in Divine. Let's find out in game number 2 as we pass it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, let's find out indeed. Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go between NIP and Cyber Legacy. And, well, what are we seeing? We're seeing the IO this time. It's going to be taken away from NIP. Cyber Legacy able to get their hands on it. The Sven, though, NIP are still going to go with it this time around as their last pick. I mean, what do we reckon? Is there the same potential for this game to be as explosive of a performance for Charlie on his Sven, as he did have a very fantastic game 1?
I'm going to say no. I think that I look at this draft, and this is more about the Cyber Legacy that I've seen throughout the entirety of this tournament. The dominant Cyber Legacy that plays fast. That was the one thing that I looked at with the last draft. I was like, this doesn't really feel like them. Like Magical's not. They have all three of their like core heroes, just can't really do too much around the map unless they just like dominate their lane. And they weren't set up in position to dominate those lanes. This time they have active heroes. They have heroes that can move around, make space, and Gyrocopter can always fight. So I'm looking at their draft and I'm like, they're gonna look for these battles instead of sitting back and chilling like they were in the last game.
Yeah, true, because the last game was definitely one of the slowest starts that we've had. It was
1 to 2 at 12 minutes.
Yes. You know, that was sort of unheard of in the games that we've been having here at the Omega League. So yeah, for sure, you would imagine with this lineup, definitely something that's going to be much closer to the scenarios that Cyber Legacy has been able to come out on top of in many of their performances here in the Divine League. So let's see if they're able to use that same sort of play style to their strength against NIP here in game 2. So again, they're looking across the two drafts that we've got. Anything else that sort of stands out to you as pretty strong this game, or any sort of weaknesses you see from either side's lineups?
Let's see. BKB Pierce. I mean, I definitely, again, I'm liking what Cyber Legacy has this time. I liked it last time, but I didn't really think about how slow paced their draft was. I think this time they can actually they can play super fast. I'm a little worried for Magical because I do feel like there's some annoying things to catch him. Like I think the route from Ember is always just so fast. You can't really do anything as a Storm. But I mean, it's strong. It's definitely strong. They also have like Dispels versus this Warlock. They have their own Rubik to be able to get some pretty nice spell steals in this game. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm just worried. I'm worried because of Storm, right? I think that's the one thing I'm concerned about because I've seen this hero lose like every game, I think.
Well, we have seen a lot of teams suffer with it for sure. I mean, it's one of those heroes that it's just so easy to just throw away a good start. Right?
Yeah.
The temptation's there. You get these first few items, and then you're just balling into these team fights, and then boom, you're dead.
He's got saves though, right?
Yeah,
he's got the Legion, he's got the IO, he's got a few ways to bail him out.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the one thing that kind of changes it for me too.
Yeah.
NIP, they have an explosive draft when it all comes together, but I look at the two supports and I'm a little worried because like Warlock and Windranger just feels if the side laners, let's say the cores don't have anything good going on, how the hell do they make moves, right? Like the Windranger and the Ember have to be paired together, but they will have to be bringing the Darks here too, so some damage lacking. I feel like if Cyber Legacy just starts setting the pace, I don't know how NIP is going to respond properly.
Yeah, I mean, are any of these lanes going to get shut down early? Any sort of strong lane matchups that are favoring NIP here?
Favoring NIP? What was their top lane? No, actually, I really like Cyber Legacy's lanes across the board. I think Sven can kind of deal with this pressure a bit here because he just has the Warlock who's going to heal.
Yes.
But there's a lot of nuke. Like the Rubik and this Legion Commander can catch people off guard. Mid, Storm versus Ember. Storm likes that matchup. Bottom, I look at Gyro IO. I don't think they really care about Darkseer Ion Shell. They're never going to get touched by that at all. And they can get kills down there pretty easily. Darkseer and Wind Ranger can easily die to a gyro plus that IO. Like a missile on Wind Ranger, she just has to run.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, NIP, they've got to play careful on that bottom lane as well. Was the early weakness obviously didn't really cost them too much in the overall effect of the game, but did give up a kill or so to Cyber Legacy with their lane set up in game 1 down on the bottom lane.
And one of the big things that I actually noticed in the last game too was their inability to contest stacks, right? We saw that Sven have a quad 5x stack on both of the hard camp and
like
the Ancients.
15 minutes in.
I look at their draft this time, they can easily invade, right? Storm can just zip in. If they have any type of vision, they can throw in a relocate there as well, or they just run in with the IO gyro. They have a front line like Blizzy who can actually run in a little bit easier too, so I do think they can contest those stacks a bit better.
I mean, yeah, when you sort of see that as NIP, are you not stacking, or are you still are going to? You just have to be prepared to defend it, or do you just not do so because of that, as you say, the threat that Cyber Legacy's team does pose in terms of stealing it away from you?
They do still have ways to fight around it, like in particular that Ember plus the Darkseer early. If Warlock has 6-2, for sure, they're going to look to defend that area. But yeah, there's just a lot of ways that Cyber Legacy can invade this time, especially because I do feel Supreme's going to be at a big deficit this time in mid. Last game, he was just like the king, right? He's this Viper doing whatever the hell he wants in the game. Nice goal there by Kuman. He was able to do anything as this Viper, but this game, it's a tough lane. Like, Magical's going to win that matchup straight up as a Storm Spirit versus Ember.
In terms of the build this game, I imagine you're looking at this Ember and you do want to go like the Vessel build up on Supreme. You're playing against Anaya. Or
seen people doing it
Dispel
less
though
now.
on the Legion, right?
Yeah.
So maybe not because of the fact that there is that counter.
I'm not sure. I just haven't seen people building it as much anymore.
Just what's sort of the standard
just
drums and Yules.
Just go early fighting items. I think that just takes too long. Unless he just snowballs, then he could get it. But yeah, I've just not been seeing it too much. And like you said, there's a Dispel to just kind of negate that very heavily. So we see Sven leading that CS board. He's fine because he's got Misha at his side.
Yeah, he's having a solid start yet again here, Charlie.
Yep.
He's going to be able to get the free farm in this lane. No problem whatsoever.
As the levels build up, it gets harder for him, though, versus this Rubik, as well as this Legion. Nice little block there by Slayer to not allow them to pull the creep wave back.
And still always looking elsewhere. The mid lane 11 for 4 against the 7 for 0. I mean,
Magical's just going to crush this one.
I was going to say, when does this sort of get better for Supreme? I mean, Supreme, what options does he have? I guess once the Flame Guy's got a few levels, he can head to the jungle himself, but still it's not the quickest, especially on those early levels, and it still means that you are going to have to ferry out a fair bit of regen to do anything really as this Ember early on, whether it be try and contest the Storm in lane or try and hit the jungle creeps.
From the positioning of the lane right now too, he looks screwed right now. And like there's already a bottle on the Storm, and look where the creeps are meeting, right? It's like Storm's going to have the lane pushing in. What is Ember going to do here? Like, he's going to get a double deny. The melee's going to go into his range creep, and Supreme has no regen. He has to just sit back. This mid matchup looks pretty over already here. So I think the biggest thing now for him is really going to be, right, farm some of the jungle things, but also just ensure that his supports get that rune. If Storm gets the rune here, Supreme's game is going to be harder than it already is. So I'm definitely going to be watching out for, in particular, probably like Era to go check out that bottom rune.
Yeah, and I mean, Magical with this sort of start that he's having, he's going to get this free farm. I mean, are you sort of liking the trend that we're seeing Storm players like GPK go for, where you get just the brown boot straight Orchid rush, or
not a fan,
personally.
I like the timing.
I mean, what is the downside of it? Like, because to me it seems appealing, right? You want to get this impactful item online as soon as possible, so you forfeit the early stats, the attack speed you may get from the benefits such as treads. Like,
I'm cool with the Orchid first. Like, you can rush the Orchid, that's fine, but then you benefit so much based off the treads with your Orchid. The Orchid gives you so much damage to be able to use your right clicks to utilize all this. It gives you pretty much everything you want when you have extra attack speed. So
you think sort of most of the time where you're getting the Orchid, say, a minute or so faster because you didn't spend the extra money on upgrading your boots, it's not really going to do much.
No, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm fine with getting the Orchid first and then going back for treads.
Okay.
Right? Like,
but
I
skipping
think
it totally, going straight into Bloodstone, you think you're missing value there?
Yeah, unless you're like, I guess, super snowballing in the game. But even then, it feels a bit awkward. And we saw, like, I mean, GPK's done it like every time though. So like, I can't really say anything against these like 9K, 10K, 11K players
No,
that play
sure,
Storm,
you know,
right?
play
It's a
Storm
bit
with them.
tough. Like,
I mean, but then at the same time, GPK did lose
did
more
lose,
games
so-
than he won. So,
Yeah.
you know, it goes both ways.
Yeah.
But no, just interesting to see the difference in the ways that Storm players like to play, and we'll get to see what Magical fancies this game.
Yeah.
As he is getting a very nice start in that mid lane.
I'm scared Supreme's going to die because he's going to try to force
very
experience.
low. He's playing around with the stick charges and the Fairy Fire though, so he's more than happy to dance around. Does need to be careful if Magical steps up, as he has got a point in the Vortex to look for those kill opportunities. Salve out, but still trying to make that slow climb towards at least the bottle in the mid lane. Supreme only on 300 gold on it at the moment.
Now let's check this runes. Era is doing the right thing. Perfect. He's checking the bottom rune, ensuring that Magical gets bullied away. Supreme even pops the Flame Guard to force the lane in a little bit, and he'll be able to secure that top rune. So
that's pretty big.
That's big. He doesn't have a bottle though, but it just denies it from Magical filling up.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, not really a useful rune, right?
No.
You know, ideally, if you're losing the lane, maybe he gets a DD or a regen rune, even an illusion rune, something that's going to help you have a bit of a better chance in that matchup when it comes to CSing.
So a very farmed Storm versus not like the easiest disables line. Just the root, that big annoying one, but the other ones are not the easy ones for Mtekshi. Get caught by. Getting aggressive here. Just trying to push Supreme out. I mean, Supreme just has no regen, so
yeah,
Magical knows he can always do this.
Has got the 3 points of Flame Guard though, so will be enough to save him against a couple of the Remnant Bursts. We'll see the TP
Ooh, they're
mid.
actually going to fill his bottle even. Oh, they're giving Magical the lovely treatment right now here.
They know that he's a few creeps off 6, right? He's
They
going
can
to be
threaten
hitting
kill.
the 6 before Supreme is. You want to make sure this Storm's got mana, because as soon as Magical hits 6, he's going to have massive kill potential here.
Yeah.
So
he'll probably get it off these 2 creeps here. This next melee.
No, this will be it, this one here. So he's got the 6 down, and now you just got to stay out the lane. Supreme's just got to hit jungle creeps until he hits 6 himself.
I actually thought that they were going to go contest the enemy bounty rune on the right side there with the Rubik. I think if the 2 of them ran together, there's no way that Supreme could have like done anything to that. So I think they could have actually done that type of pressure there from Slayer.
I guess if anything, just playing safer than not. You know, they know that the Storm's having a good time. That would be one of those plays that would really sort of crush the Ember, but it is a risk to run. And we saw how these teams like to play, especially in game 1, right? Definitely sort of taking the safer routes for the most part in the early game. Bottom lane, the Magical will be able to TP over in time and punish Saberlight there for trying to get away underneath the tower. It's Magical easily able to seize an opportunity to head over and get that kill.
Looks like a real good start for him. Charlie's actually able to farm this stack over here. Very nice for NIP. And Charlie's off to another pretty explosive start here.
It's going to be a quick Midas again.
Not as enabled, of course, because he doesn't have that IO, but look at those stacks. Era this entire time.
He's got some going again.
He's got a triple stack, I believe, at Ancients right now.
So, I mean, if you are Cyber Legacy, right, after that game, you knew that he got a big boost from stacks, right? You know this is something that NIP's doing.
They had a ward on top of it. They saw it.
Okay, well, there you go. So this time round, like, surely you're not going to let the team do it again.
No, you shouldn't at least.
You've got to be playing for those stacks if you're Cyber Legacy. Because we saw last time, Charlie, he gets a Midas, he cleans those stacks, suddenly he's 2k ahead of any other core in the game.
Yeah. I think they can definitely look to invade. Getting like a smoke and a ward, Gyrocopter with 6, they can 100% look to fight around there. As long as Warlock's not 6. If Warlock's 6, it can kind of change everything. Looks like Saberlight's actually going to use some of the stacks for himself this time to catch back up.
Ah, yes. Yeah, the classic, take the stacks, just hope your Sven's not looking, and be like, oh, are these for me?
Your Sven's asking, what the hell, Era? Where's the stacks?
Where's the stacks, Era?
Where's the stack? They must have taken them.
And then Era
sits there
gets
quietly.
kicked, and you're like, and it goes, it's long, you've got to be careful. There can be misunderstandings when stacks are stolen. Blame is pointed all around.
See, he may have stolen the hard camp, but he just stacked the Ancients again, though. So he's like, okay, I may have taken some, but, I give it
you're happy with that as the carry.
Yeah.
You'll allow that. You'll allow that. If he's sort of trading it.
We're seeing already, look, Magical, they're super aware.
And there you go, right. If he hadn't taken that, Magical, he would have very easily taken the non-ancient stack. So that
beautiful.
That was Saberlight there, making sure that Magical wouldn't be able to go for the steal.
Oh, oops. Magical just walked into tower.
Okay.
Whoopsie. So he reveals himself bottom.
Oh, it was intentional. It was the big brain
play.
play.
Intentional?
It was the big brain.
Oh, it might.
Because now Supreme's going on top. Because he thought the Storm was bottom, but then bam, Magical's like, debated, my friend. But then he's like, well, actually, I've got nothing else to offer up here. Blizzy has hit 6, but there's 3 heroes, and we got to run away. So maybe it was intentional.
But the mind games. You know,
It didn't work out.
Didn't work out. Let's
Because
see.
Blizzy couldn't really go for a duel. They were all a little healthy. There was 3 heroes there.
But it's the thought that counts.
It was.
And now he's able to farm a triple camp, so I think he's pretty happy with that one. Bignum, ooh, nice. Denies away that rune from Supreme. Supreme taunts in frustration. Who gets which? Okay, Arcane Ring on Saberlight. Oh, Faded Brooch for Magical. There you go.
That's nice for the
That's
Storm.
very nice.
That's nice. Not as nice as the Arcane
No,
Ring,
definitely
though.
not.
That is the top tier one for Storms.
Yeah, but still very, very nice. Allows him to
take it.
get that bigger mana pool to start for sure.
There's a few more remnants in the fight.
Yep. So looking at these at least the way the lanes commence, dude, this is the slowest game, the slowest series ever. It's one kill.
It is.
Come on, guys. Like, we want to see fragging. But no, looking at the lanes, right, they definitely came out ahead this time pretty hard on Cyber Legacy.
Yeah, compared to what we saw in game 1. I mean, Charlie, I don't know what timing we're getting on the Midas this game. He must be just about to have it if he hasn't picked it up already on the Sven. But this time, that's a little slow because last game he had the Midas at this time. So it's definitely slower start here.
Yeah, he went for the treads instead because he was getting pressured in lane a bit. And also, the thing is, in the last game, the thing that allows him to actually farm like a quad ancient stack is him being overcharged.
Sure.
This one, he doesn't have that type of big enabling factor.
Like, he can't just go pop out, clear this ancient.
I mean, he maybe can, but he has to do the dance. You know, instead of just being able to just beat on the ancients, he has to dance around. And I think he has to wait till at least he has max cleave.
I mean, they still don't have any vision over there, though, Cyber Legacy. So if he does go for it, it's unlikely that Cyber Legacy move over unless they have some incredible level of Spidey senses.
Saberlight, missiles out.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage here. TP's coming in.
Who's coming in? Legion. Okay, Blizzy. And so we'll connect. Blizzy. Don't know if did they see the TP coming in? I think they might have actually.
Yeah, it looks like Blizzy's not going to be able to find anyone by surprise. Supreme's going to head up.
It's a battle around the bounties. There's no call down.
Okay, Blizzy is going to come out from the trees, but that vacuum all onto the 3 of them. It's bringing Cyber Legacy low. Bignum splits to the side to pick up the bounty room. Remnant in as Supreme's able to find one. Kuman goes straight for the TPA, makes it away. So they'll lose Blizzy. They'll also lose Bignum there as Charlie comes away from the ancient stack to pick up something extra.
But they're not able to contest that ancient because of that 10-minute movement from NIP. So now NIP, they secured that one. Did he actually finish it off? He's trying. He's struggling a little bit there.
He's clearing through it now.
But he does clear it.
And that's the Midas. So this Sven again, Charlie, he's at the top. You know, not quite as at the top as in game 1, but game 1 really was quite something. This is going to be another game though where Charlie Sven's going to be farming at a pace that Gyro's unlikely to keep up with unless they start getting fights going. But again, 11 minutes in, it's only 1-2. We're not seeing Cyber Legacy be able to brawl as much as they want to.
I actually don't know. Where did Kuman use his call down? That's the biggest thing for me. They didn't have it bottom, so he clearly used it somewhere else. And now mid, it's getting gone on. The Golem is committed, but they will reset and heal. But yeah, they didn't have call down for the first fight. I think that's the most important thing. They don't have call down, and they don't have their super farmed Storm to be able to contest that first bounty move. So for NIP, I feel like that's a really big heads-up move for them to protect their ancients. Unfortunately, waste the Golem here in the mid lane, though.
We'll be able to farm it. Or not.
Will he?
Okay, doesn't get the money. Magical not quite wanting to commit with his complete mana pool. Understandable, there's still many members of NIP around this mid lane.
Stolen chains.
Yeah. No. And Supreme, he's starting to catch back up in game.
Yep.
He needs to obviously have that tough lane against the Storm early on.
Is he going to be going for Yules or is he going to be going for Blade Mail or something? Because the Storm already has the Orchid, so right now he's got the Blade Mail queued up, but might have to switch it as soon as he sees the Orchid. Oh, they do get the kill.
I mean, because the Blade Mail Ember, I mean, what's the theory here? If he gets Blade Mail, does that actually stop the Storm going on you with the Orchid? Is it enough to scare him off?
Oh, the God Strength Rubik, look at him go.
Turn and punch him. He wants to, but he's a little too low, so he's being careful. Supreme has got another Remnant to jump away.
They're getting red at, though. There's no Golem since they used it before. They just have to disengage. This is way too strong of a gyro.
Yeah, the supports get run down incredibly easy.
I think the one thing about the Blade Mail is there's a lot of uncontrollable damage that he's looking at, right? Gyro just pops call down, pops his barrage, and you're going to be able to do a lot of damage back.
But they have got sustains and heals, right? You have the IO, and you do also have the Dispel and the heal from the Legion.
Yeah, I mean, he's already committed. He's committed for it, so it is what it is. It could work, though. It can catch definitely people off guard. And maybe can dissuade the Storm from full committing onto him.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how effective it does play out in the fight. Yeah, if it is enough that makes the Storm leave him alone, allows the silence to pass, and Supreme able to jump out at the end of it all. Korea has been taken out for Magical, but he doesn't mind. He'll take the walk back to base anyway to pick up that finished Orchid.
At least he didn't lose the component or something like that
Yeah.
on the Courier. Charlie, though, we see not the S&Y that he had at 13 minutes with treads like last game.
It's slow, but
still
it's
pretty
still,
fun.
yeah, it's still very, very quick.
Yeah, he's also he's about to level 12 for that level 2 ult. Nice stun there, excellent.
Easy CS.
Beautiful.
Are scanning.
Watching Blizzy. Blizzy just trying to get the pipe on for the team.
Just team fight. They're gonna, I mean, Mech Pipe, if they get it at a good time, can do a lot. And,
Here we
that
go.
Orchid, there it is.
Here's the Orchid reveal, straight in onto the Ember, and
See.
they'll nuke him down.
He did not see that coming this early on.
Yeah, it's sort of this 30-minute timing. I mean, obviously, they would have seen him building the Naked Orchid, so maybe some expectation, but not enough to give him the foresight to not pushing that aggressively. And, of course, not a lot that his backup can really do to save him. So there's the heals from the Warlock and the Surge from the Darkseer, but these sort of pseudo-saves. Nothing that's going to straight up protect him from getting gone on by the 5-mana Cyber Legacy.
Yeah. Kind of cool to see that they're just actually going for the farm rate, right? It's the Maelstrom build into Aghanims on the Gyro, so I don't think they're feeling forced to actually make plays and end the game or anything. This tells me that he just wants to play the farm game. They're going to be able to be active with Magical making space for him, so I think he's just going for this build that's going to maximize his farm because how good of a game Magical's having. I mean,
I think they could do well with that.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of late game from NIP, you are going to have to deal with this very big Fen, but at the end of the day, if you have heroes like Legion, right, you can itemize against this Fen quite nicely. You can get these
another
disarmed.
catch.
And
a
it's time
duel.
the bonus of the duel. Blizzy gets in as well.
Oh, and Slayer with the God Strength. He doesn't attack anything, but look at him go. And now they're getting aggressive onto the
This
tower
is a
here, too.
very early tier 2 as well if they can stick around for it. The fortification does come out, so maybe a little hard for them to push on, but yeah, just 14 minutes in. Pushing on tier 2s. Tips starting to come out from Magical, yeah, onto Supreme. They know that they've really hurt the Ember's game this time. He's just found another. He's straight down on the bottom.
And he's got the reload, but
no
he
pullback. Vortex already being used. Magical 3-0-3 right now.
Look at the difference, though. Like, right, last game he's playing a Magnus. Now he's playing a Storm where he can actually do stuff. He can actually make the space on the map for that
infinitely better.
Completely different, yeah.
I mean, as you say, this is sort of the way they were winning with, right?
Yeah,
this is
agreed.
what Cyber Legacy has had such success with. I mean, maybe there was an element of, game one, you're playing against NIP, it is the team that's come down from Immortal, so maybe they sort of overthought it. You see this team dropping down from the Tier 1 division, and you feel like you've got to sort of change up your game, play in a much safer style. And that didn't work out. So sort of back to basics for Cyber Legacy, just say, you know what, let's just play what we're comfortable with, let's not try and big brain it too much.
Sometimes also you just end up with a draft, you look at it, you're like, damn, we got this really good hero, this really good hero, this really good, then you look at it as a whole and you're like, huh, our heroes are good individually, but together versus what we're against, not the best, especially with that Viper last pick, last game, but NIP, they're feeling strong, S&Y, Sven is online.
The Sven is huge. If they can get Charlie in, hitting heroes,
and they've got the
they're going to start falling pretty quickly.
Fatal Bonds plus that Golem for Misha ready, so they're trying to claim a high ground for a good initiation. You can tell, though, it seems like they know this is going on here on the side of Cyber
Totally
Legacy.
avoiding it.
Yeah.
Nobody around this mid lane. I mean, only Slayer sort of hanging around to clear out the creep waves. They're playing on the side lanes up top. Blizzy starting to move the wave right up to the tier 2 once again. So NIP sort of between the mid and the top. This smoke not going to grant them any action.
Which hurts Supreme more because he's already having a rough game, so not able to find farm. And they're going to be playing into Mech and Pipe very soon, which is pretty damn strong versus their draft, in particular that Pipe, to be able to counteract a lot of that magic damage that their draft is really all about early on. They do have that nice, deep, aggressive ward at the moment here, Slayer. He will spot one of them, but they're going to punish him.
Yeah, they'll get Slayer for sure.
Oh, does he get the D ward?
He's not going to get it.
Oh, and now his Courier.
Oh, error.
Oh.
He's found it.
Has been killed.
Poor Slayer.
Or as well, that's the smokes and the ward back up out.
Oh, I feel for those poor supports. Oh, man. And did they even deny? Oh, they denied the ward to it.
Oh, of course,
like,
you're not leaving that one up.
The money.
No.
A kill found for Kuman.
But still, though, that is a lot of movement for just a support kill.
For sure.
Magical continues to free farm top. I believe we just saw there Kuman has pretty much got the Aghanims complete.
Yep, and you can see how confident he's playing around this area because that space was made. And look at the ward coverage he has up here, right? Ward on the hill, ward near the outpost as well, so we can see if any rotation does come. So he feels very safe up here, especially with Blizzy behind him for the Dispel.
And especially when you're seeing that NIP just came out of a smoke.
Yeah.
We were trying to make a move with one. unlikely to be kicking back with a second one anytime soon. So
He's actually going to commit here.
this is pretty aggressive from Magical, but hey, he's
a
away.
relocate. He just bailed out on his gyro.
Oh no! Oh no!
He baited his team.
Oh no! That is the biggest bait I've seen in a while. Oh no! They wanted to help him, and he said no. He left.
He went way
he
too
said
early.
no and left.
He went so quick when he saw just one hero, and now NIP, they're striking back hard.
I mean, honestly, the Blizzy and the Slayer are going to get away. Or maybe not Slayer, he's going to get caught by the chains. Slayer may just die here as well. He's gone.
Uh-oh.
I mean, you don't blame the Storm, though. You're not trying to fight there, are you? Like, Storm had the right idea. You get out, they drop rock, just chill. I mean, I think that's got to be on the IO for taking the gyro. And does he really want to go into a fight there?
In that location with Golem up, it's very risky. When you didn't see anything else on the map, right? That's the only wards that they did have. That's the only information
if they're
they had.
willing to drop Golem solo onto a Storm, they're ready to fight. You know, he's not just doing that for a bit of fun. He's doing that because he's got a team ready to try and kill the Storms.
How dare you blame the IO? Never.
Blame
Don't
the
you dare
support.
blame the support. It was Gyro who made the call.
Well, exactly. We don't know who made the call. But
somebody did, and it was a mistake.
Yeah, team comms there were a little broken up.
Yep.
That was not the move.
NIP punch back hard. Slayer, he's like, somebody give me vision on the high ground. Oh god, the ward's not there anymore. Now they're gonna go for their dewarding around this area. As they know, there's no wards. They're gonna smoke and look for a fight because there's no golem, no god strength. So they're extremely strong still.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's again a bit of the long con. You know, we'll go in with a crazy IO relocate.
Feed our
NIP's going to be like, haha, what are they doing? And then bam, Cyber Legacy come in with the big old smoke.
Nope, NIP's ready.
They are hiding.
Playing all along that right side. All around their triangle, around the Sven. Playing safe. They know. They don't have Golem. They know they have to just play a little bit careful in these few moments. Now they're all starting to get together, though. Charlie has the BKB now, too, so he is feeling much stronger. The things that formerly countered
run it in.
Do not counter him
He's
anymore.
popping the God Strength. He's ready to go. Magical will jump in, but there's the blade mail. Puts him off from committing.
Whoa.
Vacuum Wall comes out, but he's up to the high ground. The chains is caught to the gyro and the eye. They're caught the front.
Is it BKB
The
Sven?
Big Namayo's dead. They've lost the gyro. Oh, this gyro IO are having some pretty disastrous adventures.
Yeah, questionable reload.
After a really good start from the gyro, like this was some great timings on the gyrocopter's items, but that's 2 times back to back where this gyro and IO have said, we're ready to fight, and NIP said no, and they're just dying. You can't have your gyro die like this 2 times in a row.
And that was the moment God Strength comes back online, the moment the Sven got BKB, and that was without Golem. Now Golem's up. Now how do you make a move now in Cyber Legacy? You have to actually just look for pick-off game. But now you're probably put off from doing any pick-offs because you don't want to relocate ever again.
No, I mean, at least you've got to wait until your gyro's got another item, or you're finding them split up, NIP. Going into these 5-mans like this, it's not working out at all.
No, I think they've just made some very huge mistakes. Like this, their lineup is countered by BKB.
Like they were doing all right as well before these 2 plays, right? They had the net worth lead.
They were doing the farm game. That's why I thought that's why they went the Maelstrom.
But look, there we have it. That's the 2 moves. Bam, bam.
The moment
down to even, now down into NIP's favor.
It's like he got the Maelstrom in the Ags, and that's when he was like, I want to fight now, even though now I have my farming items. They just brought him into these fights and just have gotten him killed. He needs the BKB badly
Without
now.
the BKB, you're not making those moves again. You're not making those moves again.
Yeah, they have to be very careful how they do these type of plays. That Fatal Bonds is always going to rip them to shreds. Until they do have those BKBs. And yeah, it's, like we said, now it's, NIP's time to fight. Charlie's ult is going to be back up. They have BKB. They've got Golem. They can look for any type of engagement they want here because Cyber Legacy made those 2 drastic mistakes. They are set off of their timings now. And that was with the Pipe as well. Pipe and Mech inside of that fight, but they're fighting versus a level 18 Sven with BKB. And the positioning too. They have to be very careful about those positionings. Now, look at this. This is not where you want to be. I do believe they saw the smoke.
What, tethered to your eye whilst he has relocate up?
Sitting behind
your careful.
Q2.
Don't take me anywhere, IO, please. Let me get my BKB.
And into Roche Pit. They've got God Strength. They've got everything. And oh, okay. Era's actually going to do it for smoke play with 2 of the heroes here.
I mean, they get...
Was that like a misclick on the smoke? That was a little bit
what
weird
happened?
smoke. They smoked there, right? That was a weird smoke.
It was the mini smoke.
I guess just to have Saberlight hidden so he can get the initiation. Okay. Just in case there's a fight around there.
Yeah, I guess helps detect if someone's relocating into the shadows or, you know, coming in from a place where you don't have vision. You're like, aha, smoke dispelled, someone's around.
Something like that, yeah.
Or maybe just a misclick. We all have misclicks. Happens to the best of us.
More forms of catch now. Wind Ranger has a Blink Dagger. Their Ember Spirit's still not farming very well, though. We see Supreme is still really, really struggling in this game. But Charlie is that, you know, he's that big win condition, and he's been enabled heavily. Magical. He upgraded the treads. He's going to be going
go
for the
treads
Bloodstone.
before he went for the old Bloodstone.
He did get his... I mean, actually, we can't say he got his team killed.
No, I don't think that there was the Storm's
No, it wasn't
fault.
his fault, no.
He had the right idea. He used all his mana. He had no intention to fight. He was out of there.
Damn,
Because obviously his team had other ideas.
Goddamn core players. The Slight actually breaks Magical's smoke there. Rubik is still smoked behind him. Maybe looking for a catch around a rune. Unable to get it though. Still only a 1k gold lead, as we do see they are still farming with those farming items, right? That Gyro Captor, that IO. Now they're much more pressed about, let's finish this BKB.
I mean,
so
he's
can be
got it.
saved.
Now.
Kuman's
He's
like,
got it.
Don't bring me anywhere till I
Here's the BKB. So now, you know, if they do sort of just go straight into the middle, they probably will stand a chance. As long as they don't end up right next to the Sven with God Strength pops. Then this Gyro is still going to fall relatively fast. But if they could do it away from Charlie, wait until he's gone to someone else and get the Gyro on top of really any of the other members of NIP, they're going to have a solid chance of doing a lot of damage during the Gyro's BKB.
Gonna start getting harder though, as he now has a full Aghanims.
Oh,
After that
so
last
he's
fight, he has
chasing.
a full item finished up, so now he has ways to get on top of that back line very easy. There it is. Pops the God Strength to me. He's just in.
All right, he is in, Charlie. He is in.
And he's
really
gonna
going
die.
in.
Oh,
Is he?
Is he?
He is. But he's got the Aegis. He's back for another round. Io will fall. They've got the root onto the onto the
stun.
The storm. He's out.
He's gonna survive.
He's gonna live. The Bloodstone heal was enough. I mean, it only just finished as well, that Bloodstone.
And now, I mean, that was way too far of a dive. They can get turned on here.
Can they chase?
They have to be careful.
Magical's got full mana. He's going in again, Charlie. He's got to be careful. Still trying to fight here, NIP.
Stolen stun. They got to back up.
He will get away with it. I mean, it made something happen with the Aegis. Got a kill. Did get your Warlock kill for it. But Charlie, he was in.
They have... I think he's lucky that he didn't just get dueled under tier 4s very quickly there, and they just turned on him. That could have been real scary there for NIP. I think they should be very happy that they actually got out, but that was their Aegis push, and now, I mean, Cyber Legacy, it's not like they're very far behind in this game at all. They're actually, like, still very even. That was quite a force there.
I mean, what to
by Charlie.
The point where you feel that if you are NIP, you do still need to be making sure that you are getting something objective-wise out of these Aegises, because as it goes on, you are going to be against this team that has this sort of duo core, whilst you just have the one man, right? You've got it all on the Sven. Cyber Legacy going to have two heroes that will continue to scale, this Gyro and Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like that was a pretty big mistake, actually. Now they're going to get punished for it, perhaps.
Straight in on mid. They get the duel off. They'll be able to get the duel damage as they take down Supreme. And now Magical, he's even zipping for more. He's straight in. The dodge there off the stun. Charlie's got to run. Misha's going to be left behind. Misha goes down. And now for more Magical, he's still got mana to play with. He's looking over towards Saberlight. Saberlight's surge will be about to come to an end. Blizzy, he's in on the trees. Vacuum wall's down. Stone comes down to the three of them. Charlie plus the BKB in the construct. He's trying to look for Magical, but Magical's out with the last bit of mana. He's away. There'll be a buyback coming out from Misha. Can they get anything else out of it? It was just the kill onto Blizzy. I mean, even it was a three-man vacuum into the stun of the Sven, but not quite actually having the damage to get more than just the Legion kill.
Yeah.
So a strong bit of a punch back there from Cyber Legacy, and of course some lovely Bloodstone charges for Magical.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like that was a huge mistake, Bottom. That was their fight. That was their fight to just take a tower, and it was up to Cyber Legacy to stop this God Strength Sven from taking a Rax because they have the counter initiative Golem. That may have been a game-losing move. Because this Gyro is still extremely farmed. Storm is still scaling. Your Ember is not scaling.
I'm actually, yeah, Gyro is sitting on 3,600 gold on top of what he has. He's ready to go for the next big item.
I'm starting to feel a little bit worried. Even though it's just this 1k, it's just Sven on an island. And we just saw they can tank through
If
him
your
pretty
Sven's
hard.
doing plays like that, you're like, Sven, can we calm down?
Yeah.
You're the guy that's got all the farm. We need you to win us the game.
Yep, and you can see the way that they're building. It's all about enabling the gyro and the storm. It's the medallion. It's going to be the solar crest on this Legion commander. And he, like you said, they just got a 3-man vacuum combo, and it did not look like he was punching that hard just yet because of how innately tanky these heroes can be.
Dire are scanning.
Don't think they can make another one of those mistakes in this game.
I mean, are you even trying to push it again before Roche is up, or if you're NIP, do you just wait for that timing?
I mean, I guess I feel like you kind of have to now. It's a bit awkward now for them. I feel like they should be. I feel like they should be playing with the racks up after that. With that Aegis, with the ways that they make the moves, with the Sven having a full item ahead. They do at least have like Golem ready and all that, but yeah, this gyro is starting to get to pretty critical mass very quickly here.
Yeah, this Satanic is just a few waves away for Kuman, and then at that stage he absolutely isn't dying in sort of the vacuum stun combo. He's going to be able to hit back.
Especially because I saw the next item build. I mean, they don't see it, but we do from Charlie. He's actually going for the AC, not something explosive. I feel like a Daedalus might have actually served more use, because then he can actually pop them.
When you have the sort of setups like the vacuum,
yeah,
then you can certainly make the argument for it. I mean, AC, of course, is
still very good.
It's great against the flak, right? It does give your whole team that extra bit of armor benefit against the spread damage of the gyro.
But now he might not be able to pop the gyro before the Satanic usage actually, or the Satanic actually just keeps him alive, right? So it can definitely be a bit of a concern. As I mean, I'm just seeing Supreme just not scaling. Like, he's actually getting lower and lower on the net worth as this goes around. It looks like it's really just going to be Charlie versus the world with a Golem and a Fatal Bonds behind him.
I mean, why is Supreme's farm sort of slowed down this much? Is this just standard when you have like a hyper-farming hero like the Sven, that your game is going to be heavily sacrificed in order to make sure that the Sven is kind of taking everything off the map?
I think it's that, plus the lane matchup, plus he doesn't have, like, he didn't have a way to be actually on the map versus this Orchid until he had BKB finished. So I think he was just like very afraid to actually do much besides run with his team, which when you run with your team, you fall further behind on net worth. Like, Era is actually just catching up to him and staying right behind him this whole time.
I mean, he is, yeah. The win range is going to have some farm.
Yeah.
So that is sort of split there, and the way things are shared. They'll start to group up top NIP, take some more towers. This tier 1's going to go down. There is the Satanic complete for Kuman.
Let's see what I want to see what Dota Plus thinks, actually, because I'm really feeling like the dire lineup only has a couple
Still
more.
Feeling the Dire side,
yeah, still feeling them. I feel like they only have a couple more moments though where they're gonna feel this strong. It's gonna be really big around this next Roche, because I feel like if they don't win this next Roche fight, they kind of just lose the game.
I mean, their Roche fight is still superior, right?
As long as they don't, as long as they're the ones who get a good jump.
Seer, like their team fight is better in an enclosed area.
Yeah, as long as Magical doesn't have vision of where the Warlock is, right? 'Cause otherwise it changes things.
Yeah, sure. If Magical's able to get in and take out the Warlock or mess with the Darkseer long enough, then things change. Both teams trying to go for tier 2s. It's going for the split here, and this tier 2 should not quite there, but get Magical very close to his own BKB. So
if he got the last hit, he would have had the BKB. But he missed the last hit on the tower there. Bit unfortunate.
There we go then. So AC done for Charlie. We'll see how much of an effect this does take in the fights, and if it is enough to keep his team alive and does still allow him to do enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, he still does. I mean, with the treads, with the Midas, with the AC, he
still punches
very, very fast. So there is going to be a ton of damage. And it does scale really well when you do hit 25, right? The God Strength plus 50% with that attack speed is super beneficial. But here we go. Magical BKB. Their cores are really strong on the side of Cyber Legacy, so they're actually looking for a fight. They've got a good deep ward down, too, right by that tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, it does see.
Can actually
that's
spot
very
out
nice,
a lot
actually.
of
They're not going to expect that ward there at all, NIP.
No. Let's see what they're able to make of it.
Oh, here's this. Ooh, Magical. He's going in, but he's got a BKB, so he's more than happy to do so. They turn. They've got the control onto Supreme. Supreme pots the BKB, turns with the Blade Mail, tries to go in onto Kuman, but Kuman, he pots the BKB himself. They will be able to jump over to lead Big Number. Big Number's going to come in with a buyback straight away. The BKB for Kuman about to wear off. Big Number goes across, but then Charlie with a counterplay. The vacuum sets up for the stun. They kill off Big Number second time. Magical goes over to the side to take out Supreme. Supreme buys back over towards the mid. Magical jumps straight back across, but Charlie, he's cleaning up pretty big here. He's got himself a triple.
Great
Turns over
shackle.
towards Kuman. He's going to be able to find the Ultra. Ooh! As Charlie will clear this fight up. Buybacks not enough there from Cyber Legacy to turn the state of things around, as this time Charlie really was able to get the kills there, jumping from target to target, and as you pointed out, just the starting play there with the vacuum.
Yep.
It just stopped there. The IO Bignum able to come back into the fight, an instant dieback on him. He just couldn't keep his carry protected.
And Blizzy was, I didn't feel like Blizzy was in the fight. He just died to just AoE damage and a great counter initiation by NIP. Era actually landed, I didn't see if it was 2 shackles, but he got very nice shackles on both cores. Charlie literally just stood there auto-attacking. They weren't actually able to kite away from him
they couldn't
because
they couldn't do anything about the Sven.
Yeah, and that vacuum on the IO. Like if IO is able to tether and get that gyro all buffed up, it changes things, but the vacuum breaks it, and now they get a Roche spawn. Yeah. That was the fight they needed to be able to keep this lead where they need it to be. If they start falling behind in that one, that's where the game changes, but huge fight for them.
And as you said, they did need to get this Aegis right. Now that they get the Aegis, they get the cheese, this is where they've got to focus on getting something done to the base, right? Yeah, sure, they've, you know, we saw last time the deep dives. This time, they've got to go for objectives.
Yeah. Charlie hits 25 now, though, so big damage, and because he has all this attack speed, he's not going to go opt for anything like that Daedalus. He's going to go for more survivability, because he's got the damage already with that 25 talent. A huge fight.
It's taking out the tier 2s, and yeah, this high ground defense is going to be very hard for Cyber Legacy now. No, or at least very limited buybacks across the team. You're doing it against an Aegis Cheese. And we'll see there, in fact, nobody with the buybacks right now. Both Magical and Kuman short on the funds.
This looks like it just looks like Charlie's having a lot of fun in the series, right? Like, look at this.
He's
just fully enabled by his team. 905, able to stick on targets nicely. And even a Darkseer's buying a medallion for him to buff him up too. Like anything for your man. Then we're seeing Bignum. Even though he has this mech, he has us online, he's really realizing that he needs like Ghost Scepter, he needs other ways to protect himself.
They're gonna go out here.
Okay.
I mean, ults are up for NIP. Sure, not the chaotic offering, but still the Concentrate says they do scan the high ground. They know that NIP's up there.
Looks like
this is a bit of a scary move.
Whoa, they're on top of a Fire Remnant. Ember jumps away.
Can they kill him off quick enough?
They can. He's got the cheese.
And he's got the BKB and the Blade Mail. They couldn't finish Supreme off now. Now the fight's a little split up for Cyber Legacy. They've got to be careful. Kuman, he's committed with the BKB and the ult onto Saberlight. Saberlight pops the surge. He's away. Saberlight finally falls there as Magical cleans him on the back, but they're focusing the IO. Now Charlie turns over towards Kuman. Homing missile holds him back momentarily. There'll be a buyback from Era. Charlie looking for his next target. And can he find it? No, he cannot get on top of Magical. Magical able to juke out the stun with the zip. Kuman does find Misha. So nice. Cyber Legacy get 3 kills out of this one. Only themselves, losing the IO. That was it.
And they forced the cheese from Supreme because they smoked right on top of his Remnant. He jumped in and it was chaos, actually. He was panicking for a second.
Okay, and yeah, so all things said and done, the smoke paid off. They come out and they do give NIP a very good fight outside of the base before NIP are able to get together and just commit for the high ground push. And they take some of the benefits away. Yeah, cheese gone. And some of that net worth lead taken off them as well.
They blink disengaged really well around the Sven that time. I think both of his stuns that he used, they blinked and canceled it from him actually sticking on a target. So he was kind of running around a bit, lost in the fights, unable to stick on a target. Cyber Legacy played that one very nicely here. And I think the Aegis is going to be getting reclaimed. They still have 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've still got a bit of time on the Aegis.
But that's one step closer. They're still farming very well. Charlie?
There's Alan hunting. See the Deso being the option here for Supreme, just to make sure he can offer that little extra in the fights, get the debuffs on enemies, so Charlie can shred them apart even easier. And of course, when it comes to ending the game, that Deso going to be very nice with the AC in terms of taking down those towers and buildings.
Yep. Enable Charlie as much as possible. Just get, I mean, like you said, the debuff on everybody is going to be very strong. So only a 2K. Magical still he's almost 25 on this Storm, and he has 20 Bloodstones. He's still dominant. Still quite a force to be reckoned with. I honestly think he should be carrying a Dust, though. I've actually seen this Glimmer Cake from the Warlock save him twice now. Yeah, so I think they have to have ways to get the vision in the back line.
Yeah, you don't need a bottle in your slot all the time.
Yeah. Someone has to be, because nobody was when I watched. Like literally Rubik, Io, nobody had a Dust or any type of sentries, so they do need that. Kuman's getting close to a pretty big critical item for him to actually stand toe-to-toe versus Charlie if he is able to finish this butterfly.
Yeah, you're right. There's no true strike.
Nope.
No MKB in the build. Charlie.
They're trying to take advantage here.
They're going to look to dive into the base. They're going to go straight to Big Num. They're taking out the Io. They look over towards Kuman. Kuman pots the BKB. Charlie lifted up by Slayer, trying to drag him in even deeper. Charlie, he's happy to go deeper. Charges over on a Blizzy with a stun. He's pushing them back to the fountain. He does not care at all about going into the base, as he is that strong right now on the Sven. Magical trying to clear out mid, but the fortifications popped here, both sides, as Cyber Legacy try to deter, and NIP, they just commit. They take this bottom racks incredibly easily with this Deso, AC, God Strength. They just destroy the base of Cyber Legacy. Cyber Legacy just having the 3 alive, and against the 5-man and the Aegis of Charlie, it looks very limited what they can do. They come in with the stun, the call down. Charlie's just straight over onto Slayer yet again. Over towards Kuman they go. Kuman needs help. He's going to get it from Magicals. Magical comes in to try and save him. They drag him back to the vacuum though. Kuman will fall. No buyback on him. He's going to have it up in a second. Does now only just get the money for it. So he has got buyback on the gyro, but already the damage certainly being done. The second rack's getting taken away as NIP have no trouble here to just continue to push on to the third and final set.
That was a very beautiful, aggressive move coming out from NIP. That playing around that ward bottom, they see someone like stepped out of the base, they hardcore commit, catch it, and then they're at a number advantage versus this team.
Oh, Magical. He's going to try and go in on this, but the shackles come out. Big Num and Magical, they've been shackled by error. Magical will get the BKB off at the last moment and get back towards the base. He'll live for now. He needs to come in to help Kuman. Kuman pots the Satanic, turns with the cooldown, but Charlie, he's doing too much damage. Cuts it through, over towards the Storm he goes. Charlie with the cleanup. GG is called as NIP take game 2, and with that the series is theirs. 2-0. Another ultra kill as well from Charlie to end the game. He was certainly having a great time in both of these matches, as Sven, it got through on the first draft and was let through final pick as well, ending up being for NIP in that second game, and was just as effective. Charlie having another great game thanks to his team being able to set it up in a way that he was able to really pop off.
Yeah, I felt like overall as a team, NIP played very collectively together, and every time that they were fighting, they enabled Charlie as much as possible. When I look at the side of Cyber Legacy, I actually felt like they were lacking heroes. I feel like I didn't see a Legion Commander in most fights. I feel like I didn't feel a Rubik, and Io was just dying. It actually felt like it was Storm Spirit and Gyrocopter versus 5 in a lot of those situations. So I felt like they made a couple mistakes, but I feel like also NIP did with that one dive. But it was a close game. NIP overall, though, I think they played better as a team together.
Yeah, you could definitely feel the team element really striking through, as you say, with Cyber Legacy. Sure, they still have these incredibly big names in the scene, names that the viewers out there will definitely recognize, but just not enough to deal with the composure of NIP. As there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. NIP will take the second game, and with that, the series is theirs. 2-0 against Cyber Legacy.
Yes, thank you so much, ODPixel and Fogged. It started out with like 3 kills in 15 minutes, and we end the series with back and forth and what it felt like a little bit throws from both sides and dives at tier 4. So I'm here with T. Governor and with Lacoste. And we're going to break down the series, the game. Ninjas in Pajamas, 2-0s here. But was that off the back of Ninjas in Pajamas, the second game? Or did we see a little bit of a throw on the side of Cyber Legacy?
For a moment, I thought that NIP is going to throw once Sven went onto the tier 4 towers. Yeah, sometimes. It's like having Slark with an axe, He buys that item, chances that you're going to lose the game increase by like 500% at least. It's one of the worst items you can buy. I remember still seeing Miracle buying that item when it first came out, and he was just way too spread from his team. Some of these, spells that can reposition you and just create a huge gap between you and the rest of your teammates, put you in a bad spot.
Yeah, I think here it is right now.
There it is right
look
there.
At this little meaty dive. At this point in the game, I think I'm seeing Cyber Legacy should be able to kind of control this game from this point. As soon as we see Charlie walk up that high ground, plow his face into tier 4s, proving why they were the worst in the Immortal bracket, but able to fight up against the Divine teams. I think this was like, okay, what's happening? But then the counter throw from Cyber Legacy was they're trying to take this mid fight at some. I don't know if it's this highlight here, but later on, they like do a relocate gank, and the reload then dies well, and it's like it was a catastrophe. We'll see it in a second, but
you want to throw? Let's check what we got.
Yeah, can we throw your throw? Yeah.
It was definitely. I don't know. It started out being fairly controlled from both sides, and then it just turns into this scrappy Dota, which I have no objection for. This is very entertaining to watch. There's nothing against scrappy Dota, but I don't think this is how the teams intended this game to go.
This was a really beautiful moment because if you see on the minimap right now, this ward on that jungle area from Dire, it enabled the Sven just enough vision to connect onto his stun to kill that IO, to then chain multiple stuns to kill Legion. So that ward there, the fact that Cyber Legacy, after kind of rebuttaling early aggression, couldn't control their own jungle, is why they had their overall downfall. But again, this game was a story of slow start, nip, controlling the game, beautiful draft and overall gameplay. I'm happy to see Charlie play like the same hero twice in a row and not, dive around his hero pool, actually ground him in the game. Overall good. Just you could see the inconsistencies and why they, maybe aren't ready for the Immortal bracket, but against these Divine teams, sure, they're going to eke it out because their strategy, their overall team play is better. It's just keeping up at the same tempo the entire time, making sure you don't make those fundamental mistakes.
Someone once said MMR is just a number, ranks don't matter, but in this one it really mattered. I just did not feel in both of these games that at any time Cyber Legacy was in control. You have a Divine team playing against a team that played in Immortal League. NIP, I think they learned something throughout the tournament.
They did, for sure, 100% they did learn something.
The way they drafted, it seemed much more consistent. You said it well, picking Charlie's hero 2 times in a row, the same one. We were discussing back in a room, like, what are they going to pick? Like, just go with the Sven. Don't complicate it. Feel like a good pick, and a lot of the carries were still banned out. Some of the ones that he plays well. Void, Faithless Void, even Lycan was banned in the previous game.
It's just unfortunate. It's just a little bit too late for the guys, Like, the fact that they're pulling out these nice looking drafts, having good team strategy.
This is a great comparison. If you see KDA 2 against 23, and if you read that backwards, that's it.
Yeah, that's what both teams were trying to do. Thank you, boss. That is the analytics we come
Very
here for.
nice. Top tier analysis.
And if you look at these numbers, I don't have a joke or anything Dota related. It's just some, numbers with dots.
No, the bottom stat said 324. The position of Storm was position 2, minus position of that number 322. Bang.
The answer is, what's the answer? You're not coaching any pro teams anymore because of what you just said. No, just kidding. I have to praise you. Throughout the whole tournament, you've been amazing. I played some games with you, and a lot of people were just watching the stream thinking, what is this dude saying? He's saying a lot of shit we don't understand, but he actually has a great understanding of the game. When you play with him, you understand that he has some great ideas how the game should have been played. And I think throughout my whole career, and I played Dota for quite a while, I can sense someone who has a great understanding of the game.
What did you just write down?
It's a check.
It's my £10 check right there.
I like that it's in pounds. That's such a useless currency at the moment.
What is that? Like $2 at the moment?
No, I think it's about
since you left the EU.
I'm gonna take you away from the bribes at the moment, because we actually have an interview at the moment with none other than Saberlight. Hello, Saberlight. How are you doing today?
What's good? I'm doing fine. What about you guys?
We're doing good. We're doing good. We just watched you guys play some Dota 2, and it was a little bit of a back and forth, that second game. How do you guys look at that second game of Dota but that you just played?
We were really confident the entire game. I think the issue was that they have like a draft that's extremely good at picking off with LC Duel, with Storm, with Relocate. So for the first 20 minutes when we were farming our items and stuff, it was really easy for them to pick us off, and we died a lot of times. But I mean, we just knew that when we go 5-man, there's no way they can beat us.
And Charlie diving tier 4s was part of the plan.
Yes. We discussed that, and we told him, Charlie, go ham, and he did. Didn't work out in the end, but what can you do?
I have a question for you. What happened to NIP in the Immortal League? I have higher expectations for you guys. You probably did for yourself. Where was this NIP? Where was this Charlie and Saberlight?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to say Cyber Legacy is a bad team. They're really good, but I feel like like these two games were just so much easier than the ones we played in Immortal League. Cause I actually don't know why, but I felt like I didn't do much like either of these two games, but it was just so easy.
Yeah,
And maybe we just got better. Maybe it's just like easier, but I don't know.
I was just going to ask, what's like the leadership construct for your team? Obviously, you got Misha coming standing in, and you were kind of questioning who's your pos 5, trialing a lot of players. Who is like your big drafter, the guy who is making the calls? Is it Misha, or is it like a combination of all of you together?
Well, we have also coach OKC, and so what usually happens is that Era, Misha, and OKC are practicing draft. They're looking at what we want to play with, at like strats and stuff. Inside of the game, like everyone is making calls, and Misha is the main one making calls.
Okay, nice.
Okay, and how's it been going? Because you guys, probably not are where you wanted to be. You wanted to be in the Immortal Playoffs, you're in the Divine Playoffs. We talked about what you guys would have learned in the group stages for the Immortal Bracket. What do you feel like you guys have learned during those group stages that you are implementing right now?
For us, I think it's mainly about like playing as a team and our drafting and stuff. Because, I mean, honestly, I think we didn't play our best in the group stage, so I think we just needed to like regroup and try to do our best. And I feel like in this series we kind of did.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you play in the next upper bracket match. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and we'll talk to you maybe next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saberlight.
Thank you. Bye.
And yes, Saberlight from Ninja Pajamas. Always a pleasure talking to him. Very open about everything like that. I know you guys want to talk more about Dota 2, but you're going to have to wait a little bit because we have another upper bracket series coming your way. It's Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Hellraisers after the break.
There are only two ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
Maybe like 7.
I would say probably 8 hours. Way too many. Maybe like 8 hours a day plus, bare minimum.
Average, I would say like 8 hours. That's pretty normal.
The last 5 years, I've been spending at least 10 hours a day.
10, 12 hours a day. But when I'm at home and like we don't have any tournaments, I spend like 5 to 6.
0 to 4. When we get to boot camp, it's probably like 2 to 14, something like that.
From like 8 to 12. I used to spend much more, but now, I mean, I used to spend like all my day pretty much as long as I was awake, which is like, what, 16, 18 hours?
140 past 2 weeks, so that means 10 hours a day. I mean, I don't really do anything else these days, so...
Including make your bed, huh?
Yeah, including that.
I love you, Omar.
Okay.
That's the one.
That's cute.
With a heart.
Oh, of course.
Spent 2,000 rubles on Piccola Italia.
My mother asked me what I ate.
Yeah, it was from Kyle. I'm still the boy on the inside, full of love and wonder, and totally not burnout husk of a human.
Get me out.
Any context?
No context. Just get me out.
Sure. Lamau, why cringe? What did they ask you?
You already messaged somebody about this question, or is somebody listening to us?
No, it was like about the previous interview.
Oh, interesting.
I told them that I was cringe.
Telegram code 68561. You can also tap on this link to log in, and there's a link.
Oh, it's from my grandma today. She said, "Congratulations on your name day, Lasse." Heart emoji. We're waiting for your games.
Last text message? I think it's yeah. Actually, it's okay. No, What is the last one? Let's see. But it's not. It's boring. It's something like, you know, like, oh well, they told us something, blah blah. They should have used that, and that is all. It's boring.
Probably be some algae eating or potential algae destroying animal, right? They could all of a sudden be like, F you guys, we need oxygen less than you, or if you're gonna kill us, we're gonna kill you first, and they just destroy all the algae.
Bears, I guess, like polar bears. If they have our intelligence, they're just gonna like shave their body or something. They're fine. I'm just thinking like the physically biggest animals, you know, the hardest to take down. If they have the intelligence to it, I'm sure it's hard.
Cats. Some dolphin type creature, or maybe even the octopus. Start making some tools underwater.
A whale, maybe. A shark.
How would they challenge us for land superiority?
But they wouldn't need to, because all life comes from water.
What's like really important that the animal has some kind of limbs that they can do stuff with. Because, for example, like smart giraffes, what are they gonna do? You know, they're just they can walk around, but they need like hands or something like that.
I think if ants got human, ants were done easily. You know how much ant biomass there is on the planet? And they suddenly got like even more their shit together. Like they're incredibly intelligent as a colony, and then if they got even more intelligence, yeah, dude, it would be over, and it would be an invisible death.
If that animal named Kyle Friedman.
This is a serious question. There's only one of me.
One of the most rare animals species on the planet Earth.
All right. I'll accept that as a sign of respect.
Quality is not a last hit. It's a habit, especially if you're solo against a tri.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Now let me tell you something. I still have gold on my toenails from that. It's been 3 weeks.
It looks really cool, though.
It looks really cool.
Lady
really
Justice, also known as
life.
my queen.
Hello. Welcome back to the Omega League. We're in the upper bracket of the Divine League, the Divine bracket, the Divine of Things. I'm here with, indeed, Kyle and Fogged, and we're going to talk about the next series. It is Na'Vi taking on Hellraisers, so it should be an exciting series.
I thought you were going to call us Divine.
Well, no, you guys are immortal.
Oh, we'll take that.
That is actually the case,
That's
though.
actually
We're
true.
very high-ranked European Dota players now.
Something about that, yeah. I'm about to lose my immortal rank pretty soon if I keep losing my recent games.
Stop playing in the stacks with that guy.
We've been doing unranked. We've been doing unranked with Kyle. And look for cost, but yeah.
All right. Guys, this is the bracket that we have in front of us right now. Ninjas in Pajamas, we just saw them be victorious against Cyber Legacy. They'll face up against Flight to Moon. The winner of this series will face against the loser of a series that's going to play tomorrow. Liquid versus 5 Men, the one that had to be postponed. The loser of the series will fight up against Khan. So upper bracket. Any last words before we go to the draft?
I mean, I expect this one to be a pretty close game. I actually really like Hellraisers. I think they're super strong. I think Na'Vi has shown a lot of ups and downs. So I think this one could actually be a really contested series, very 50-50.
Yeah. Also, I mean, old Na'Vi falls, maybe new Na'Vi wins. It's really interesting. They ended up playing just like right after one another.
That's actually very true.
Well, we just saw old. I guess, yeah. Makes sense. We're not actually ready for the draft yet, but it was kind of fun to make you guys
I spoke
actually
very
talk
quickly.
about it. I noticed.
I'm out of material now.
That's all you had?
Was I supposed to come prepared?
Yes. Okay. These teams deserve that.
We could talk about the servers. They're working. That's a good thing.
Kyle.
Sorry. We can go back to the game where we can only talk if we're holding the lemon.
Did you guys play that one?
We did.
Oh.
What?
That's a fun game.
It went well.
What game?
Talking lemon. You can't talk if you're not holding the lemon.
Is it actually with a lemon? I've never had that game. Never done that game.
You've had that game. You never had like a talking thing in like school or anything? You played
No.
games with it? I guess the Netherlands are probably just behaved. Like Americans like
Probably. We don't need
We had to do
constructs
that.
to allow other people to finish their sentences.
It's true.
We are pretty rude.
But since you have the lemon, feel free. Go for it.
Go for it. Oh no.
Wow, that's it. No
great,
more
great
lemon.
segment, guys. Great segment so far.
I want to talk about these two teams because we have, again, a team that came top of their group. You know, they only dropped 2 games.
Yeah.
Happened to be against the same team, so they lost the series. You know, it's a little bit less special compared to Cyber Legacy. And on the other side, it's the worst team of the Immortal. I am so curious how these two teams are going to
Yes.
compare.
That's the thing. It's like worst team of better group of teams versus best team of worst group of teams. What's better? You know, to come off of a win or to do what NIP just did, right? They just had to play against all these awesome teams, then they can just come down Divine, play, I'd say better Dota than they did in Immortal, but it's good enough here. What? Oh. Nice
It is time for the draft of this series. So let's go to the draft pantheon. I have the lemon. I will toss it now to the draft pantheon, and they will catch it and continue the conversation. Here you go, guys.
Ah, perfect. Thank you so much, Shiver. Wanted to give my boy some lemonade right as we transition here into yet another series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Na'Vi versus Hellraisers into the draft pantheon. You know, Shiver's got a hell of an arm to be able to throw it all that way, but I'm here joined by BSJ, T-Governor. Welcome. What are your expectations as we see yet another immortal demotion into the divine world? Is this going to be more of the same? Is this was NIP just on fire? What's going on right now?
I just think the quality between the Immortal Divine teams is obviously showing. The pacing that you have to play at the Immortal level is extremely high. So even though NIP did come last, it's like they still were able to match some of the pacing in these games. So I think the Divine teams, they've not had the exposure to these intense games. So coming into the series, I want to see Hellraisers with a little bit more fight in their step compared to Cyber Legacy. Try and be a little bit more consistent and try and push through to match what Na'Vi should be able to, present in this series.
Yeah, to be blunt, that second game there, I feel like Cyber Legacy played about the worst team fight execution I've seen in about a week, in about 20 minutes in or whatever, when the game was like completely even. Completely even. 1K net worth lead one way or the other, and triple bot back and lost 6 or 7 heroes. And I feel like for NIP, they've gotten to that point in games a lot. And then the Immortal teams, they'll execute and they'll take down the game, but it just shows that you look as bad or as good based on who you're playing against. Like NIP looks pretty good when they're playing against a team that doesn't execute at the highest level.
Yeah, of course.
Because they're pretty good.
Yeah. It's all about the pacing, right?
Yeah,
Simply
it really is.
If you make a mistake, are you punished? And so far in this draft, we're seeing the same nuances from that previous series. The IO and then the Ember response to it. The fact that Ember can be as active as mobile. Nice little lemon there.
Thank you.
And so far, don't mind these openings. What are your any glaring thoughts right now?
No, I'd say both openings kind of like tell you a story, but it's only beginning to unravel.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not really
This
the
is chapter 1.
Yeah, we're not at the climax just yet, so I'm waiting to get there. Got to time it just right, you know.
Yeah, I don't think Hellraisers actually flexes IO into any special role, so this will simply just be a position 5 IO, I believe, and they're obviously the time they can go mid or 4, but
I could recycle the same question that I used in the last panel.
Go
which
for it, why
was, there was an IO gyro pairing for the first one, and yet again Sven is being left into the pool. Why are teams like, if you're gonna make your IO a support and you're gonna pair it with a carry, what are the different flavors of carry that IO exceeds with, and what are they different, like what are they good at? So for the gyrocopter, the justification that I was told is that it's more mixed damage early on, more magic damage. You can take advantage of the mana regen more as a gyrocopter paired with an IO than you could with other cores. With Sven, I imagine something with move speed.
Well,
maybe?
I like Gyro earlier in the draft because he is like a mid gamer. So like obviously he turns into late game, but he's going to be participating in the game much earlier than a hero like Sven. So if you're going to pick Sven with IO, like I really hope they don't pick Sven here. I want it to scale like really well against whatever I see. I don't particularly care about the IO Sven combo. Like these heroes all work with IO.
But we've seen as well, like teams pick this IO, for example, Secret, and they're not pairing it with like the combos, right? It's just that lane support that provides the heal can then pair with someone else and be super active on the map, right? So in this type of game, I could easily see them picking up a standard carry, and then the IO after laning phase will then pivot into playing with, for example, like the Tiny, be super aggressive, go for the pickoffs, and like, for example, if they pick Sven here, it's just incredibly kited. Where if they jump someone, that there's Oracle ult, there's Phoenix Egg, the Ember should maybe be able to disconnect. Like, there's no way they should be picking this.
I'm
hero
down for
again.
Morphling right now, if they play it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
It's a really nice Morphling game.
Why is Morphling like falling off the face of the earth?
He's just real slow.
Doesn't provide anything until later portions of the like middle portions of the game, right? And
that sounds like a Spectre.
Like I think
the Spectre doesn't provide that much.
Well, when I say slow, I mean 280 move speed.
Oh, okay, I see.
I mean very slow.
Okay.
Well, like the patch I thought that was gonna do him in was when Agility didn't get move speed anymore. He literally lost like 40 move speed.
Good. Morphling's so annoying. When you're a position 5 and you look at Morphling and you go to gank him and he like goes all like, seriously guys, how much skill does it take to go all the way down to Agi? And then all the way back up to strength, and suddenly you found some HP. That is the most low-skilled mechanic in the game.
Morphling is incredibly hard to play. So if you're saying you're upset about some of his mechanics being easy,
no, it's way too that. But in all seriousness, around the Morphling idea, I like the idea of it going maybe back to the mid lane rather than the side lane. I think just being able to push out the way with waveform, just play off your own defensive nature and get the early XP. I think that might be what Morphling teams might do. But
I would love to see Mars here. That's going to be
for Na'Vi?
For Na'Vi.
Sure,
Mars
classic.
is actually like the only hero in the game that can protect against Morph because you can bulwark, and the Morph attacks will hit the bulwark instead of the Phoenix. I learned that the hard way with my carry not killing the egg. BKB Morph does not hit the egg; it just hits the Mars.
Nice. And also, if you relocate in, you chuck an arena down, you can't. You got to either cancel or you're dead.
So you're interested in protecting the egg, or is it more that you want more team fight? Like,
it's both. It gives you a stun. You already have like a lot of the other components of the game, and right now the reason why I liked Morph specifically is because it threatens the egg, and it's good against Ember. Ember's a great hero to morph into, and it doesn't really care about Oracle all that much. So the thing I am so shocked about here is Terrorblade I thought was on paper countered by Morphling.
Well, that's where the adjustment comes in, where it's more Terrorblade has the better timings early on, and playing with your team, you can pace the Morphling. You can take those objectives easier. Of course, later into the game, when you're talking like 30, 40 minutes, Morphling will of course become TB, be more mobile, and he's just a better version. But in terms of like the main kind of meaty portion of the game, I think Terrorblade naturally just comes online a little bit quicker. And especially like in terms of the laning, right? You see Void Spirit Tiny, like this is going to be Void Spirit off lane potentially. Tiny 4 IO5, like where's that innate pressure coming into that lane to truly get rid of the Terrorblade?
It better be a Void Spirit mid. You saw the Ember, and you're not gonna.
True,
that
could be that
like
as well,
your off laner, I don't think they should have saved their mid laner. I think they're gonna go something like Underlord. Timbersaw would have worked too. They banned Legion. I really like Underlord for Hellraisers, and I think
they ban out the Mars last one.
Yeah, Mars is really good. If you've never seen that mechanic, it's actually unplayable against.
What do they go? What off lane do you think they go for now? They could go for They themselves could go for Underlord, if anything, or a Buyer Obnoxious in lane. They can go for Centaur
If they
as
want to
well.
like kind of deny pick it, sure.
Yeah.
Thinking about what's annoying for Morphling. Batrider still in the pool? They could go Batrider.
So offlaners specifically that are annoying. Do you want annoying in lane? Do you want annoying?
Just both. In
I'd
game
rather,
and lane.
Obviously both, but what would be more important here? Because you've got a Terrorblade that you're saying has peaks and valleys versus a Morphling.
Yeah.
What's the timing for Na'Vi to ideally, hem Hellraisers into their base, start sieging high ground? Are we looking for a mid-game oriented team fight? Or are we just like, I'm going to just dump on you in the lane kind of offlaner?
I don't know if there are any offlaners that'll dump on IO more for the Phoenix
No, yeah,
Four.
I think you're looking at like the skirmishes post-landing phase, 10 minutes, securing your ability to go Roshan around minute 18, there's Centaur, and then from minute 18 with that Aegis, just owning the map, taking over that Tri-Camp, taking away the Ancients, and just pressuring the Morphling to feel
Give me
like
a
he can't do
puck
anything.
right now. 3 puck. Just do it.
I think if they go for Puck, they have a very loosey-woosey lineup in which they will just be outmaneuvered by this Ember, who will just pivot around the map and just get what he wants, and I think Na'Vi will just take the win freely, unfortunately, Mr. BSJ.
Okay.
Well, what do you like about the puck then?
I was thinking some hero like that. That actually kind of like the
Slippery?
puck. The puck, yeah, slippery is basically what I was thinking. I mean, I like the puck better because it counters the Centaur Stampede away. The root's very good against Ember, and then it's also magical damage to burst the Terrorblade. I don't love the Weaver pick itself. It gives them another save. I'm assuming it's a 3 Weaver. I guess it could... No, it actually could be offlane Void Spirit mid... Oh, yeah, they're going to do mid Morphling, offlane Void Spirit, carry Weaver against the Centaur. Oh, okay, that actually makes a lot more sense that they're doing that. I, for whatever reason, just locked the Morphling into carry.
Yeah.
I'm locking these odds in. 2.28. Hellraisers 1.57 from EGB.com.
I think they have to snowball the lanes on Hellraisers based on that last pick. I thought they were going to go for the out carry matchup with the Morphers Terrorblade, but they've gone all in on the lane counters.
Yeah, exactly that. I think I like the idea of put that Morphling to secure his game. The Weaver can play into Centaur. I'm just scared that eventually they're going to look at this TB, and if they haven't shot him down, where is the damage? Sure, Morph can become TB, it scary kills everyone else, but this TB just isn't ever going to die. There's no pressure really on stopping him from sundering. So I think overall, Na'Vi have the nicer draft where they can kind of play on the back foot and easily just play for Hellraisers to make that mistake. And once they do, I think Na'Vi should just take this.
I'll take the pub approach and say that there's no way I'd lose a pub if my mid-morph was a really good morph player. He was laning against an Ember and the carry was Terrorblade. So I'm basically saying I'm expecting my morph to be a baller morph player, meaning he's not just going to randomly die to some Oracle E when he's morphing.
To that 1 HP to get that 3 HP, which is absolutely
he's not going to do that at all.
Fingers crossed.
And if he doesn't do that, I got them.
All right.
That's my stipulation.
We're going to see what these teams are capable of as I huck this lemon into the moon, and it'll eventually come down to another panel as we send it over to our casters for game number 1. Whoop!
Hellraisers. Na'Vi. Let the battle begin!
Hello back. Oh! My goodness, we weren't quite ready for that one there. Came in a bit too fast.
I saved you, Owen.
You did. You saved my life. Well, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of Hellraisers versus Na'Vi. There we go. I'll give you that to play with. What do we reckon? Lacoste. Looking at the drafts, we've got, Morph TB coming out. We're getting that Weaver as the last pick. A bit of a surprise one, really. Not a hero that we're seeing a lot of. A hero that you think can work?
Possibly. I mean, Team Secret ran position 5 Weaver. It worked, but at the end of the day, they are Team Secret. I'm kind of on BSJ in this one, where Morphling needs to completely pop off. And it's going to be Miposhka playing the Void Spirit.
Okay, so some support Void Spirit here from Miposhka. We'll see how that one plays out. So, of course, giving the core positions to the Tiny Funnick playing this top lane Tiny, and indeed the Weaver as the position 1. So, I mean, Void Spirit sort of roaming around the map as the support. Do you think this was the plan all along, or is this a change in what they want the heroes to do because of something that Na'Vi's drafted against it?
I guess it's just a situation that they were in, trying to figure out, how they're going to do it. Morphling is great against the Ember Spirit on a mid lane, of course. Morphling should get the complete free farm.
Yeah.
and you also want to have items and levels on Tiny. So this Oracle, Terrorblade's not a hero that has a lot of HP. Same goes for Ember and Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix strength gain is okay. It got reduced in the previous patch. But overall, you want to have an item on Tiny that, you know, just goes in and makes stuff happen.
And then over on the side of Na'Vi. Yeah, hopefully you ladies and gentlemen at home do hear the game sounds. We do not quite hear those at the moment. And Na'Vi. Oh! There we go. The bot boxer in. As we get ourselves into this first game. And over on the side of Na'Vi, I mean, what do you prefer what Na'Vi's got going on? Like some of the panels said, you know, T-Gov saying this TB's going to have potential to have a pretty solid game.
TB plays into a Morph who's a mid, so that means that he's going to have to care about, you know, there's a bunch of burst potential coming out just from the Morphling and Tiny. And with the last pick Centaur, they have ways of protecting the egg. And of course, there's an Oracle just sitting behind the TB. So that's going to be always a scary part. First wave. All right, HR just playing aggressive into meta.
Yeah, not too scared at all of Crystallize. I guess just between the two of them, Kingar offering that little bit of sustain and regen. Celius try and make a bit of a move on Symphonic, but they're prepared for this. As HR don't mind taking a bit of a beating underneath the creeps. And this bottom lane, the safe flame Weaver. I mean, now what is the build on the carry Weaver? What sort of like what is your first item that you're looking towards? Are you still getting stats on this hero like the drums, or do you go for this like Diffusal or Maelstrom or Dessa? Like what is the item you want to be rushing on a Weaver in this patch?
I mean, you could just start with the standard, 2 raid bands, magical, and see how things happen, get the power treads, and then decide. You're playing into a hero that has a ton of armor, so you might consider getting something like a Maelstrom. It also helps up with clearing the illusions. They don't have that much AoE. Morphling doesn't deal well with those. They have Tiny, but at one point you're going to need to have something more. And I remember them running a position 5 Void Spirit. It just rings a bell. I don't think it ended well.
Okay. Let's hope for Hellraiser's sake that it ends a little better here for them in game 1. And so far, top lane, I mean, Ilias, he's going to get quite a punch here from Funny, because Funny and King are there. They're going to look for this first blood here. They may just get this. One more hit they can, but Ilias is able to find the Dukes through the trees. He's got a salve popped.
Relocate out. 2 minutes in.
Yeah, just wait in the trees, get a few more XP from the creeps. You'll be there. You'll hit the 6. They'll take the long walk around and Crystallize his farm. 10 for 3. He's still having a fine time up here. Not really too much being done by Funnick and Kingar in terms of slowing down the Terrorblade's farm. And the mid lane 30 for 4, 30 for 3. I mean, the first few waves, the Ember keeping up in farm with the Morphling. Morph hasn't actually managed to get like a significant amount of denies. Which we do sometimes see happening, the Morph taking over that matchup on the early few levels when it comes to last hitting.
Still, Ember doing much better than I expected.
Yeah.
You said, you know, Morphling just takes over, but considering how good Young G is playing right now, I've been really impressed the way Young G played throughout the tournament. I mean, Navi's not been doing the greatest.
But his laning's been great, hasn't it?
Oh, Weaver.
Oh, that Remnant pull,
Still dead.
Yeah, it didn't save him. Did stop the double edge, but didn't matter. Immersion able to keep the spirits nicely placed onto Ego. Gets Na'Vi this first blood down on the bottom lane.
This bottom lane, if it's not going well, you're gonna need to rely on your mid-morph to do stuff. How's Tiny doing? 11, 12 CS against 14 on TB. They're catching up every single time meta is down. They need to start playing aggressive, and I see everyone just wants to buy a raindrop. This is the item that keeps you alive. It's about that regen sustain in the laning phase. Weaver bought one, but it was a bit too late.
We'll see again. I mean, just with an avalanche, a few punches, a lot of damage down bottom. Pasha. Oh, he's gonna live there. Again, some nice moves from Immersion, getting the Fire Spirits out onto Ego, slowing his attack speed so he couldn't quite finish off the Centaur kill. And again, just getting him incredibly low in this lane. They're gonna have to pop another salve here to keep Ego in the neighborhood, but already struggling to play into this Phoenix.
Weaver's going for 1-1-1 build, which means that your Shikuchi is gonna be on cooldown for most of the time. You can't just use it aggressively. Level 1 Shikuchi, level 1 Swashbuckle, one of the worst spells you can use to play aggressive. You might put yourself in trouble.
I mean, oh, mid lane. Young G.
Young G.
He's, you know, he's honestly, as you say, 25-7, 19 for 6. This is, you know, this is just straight up outplay, right? This is Young G doing very well in a matchup that we've seen many mids folded.
this is definitely a matchup that he should not win.
Yeah.
He's playing extremely well. I mean, we're not just focusing on a mid lane. We're watching the other lanes as well. But considering how he's been playing, you know, he's pushing the wave onto the Morphling, getting the CS also underneath the tower. So far, so good. Getting the rune. No one's actually checking the rune. Also, that double damage did so much.
Yeah, have to get a lot of denies, and Kasani's going to have to be a little careful. The level's going to be good on this Ember. He's just going to be able to continue to just harass Kasani anytime that he comes near the wave.
And now Ember Spirit is level 6, which means that he can just TP out whenever he's low, even though he's full HP, full mana, refills the bottle, comes back to on lane, continues the pressure. I'm not a big fan of the Spirit Vessel build. We see more and more players just getting away from it on the mid Ember, but I think this game, it's a great item. You're playing against the Io, you're playing against the Morph. It also gives you tankiness and much more kill potential early on with just a Urn of Shadow charge.
Yeah, with the farm that he's getting, he's going to be able to get it nice and quickly, and also there's nothing to remove it right on Hellraiser's side. There's no sort of dispel or save, so you are going to get very good use out of it against these heroes that do so rely on their regen. Zhongji again able to find the next power rune, regen rune as well, so he can play nice and aggressive. Look for situations where he's going to be able to get in and out of the fight. Still yet to really see any movements between the lanes, everything remaining relatively static.
After the recent changes to Centaur, we see more Centaurs if they're not playing against AM, when they just max out Aura and put 1 point in stun. In this kind of a lane, you want to go all in with the max damage output. No points in Aura, since you don't get the damage anymore to push the towers.
Yeah, with this sort of a build, it makes it... It means the Ego's got to be very careful when he tries to Shikuchi in aggressively. If they have detection down, he gets caught in a stomp and a double edge. That plus one of the Phoenix's spells, he's going to be dying every time before he hits 6 in this lane. So, meaning that Ego has to play very carefully, can't really rely on the Shikuchi to go for CS either. Has to get back, especially with Youngji making the move. Youngji is going to be able to walk in, get the chains down to Miposhka, and that will be at least one of them by the looks of it. Does jump out to the side with the Simulate, and actually with TP over from Kingar's in with the backup. They could turn. They'll look over towards Youngji. Miposhka being healed up. Another change comes out though, and there's the catch. Pasha just walks in with a hoof stop. They couldn't turn. They shouldn't have turned. Na'Vi were ready to blow them up, and those points and the skills as we were talking about from Pasha, just you got to be so careful running anywhere where this Centaur could turn up in the early game, as it's just so much magical damage and control.
Hellraisers, they have no stuns if they don't bring Tiny, so it's very hard. It's a position 5 Void Spirit, which means that, you know, that Remnant's not going to be maxed out. The laning stage for them at the bottom was really not perfect. He's only level 4, 8 minutes in. I mean, you're not getting the skill, you might just get the rune. Nice one. Even though he would prefer anything else.
Yeah,
nothing to dispel, you know.
Yeah, nothing too amazing here with the illusion. But still, he's going to feel good that he's got hold of all 3 of them so far with the spawns. They've had superior rune control. Down bottom, there's the setup. Very nicely done there as they lead in with the stomp. Follow-up chains. They've got more than enough to hold that Weaver in place and blow him up. And Ego's game starting to really take a hit down on this bottom lane, as Na'Vi are definitely putting pressure onto this Weaver early. They know that they've got a very solid way of shutting him down in the early game.
I'm afraid how they're going to make a move. Like, they need a Blink Dagger on Tiny. This is their item. He just bought a full drums, I believe. Just a recipe off, but very close to it. And he's getting some good levels on the top lane. You want to have those spells maxed out, join a team fight. I mean, it's a 4-0 for Na'Vi, but in terms of net worth, it's not even a full 1k gold lead for them.
Yeah, keeping it pretty even with the way that they've been able to CS, especially, as you say, in this top lane fighting, getting a lot of room. But yeah, when it comes to playmaking, Hellraiser's going to have a lot they need to do, whether it be trying to catch these elusive heroes like the Ember and the Centaur, or just, you know, how are they going to get inside of the jungle of Na'Vi and start to slow down this Terrorblade? Because if they don't get over Na'Vi's side of the map, Crystallize will be able to just hit creeps and out-farm the cause of Hellraisers.
There's no real follow-up unless they bring Tiny. And Tiny, for now on, you know, just being on a top lane, dominating those creep waves.
Oh, dude, did you see that?
What did he do?
Do you like this?
What?
Morph Midas. You
yeah,
fan?
I noticed. I did not want to mention it.
Oh,
Maybe he changes his mind. You know,
Okay.
we've seen NIP, I believe, yesterday when they had Jug and Morph.
Yeah.
Jug went for Midas against the TB. Not very efficient item.
So, am I crazy? Is this something other morphs have been doing, or?
I have not seen it.
No. Oh, bottom lane, Immersion. He will fall here. So Hellraisers able to get themselves their first kill on the board. But yeah, the Morph Midas will be done soon. A few hundred gold away from it. And we'll see if it pays off for Kasani. As well, pretty much most morphs in this position, they would be buying what the Morbin Mask, hitting the jungle creeps. Kasani.
Have that sustain, yep. Whenever I see a different kind of item build, especially something like this one, I ask myself why.
Sure, like there's so many morph games, there's so many people playing this here at the top level, and you've decided that they're wrong and you're right, and you're going for something different.
Just trying to stay positive here, you know, see the big picture, but the big picture just says greedy all over the place.
Bottom, Pasha. He's able to get away with that.
If they can get away with that, you know, you're playing at the Oracle, so your shotgun can easily be mitigated by just one good Oracle play, and Dilias has been on point with his plays. They even used Egg.
Yeah, nicely done here. The setup allowing them to have enough time for the Egg to go off, still catch Funnick in the range of it all. Kasani, though, with this pressure, he has managed to take the tier 1 nice and early, 11 minutes in. Maposhka also by his side, dust the Midas out and done. Use it. There we go. So Midas up and running for the morph. So Youngji is going to poke back, but yeah, not a lot that he can do here. In fact, Youngji's got to be a little careful. Got that movement speed though, and has got Elias coming in from the side, so no further pressure going to be put onto this Ember. But yeah, I guess maybe this is the plan. You know, Hellraisers, as you say, in terms of making plays, a lot of it rides on the Tiny. They're just going to sort of leave that up to Funnick, and the other two cores, they're just going to farm.
If they can get away with it, and so far, so good. I mean, they only got 1 kill. He's 5.5k in terms of net worth. He can, you know, start getting the items. It's a lot of attack speed, 40 attack speed on that item.
Yeah, I mean, and 12 minutes in, just 5-1. Again, similar to the series beforehand, it's not the most action. Immersion will go down here. It's top lane. Funnick and Ego find him. So far, Na'Vi, only Immersion that's been the one to give up kills. Na'Vi have come in with the smoke towards top. See if they can set something up. They are going to need Youngji to go in and set things up with the chain.
They're playing underneath the ward.
Yeah, Youngji showing Funnick. Almost aware that there's maybe more behind, but it's gonna take the message here with Youngji showing that this isn't a place they want to push on for more, as Na'Vi clearly want to defend.
There needs to be a synergy between the items, between your heroes. Like Tiny getting a drums before, he does not want to get a blink dagger straight away here. He's playing that position 3. Does not want to be just unblinking in, using a blink dagger, try to burst someone down. And, you know, I'm going to get 1 item since we're not going to fight. Our Morph has a Midas, so let's just slow it down a bit.
Oh, see bottom coming in with a relocate play. They'll be able to burst Crystallize. Nice read there from Hellraisers. Funnick with the setup. Bringing in Kasani at this stage, they're going to have a huge amount of magic burst to deal with the Terror Blade just between the Adaptive Strike and Funnick's combo. Crystallize is going to have to be a little more careful when he's coming out on the map. Obviously felt that he was safe in this area, but they did have a ward down, Hellraisers, so would have seen him step over the river and enter that camp. So nice punish there from Hellraisers to slow down Crystallize that little bit.
I was talking about Spirit Vessel Carrier on Na'Vi, so yeah, they have Phoenix, and he's getting a lot of farm. Bought a crown. Maybe there was like a bit of miscommunication there. Who's gonna get it? Like if you buy a crown as a first item, you want to get that Meteor Hammer as fast as possible. It's one of the best items right now you can get on Phoenix. But Ember Spirit decided to go for drums.
Yeah, going for the more standard, as you say. I mean, is it just sort of the nature of the item that the changes that's meant that it's fallen out of favor for like your mid laners to be the ones to build?
You need to buy something. Like, what do you buy with the 1500 gold? That's the question. Like, you can't start buying 4 raid bands or 4 bracers. You need to get a bigger item, even though it got nerfed. 2 less. It got nerfed, right? Yeah, it did. 2 less stats on the drums, but still, Great item, especially
across the board. It's the item to buy,
especially against the Phoenix. Like, they don't have the best egg hitters. You have Weaver, okay. Morphling is the one who's going to be doing the job, but if they're separated from the egg, you pop that drum and kill the egg. Midas, come on, very massive.
Here we got Midas. There we go. I mean, it's looking good, brother. He hasn't been punished for it at all. He's getting a lot, Kasani. 7,600. This Morph's free farm it's in a level that it wouldn't be if he didn't have that Midas. And Na'Vi's not really been able to do too much. They got those 5 kills early on, but things have slowed down. And Na'Vi almost showing that they want to play the slow game, rely on the farm from the Terrorblade. But Kasani's he's just going to be able to be that bit more farm than the TB at this rate throughout the game if they don't do something about him.
I thought Navi will be start grouping up earlier with the TB meta, pressuring the towers. So far, it did not happen. He only died once when he showed on the bottom lane. Now, just hitting the jungle creeps. And Morphling getting that Manta style, he sees Urn of Shadows being built on Phoenix. So once that, look at it, attack speed, Jesus.
I mean, if he farms fast between that and King R buffing him up, he just punches through the creeps. I mean, 15 minutes in, they're going to be able to put some damage onto this tier 2 top. Navi's got to respond if they want to keep hold of it. They'll put the fortification, see if that's going to be enough to send Hellraisers back, as Kasani is still hovering around. At the same time, Aposhka and Funnick making the smoke movements down bottom, maybe seeing if they find Crystallize out here again in the same position. But Crystallize is back in his own triangle, keeping it a little safer.
Smoke and smoke.
And they're going to head over here, Hellraisers, and if anything, they will catch Crystallize on his own. The rest of Navi elsewhere, but can these two heroes kill him off? They'll get him with the jump. Have they got enough burst? Crystallize, he gets the opportunity to turn and use the Sunder. They won't be able to finish him, and now the counterplay comes in from Navi. Funnick will manage to TP out of there. Meposhka, he actually might just make it away as well, and he does. Meposhka with the Astral Step to the low ground and the TP out. Very nice disengage there from Hellraisers. Sure, unfortunate that they didn't kill Crystallize, but they don't lose anyone for it, and they do force a reaction from Na'Vi.
Hellraiser showing two heroes on the top lane, pressuring a tier 2 tower, so you don't expect this kind of a play. You know, Tiny and Void Spirit just playing a different part of the map.
Yeah.
They did not have reload ready, and this is something that they should be more aware of on side of Navi. Tiny Tavo. Jesus, that's a name I have not heard in a while. So yeah, Tiny blinking in, using Avatar's combo into relocate. Should be enough to bring TB from 100 to 0.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, having that little extra bit will do it each and every time. Funnick, he's making quick plays with the blink straight over, has the ward down, he's got the vision, and he takes the life of Ilias. They're starting to make some good moves here, Hellraisers, and they're only getting further and further ahead. This Morph, I mean, you said it, once he has the Manta, it's going to be rather hard for Na'Vi to deal with him. Na'Vi have got to step it up a little bit. They're looking around mid. They are going to be able to finish this tier 1 tower off, but it's a similar time where they're already losing that tier 2 top. And the Hellraisers, they're going to have the opportunity of claiming both the outposts before the 20 minutes. They're even going to have the chance to maybe hold on to mid as Ego comes over with the TP. He's going to look to start pushing Na'Vi away. Extra TP's coming in. Aposhka, he's going to jump on the side. Will dodge the Hoostorm there with the Dissimulate. Funnick in, looking for the Avalanche. Has got it onto the 3 of them. Tosses the Centaur over to them, but Na'Vi's got the 5. Metamorphosis is popped. Crystallize, he's ready to fight back. They get the chains out onto Funnick. Funnick will fall. The tower does go down. So Na'Vi able to at least hold their ground, get a kill here with the meta of Crystallize, getting him involved. See if he can catch anything else here as Ego. He's been found. Have they got the burst? They haven't. Ego's able to pop the time lapse, and he's taken out to safety there as King R comes in with a relocate. Gets Ego to the side. Na'Vi, they've got to be prepared for this because Hellraisers, they're starting to close in. They may try and fight back. Are they going to bring the Weaver back in? They are. They want to try and continue this going. King R will fall for it. And, okay, they'll just Shikuchi away. They did bring the Weaver back, but no intentions to fight back there as the rest of them didn't want to turn and try and go in towards a fight where the Metamorphosis was still available and going.
I like the plan from Hellraisers to just go in, try to defend that tier 1 tower. All right, can he get out of this one? Dissimulate, not even gonna be casted.
Yeah, not
so
quite.
yeah, Weaver TPs to tier 1 tower, scouts things out with the bugs, gives the vision, but Tiny fails to do a full combo on one target, and then they immediately need to bail. I'm not liking the items that I'm seeing on Weaver. I saw Yasha being queued up, or thank God he changed it. Like Dragonlance, getting that Maelstrom, just having some extra tankiness, and having more on your team, you can, also go for more of a utility items on Weaver. You don't necessarily need to get damage. since you have a carry, this should be.
They'll get away with
Roche
this
for them. There's a ton of damage coming out from the illusions and the bugs.
Yeah, nice.
Midas. I
mean, that's always worse.
Drag a creep.
Oh no, the efficiency.
Would you use a waveform just to use Midas?
I would be out of that pit, Lacoste. I would be like, dude, we gotta wait. Can we just hold for a second? But they get themselves the Roshan. Aegis is theirs.
And Hellraisers, they're itemizing for the late game. You see Weaver's getting the items to get the damage. Tiny Echo Saber being queued up on him as well. So that means you're gonna have 3 scaling heroes, and you have this Void Spirit who goes in, creates a lot of chaos, scout things out, can easily get out without even dying.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Na'Vi do as the game scales on, because clearly, you know, at the start, they saw that the Morph was going for this Midas. They didn't punish it, you know, they weren't doing those moves, as you said, that they could have maybe gotten away with running down lanes very early with the TB Metamorphosis, and it has meant that Kasani's just continuing to farm. He's going to scale incredibly well, and still Crystallize is just sort of left in his wake. He's 3k behind as the TB.
This is a big kill if they can get him. They're gonna actually burst him down.
I see. Jump on King Art. That means a free escape for Kasani. Out of the 2 of them, not necessarily the big one. Sure, there would have been a relocate, but maybe they would have had a way to stop it. So, smoke move does push them off that top lane, but still not killing Kasani. He's out and continues to live.
Bet's still favoring Na'Vi. So very surprised to see that. I feel like Hellraisers are in control. We still did not see the full Na'Vi lineup going 5-man strong with the TB. Also, have we seen Oracle use ult this game? I don't think so.
No, I guess, I mean, there hasn't been too much action, and for the most part, it has needed to. I mean, what, 2 of those times that Na'Vi actually lost heroes was Immersion, dying early in the lanes, and yeah, other than that, there hasn't been a situation where Na'Vi's just gone in as 5 and popped the ults, you know, actually got usage out of the 6s when they were hit. Bottom lane, see Ego, able to get out with the time lapse, but Youngji's coming in, does have the follow-up chains. They'll have enough burst here to clear out the Weaver. Na'Vi will respond to Hellraisers, trying to take a poke towards the tier 1 bottom.
The Weaver is a very tough kill to get, but they have Clumsy Net, which is one of the best items you can get for tier 2. It's controlling so many heroes against the Morph, Void Spirit, Weaver, just holding them in place. And they also brought multiple dust, which you need to have. After the time lapse, it dispels. Tiny brown boots into Echo Saber. I would love to see him just upgrading the boots, either power treads or phase boots.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things that, as I say, for me, it's when you're playing, it's always tempting because you're like, I don't want fancy boots when I could have my Echo Saber quicker, but it's just what it is, a lot of lost value, right, if you're not actually upgrading the boots to one of those 2.
It's a lot of damage, especially with the Echo Saber. You want to upgrade that item.
I'll try for a sneaky grab down to Youngji, but the Remnant not quite able to catch him amongst the creeps. Youngji out, going for the BKB next after the drums and Maelstrom to make sure that he doesn't get threatened by the high magical burst of Hellraisers. Hellraisers, they're starting to push around on the bottom. Echo Saber done for Funix, so still a lot of burst. If he and the Morph can find their target, and Kasani, that E-Blade is only going to be coming in sooner and sooner. He's probably getting very close to it.
Aegis is gone in a minute and a half, so they want to take a fight right now. They want to get usage of that Aegis. He gets the tower, is going to have enough money to actually buy full E-Blade.
I mean, this Morph is super farmed. This is a very scary Morphling right now. As long as Kasani doesn't make any mistakes in these fights.
Doesn't even get the last hit on the tower. Okay, that range creep doing all the work. Every single time I'm trying to take away a tower and there's a range creep, like I'm doing the math. I'm taking out a piece of paper, or let's see how much damage is he doing, waiting for that last hit.
Kasani didn't get the calculator out. Still, he's got his item, and Hellraiser's there up on the high ground with his smoke. May catch Na'Vi off guard. See Pasha, ooh, he was prepared, or was he? He blinks back to what he thought would be safety, but there is the surprise waiting here from Hellraisers. Kasani trying to get in, Crystallize, comes in with the TP. They're having to pop the Stampede to reset. Pasha, he's in.
Done.
burst Kasani at once. That's the Aegis gone over towards the high ground. He looks to push back Funnick. Funnick trying to run, but another clumsy net holds him down. Crystallize is able to get him reach of him. Funnick trying to hide amongst the trees, but Crystallize will still find him. 2 kills for Na'Vi, and maybe even more as Kasani. He's being chased. They've got the chains control. He'll try and E-blade himself in terms of safety, but there's so much magical damage coming out. He's burning. The Supernova Stun will catch him. Na'Vi, they punch back hard here, taking off the Aegis, killing off 3, maybe even more. Miposhka's trying to hide in the trees, but the Sunray from Immersion will find him. That's 4 dead as Na'Vi respond with a very strong hold around that tier 2.
The plan was to blink in on a Centaur and just try to go from the back lines, but they don't have enough damage. That's a Centaur with the full hood, a Bracer sitting on 2000 HP. You can't just bring him down with the tiny and position 5 Void Spirit from 100 to 0. There's no way.
Well, no, I mean, you saw Hellraisers. They felt they were going for the big brain play there, forcing him to back up and then coming in with a wraparound. But just nowhere near enough damage to actually quite go for it. Maybe if they were able to catch him with that initial waveform, but once he was behind that tier 2 tower, the easiest of responses for Na'Vi to come in, and that's sort of the scenarios you dream of as a Terrorblade, where the enemy team has just sort of dived in upon you. You just turn up prop meta and they've got to run. Crystallize is cleaning up. Now he's got a Skadi Manta Dragonlance. This Terrorblade is going to be infinitely more scary to fight into, and in a game where Kasani, he was leading the way, Crystallize, he's all but caught up. He's back on an even. This Terrorblade, a very big issue now for Hellraisers, and as we saw there, Kasani's got to be careful how he overextends. This Spirit Vessel and the ability of Na'Vi to be able to turn and blow him up with the magical damage they have really threatens him in these fights. And Ego, still, he's just struggling to have much impact at all as the Weaver. He's 0, 4, and 2. Just not able to get much done as the carry Weaver this game.
Miposhka is involved in 1 kill. I mean, they have 4 kills, so that's like 25%, but still. You need to be doing more on the map, and I love the itemization from Crystallize in this game. Yasha into Skadi. Skadi just destroys Morphling. The new addition of the health reduction is insanely good.
Yeah.
I remember the game where Viking, they had Spectre with the Skadi, they had Spirit Vessel, and they had Shiva's Guard on one of their heroes when they were playing against the Morphling. Like, Morphling could not do shit.
Like, you just can't hit right. And you're dead. You're dying. You're just constantly dying in the fights. Doesn't matter what button you press, how much stats you shift around, you are going to be dying throughout the entirety of that fight. And in terms of saves, the save from Hellraisers, it is the Aya with the heals. That's not going to be able to do much at all to help you against that sort of offense from Na'Vi. Best thing he can do is take you out of the fight. And if he's taking you out of the fight, you're retreating. You're not winning the fight. So definitely...
That's a great point, yeah. If you lose... You're not winning.
Yeah, if you leave the fight, you're losing the fight.
It's still one of the best feelings in Dota for me. You know, you kill one guy and then you feel they're weak and you start chasing them. This is the peak Dota for me. You know, kick them when they're down, kill the rest. I'm talking about Dota. You know, I'm not talking about real life. Kill anyone.
No,
don't get me wrong. I'm not
do
psychopath.
Just in the game, you can kill as many people as you want in the game. That is, I'm not the aim. The aim is to destroy the enemy ancient, but kill as many people in the game on the way. There we go, Na'Vi. I mean, yeah, things just suddenly look a lot tougher for Hellraisers now. Down 5k. And, you know, despite Kasani having this very nice game, very nice farm on the Morph, it just feels like there's so much weight on him. But Na'Vi, they've got the counters, as we talked about in the items. And then when you look outside of the Morph, it's down to the Weaver. And then it's just very hard to see what this Weaver's actually going to do. This isn't a carry that lots of people are playing around with. What can it actually offer you? Mid lane, Kasani, he's getting gone on there. He will be able to take him out.
Oh, Rillo misses.
Okay, he's still in the area. They may think that he got out anyway. Yeah, turns into immersion and will be able to dive out. But this IO, he's in a whole lot of trouble now as King R comes back. And has a rude awakening here from Na'Vi, waiting to punish him as soon as he returns.
Seems like Hellraisers, they did have a bad read on how much farm TB has and how much damage he can do.
It just seems like, what do you do at this position if you're Hellraisers? Your strongest hero, the Morph, has a lot of things that are very hard for him to fight into. You don't really have anything else other than the Morphling this game. Sure, Funnick had, you know, those couple of kills that he was able to hit when he got the good blink timing, but other than that, your Tiny and your Weaver, it's just how do these heroes play into Na'Vi's lineup?
Weaver's not having a game. Like, she's level 17 right now. BKB, yeah, these are some okay item. 4th on the network chart, same farm as Ember, but if you see what Weaver's doing compared to, let's say, Phoenix position 4, Phoenix does so many more things.
Yeah, you can feel it as well from Na'Vi that they know that they are in control of this one. Just holding the river, making sure that Hellraisers cannot get out to make any sort of moves, maintaining rune control. Crystallize, more than happy to step up to the high ground. I mean, he just doesn't feel threatened right now. He knows that Hellraisers, they can't 100-0 him if they jump upon him. Kasani himself trying to get the Skadi done so he's at least got some sort of way to punch back reliably. Have a bit of right click on himself other than just the burst from the E-Blade. Pasha is going to find the jump in onto the Tiny. Funnick's in trouble. The Stampede popped as well. Funnick, can King R do anything to save him? He will take him out in time with the reload. They got the Crystallize, focusing Ego trying to run. Young G looking for the chase. Won't be able to catch onto Funnick or King R. They will both live. King R, of course, he's going to be on his way back into the middle of them though and cannot tether out to safety. King R will fall. Looks like Kasani tried to come close to offer up a tether target. It has to be careful though with Crystallize punching into him as he'll step out of there. But again, it's just Na'Vi being able to do whatever they want on the map. Roshan's up. They'll head over for this. And you look at Hellraiser's lineup, there's no way they can fight into this Rosh. This is an easy Roshan for Na'Vi. The best thing they can hope for is maybe an Aegis steal.
Yeah, that's it. I was always wondering what R stands in King R's nickname, and now I know. Relocate.
Oh, there we go. And he's trying his best with them, but the King has died every time on the return. And this Rosh, it just feels very hard for Hellraisers to do much right now. Like, and you can sort of feel it in the way they're playing. It's what do they do?
And they're so confident right now. They gave Aegis to their Ember Spirit. They feel that with Oracle behind him, TB cannot die. Holding a cheese for now is gonna have a full butterfly in a second, and gonna hit level 20.
That Crystallize is huge. It's bottom. There you go. Has got the time lapse in the BKB. Well, jump back up. BKB pops out. Keep him safe. Nothing to catch him through the BKB, but still, it's just Shikari Weaver having a BKB and run. It's kind of the best thing that you can do this game. Other than that, he can't do much at all. There's Na'Vi 10k lead. DD rune as well. Crystallized Manta Skadi. Here we go. So DD Terrorblade ready to go high ground in 50 seconds. If Na'Vi want to play it to their best potential, wait for the meta.
I feel they could still win a team fight with TB just being in a melee mode.
Sure, yeah.
Enchanted Quiver, that's a decent item on a Weaver who's kind of position 1 in this game, but I'm just not feeling it.
Well, Funnick, what's he doing over it? He's dying by the looks of it. As they are starting to hemorrhage kills. Oh, Miposhka as well. It's getting a little sloppy now, Lacoste.
It is. Na'Vi did not get a single kill, I believe, for 20 minutes.
Na'Vi?
Sorry, Hellraisers. Oh, split push play.
Oh, hang on. Here we go. So they can't fight him, but they can go for the rat. And they do a little damage. It's something. They get something done objectively, but still, Na'Vi don't care. Terrorblade's going to come back. Crystallize will start to bring around that top lane with illusions, but he's going to be heading straight back towards mid. As we say, he's got that DD, got the meta, got the cheese, level 20. He is ready to go high ground because, you know, why not? He's that big right now that Hellraisers cannot really, I mean, they may not even be able to get to him. Na'Vi have a lot of ways to stop heroes from making the run towards him.
Pasha with the gem, so they can find Weaver. Time lapse already used. Pasha did not die a single time this game. I mean, there has to be one hero who didn't die one time.
That's good math.
Get the 4 kills. Also, look at the score, 420. Nice.
Nice. I'm sure the chat noticed that one immediately. They probably noticed that one when it was a few kills away. That's one of the fan favorites. As that's, yeah, it feels like the bottom lane just didn't really do much this game, right? Miposhka on the support Void Spirit, this carry Weaver, it just kind of did nothing this game.
Yeah, now I'm starting to remember that game that I talked about when they already played Position 5 Void Spirit, just getting the flashbacks. Pretty much the same outcome.
Yeah. Oh!
Hey, they got the Aegis.
Nice Aegis. I mean, they're getting the tier 3. They are losing a second set of racks, though, I believe, over on the other side of the base. But they're finding something in return. They got the tier 3 tower.
They stopped the TP.
Oh, and they killed Ilias, but it's going to come at the cost of Funnick losing his own life. But they got the... Kasani's doing it. He's doing it. He's getting trades. He did manage to take away the top set of racks. Maybe, you know, they cannot fight Na'Vi, but again, it's not a game about killing. It's a game about destroying the enemy's base. And they start to do at least a bit of that. Miposhka will fall outside of the base, but Kasani, he's coming in for the cleanup. He's able to find Pasha. Over towards Crystallize he goes. Crystallize starting to run. Crystallize turning to look to slow him down with the reflection. There's going to be a buyback from Ilias, and in fact, he's turning straight onto the Morph. And as soon as he does so, King Art with the relocate will take the Morphling out of there. Back up to the top lane.
This is the kind of play you need to do if you want to be in the game.
Yeah.
Because right now there was a 15k gold lead for Na'Vi, now back to 12. They are only 1 racks down when you compared it. It's one of those plays, you know, that what do we do now? Like, we feel like we can't fight them, so try to force them, do something else. Full Shiva's Guard on Phoenix. These 3 items completely destroy Morphling. Shiva's, Scotty, and Spirit's Vessel.
Oh, they've even got the double Shiva's Guard. Immersion's got one, and we've just had one picked up by the Ember as well, Young G. So
I just stacked them. I
mean, just the uptime, you know, play between the two of them, and the coverage as well in the fights. I mean, Na'Vi, they, you know, even for losing that top set of racks, they are 2 racks up, and it does seem to be as simple as just pushing out this top lane, looking to clean up the final 3rd set of racks from the base of Hellraisers.
In this kind of a game, I wish Vera went for more utility items, how the game developed. If she had Aghanim Scepter, I mean, Morph is the carry.
Yeah, you just sort of build all around Kasani. I mean, we are seeing the potential of Kasani when he did come into that last fight when Na'Vi were trying to retreat. He was able to get a couple of kills. I mean, it hasn't been the most sort of bloodthirsty game for Hellraisers, as you see 37 minutes in, just 2-1 and 0 on your mid laner. Kasani, Kasani needs help. He needs help, but he needs it now. He's going to pop the BKB, turns over towards Pasha. We'll take out Pasha. Miposhka and Funnick jumping towards the back lines. They'll look towards Immersion Motion, going for the Supernova. They can't take it out. They've got to run from Crystallize. Funnick trying to hide in the trees. Crystallize has got the reach, takes out a 3rd. It's a triple kill for him. Over to Kasani he goes. Kasani zips away with a waveform, trying to escape King Art. He's going to be back out in a second, but he's not going to get the chance to make it away as Immersion burns him down. Over to Kasani they go with the Vessel upon him. Ultra kills set up for Crystallize. And Na'Vi, they'll win another easy team fight, 28-7, 18k lead, and they can resume pushing in on this top lane.
If they take out this part of the equation, the outcome is going to be Na'Vi. They understand that, you know, there's no healing, there's no extra attack speed. Morph looks scary throughout the whole game, but, you know, TB just beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if anything, the Kasani Midas, I think that was the only thing sort of keeping them in the game, right? They gave him the farm to be able to punish them with the split push, and even in the fights, just actually have some sort of killing potential. Outside of him, it really did feel that the draft of Hellraisers couldn't accomplish much at all in that game.
It was Void Spirit position 5. You had a carry Weaver. There's a reason why this hero is not used that much. In certain situations, it's good. Let's say you're playing against the Batrider. It feels like a really good Weaver game where they don't have the best catch, but they got you know, some lockdown. They found one of the best items for them in this game. Clumsy Net against the Weaver, against the Morphling. It was good.
Yeah, solid stuff from Na'Vi there with the Crystallized lineup, and as you say as well, Pasha just having a great old time from the laning and the way that he was able to move around. Stampede, of course, coming into favor in a lot of the cases. And then going into the second game, you think, you know, if you're Hellraisers, you're probably not going to try with the Void Spirit and the Weaver. You're going to go for something a bit more standard, something that you have had success with, rather than trying to sort of out mind game yourself, even just coming in with these sort of unmet picks to try and catch Na'Vi off guard. Na'Vi just didn't care.
It comes down to that, where they were outthinking themselves, you know, where you have heroes, so yeah, let's put him as position 5, let's have Weaver mid, Tiny as position 3. You feel it's good while you're drafting, but after the game is done, you're like, well, we should not do this again.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, for sure. They're going to have to come in with something very different in Game 2 as Game 1. Na'Vi, pretty solid stuff from them. They build around the TB, and Crystallize is able to take home the win for them here. As Na'Vi will take the lead in this series at the moment, 1-0.
Thank you. Indeed, Lacoste and Odie Pixel. And yeah, that was Na'Vi winning the game. It was definitely looking like Hellraisers out-mind gamed themselves a little bit there. They really didn't do that much, but they couldn't really do that much. And when the draft was done, it was actually Fogged that I heard say, "What is this Radiant draft?" I had to look down because I wrote it down. What is this Radiant draft? What was this Radiant draft?
Oh,
Fog?
God. Sheep keeps writing these things down. I got to be careful what I say upstairs. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I looked at it and I was just like, I can see the morph. He can be that win condition, but I'm not convinced on Weaver as a hero in a lot of situations, especially when you're playing versus a lot of ways to reveal you and a lot of ways to just burn you down in the fights. Like, even if he is finding some targets to hit, he's going to die from this natural, all this AoE damage. And I feel like, they played so well around their draft on Na'Vi. They were always like looking for these fights, and HR just trying to dodge them the whole time. But you have to be able to take a fight eventually. There's just way too much once it all collapses on you.
That's Dota 2 right now. You cannot just play this like rat Dota. Oh, we'll just run around in circles. Inevitably, our carry comes online. Like, that just doesn't work. I don't know. I'm just not sold on Weaver in a spot where you already have like a carry. We saw when Liquid did this yesterday in the game. Was it Liquid? It was, right? No.
I mean,
different.
Liquid did
a
three
Weaver.
different things.
Yeah, sorry.
Liquid
I'm like,
did a Weaver game like a week ago or something that me and Owen casted.
I can tell you exactly all the 3 drafts that Liquid did for all the things.
The Weaver playing as like a carry with a really aggro mid and aggro offlaner, where your team's one still, I think is effective.
You're confused by Alliance. They had
it was Alliance.
Carry.
Yeah, they did the Nico Baby Weaver. I love that. But you need brawlers. You can't run a Morphling Weaver. These heroes want to do the same thing in a fight. And who's like Void Spirit is to the same thing. You don't have real hard lockdown for the young G Ember Spirit, who has just been an absolute beast on this hero whenever he gets it.
I don't remember the entire draft order too. Like, was Weaver picked into Centaur?
Weaver. Oh, they were both last pick, but I don't write down who was overall last pick, so it will never be known.
Damn, that's something we should be doing, Fog.
Yes, that is actually. We usually rely on Sheep.
I mean, Shiver.
Oh, I'm
either way though.
You're supposed to be all knowing.
That's my bad.
It ends up being such a difficult matchup throughout the entirety of the game. I think the lane is still like the lane can work, but the fact that the Phoenix is there, you're unable to actually harass this Centaur, and then. The lane actually went pretty good for them. They actually got a couple kills on Weaver, and then you saw Young G, he just came bottom and ruined Ego's game even more to the point of you can't salvage this Weaver anymore. He has no place to actually be able to get
Weaver
back online.
overall last pick.
Yes.
Weaver overall last pick. So they picked it knowing into the matchup that he was against. So I feel like they set him up just for a really tough game to play. They shut him down in lane. Young G continued to shut him down because I feel like they knew Terrorblade is going to be able to carry this game at some point, as long as he doesn't chain feed to some like Morphling Tiny type of thing. So Weaver, shut him down. It's just a Morphling that they have to deal with, and they have more than enough tools because they have this crazy team fight.
Yeah, it's like, just feels like a near impossible game for HR to take. You need to somehow win the decisive fight and or avoid it the entire game. That's just not realistic in today's Dota. You're going to get killed. You're going to get fought.
And I feel like when I see Io and Morphling on the same team, I'm already screaming for a Spirit Vessel, right? And then you look at the triple down. They have a Scotty on Terrorblade. Phoenix has a Spirit Vessel, and he ends with the Shivas. All this HP like reduction that's coming up for these two heroes, how the hell are they actually looking to take a fight when they don't even have good team fight heroes? These two heroes are effectively shut down because of that, and because of the overall big team fight that Na'Vi has.
Bam.
Analyzed. Do you guys think that that's the same way that the teams will talk about a game like that after a game as well? Like, are they able to break it down like that? Because they haven't seen the game from both sides. You think they'll be able to recognize the mistakes like that?
Yeah.
I would think probably, yeah. Just because like they end up with these like their tricore. I just look at the tricore and I think about it in a game. Tiny Morphling Weaver, right? Like, where you don't have anybody who provides you team fight in your 3 cores. I feel like that's a huge problem. For
It's like building a good panel, right? You need different strokes for different folks. You need to have a mix. It can't just be things that don't make sense. There's no complementary cores.
Sure.
So it's like, on this panel as an example, Shiva represents, I think, Morphling.
Why?
That's probably, I don't know. I was going to say because, well, actually,
And the carry. But
No.
this Morphling did the carry, so that's an
He
insult.
was having a good game though.
Sure, but you like a carry that can't fight?
No.
Is that really good?
I was going for because on camera,
I can morph
Subtly.
into other people?
yes, off camera, suddenly it's like asking for grapes and Lizard, where's my stool? And it's ridiculous.
I still don't see how that's
it.
Morphling,
That
though.
was mean. Shave, you're the best. How dare you, Kyle?
Thank you, Fogged.
He's living in. you don't see it, but he's
I
like
got him
shaking.
good. I
Yeah.
got it good.
No.
Sorry. That
On a
was
serious
my evil
note.
laugh.
Actually, I can't remember.
Do you guys have an
On a
evil
serious
laugh?
note, oh wait, I forgot.
Do you have an evil laugh?
And me?
Yeah. Let's say you did something real evil, but you're really proud of it. How would you laugh?
I would never do that.
I know that's not true, so.
I would never do that.
I don't know. I think it would just be like it's like a flat little chortle.
You know what? I think you actually would do that as well.
I think I would. Or it would be like it would be very exaggerated. If I'd be like,
You gotta stop having so much fun because Sheaves, I've seen this before. Pretty soon,
She's
gonna-
setting us up.
She's gonna break. She's gonna start crying.
think so.
Suddenly, she's gonna get the giggles, and then we're over.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Nah.
Okay.
I think I'm
Take
fine
snacks.
today. I think Hellraisers is not so fine today. They looked a little shaky.
I feel like they put themselves in a weird corner in their draft. Like they have a Void Spirit 5. There are other supports in IO. How do you just bring all these things kind of together?
I would say, but we have both played games like this where you just feel it's hopeless. It's like you're playing a game. Lacoste
I
has
also
picked
played a
Pudge.
game like that. My bracket games are constantly hopeless. What are you talking
It's
about?
like, what do you do to make plays? Like I would feel so out of place. Like Maposhka, I think ends the game 0, 10, and 2.
Yeah.
But what do you
supposed to
do?
do, yeah.
What you run? I'm gonna remnant this guy. Like that's your play. Your other stun is a tiny, and he's not in the most favorable of laning stages either.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Wisp. This is something like my brother always used to talk about with Wisp. Is like he's very much dependent on the draft and dependent on who he's tethered. Like Wisp doesn't do anything. He makes the heroes that do stuff do it better. So if you don't have map control and you can't make plays, you effectively have your 4 position who's just a reload bot that hopefully can save a carry split pushing and then feed himself in return.
Yeah, I think they drafted themselves into a corner. I think it's really thankful that the Morphling actually did have like at least for him to have like that farm that he did pretty decent in that mid matchup, but you could see like the way that Navi was playing. They knew at some point, it's like, who cares if this Midas has a Morphling has a Midas? I almost said Midas has a Morphling. Who cares if this Morphling has a Midas? Just your team is going to get together at one point and you press Stampede, and how the hell do they respond? When all these heroes just collapse on you, you have literally 0 stuns. You have like a Void Spirit with a little
It's just so easy. It's just like, hey guys, all right, here's the plan. We're going to hit R. We're going to run forwards. And then Phoenix, you hit R.
Yeah.
Boom.
And
Got
TB
him.
is just massive, and Young G's playing like his most comfortable hero, so he's just bouncing inside the fight versus limited disables.
These super young CIS mid players whose name starts with G, really good at the spirits. You got to watch out for him. I can't believe he's still getting Ember.
Is there anybody else apart from GPK and Young G?
No.
No, but that was good though. Anyway,
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious if I missed
You
someone.
know,
It wasn't the
wait,
slide.
you know what else would be good? Sheev, tell me I can't talk because I don't have a lemon.
You do have a lemon though.
No, what do you mean?
You're hiding a
I
lemon.
set this up so long ago. I've had this the entire time.
I know you have.
God.
I never lose track of my lemons. That's what a good host does. I know exactly who can talk and who can't.
That's true. I feel like I do want some lemonade. This just makes me think. The best thing, unknown secret of Kyiv, Ukraine, is that Ukraine has some of the best homemade lemonade in the world.
Okay, so we were supposed to go on this boat ride, and we couldn't because it was raining, so very disappointed. But on this boat ride, we were supposed to have lemonade. You promised us lemonade, and now you're selling it again. You even have the lemons, but you don't have the lemonade. I am very disappointed.
Kyle did not deliver.
But here's the thing.
more
Did you know the expression, if life gives you lemons, make lemonades?
Sure.
Lemonades.
Life never gave us lemons. A lemon is a hybrid we created that I believe is a mix between a certain kind of lime and some other fruit.
It's
I
a
don't remember
metaphor.
them.
When
Huh?
life gives you oranges, makes orange juice. You can use that.
No. But my
if you
point is, life never gave us lemons. We just had to make lemonade anyway. Google it. I don't remember the fruits. I used to remember. It's been a
What the
while.
hell just happened?
What?
I think it's fine.
I don't know. It's just an expression. You're taking it too literal.
Yeah, why are you getting upset about lemons and lemonade?
Because it's
everything has you all triggered these days.
Jeeves, if I don't have like random quotes to fall back on, it's going to be really difficult for me to look smart.
Fair.
Fair.
I couldn't.
Set yourself up for
I
that,
think
right?
you know what the problem is. I think that the issue is I got through all of high school effectively just like going on Wikipedia 10 minutes before class and just like changing it in my head, and I just never stopped.
You're going on Wikipedia before going on the panel because you should definitely look at the Dota
It's
a little bit.
Liquipedia
Ah.
now, which surprisingly has a lot of really good resources. It's kind of
Yes,
crazy.
it
Like
does.
we all just trust Liquipedia. If Liquipedia is
do.
wrong, everyone in Dota is just lost.
I learned
Put
something.
brackets.
I learned something today off of Wikipedia.
What was it?
in fact.
What was that?
I mean, I don't want to say because that puts me on the spot of not knowing mechanics.
Well,
I'll say it
so
anyway.
class,
Well,
teach-
Bane, you know, if you brain sap illusions, did you know you heal for 600%?
What?
Because it's based off of the damage that the illusion takes. So if you're brain tapping for 300 and it takes 600%, you get 1800 health return.
It makes
That's
sense,
insane.
but I
that
never
pretty
really
cool?
thought
That's
about
really
that.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I found that one out today.
Because PL and Naga just destroy Bane, but if you have this like one brain sap to heal to full off, that's actually really cool. That's
Random fact. There
I
you go.
don't
Here you
think
go.
you're dumb. That's a
There you go.
good stream. Like give
I was
them
random. At least
good
I'm
job.
looking up. You know, we haven't seen a Bane. Why
We
was
have
I
not.
looking it up to learn?
Yeah.
'Cause that's what I like to do.
I mean, you don't have to be,
Now,
you know, people
speaking of complimentary,
Yes.
it's just great.
It is great.
Yeah.
Yes. You guys made lemonade.
I help empower Fogged to be the intelligent analyst.
Thanks, Kyle. You're the only reason I'm here today.
I don't know if that was sarcastic or not. I just want to cherish this moment of wholesomeness. You know, it's nice when people are nice to each other. People should be nice to each other. Apart from Na'Vi, they shouldn't be nice to Hellraisers. Hellraisers shouldn't be nice to Na'Vi. It's time to really. Can they not pick a lineup that fights? So one of the things that I look to today is like, you know, we have the Divine playoffs. What's the biggest difference between Divine and Immortal? And that's what these two series that we have are about, because we are literally having a team that comes from Immortal play against Divine. And there's one thing that in both series so far has been kind of the overarching theme. First 10 minutes, nothing happens.
Yeah.
It's odd. It feels like you gotta play to win.
Yeah, but it's like when we talked to Saberlight after their win, he also called it like, you know, we're farming, we're getting our items. It's like, you know, both teams have agreed. It's like, let's get our items first, and then we'll play some Dota. I don't know. It feels like that just doesn't feel right for the first 10 minutes. Don't get me wrong. The 20 minutes that come after that are great. They're nice. They're good kills back forth, scrappy like it. But
I think
first 10.
Part of that's just, do you feel like Na'Vi, like Nip before this, but also Na'Vi right now, they're playing better than we saw them in Immortal. And obviously the competition's going to be a little weaker.
Yeah.
But I think like you get all these games, you learn more from getting beat, right? That's where Fogged learned a lot of his stuff about Dota. That was rude. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's true.
apologize
It's
for
fine.
that.
I'll take it.
I lost a lot too. It's fine.
take
I was gonna say, it's like,
Yeah,
you
it's like-
really,
He has
have
a
you
better
really got
win rate than
anything
me
to
at the end,
talk?
though,
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got that.
Fair.
Yeah, but that's just because I played in fewer of them.
That's right. Damn right.
Anyway, you come down, you get your ass kicked by like these amazing teams, like the OGs and the Secrets and the Liquids of the world, and then you come down and you can relax as well because the pressure's kind of off. You already lost. Now it's like, all right, well, it's not over. We're in this Divine League. We got to demonstrate like we are good, and I think
Yeah.
it's a lot smoother to you can just play with more confidence because you're relaxed. The pressure's off. In a way, the pressure's still on.
I kind of feel like maybe even more pressure because, you know, it doesn't. Okay, let's say you're either against Secret or against Hellraisers. Losing against Secret is like Secret. You know, it's fine. But if you lose against Hellraisers, all of a sudden, you know, you feel like you're maybe worse than what you thought you were.
Yeah, I think they're also setting themselves up in difficult games, though. I think like it's no offense to any of these guys or anything, right? But it's like Io is a difficult hero to make work in a lot of situations, no matter what team you are. If you're not comfortable with it, you obviously have to pick it to learn it, like Secret has been. Like Secret, even if they said it on the panel too, they're not comfortable. We're trying to learn the hero, but in these type of matchups, maybe you stray away from that. Maybe you go back to something that's more comfortable because it's going to make your game a hell of a lot harder, especially when you're forcing it. So
especially when you then are stuck with a Void Spirit position 5 and an IO Tiny off lane. It was a little bit of a mess of a draft from them, as you guys already pointed out as well. Maybe this time, they learn from it. They know how to do it better.
They definitely can.
Yeah, we know they can. They've done really well in the groups. What's that?
Nothing. I was singing a song.
Singing.
Typical.
I haven't done karaoke in like 7 months. Pretty sad.
Oh, you didn't sing Ocean Man with us.
I did not. Wasn't enough room on stage. And somebody at production said, Kyle, I would rather get seagulls from outside and have them sing than put you next to a microphone.
Yeah, I got to confirm from production. That is what they said.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said.
I would have loved to, but alas.
And also, production would have been right.
That's
the seagulls would have sounded nicer.
We were. What do you think, Sheaves? Because you did such a great job in the previous one. We were thinking of expanding the musical number for the final Omega show, which, by the way, will take place
Sunday.
On Sunday after the grand finals. Which I'm just excited.
I'm looking forward to that.
Like, is it that soon?
Yeah, we're only
We've been here
7
for a
days
long
away,
time.
6 days
Yes.
away.
We've been here for 3 weeks already.
We have been quarantined together in Ukraine.
The bubble.
3 weeks.
But the bubble is so nice. I like
agree.
being in a bubble with you guys. It's nice.
It's
and then we're gonna go back home and not see each other again for 6 months.
Yes.
At least 6 months at this point. It's very sad.
That's a shame. We'll still have Dota, hopefully.
Yeah, or line. I want to say, what was the song that you wanted to expand the repertoire? What was it before we go into the draft?
Oh,
the next game?
I don't know. Have the song in mind. We're still.
I thought you were gonna propose me a song.
I thought so too.
Yeah, that's how you made it sound. What do you think about this?
I know.
The hell?
No, you didn't know where
I
I'm
know what
going.
you're singing.
Okay, there you go.
Celine Dion, but
Yeah. See, how iconic is a song if you can literally just hold one note and you know exactly what it is?
I'll always love you.
Me too.
Okay, on that note, let's head over to the draft Pantheon. I'll leave these two in peace for a little bit. Let's over to Game 2, Hellraisers versus Na'Vi. Let's go.
And I will always love Tier 2. Welcome back, Na'Vi versus Hellraisers, game number 2. Gentlemen, BSJ, T-Governor, we're just kind of seeing more of the same. It was thank you. Give me that angel wings, angel thump, whatever it is. More of the same, that it seems like these immortal teams were rightfully in the immortal bracket. There were questions you had in the previous draft about the Morphling, Terrorblade, carry-to-carry matchup. Were any of them answered, or was this more just teams being better than other teams?
Yeah, I'm sure friggin' Hellraisers is getting coached by someone like T-Gov, and they said, hey, we're going to use our 4,000 gold lead Aegis to go on the Centaur underneath his own Tier 2, and we're going to chuck this game into the dumpster.
Haha.
Sounds familiar, huh?
No, not at all. No, I think just Hellraisers really lack a lot of just cohesiveness in terms of their setting up the Morphling, right? Sure, you have Morphling TB, but when the rest of your lineup as Hellraisers-esque, as they always have flexibility in picks, right? You see the Void Spirit going down to 5. They're trying to be them in the draft while still countering their opponent. It doesn't always work. They need to stick to their guns and be able to, push through with a clear timing. Because that Morphling pick, it did nothing for them. They were never going to be able to win that game. Simply on the 5v5 fight, Na'Vi wins pretty much every time. Sure, you can be cute with relocate, but if that is your playstyle, you are never winning the game. If you're praying for the mistake from your opponent who's already so far ahead.
I don't know. If you pick Dio Morphling, I'm not saying it's the best playstyle to play right now, but this is like TI7 liquid stuff. You're split pushing. You're not fighting them. You have literally tiny IO Morphling Weaver. There's actually no point in the game where you fight them.
So then I am curious, do you consider there to be a dominant playstyle right now that you think is objectively better? Because there have been eras of
to be able to 5-man at any point and just
so skirmishing.
clash.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Being able
because
to...
there's been an era of Death Ball, ratting, big team fights, stuff like that. You're saying that this is high frequency fights.
It's about laning phase presence converting into accessing the key objective that your team wants, be it jungle control, Roshan, maybe just constant pickoffs, right? Objectives are different, but being able to pivot into some type of forward play is normally the good one. Again, Secret normally are the best team in the world, but they play a little bit different where they're normally reactionary. They won't try and always seek out these plays, but they'll play for the fact that they will eventually just outscale you, and their greediness is their factor. The issue is this type of play style doesn't work for every team. When they copy Secret, they just get picked apart a lot easier, a lot quicker, and that's why you never see a true mirroring of these tier 2 teams pushing into Secret, for example. Going into this game, I believe the adjustment was Hellraisers have second pick again, but they're, banning out the Phoenix. I think that is pretty critical, because that Phoenix, it simplifies Na'Vi's team fight, right? We've seen it so many times. You can't kill the egg, it's whatever.
Funny observation I heard from the other panel is that it doesn't seem like anything happens in the first 10 minutes of these games for the Divine League. Big difference between that and Immortal. And I realized that it's actually a similar mentality and I'm going to be honest with you. I've realized it's because you just don't know any better.
Okay.
You have, it's really hard. It's really easy, I would rather say, to be like, I have this item. I'm now stronger, and I can capitalize on this strength to do something in the game. It's actually pretty hard to recognize, our heroes just innately, with our abilities at this exact time, are stronger than theirs. It's actually really hard to do that. I'm still working on that. I think it's an incredibly difficult awareness that only Tier 1 teams really have.
I think the experience differential in range creeps has kind of helped people visualize that a little bit better, because everyone's so obsessed about denying the range creeps, getting the range creeps, and you're like, I gotta hit this level 2 skill point so that I finally have that little tiny advantage in the lane. And I think that's kind of starting to, waypoint to people that there are earlier power spikes than just items all the time.
Yeah, it can just be 6 minutes in, even just a casual 5 rotating to the offlane.
Right.
Those are big things that I see a lot in Tier 1 Dota that is not nearly as common.
The issue though in that previous game is the lanes didn't go as well that Hellraisers want to, right? Their draft was built around those laning phase, and their Weevil was already being pressured from the Centaur Phoenix.
Yeah, he was not supposed
and
to.
And Na'Vi was making the moves first, right? So it's Na'Vi, they want to be chill, they want to relax anyways, right? Their draft is about waiting. You look at Hellraisers, their draft was about winning. When they don't win, they then have to also go for the same suit. So sure, we're not seeing the right moves, but it's mainly about the impact in laning phase, which I think is the key thing. It's not the moves on the map and the overall gameplay, it's the fact that the lanes aren't going as cleanly as we see in the Immortal bracket, and that's why the game feels a little bit slower, because one team's in recovery mode, and the other team is in, we can still just farm because we're not being punished because we've already outplayed them, right? So I think that's the main thing, other than these points.
Well, to go off that, one of my favorite points to always reiterate almost every event I'm at is that one team is always happy with nothing going on in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always one team. Sometimes both teams, but usually one is much more in favor. It's okay, if nothing happens, we'll get to our power spike in 5 minutes and we'll be stronger than them. Usually it's with the implication that the opponent at the current moment is stronger than you, but it also might just be that you'll be stronger than them at 4 or 5 minutes from now. So why do anything now? And all you're playing is reactionary defensive Dota. And that's honestly in these type of series where I do believe Navi's the better team. If they're the team that wants a slow game, that's probably what we're going to see. If they're the team that wants a fast, high tempo game, that's probably what we'll see, because usually the better team will dictate what's going on in the game.
I like from Hellraisers the respect they're showing. Even though they pick up this Ember, or projected the Ember pick, it's the bans are still Drow, TB, Storm. All heroes that you would expect Ember to be pretty good against, right? So it's the expectation that Ember might have been banned, so we still have to cover ourselves from these heroes. And overall, I like the adjustment Hellraisers have made so far from that first game, because they were pretty much hinged around this IO. Get rid of that factor. Again, not banned, not touched in this series, but it allows Hellraisers to actually take the fights. The reason why they were so strong in previous tournaments was because they are one of the teams that has that flex potential with most of their cores, going all the way down from carry to support, for example, but also they're so good at their early fighting and just being dominant. When you have an IO in your team, they can't do that. So happy to see Hellraisers aren't as stubborn as some of the Immortal teams, for example, when they're in a best of 3 situation.
Kind of confused though. Hellraisers has not drafted a single ounce of teamfight yet.
That's what I meant about skirmishing. They're a skirmishy fight, non-stop in your face team rather than.
So they just never have teamfight.
Well, it's the element of fighting. They might layer it in with their last 2 picks, but the concept so far is.
It is the same. I'm seeing consistency with. I agree with you. That is exactly what we're seeing. Yeah. But I do believe to some extent that you can't just have. I want teams to have their own flair, but
there are shortcomings.
Yeah, there's definitely a line you have to draw between meta and flair. You know, you have to meet it halfway. But so far,
That's
I'm
like
not
something
convinced.
that I thought have been an issue with earlier Liquid is that they really like teamfight, and there's such a thing as going too far on the other end of the spectrum and being too cooldown dependent.
Yep.
Now
and
you have
there
an
we
RP.
go. So in terms of like the
Arc
skirmish,
Warden?
having a
Do they
quick
play
look
it?
through, they always seem to have like one element of teamfight, be it like the Warlock, be it the Magnus, be it, you know,
that's the
Phoenix. There's something, but yeah,
That's
this
the
is
Arc Warden for noobs hero.
Navi classic. This is a
Not as
It's
good
not-
at split pushing though. That's kind of Arc Warden's
I'm
main
saying
kind of
that
thing.
straight up. I think Arc Warden is literally a better hero,
In
and
all
if you
capacities.
can't play Arc Warden, you play Medusa. I'm dead.
What about in
serious.
team fights? Medusa versus Arc Warden. Who do you think is a better team fighter?
Can you rephrase that to timings? Because I think Medusa has a nicer team-orientated timing
Well,
where you
that's
can
a good
push
answer
through.
then. So then, when would you say that Medusa versus Arc Warden comes online sooner for team fights?
Item-wise, Medusa could be potentially active. Let's say just a Manta, right? She can go pressure a tower. But then the Arc Warden, it's like Midas, Maelstrom, Bot, +1, right? It's like 4 items compared to Medusa could easily itemize for like 1 or 2 small items into fight, or 1 big item and equally the same type of fight.
When I call them like similar heroes, like the way they play early game is very similar, but the way they scale is quite different, right? But Arc Warden builds to do so much damage that you have to get through his team to get to him. Medusa builds
With
a
so
way
much
that she
survivability.
just literally stands in front of you, and your goal is to actually out split push her, right? Because you can't, like you want to outmaneuver. When I say out split push, you want to outmaneuver her because her main weakness is lack of mobility. I did want to say, by the way, this reminded me of a very off-topic point, but
Please, by all means.
I was listening to a streamer, and his main language was not English, but he spoke English, and he said the word orientated.
Okay.
And I got really triggered because I'm like, it's oriented. What the, you know?
Okay, I'm with you.
And so I mentioned this, and someone goes, "Yeah, in British English, it's orientated."
Really?
Yeah, and he just said orientated. So
Really?
it really sparked me there. I guarantee. I know he doesn't know this. Because I heard him say orientated, and I just want to say that
I'm Googling this.
I got
because
triggered, but I was like, wow.
This is
one of the-
interesting because my parents are from India, and so there's a lot of like British English left over in India, and they often say orientated, and I just assumed that it was just because it was like an English second language kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I thought the same thing. I was like,
intrigued.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's funny. These are the things that us Americans are too ignorant for our own good, you know?
Oh my God, you're right. Google says
That's good.
verb and then British in
Orientated.
parentheses. All right, talk about the
Taught
draft
some
team
Americans
of-
at home, I'm sure.
Tell me
quick,
some Dota.
Quick sift through this chat real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah,
I
yeah.
hope Hellraisers maybe go for like a troll warlord right now. I think that would be a really good
Against
activated hero
Dusa?
from the Magnus. Yeah, against Dusa. If the Dusa is mid, it's mid Windrunner mid, right? Doom off lane, Medusa most likely safe lane. But still, I think troll could be very good. It pairs
No
well with the.
anti-mage?
No, I think it's too slow and. Oh, I'm not a fan of the anti-mage, but
I'm so good at
call it.
predicting the team that's going to lose this game.
Yes. This is unfortunately.
I can relate, Hellraisers. I feel you.
Unfortunately,
I feel ya.
Hellraisers are using the NA logic, and it didn't work game 1, the NA logic, but I just the reason why I prefer troll in this scenario, just quick give it some grounding, is it's the fight. You know, you could easily go for like diffusal. You actually have a way to deal with Medusa, if I can even put my teeth in.
You did mention that you found Hellraisers to be a very skirmishy
Exactly.
team, as the odds are also yet again favoring
Yes.
Navi, but yeah.
But now anti-mage, it's like you want to fight, but you can still never truly fight. And the game, we've seen these windrunners. Is it 4? Is it 3? It's so strong with the javelin. There's always kill potential in this anti-mage. I think, however, they have the fight, but they've lost their ability to win this game. I think.
You don't think anti-mage could go like Manta? Or sorry, Vlad's Manta? We saw Miracle
Yeah,
do it. I'd be down for something like that. That's
if
kinda
he
what I was
does,
thinking.
I think that could also be a very good build. Good point there.
Is it just? I feel like the main justification is you're against a Medusa. So
Yeah.
I mean, like, sure, troll diffusal is nice and all, but it's anti-mage versus Medusa.
Well, I'm saying that if he goes for this like mid-game fighting timing, I like this anti-mage. If he goes
Yeah,
Battle
true.
Fury, I think it might see the same problem we saw last
100%.
game.
If he goes Battle Fury, I think this game will just be over. If he goes for the fighting build, I can see why they go for it, but I still think you don't have the lockdown, the solo pick-off from the anti-mage, right? Like, if he jumps onto Medusa, it's not like he can contain her, right? There's not like this inbuilt route or some mechanic you can use. It's just going to be like, oh, I'm just Stone Gaze, right? I failed my blink. But it's, again, item-based issue. Mag might cover it. I still prefer Navi's draft.
Then let's see if a Divine team versus an Immortal team can maybe change the dynamic as we move forward into Game 2 and send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, Game 2 ready to go. We're getting the Anti-Mage out as that last pick is the AM Magnus teaming up together from Hellraisers. What do you reckon? Do you like that sort of last response to the Medusa? You do have this carry that is going to be able to burn through that mana.
I want to see a different kind of item build coming out from AM. Something, you know, that we've seen from Nigma.
Yeah.
They had Mag and AM, so he went for Vlad's Orb of Venom and just proceeds to, you know, farm up and gets Manta Style much earlier, so you can do much more with the Manta Style. You can dodge a Shackle, you can dispel Wave of Terror, and you have that Manta Style online faster, which means more mana burn on Medusa.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he is able to, or if he is going to do that. As you say, just being able to make use of having that Magnus in his squad and using that ability to skip the Battle Fury. Over on Na'Vi's side, I mean, just sort of things overall. Like, do you prefer one of the drafts here? Do you think a team sort of got an easier path to victory?
Medusa and Venge. This is kind of a lineup, you know, that can just knock on your tier 3 towers 20 minutes in, depending how the early game is going, how many stacks you have. And it's pretty easy to stack with Venge. You can stack multiple camps with her second ability and just attacking. And that's going to be offlane Mag. I don't put much, you know, trust in the offlane Mag. Nigma have done it, but almost every single other team that I've watched play kind of failed with it.
Oh, and why is that? What does the hero sort of miss out on being played in this position as opposed to something else?
I still feel the strongest part of the hero is that he is the actual damage dealer and he comes online fast. Like, you just can't contest Mag. Suddenly he shows up 15 minutes in, Echo Saber power treads a Blink Dagger, and no other hero in the game can do that at the moment. They nerfed him by 25%, self-damage on Empower, not enough. This is the kind of build I want to see on the offlane Mag, not getting Empower, more of a killer type build, especially with the Tiny. They have 2 repositioning skill once Mag hits level 2 with the Skewer and the Toss combo.
Yeah, we'll see sort of how it does go with the builds. I mean, obviously eventually he's going to want to have us points in that Empower to help out the Anti-Mage, unless we are just going to see the AM still go for the Battle Fury himself. We'll see what the case is going to be with that. The mid lane, Kasani Ember against Young G Doom. We have seen Young G play very nicely in the mid lane.
That's what I've seen. I don't know if you were paying attention. I'm pretty sure the chat saw that one typed CS lol.
I'm sure they were probably typing it before you even checked the lane. They were prepared for those. But yeah, on the mid Doom, do you expect another pretty solid game from Young G? This a lane that he's going to farm freely in and maybe even get the win in?
I've seen mid Dooms doing much better than I expected, where they get ton of farm, like you get multiple points in Devour. Creep Camp is closer, so he's going to get the value out of that one. Let's see what he finds.
Oh, he's going to go over, yeah, grab it from Hellraiser's side. So, the Mud Golem. I mean, I guess you can mess with some CS throwing the stone at. But nothing incredible for the lane. Bottom lane, Miposhka doing his best to push back Immersion, make sure that space is there for his Anti-Mage to farm freely, and so far things looking good for the AM down here. Not having too much pressure early on from the two of them, Immersion and 9 Pasha.
It's a tough lane for Vindranger. I mean, he's doing well, 8 CS so far, but against AM's mana burn, against the spell mechanic in the laning stage, you just might struggle.
Top lane, King are able to make things happen there between the two of them. And you said it, you know, these two, they are pretty solid killers here. A lot of burst early on between that beefy duo off lane that Hellraisers got with the Tiny and the Magnus.
So far, so good for AM. Complete free farm. He does not care too much about any harassment coming out from Clock. Can easily just jump out of the cogs. I don't think Clockwork even gets cogs in this lane. I think you need to just go for the rocket build instead.
Yeah.
Secure some CS, maybe make a play on the other lane. Yeah, this is trouble. Pasha's in trouble, actually.
Yeah, just so much harassment here from the two members of Hellraisers.
If AM has Orb of Venom, that's a dead Vindranger.
Yeah, hasn't got it out for himself, at least so far in the laning setup.
And I see Ring of Health being queued up on AM, which means that he wants to go for Battle Fury.
Unless it's the Vanguard build. You know, that used to be a build, didn't it? On the AM, we saw what Miracle went for the... He went for the Vlad's build.
True, but with the Vlad, you have enough mana regen to jump between the camps. You need some kind of mana item. Otherwise, you're not getting too much out of it. Or you need to have constant clarities running on you, which is not good.
Mid lane continue to be very close. I mean, Young G's got a few more denies for the most part. Neither of these heroes really under too much threat from one another. We are going to see a movement coming in around the 4-minute rune. Quick chains here from Kasani trying to hold Young G back, but Young G's got the movement speed. That haste rune will be his.
12 HP regen per second, double bracer, and 2 points in Devour.
Yeah, it's pretty hard as well with the double bracer now, the blades of attack. So Kasani is going to have to prepare himself for quite some punches from the Doom.
This lane does not really pressure AM at all. Centaur helping them out.
It does get the stun on the turn, then they've got the avalanche follow up on Ilias. Ilias will turn with the magic missile onto Funnick, but Funnick's still able to get him with the skewer, find the slow. And one more punch will do it. King R's able to reach in and finish off Ilias for the second time in this lane. Doing a good job, Hellraisers, of just punishing this Venge anytime she comes just a little too far forward. Still, not necessarily slowing down Crystallizer's farm, though. He's still able to farm.
Oh, Medusa's going to contest this one with the snake if he has it. And it's going to be there. I'm not sure you're getting that kill.
I mean, a few hits with the Wave of Terror. It's going to be close. King R trying to hold Crystallize back with the toss, but still mana to provide Crystallize protection. The bounce for the snake is going to hit onto Funnick. Funnick's got to skewer away.
Funnick
makes that. He's got the bottle.
Yeah, he's done it in the previous game as well, which allowed him to stay at the top of net worth first 15 minutes. You know, just the constant mana regen and the spam. AM going for power treads, which I really like. Instead of going for regen, you have Enchantress, you have some tangles left, and a small ring flask to work with. No points in nature attendance, but still, AM complete free farm in this lane.
Yeah, both him and Kasani getting some excellent farm early on in the 2 quarters. And the AIM's game only going to get easier once he starts gearing up with Funnick's in power. And hitting around the jungle, and then it's just going to be a case of whether Crystallize can stay on the level and or ahead with the Duset. Did cure the Midas earlier, so it looks like that will be the route he wants to go, just to make sure that he can keep up with the farming speed of an AM with Cleave. Pasha.
Cogs. Oh, got him.
Yeah, they're going to be able to keep it safe. Nicely done from Immersion, coming in, and does stop Pasha from going down there. Was just a hit away from dying as the Wind Ranger. A good CP from Immersion. Comes in, keeps him safe. And, oh, okay. Did stick around.
He tried to go for a last hit.
He did.
And travel help, but that play from the magic wand. Crystallize in trouble. He's low on mana.
And just managed to get the snake out. So a little bit there for backup, but there's backup for Hellraisers. Kasani's in with the chains onto Crystallize. He pops the stick. He's trying to get back underneath the tower. Toss comes in though. Crystallize will fall. As King R able to finish that off there, chucking Funnick in with the toss. And they managed to kill the Juicers. Now 4 for 0. Hellraisers getting some of these early kills. Kasani getting active across the map. Young G's here. Comes in from the trees, able to drop down the Doom. Do they have enough control, though, to keep this Ember in place? Young G trying to close up on him, but King R's there with the Avalanche. Keeps him safe. This Ember ain't going to fall to that Doom. He's out of there, so first Doom usage not off to great effect.
Whoa, this is pretty big that he actually survived that first Doom. Bottom lane doing extremely well. Also, Doom not a hero that, you know, just goes in and ganks people. They need some kind of a follow-up. Immersion, what is he, level 3 or 4? Like, you need your Clockwork to be active. You need him to get levels to actually be that initiator, because right now, Na'Vi looking like they're in a very tough spot. I also want to see what AM has queued up. Just to see if he's going for the Battle Fury or the Vlad's build.
I mean, with this sort of a start where they're not really under any pressure, he may just go for the Battle Fury anyway, despite having the Empower buff. We'll see how fast he does want to play it. It's back down bottom. And Miposhka with the micro playing around with Pasha. Immersion is going to be there. And actually with the Shackle out, they'll be able to turn and do quite a bit of damage here to Miposhka. Ego tries to jump in, but the power shot. Yeah, nice snipe from Pasha comes in. King R is there with the wraparound, looks over towards Immersion, but Immersion's under the tower, and Na'Vi, they've brought in more as Young G.
4 people.
Ready to start running down. Another power shot connects from Pasha, sets up for King R to fall. Good turn. As we do see the mask picked up, so it looks like he will be going the same route that we saw Nigma do when they ran the AM and the Magnus, and something that the panel said they did want to see. And would you agree this is the way to play? Make full usage of the fact you've got the Empower on your side, and don't waste money and time on the battlefield.
Yeah, surprised some of the teams did not start picking it up much earlier. It's an old mechanic that goes back a couple of years ago, and now they're gonna start to making aggressive rotation on the top lane for Hellraisers. Oh, that's a big stack.
Oh, that is. If they can get over here, I mean, they've got ways to clear these stacks. Take them away from Hellraisers. They'll get a ward down, so they'll have vision on when Na'Vi's going for it, and Hellraisers can have a chance of getting in. King R, he's actually going to get the wraparound. He's able to just walk in on the two of them. The combo into the chains. Ilias and Immersion taken down straight away.
Take the stack. They need to take the stack right now. It's super farm. That's like
they're not going for it yet, but I mean, they've got to contest it. Maybe they want to leave it now because they've got the ward down, and just wait until Na'Vi's maybe farming it, getting a little low. But yeah, they've got to make sure they don't just let Crystallize pick that up for free.
Iron Talon for Medusa. Okay, that's the farming item that she needs. Pasha. Man, this anti-mage is playing extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
Still did not hear or see Mana Void, and he just bought another Raid Band. I like it. Like, you need some kind of a extra attack speed, extra damage if you're going for that no Battle Fury build.
Oh yeah, true. With the 2 Wraith Bands and the Vlads, when you're empowered in the fights, this is going to be an AM that he's going to feel very strong early on in this game. You've got to be careful for him, especially in these fights where they get the setup for RPs. This AM's going to be able to blink in and easily offer the damage to clear up anyone caught in the RP.
They're very limited on the tower damage on side of HR, so they need to keep playing with the catapult timings if they want to keep the pressure, or just bring 1-2 creeps. 1 creep from Enchantress. Never mind, can't have 2.
Bit of damage done here mid. Looks like the stack was taken, and they got the D-Ward as well, Na'Vi, so we're able to hold control of that. So Hellraisers stopping to put the pressure on the top lane. This tier 1 starting to get pushed in. Na'Vi's smoke coming to an end. They're not going to be able to get here in time. Tower down.
Clockwork just hit level 6. I want to make see a rotation coming out from Clockwork. Bottom lane, that's a big kill if they can get it. Hook shot into Shackle, but they need a follow-up. They also need to use Doom to secure the kill.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. They've got to find some way of getting Young G on top of him. Without the Doom, this anti-mage doesn't die.
He's deeping out.
He's out.
Great sense.
Yeah.
I don't see any wards, but sometimes you can see when the enemy hero who's showing on the lane starts acting differently. You see a Wind Ranger stepping like 50 range closer, trying to attack him a couple of times, just being in the range of a Shackle.
Oh, we'll get the setup here. This will be a kill. A very easy one there. Immersion finding the hook shot straight away onto Kasani. Kasani was able to spend up his money, did go for the bots. So nice early bots this game on Ember. It's 12 minutes in. Make it much easier for him to make these moves around the map. Make sure he's always there when Funnick or the Tiny King R finds some sort of a setup. King R has his blink looking 1500. Starting to get some space to hit creeps himself. Just 1k in it, 1 to 2k at least. We'll start to see how things pick up for both carries now that the anti-mage very much ready to start clearing around the map with the power. And
pops the drum just to get some tower damage going. Mag needs to play for his Blink Dagger. Like, they're gonna have some sick timing on Blink Daggers. 15 minutes in, you're gonna have 1 on Mag, 1 on Tiny. AM will be ready to join a fight with the Vlads and Yasha just to clean things up. I want to see what Kasani had queued up. Just the Boots of Travel, you said? That's it?
Yeah, he's picked it up. He's got the bots online. So you've got the bots drums going for the Radiance next, Kasani. Na'Vi, they're going to be fed some free kills here by the looks of it. Underneath the tower, what's going on? All right, 3 heroes just dying in mid on Hellraisers as Crystallize turns up, gets the cleanup on 2 of them.
That's weird. I mean,
Yeah.
I expected them to get the Blink Daggers and get the fights going then, but they can do this to make it more interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, Na'Vi's going to say thank you very much. Crystallize, as I say, he's got the Midas rolling and just able to get himself involved with a couple of easy kills mid. Ego will still be able to finish off the tower. And again, obviously as expected after the Vlad's just going for the Manta style as standard. And will still make very good timing on that. But does have to be a little bit of a worry that Crystallize is also having such a good game. Sure, the Deucer can be a big, juicy target for the anti-mage. But at the end of the day, if Na'Vi, they have heroes that can control the fight, make sure that the anti-mage struggles to stay on top of the Medusa. His Medusa can turn and punch back if he's sort of getting the first damage items online before the anti-mage is, and you'll see that after Crystallize gets that Manta done.
Medusa is extremely farmed. They also had a couple of good stacks that she cleared. Dragonlance, Hand of Midas. That means that she's going to be getting a lot of levels, going for Manta style next. Camp stacked 10 by Venge. That's insane.
Yeah, that's some big lifting here in the early game. For sure, without a doubt, a lot of money being built up on the map for his team. And there we go, the odds right now still favouring Na'Vi here. The EGB odds 1.52, and understandable. Crystallize.
That's a good shackle.
And that's also an excellent stone gate straight away. The turn comes into play. Funnick, RP for what? I mean, it might save him. They're going to run him down. Immersion was able to find Miposhka on the way out, and Funnick, he's not going to get away. This is going to hurt. One of the reasons why we saw the odds there favouring Na'Vi. I think that you can just sense that Crystallize's game is only going to get better. And if Pasha continues to hit shackles like that, then Hellraiser is going to struggle to actually fight Na'Vi early on.
So Magnus decided not to get a Blink Dagger. There's still Doom. No follow-up, already used the Blink Dagger, which means that that's why I don't like the Mag as position 3, where like you want to get the mech, you do not want to get straight a Blink Dagger, but you also need the item to set things up, because it's very hard for them. How far? 2 Blink Daggers. All right, I like that. Use one to get in, one to get out.
Okay.
Then skewer back in.
That's some big brain stuff here from Funnick.
Sassive Foul, come on, use it.
So you go.
What triggers you the most when you're watching a Dota game? Is it passive Hand of Midas? Passive Shovel?
I don't.
Pause.
Probably the passive Midas is. You know what I mean? I feel like there's definitely too many occasions where we see Midas is just not getting used. There we go. And well, that defusal on AM, that would be quite something. That I've tried that. Back in the day. It was because you didn't have to put points into your abilities. You could put them into stats. So you would just go full stats on AM, you buy a blink, you buy a defusal, and then you'd lose the game. It was excellent. Those were the good days of Dota 2. Those were the good days when you could do that.
Did you know that the old defusal blade had Purge, and you could just kill
the golem
from the Warlock? Yeah, it's insane.
That was amazing.
Oh, you have your ulti, let me just buy this 3,000 gold item, and I'm gonna destroy it instantly.
And that was in the game for a long time as well.
It was.
That wasn't like a patch thing, like we shouldn't have added that. That was a feature, and it was quite something. It just goes to show that some things in Dota that can be there for eternity, and they're just sort of accepted. And I feel one of those things, you do hear some of the people complain, but things like the runes right and the RNG of them, that is a feature that I wouldn't be surprised if like one day Valve just like changes or removes.
Just completely I mean, we got shrines removed. We had what, 5
things can
in
get
the base,
taken away.
a couple of outside the base. It was pretty impossible to siege the high ground.
Oh, Pasha. Oh, there we go. They got him. Or have they? Yes, they have. Chains are out. Pasha goes down. He goes securing the kill. Pasha online from next after the Manta. Still though, you are starting to see this anti-mage fall behind. There's 2k gold in it now. Crystallize. This Deuce is a problem. They have these heroes that can make the jump in, but again, Medusa very much this hero that if you jump in, you don't burst down, she's just going to turn and start killing you. And sure, Anti-Mage is great at burning the mana, but as I say, Na'Vi, they've got multiple ways of swapping cogs out, shackles, ways they can stop this Anti-Mage actually getting to hit the Medusa. And then if you're not hitting the Medusa, Crystallize is just going to win every fight.
They just need to be careful about the counter spell. Don't get shackled back and don't get doomed back. It might just completely lose you the game. Medusa is the swap behind her. Yes, it is.
They've got to try and do something about Crystallize.
Take her out first.
Okay, Stone Gaze. It's going to be popped by Crystallize. Young G, he's in. He's got the Doom on the This Anti-Mage is dead. Quick moves from Young G. As Funnick tries to skewer away, but he only catches Immersion with him, who's got the cogs. Again, this is the worry if you're Hellraisers. Any bad fight you take anywhere close to Crystallize is just going to allow him to propel himself further and further ahead. This Dusa, his game's only going to get easier at this point if these plays continue to come out like this.
So far, they only managed to kill Medusa once. And she's staying 3k gold ahead of the Anti-Mage. They just got a kill on him. Midas, come on.
Come on, Crystallize.
And you can't just itemize to get a MKB on AM at this point. You need a basher. You need to, be able to kill the rest and then deal with Medusa.
Yeah.
Just get the first jump. But as you said, there's a couple of counterplays to that. There's a swap. There's a clockwork hook shot. They have ways of dealing it.
Mid lane. Try for the jump on Young G. I should be able to find him here. Doom goes down. Honestly, I think if you're Na'Vi, you don't really care too much about who dies as long as your Medusa's farming away. Maybe they can get Roche with this. They do know there's no Stone Gaze.
2 cores with the Empower, power shot plus a rocket. They're popping the drums. They're committed.
Yeah, they want to. I mean, you could maybe try for a steal, but you can see with the positioning of Hellraisers trying to make it hard for the hook shot to come in from an angle.
That's a huge nerf to Clockwork. In the past 2 patches. Oh, barely missed it.
He couldn't reach. He didn't quite have to reach Immersion. RP comes out, but the cogs were there. Kind of split them up after the RP. Immersion, he's actually going to be able to walk out of that. They do lose Pasha. The toss will finally get him, but Crystallize, he's stepping over. Ilias is getting onto now. Crystallize, he's been left alone. This is 5 versus 1, but they can't do it. They're having to run. The Dusa is too strong. Despite killing off 3 members of Na'Vi, they still have to run away. Young G's able to get the jump in onto Kasani. And now, I mean...
they can run into Roche Pit. Or Na'Vi. And Medusa's about to hit level 20. And even when Venge dies, she still gives aura to Medusa. Extra stats.
Oh, use a Midas. Midas! Come on, I know he wants to save it for the bigger creep, but there's no creeps here.
Someone cleared the jungle. The nerf I talked about is that Clockwork Rocket duration actually went from 10 to 8 and then from 8 to 6, which is kind of a big deal. Like, you want to have the vision in the pit. Definitely not the nerf that I expected on Clockwork, but it happened. And AM's so far away from just completely getting that Abyssal Blade. Like, even though it's a 3k gold lead for Na'Vi, now they have a big item, and Medusa will have full butterfly in a minute or 2, and then they can just go into a Roche Pit and take it by force. Blink Dagger, that's the first one.
Yeah, first one of many if Funnick wants to be as experimental as he was queuing up his build to be. But yeah, I mean, Crystallize, he's just only going to be more of a problem for Hellraisers. I mean, how do you deal with the Dusa here? Can you ever sort of kill Crystallize when there's teammates around? Have you got to try and pick off the support heroes? Do you just throw everything onto the Medusa? How do you kill her?
That's a good question, Owen. If they need to take care of the rest, just wait until she uses ulti, try to reset, and get her last. I don't see them man-fighting Medusa, especially if she gets the Stone Gaze off. And this is look what Pasha is doing. Like, he understands that he needs to keep Medusa safe.
Yeah.
Getting Guardian Greaves. Also, I see 1 Lincoln's queued up, so that's the way to counter the Abyssal Blade. Like, this is one of the hardest carries in the game, and if you take care of her, she's gonna deliver. This is what I talked about. Get the full butterfly, run into Roche Pit with the massive Pytus once again.
Oh no. I mean, that's the thing, he's this farm, and even with efficiency being lost. 16,000 net worth. Hellraisers there are starting to come around the pit. Can they actually get in? Wall coverage is good from Na'Vi. They see this. King R, he does try and jump in. They're going to go back in as Young Jesus able to get the stop on the two of them. The Shackle's there onto Funnick. King R's dead. So's Funnick.
Back to the Roche pit.
Back to the pit. Not only going to get Roche, but getting themselves 2 kills out to the side of it. And it just feels like we're going to get into a bit of a repeat position of game 1 where Hellraisers, they just, that early mid-game, slowly fall behind after 1 or 2 awkward moves, and then it very much seems like they just seem a little lost. Like what do they do playing this game from this position? It just seems ever so hard.
And the only option for Hellraisers might be the split pushing, the same thing they did in game number 1.
Let's crystallize with this Aegis. I mean, it's still so early, but 24 minutes in. Midas, Manta, Butterfly, Dragonlance crystallize with all the components to start pushing even more aggressively down the lanes of Hellraisers, maybe even starting to tackle the high ground if Na'Vi so wish. At the same time, they may not even feel too much pressure under themselves this game because of how far ahead their Medusa is right now. Let's see, around the mid they go. Hellraisers, I mean, what's their best bet here? May just have to be waiting for the high ground defense. Fighting outside of the base, it's...
Oh, look at that range.
So
Dragonlance again, Midas.
I was going to say, I'm just looking at the Midas. Where's the creeps? Where's the camps?
Oh, they already used the glyph.
Wait, what?
They used the glyph for some reason.
Why? Oh, I mean, Na'Vi, they could definitely punish this.
Okay, so they used it for the bottom tower.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna reset just to, you know, get the maximum efficiency going.
Tier 2 down mid. Na'Vi will sweep up to the top to push this round, take another tier 2 whilst they have this Aegis. And whilst Hellraisers still struggle to really bring together a fight, they've got the Shiva's Guard done on the Ember Spirit. Seeing Funnick just trying to get the Force online so we can have a bit of save, help people get away from the cogs. And Kasani looking for the chase on Pasha, but just a little too elusive. As pressure just continues to mount up on the anti-mage. This anti-mage has got to catch up. At least, as you say, with the Abyssal, then Ego can start to play these fights in a way that he can jump and look to pop at least one of the supporting cast of Na'Vi.
If AM does not have a buyback and they manage to kill him, this game could just end. They still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes. They're clearing the rest of tier 2 towers at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Crystallize, I mean, these
They have
1500
another
away
glyph.
from a Satanic.
Double sentry, double blink.
There we go, they're going to need to try and do something here, Hellraisers. What can they do? They'll get the deep tossing onto Crystallize. Have they got any damage to even threaten him the once? He pops the Manta, steps away to the side. Ilias, he's got the lockdown as well with the immersion follow-up hook shot onto King R. King R's gone. They're now a man down for this defense. No buyback on the Tiny. Fortification now pop, but is whilst the creeps are out of range. So Na'Vi's going to have a full HP creep wave coming in.
AM's on top, which means that they cannot clear the bottom creeps.
He's going for the jungle creeps, though, not for the tower pressure Ego at the moment. So no real split push pressure. Funnick will get a deep dive, deep grab onto Ilias. So Venge is gone. That might be enough, actually, by the looks of it, to sort of scare Na'Vi off as they start to back away with their Venge dying in that situation.
This is something that Miposhka needs to do. Every single time Venge dies, just use Enchant on that illusion and take it over so they don't get anything out of it and actually use it against them. I'm not sure why that's a thing. Like, this kind of illusion should be strong, and I don't think you should be able to take control of it.
Yeah, I know, it's weird how some fall under that rule and others don't. Ego, how's his timing's looking? Going for the Lincoln Sphere next, making sure that he's got that safety against these Dooms, Shackle shots. His early spells is all Pasha. Got the Shackle. Is there any follow-up, though? There is. Immersion coming in with a hook shot. The cogs push back into the Doom. The combos, he's stuck up on the cliff. They have the vision with the rocket flare and the power shot, and now King R, he himself under pressure, has found an Invis rune.
Reveal. They
don't have
reveal.
detention. Oh, he's at. He sniped it, Pasha. Oh, we didn't even know where he went, but Pasha did. Damn, with the power shot snipe into the darkness, finds the connection. Very nicely done there from the Wind Ranger. Reads him like a book.
Power shot.
Yeah.
Power shot. Yeah, makes complete sense. Can they do something? Do something, Medusa. I don't know.
I see what you're trying to go for there.
Let's just stop there. It's going to be Aegis gone for Na'Vi, but that's a full Satanic. Status resistance. Oh, and she's going to get level 25 pretty soon.
Dude, this is, 29 minutes in. Crystallize just enormous on the Medusa. It's another game where Crystallize has just been he's been able to pop off AC done as well on the Doom, so further ways that Crystallize is just going to be buffed up in the team fights. They just cannot deal with it. They cannot deal with this Medusa right now. It's far too far ahead. They're going to try for a smoke, but Na'Vi themselves, they're smoked up and waiting in the shadows. Kasani swapped in. Oh, but they didn't actually have anyone there ready for that swap, so Kasani's able to pop Remnant, jump out. Still the remainder of Hellraisers hiding behind him in the smoke. What is there to do? What kind of jump can they find? Crystallize starts to show, but he's a hard target to jump on. Looking over towards Kasani, but they do manage to get the blink in. Oh, on the back lines. Ego tries to go for immersion with the Mana Void finisher. They'll take it. It's a clockwork down. Another poke in from Kasani. Still having to stay off to the side without the Mana Void. They don't really have enough burst to take out the heroes of Na'Vi, but still one's enough. Will push Na'Vi back, as Na'Vi will wait and reset once immersion's back in the game. So a little bit of breathing room for Hellraisers.
They definitely don't need to go in and try to end the game right now, but they can wait for the next Rosh. It could respawn in more than a minute. If it's a fast spawn, Pasha's ready to go.
Instant jump in onto the Ember.
Another Doom.
Is there again. Catching this Ember multiple times. Youngji always finding the target. As Kasani will fall down for a minute. Has got buyback. Na'Vi will work to push this top lane round. Take away the final tier 2 of Hellraisers. So they've got all 5 back in the game. Just continuing to grow that lead. 10k advantage right now. Still there for Na'Vi. Hellraisers struggling to make any sort of dent in it.
Pasha has been playing amazing this game, setting up so many kills. That power shot kill. On top of that, AM needs to carry this card. Every single time they show in a lane where they want to push, he needs to be there and just try to stop it, kill the creeps. That's their only play.
Oh, Funnick, King up. Got the grab on Immersion. Immersion is going to pop to the Mana Void. Pasha going to start focus firing away onto Funnick. Ego, he's already out of there. As the chase here from Na'Vi resumes onto Funnick. Another connection as Pasha is able to close the gap, set up a second shackle shot onto Funnick. It's another kill for Na'Vi. King R just hiding and hoping. 20 seconds and he'll be able to TP out. They don't know he's here.
Young G also playing extremely well. Like, he can't do any flashy plays with the Doom, but his Dooms were on point, except the first one. Like, every single time he got the kill on the Ember Spirit.
It's been a tough game for the Ember. Young G always able to read him.
That's a big item. I see Aghanim Scepter queued up on him.
So Young G
break, and the longer stun. If you break AM, it's like any other hero.
Yeah, he's just going to do no damage and just die. He's just going to die. That's King R. He's still chilling up here. He's been trying to get these creep waves cut.
Ooh, he even has Quiver. So, more extra range. Is that Divine Rapier queued up, or is he just getting MKB?
I think it's MKB. I don't think we're going to get treated to a Rapier hit. I think they're going to play it safe. No, Daedalus. Okay, Daedalus. That's a little bit more exciting than a MKB. Oh, they found him! Oh, they found him. They found him. Was trying to cut these creep waves and stuck around for a creep wave too many. They hunted him down. But yeah, that's the full Daedalus done on Crystallize. And as you saw as well in the XP, very, very close to being that level 25 here. Just 33 minutes in Crystallize. 462 CS at 33 minutes. They cannot do anything about it.
25 Medusa. All right.
Yeah, and a DD rune.
Not bad. So
Midas.
Modifiers. Okay, gotta get the most out of it. Keeping the spider legs for now. No boots.
I mean, that's the dream neutral, right? I mean, there's so many good ones, I guess, for Medusa, but the slot efficiency of getting spider legs, it's just great, right? Because this is a hero that just does so much with, having these huge late game items.
Yeah, spider snake. Imagine, how do you kill spider snake?
I don't know. I don't know. What would the weakness be? I mean, I mean,
you can't just cut off the legs because it's just gonna be like a regular snake.
What's Spider-Man's weakness in like the lore? Are you much of a superhero expert?
I'm no superhero expert. I watch the movies, but not the biggest fan.
Oh, King Art, he's got the venge. But Kasani, he just gets torn apart by these crits of Medusa. Pasha, it just don't stop. It just don't stop from this Wind Ranger. Catch after catch, setting up kill after kill for Crystallize. That's 2 cores dead, neither of them with buyback.
He's still chasing. He might get him.
Is he going to get another shackle? Oh, he is. Pasha, ladies and gentlemen, having a beautiful, beautiful night on the Wind Ranger.
You're not getting out. I mean, Medusa has a ton of attack speed.
Yep.
Plus Shackle coming through once again. Even Cheese on Medusa. She just gave it away to Pasha, I believe.
I mean, he deserves it. He deserves it for hitting those spells. And let's be honest, Crystallize, he don't need it. He does not need it. Ego still farming away, but just one of those games where the anti-mage has just never had the chance to use that power that on paper looks to be there against a Medusa. You see that he's got this ability of burning mana. He buys a Manta. You've got 3 extra illusions to burn it as well. But the reality of it is, if there's a strong team around the Medusa, you can't just ever get on top of her and go. If she's an item ahead of you, it just feels from that moment onwards that you're just never going to be able to threaten the Medusa in a fight.
And I like these color-coordinated items on Pasha. Everything is kind of blue and purple. The toss back on Medusa.
Oh, that's
and the skewer back.
Oh, here we go.
That's the big brain play.
Okay. Have they got any other ways of getting him even deeper? Again? Oh!
But
the swap! Ilias! Oh, but the RP! And then the missed hookshot down the side of it all. Crystallize, he's going to get the chance to pop the Stone Gaze. As Funnick's got to run. Pasha with the chase, the focus fire. Funnick tries to skewer away, but they'll find him. Youngji again finds the Doom onto the Ember Spirit. Crystallize just beating them back to the fountain as the buybacks will come out, but there's 2 dead for good on Hellraisers. As Na'Vi, they can just resume hitting the base. I mean, it was... Oh,
Mag.
On the Doom. Pasha tries to come across. King R's got the toss up. Youngji trying to run away, has that movement speed. The Shackle getting blocked by the Spell Shield. Still, they have to be careful how close they get to Crystallize, as Crystallize just holds his ground, focusing the objectives. I mean, toss back, King R.
He's out of mana.
He is out of mana.
But Satanic,
and this anti-mage is just dying because of the crits. The damage is too much. Crystallize kills him off. There'll be a buyback from Ego. But there is 3 dead on Hellraisers. Na'Vi are going to respect it. They are going to back off. I mean, they were so close to having the big play there, Hellraisers. If they were able to get that toss back onto Crystallize into the fountain, this would have been a big swing. But Ilias, clutch stuff with that swap. That swap's not there, and then suddenly Hellraisers, they actually might have had a chance of holding on in this game.
Any repositioning skill in Dota right now gives you ability to just defend the tier 3 towers and go for that kind of a play, especially if you have both Magnus and Tiny in your team.
We got Funnick. He's going to hit the skew AM. He's going to actually follow here with a hookshot. They're on top of the AM. He's been hookshotted as well. He's just locked down. He can't get out. That's a dieback on Ego. Na'Vi will move forward to look to end this one. 33-20, 29k lead. And an incredibly fat Medusa to top it all off as Crystallize has another excellent game on the carry. Swap
Another
back.
good swap into Cogs.
He's away.
Na'Vi playing on point.
He's even looking for the fountain shackle shots here, going straight in. As Na'Vi, they'll take the tier 4s, the Ancient exposed. This game will slowly be theirs. Hellraisers, they're chilling outside the base, maybe trying for one more play. But even with the toss on Pasha, they don't have enough damage. The hook shot into the Cogs pushback onto Kasani. Sets up for more kills. GG is called. And with that Na'Vi, they'll take game 2 and the series is theirs. 2-0 against Hellraisers. And for pretty much the mid-game onwards in both of these games, it did, you could feel that Na'Vi just had a very solid hold on both of these matches.
Yeah, they definitely played better and deserved this victory throughout the whole series. Decision-making, I felt like, Hellraisers were kind of in control the first game, but rotation-wise, it was just not there. Same goes for game 2. You had Xani dying so many times on Ember Spirit. I mean, you can say that he died, or you can say that he played bad, or Young G and Pasha played extremely well and caught him so many times.
Yeah, I mean, this Wind Ranger, as you pointed out, he really popped off, and just great to see it happen as well with a build that very much was. It wasn't a selfish build, right? He's getting Greaves, Blink, Lincolns. He's thinking about his team, and it just goes to show how much you can still do with this build that doesn't give you any sort of right click or incredible things to do yourself. It is about just playing with the team, and he did that, Pasha.
Oh, for sure. Like getting a Guardian Greaves, with the Medusa on the team, replenishing the mana, keeping her alive. She gets so much out of it.
Oh yeah, really smart stuff there from Pasha and the boys as Na'Vi will take this second game. The series will be theirs today. 2-0, Na'Vi will defeat Hellraisers.
Another team that dropped down from the Immortal League and showed their dominance here in the upper bracket of the Divine League. It was a rough game for Hellraisers, but Na'Vi played it well. They come out on top 2-0. I'm here together with Kyle and Fogg. What's up?
Nothing. The cause just makes me laugh. I just can't look at Dominic lately. I don't know. I'm just talking to him too much. I just look at him and start laughing. I just can't. Oh, God, okay.
We're just entertained by a great game of Dota.
Yes, that is it. That is it.
They almost pulled off the play. When you can't kill an enemy hero, Valve did, or rather Ice Frog buffed the fountain. Makes that strat even stronger. If you can get them into the fountain, you can kill her. But unfortunately, there was an intercept. Tiny Airlines almost landed in the right spot, but unfortunately,
would that have been enough? Would that have been enough?
No.
Would have given them a little bit more signs of life, but inevitably probably wouldn't have changed anything.
I will go to the beginning of this game, though, because that last pick Anti-Mage, it was overall last pick Anti-Mage, it looked great. I thought that Anti-Mage is going to do well, and then lane state comes around and it actually looks okay for them as well.
Is AM even a counter to Dusa?
I think they play around different timings, but I think Dusa, if you're built around, especially with a hero like Venge that enables you so much, I don't think AM actually is a counter to the Dusa. Because you hit this peak, you hit this timing so much faster as a Medusa. The fact that she can even go for like a Midas build and just kind of sit back and farm really helps. But I do think that the Doom really changed everything too, right? I feel like Young G just played like a boss. He pretty much made it so that the enemy team had no mid laner. So they just can't make plays ever because they just don't have an Ember Spirit in the game. Like every single time Kasani would respawn, and I'd be like, oh, because he's dead. He's just dead. He's just dead to Shackles, dead to Dooms over and over again. And then it's like, AM is split pushing the whole game, but it's just the AM, and he can't solo carry that game.
Yep. I think that we're going to see these sorts of like single target carries sort of fall off. In favor of the more spread damage flash farmers, because the other issue I see is that, to your point, Dusa on map is going to get more gold than AM until AM has, what, 4 items? AM also can't take stacks unless empowered and or with Battle Fury, and ultimately that's with, again, more items or lifesteal included. So Dusa hits towers better, farms faster, and really, I think 6-slotted would still beat Anti-Mage. Like, AM never out-carries a Dusa unless you have a massive gold advantage, but how do you get that if your lane is weak and you don't farm as fast?
And you're countered in a couple of different ways as well, right? Like Doom is such a big problem in this game. And also, he didn't go Battle Fury. That's another thing. Like, I'm not saying he should have gone Battle Fury in this game, but I feel like that also inhibits the Magnus from having another like a bigger performance too, right? Because he's always running around making sure that he's empowering the Anti-Mage in the early game. So then your Ember's being shut down for the majority. Your Magnus has to be an Empower bot for the most part for that AM, and then you're relying on just your 2 supports to pretty much do everything, right? So I feel like it's just, they're very on the back foot in this game for this AM to actually have a game.
I think maybe it was just not misplayed, but when we saw, it was Miracle who did it, right? The AM with no Battle Fury, double Wraith, Treads, Vlad's Rush, like he was active. He was playing around his
Battle
team.
Anti-Mage, absolutely.
And that's, I think, what was key here. You can't, like, how does Crystallize get away with a Midas? You know, if you can't punish that, you're going to lose the game. And Na'Vi, I think, just showing that even though they did drop down to the Divine Division, they're still like a tier above. I saw some guy don't know why I read these things, said that, tier 1 and tier 2 teams are the same. If you turn the names off, you wouldn't see the difference. Well, that's just bullshit, because these teams are just better. Like, NiP came down after getting rolled twice by Fly to Moon in Immortal Division, 4-0. They come here and they just crush their opponent. Na'Vi does the same to HR. Like, these teams are just good. And I think that even though they dropped down, they're proving like they deserve those invites.
I think you really start to see the difference in particular is what everyone was talking about in the mid game. Right, laning phase, like you said, AM, he's farming, even mid, he's farming. Offlane, they were doing pretty well. They actually got several kills on that Medusa, but that's where you start to see the difference about teams, where they really start to understand it, the nitty-gritty of the Dota, right? So mid game, it felt like Doom was always up in a way, right? He's always finding the right pickoffs just because they're more comfortable and they're just better as a team.
And then you've got an Ember Spirit that went for Boot to Travel Radiance. Wasn't the greatest item build.
With an Animage on his team who win fighting items. It's just
and then
odd.
He ended up switching it, right? Like, I think he ended up switching and he got Shivas just because it's like, I'm never getting this Radiance because I'm just chain dying. So I feel like his game just, I feel like he didn't even get to play the game.
Did they not have a Veil on Hellraisers that game?
Don't think so.
Interesting. I feel like if you're going to go this Radiance, I mean, I am a huge proponent of build-up items, especially with backpacks. I've made this point for, like, I guess, geez, they added this like 2 years ago, I guess. But you have so many item slots now, you got to use all of them, like ASAP. That's why I love that double Wraith on AM so much. And you just got to be, quote-unquote, like 6-slotted. And Ember does that. You get the bottle, you get the wand, whatever, a Wraith, a Veil, and you're so strong now all of a sudden. Your spells do 20% more damage, or 18%, but I'm rounding up.
Yeah, I mean, I can just straight up say, like, I think they just got super outplayed, like, all over the place. Like, the fact that, how many deaths did he end up having on the Ember at the end? 10 deaths. And you look at the setups that there is on the side of Na'Vi.
Yep.
These are abilities that you can dodge, for the most part, right? Like
These shackles from Pasha were...
Yeah, like, you can usually see the shackles coming, though, right? Like, as an Ember Spirit, you can usually get your Remnant out. Same thing with, like, the Doom animation. It's a little bit hard versus, like, the Blink and the Centaur Stomp, because they made it really fast, but we see it all the time in Tier 1 Dota. These Embers are able to get away, so Kasani just got outplayed. The hook shot, that one, sure. He's going to get caught by hook shot into Cog back into Doom, but the other ones, for the most part, he can reliably get away from, but he just couldn't because they just got slammed.
It just so shows, like, just in today's games in general, show how big the gap is between Tier 1 and Tier 2, and maybe even Tier 3 in this case, because the question is, what do you consider Tier 1, what do you consider Tier 2? There's also a little bit of, what...
Sorry, but you know what's crazy is, like, we're talking about Tier 1, but, like, then there's also, like, actual good Dota, right? Not to say that... Because
that's what I said. It's like, you can call Tier 1, like, if you call Secret and OG Tier 1, can you really call the rest, like...
They're the transcendent tier. They're the true
immortals. Or you call them Tier 1 and this is Tier 3.
I think Secret for me has always been the only one actually in the transcended tier right now. I think everyone else is kind of.
It's very difficult to judge though,
because you don't stay there for long. You need to be on point, playing well, screaming all the time, on top of the meta to get transcendent. You can only be there for a little bit of time. You can only be truly immortal for a limited amount of time. Even Hercules couldn't stay. Well, I guess he could.
That's a great analogy. You know what?
What?
To be great, you need to have great people around you.
That's true.
And Na'Vi has got the magnificent Mag actually coaching them still. And that's the person we get to talk to at the moment. Hello, Mag. It's been so long since I got to talk to you. How are you?
Yeah, hello. Everything is good. What about you?
Yeah, pretty good here too. It's great to see you guys back in form. I imagine that watching your team play Dota as they did today, I'm curious because this is not the place where you wanted your squad to be. You wanted your squad to be in the Immortal bracket. What do you feel like is the biggest difference? That's been a little bit of a discussion between us, like the biggest difference between the team you faced today and the teams you faced in the Immortal group stages.
Yeah, of course, it's some difference for us. We kind of upset after our latest games on Immortal League. Of course, we want to go to playoffs, but sometimes it happens. We played bad, and we didn't use our chance against Alliance and Nigma. So now we are here, and it's our chance to prove that we spent our time. How to say it right?
Spend your time good, wisely. You learned.
Yes. We was at bootcamp and we practiced a lot, and we didn't show the game we want to show. So it's our chance to show right now in Divine League. Of course, we want to win this league.
Yeah.
I got a question, Meg. Unlike the qualifiers last year and the eventual regional leagues, this tournament involves you guys playing against both European and CIS teams. Do you enjoy this format more? And is there a big difference when you add Europe to the mix versus when you guys played only against CIS competition?
Yeah, of course, it's a big difference, and it's a good opportunity for us. You know, we can progress much better in this situation. Of course, it's always better to play against the best teams, and I think Europe region is the strongest right now. We have Team Secret, we have Nigma, OG, so of course it's nice to play against them, and I really like it. It's remind me.
No!
I think we lost.
No!
I think we lost Mag.
No!
I was looking forward. We're going to remind him of some nice... Oh!
You know, old times when...
Oh!
So, okay,
you're back.
What
You're
was
back. We heard
the
heard you say it reminded you of old times.
Yeah.
Okay, it's remind me all times when you know TI qualifiers when Europe and CIS region was same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was together. So it's just much more teams in the CIS and Europe. So it cannot be like this. But it's always nice to play on tournaments. I like this thing. Yeah, of course it's gonna be over soon, but who knows? Because of pandemic, I think it's.
How soon?
But anyway, it's nice. Yes. Nobody knows.
I had another question. When you guys beat EG, Pasha said you guys had spent a week preparing. Do you think your team is just much better with preparation? And your only win, of course, was against EG. Is that because, you know, NA Dota's pretty easy?
Okay, nice question. We kind of played good that games. But we changed some things in our preparation, and we did the same things against Alliance at Nigma. The only problem, like you know, we feel even more stronger when we come to play Alliance and Nigma. It's just the thing, the game is started, and we just did too many mistakes. Too many mistakes. We just played very bad. It's because of I don't know, nervous or some pressure. I don't know why players feel play it that way, but we didn't play on our level. That was the main reason why we lose.
Okay, I just have a quick question,
Like
Meg.
we came with our strategies, but it didn't work out.
I know how that feels.
Nice. Okay. I just have a quick question. How do you enjoy coaching, and will we ever, are we ever gonna get to see you play again, bud?
Yeah.
That's a deep sigh.
In coaching. Yeah, I like to play Dota. I like watching Dota. I like my job. Like at the moment, I'm coaching Navi, and my goal is to make stable top team. I don't know. Like at the moment, we are not on that levels that we want to become. So we need some time, and things gonna work out.
Yeah. Today was already a great step towards that with winning the upper bracket here, the series. So looking forward to seeing more from you guys. Thank you, Mag, for taking the time to talk to us. It's really appreciated. And we hope to hear a lot more from you in the future.
Thanks, Mag.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good night.
I'm really... That was a great interview. I
love Mag. He's one of the.
So
he's
nice.
always very personable, especially like at events too. Like a lot of people don't get to see all this. We actually always get to experience it with a lot of the players. Is Mag will always just come up and start chit chatting, like shooting the shit. It's always great to see him and good to see him in high spirits.
Yeah.
I'm just so disappointed in myself because I said NA Dota. What I meant to say was RTZ just too easy? And I missed that opportunity, and I'm never going to get another opportunity to do it again. And
I'm sure you will. Knowing EG,
I have one
I'm
job.
sure you will have plenty of opportunities.
That's true. But yes, to your point, a big Mag fan. He's always been the same. Like for me, I definitely I remember TI5 was like my actual first Dota LAN ever, and there were certainly players that kind of like looked down on me. or just because I understand it. You're some new guy.
You
You
can
might
call
never
it.
see me again.
You were on trash.
Fluked it to TI,
There you go.
came from NA, probably garbage, whatever. But Mag is like one of those guys I remember because he was still playing, I think, at Vega at the time. And he was just really, literally normal person, same guy talking to me then as he would be now. And it's just really cool to get to hear from him. He's been part of Navi for a long time as well.
He has been.
I have like a very similar experience. For me, this is actually pretty emotional. This is like TI2, TI3 actually. It was solo, it was Arzar, and it was Havost, the trio. Really like to drink.
Yes.
But then also, I think it was TI4 or TI5. It was when Mag joined in, and that's the people that I've actually hung out with out of that region, the majority. So I just love seeing the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I always want to see like whatever team he's working with.
And
do
we
well.
just want to see him have success as well, because he's one of those players that you would say, like, okay, he deserves that success.
That's the bittersweet thing about shifting from playing to talent is like as a player, you can really easily find ways to like not hate, but feel like I'm gonna beat this guy, like screw this guy, right? You can feel that about anybody that's playing Dota because you want to beat them, you want to be the best. In this role, like I don't have to go to an event as somebody's enemy, right? Like I'm everybody's friend in theory, and the trouble is you end up rooting for too many teams. Like I'm not sad to see pretty much anybody win or lose. I actually just only feel sadness because for the losing team.
It's the curse of the job. You get to know everybody, so you're invested in everybody. And when someone asks, like, "Yo, what's your favorite team?"
It's
like,
so hard to answer that.
How are you
It's impossible.
How are you gonna answer that? Because you're gonna feel sad for whoever loses. You're gonna feel happy for whoever wins. But I don't know. And the reality of it is, people lose more often than they win. So you're gonna feel sad indeed more often.
And we've known some of us have known each other honestly like 15 years. Like,
Yes.
when you really
my
put
God.
that down, like
Don't even get me started.
I've known him for 12
met
years
you.
or something. I've known I've known we haven't been like friends like in person or anything, but I've known like solo like these guys like 13. 14
You've seen them
years
play
of
Dota
playing.
when they were like little.
We played when we were all little kids together.
Seriously,
We were all,
it's
like,
actually
15-year-olds.
It's absurd.
Yeah,
like
it's nuts.
it is Dota. That's why Dota feels a lot more. It's very unique as an esport in the sense that like. Look at the pros, right? The average age of a TI player increases every single year because it's the same guy,
It's the same dudes.
people.
We're all the same old people
I went
playing.
to Fog's 21st birthday party. He's like 37 now.
All right, that's not very nice. I turned 31 in December. But I'll take it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Actually, that's a decade. God damn.
The way to make everybody feel old here. Let's take a look at what happened today, because we had an eventful day of Dota 2. We said goodbye to 2 teams in the Divine bracket, and we also welcomed 2 teams further on in the Divine bracket. So we had Siberium and Unique, 2 teams that got knocked out this morning in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Khan really impressed me. I actually was very, very surprised watching their games, just how confident they were playing. Omega Lil, I think that one was I think people had expected them to win that one at 2-0 or 2-1, so that one wasn't like some time of like breakout.
Yeah,
but,
that was
good
the
day.
best performance I've seen from Khan since Benedict Cumberbatch.
Star Trek.
Yeah, I don't know that reference.
That's from the movie.
Like
From the new movie.
I like Benedict Cumberbatch. Normally I watch his things, but I haven't watched that, and I wouldn't either. But that's beside the point. Sorry.
Look at the bracket.
Let's take a look at the brackets. We see that the immortal teams, they just slayed it today.
Yeah.
It's just very clear the difference in skill, and I think also maybe the teams that we saw lose, like Hellraisers as well as Cyber Legacy, they probably are very disappointed in their result because they are the teams that believe they should have qualified, right? They both came second in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I'd call it skill necessarily, as much as it just feels like a gap in terms of game understanding. It's why the same captains are still on top year after year, because they just know the game better than you, and you can't learn it as well as they can. Like they're just ahead. It's almost
they've known more.
Yeah. It feels like you're watching chess championships at a time. Like you can watch, you might get 100 different players. You know which of you'll be able to guess the final 4 like 9 times out of 10, right? And you know Carlson's probably gonna win. That's just how it goes. And it's the same here in Dota.
Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, rather. I don't care about the schedule for yesterday. Tomorrow is where it's at, because tomorrow we continue with some playoffs. By the way, guys, reminder, tomorrow at 11, we actually have our final match between, in the Divine group stages, the play-in matches. Team Liquid versus 5-man, take 2. Actually, take 4.
Take 4.
But that's going to happen tomorrow at 11, and then we're going to continue with some of the playoff matches for the Divine bracket. But yeah, that's
Moon playing NIP again. That's the 3rd series, right?
Yes.
And that would be, I mean...
I just saw my man Charlie Dota from NIP made a very interesting tweet sort of flaming his new division. I don't know if he saw the schedule, but I'm ready to reuse that game.
Oh,
it's my favorite
time for the
thing to do.
retweets.
Yeah.
The quote.
The saltiest moment of my career was TI5, the qualifiers got announced. And Pylai Dai tweeted out a photo of like the invited teams list with Team Tinker placed into the Americas qualifier. Saved that for 2 months. The moment we made it to TI, retweeted him. That was so petty, but like...
I understand. Don't worry. I beat Team Tinker too.
Let us have this, Sheep.
I will let you have this. I also know that Fog probably should have been, what was it? You should have been playing in bottom that time?
No, at 5 we were with Archon. At 4 we beat...
No, 2.
Oh, at 2 you said?
No, for me this is a different TI. For you,
sorry.
you should have played at 2, right? With bottom, wasn't that you?
Yeah, TI2 would have been bottom. 3 we played with Dignitas. 4 we played with Navi.
See, and I like, it's just, you remember those things.
Yeah, what's so crazy is though, like when like back then, like that was my first, like I had never met anybody, right? So my first interaction with Pi was like, ha, got him. And like, I felt all cool and stuff. But then like, 5 years later, whenever I was in Malaysia, I was staying with Pi and Pinda. Like actually like awesome. They're one of my favorite groups of people. They're just like awesome and good friends. And
do you talk about it? Do you remember when I retweeted
no, of course
your
not.
tweet?
That's like an unspoken rule. I don't think you don't do that.
Only to Boba.
True.
You just go, remember that time when we didn't let you get into TI? Twice? Sorry, Boba.
That's so rude.
It did happen twice.
To be fair, he's like, one of the more successful coaches in history.
For sure.
The way you can poke fun at people for beating them when they've like, achieved more. Then it's fine. You can always punch up. You shouldn't punch down.
I think that's a fair rule. You shouldn't punch. No punch.
Well,
but speaking of punching, either 5-man or Liquid is going to get punched to the Divine League tomorrow. We're going to find out which one it's going to be at 11 a.m. CEST. We hope to see you then, because this was another day of the Omega League, and tomorrow will be a fresh day. And we like the fresh days better, so we'll see you tomorrow.
One more week.